Chapter 1. Life only deceives the poor. Chen, regardless of what others say. Our current objective is to diligently study and strive for excellent results in the college entrance examination, distancing ourselves from this crowd of scum. Li Su, seated beside Chen, whispered words of comfort, leaning over the desk during a break. As the two made their way to the restroom, a few members of the school basketball team, led by Gao Xiang from Class 2 of the senior year, sneered and insulted Chen, calling him a wild seed. With his hands propping up his chin, Chen's gaze fell slightly, quietly listening, lost in thought. Li Su, witnessing this, let out a faint sigh before turning his attention to the teacher at the podium. With just over a month remaining until the college entrance examination, the teacher passionately lectured on key knowledge, creating an atmosphere of mounting tension that seemed to tighten its grip on both educators and students alike. Though Chen could hear the teacher's voice clearly, not a single word registered in his mind, his thoughts in disarray. Did he harbor hatred? Of course he did. Yet after hearing such words throughout his life, he had grown somewhat numb, from an initial spirit of rebellion to a state of passive acceptance. This transformation stemmed from being labeled a wild seed, and the school notifying his mother after a fight, when his mother rushed in a flurry, standing beside the other boy's mother. The stark contrast struck Chen deeply, and he vowed never to trouble her again. In his childhood, observing other children accompanied by both parents, Chen began to question his mother about his father. As he grew older, each inquiry was met with an evasive silence regarding the term father. Eventually, he ceased to ask. His mother, surnamed Li and named Xiaoyu, contrasted with Chen's surname, Yi, indicating that his father bore the surname Yi. Yet, Chen could never fathom how a person could abandon his wife and child for so many years without a trace. Was he dead? He likely was not. Chen vividly recalled the complex emotions flashing in his mother's eyes when he once asked her about his father. A deceased person would not elicit such intricacies. Gazing at his mother's graying hair and the wrinkles adorning her face, Chen felt his heart ache as if it were being cleaved in two. She was only 40. He must achieve excellent results. He could not disappoint her. Li Su, watching Chen, opened his mouth. Chen turned to Li Su, smiled, and said, "It's nothing." Li Su returned the smile, and the two of them walked out together. The routes to their homes were the same, though Chen's residence was 2 streets farther. They always commuted together and shared a desk, fostering a close bond. Chen's home was situated in an old community, where the buildings were remnants of the worker dormitories from the 1960s and 70s. In those days, a row of small bungalows was typically present for residents to store bicycles or use as storage. At the innermost part of the community stood 2 separate small bungalows, which served as the residence for Chen and his mother, provided free of charge by a sympathetic landlord who empathized with their plight. "Mom, they'll help you," Chen called out, placing his books in the inner room. Chen, don't put too much pressure on yourself for school. If you don't perform well, it's okay to repeat a year," his mother said lovingly, watching him devour his meal after having taken only a small bowl for herself. That Chen swallowed his food, looked up at his mother earnestly, and replied, "Mom, rest assured, I will get into university. After classes, they'll find a part-time job to ease your burden. Silly child, I still have a strength to support us. You just focus on your studies, you'll figure out the rest." Determined, Chen chose not to say more and set down his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, "Mom, I'm going to study in my room." The inner room was Chen's sanctuary, featuring an old desk beneath the window, a simple fabric wardrobe on one side, and a new bed. His mother had insisted on replacing his previous small and hard bed, worried that he would struggle to sleep after long hours of study. This was the only time Chen had ever slept on a new bed. Leaning against the bed, Chen was about to open his books when his phone lit up beside him, accompanied by the notification, "You have a new message, please check." The phone was an antiquated Nokia, handed down from his aunt, the only means of communication in their household, typically left at home. Chen picked up the phone. A message from an unfamiliar number read, "Chen, oh my, you are so mysterious. I asked many people, and no one knew your number." Another message followed, "Yang Hongyan, you wouldn't remember me, would you? Well, the handsome one, how could you pay attention to a mere girl like me?" Chen suddenly realized that Yang Hongyan was indeed a classmate, but her flamboyant personality contrasted sharply with his own, leading to minimal interaction. They rarely spoke. Why was she contacting him? Is it a crime to reach out? "I like you, may I pursue you?" "All right, enough teasing. Hey, race the thing. I have several math problems I can't solve. Would you mind staying a bit after school tomorrow to help me out?" With a shy expression. "It's settled, then see you tomorrow." Moi. Unsure how to respond, Chen's face flushed crimson as he set down the phone, quickly deleting their message exchange. A night passed in silence. Chapter 1. Life only deceives the poor. Yi-chun, disregard what others say. Our current objective is to study diligently and strive for excellent results in the college entrance examination. Distancing ourselves from this group of scoundrels, Li Su, sitting beside him, gently reassured Yi-chun as he leaned over the desk. During a break, as the two made their way to the restroom, a few members of the school's basketball team, led by Gao Xiang from Class 2 of the senior year, mockingly referred to Yi-chun as an illegitimate child. With his hands propped under his chin and his gaze cast downward, Yi-chun listened quietly, lost in thought. Isu sighed softly at this sight before turning his attention back to the teacher at the podium. With just over a month until the college entrance examination, the teacher animatedly emphasized key points, creating an atmosphere of tension that seemed to tighten around both students and faculty alike. Though the teacher's voice resonated clearly in Yi-chun's ears, his heart was so tumultuous that he could not retain a single word. Did he harbor resentment? Certainly. Yet having heard such taunts throughout his life, he had grown somewhat numb to them. From the initial defiance to his current acquiescence, the transformation was a result of being labeled as an illegitimate child after a brawl, which led to the school notifying his mother. The moment his mother rushed over, standing beside the other child's mother, Yi-chun swore to himself that he would never again be a source of trouble for her. In his childhood, seeing other children accompanied by their fathers and mothers prompted Yi-chun to inquire about his own father. As he grew older, however, his mother consistently evaded the topic, and he eventually ceased to ask. His mother, surnamed Li and named Xiaoyu, contrasted with Yi-chun's surname of Yi, implying that his father also bore the surname Yi. Yet Yi-chun could never comprehend how a man could abandon his wife and child for so many years without a trace. Had he died? Most likely not. Yi-chun distinctly recalled the complex emotions that flickered in his mother's eyes when he posed that question. A deceased person would not evoke such intricacies. Looking at the white strands of his mother's hair and the wrinkles adorning her face, Yi-chun's heart ached as if cut by a knife. His mother was only 40. He was determined to achieve remarkable results and not let her down. Beside him, Li Su observed Yi-chun and opened his mouth. Turning towards Li Su, Yi-chun smiled and said, "It's fine." Li Su returned the smile, and the two walked out together. Yi-chun's home and Li Su shared the same route, though Yi-chun's was 2 streets farther away. They always accompanied each other to and from school, and being desk mates naturally fostered a close bond. Yi-chun's residence was located in an old community, with buildings dating back to the 1960s and 70s, where small bungalows were typically present for storing bicycles or miscellaneous items. To the far end of the community stood a pair of separate bungalows, which served as the home for Yi-chun and his mother. The landlord, seeing their plight, graciously allowed them to live there rent-free. "Mom, I'm here to help," Yi-chun called out as he entered the room, placing his books inside. "Chun, don't put too much pressure on yourself for school. If you don't perform well, it's all right to repeat a year," his mother said lovingly, watching him devour his meal. Swallowing his food, Yi-chun looked up at her earnestly and replied, "Mom, please don't worry. I am determined to get into college. Once I do, you'll find a part-time job to lighten your burden." "Foolish child, I still have the strength to support you. Just focus on your studies. I will handle everything else." Having made up his mind, Yi-chun refrained from saying more, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Mom, I'm going to study in my room." The interior was Yi-chun's sanctuary, with an old desk beneath the window, a simple fabric wardrobe beside it, and a new bed, his first since his mother insisted on replacing his old, hard one, concerned that he might not sleep well due to his studies. As he lay on the bed, ready to open his books, his phone lit up beside him, accompanied by the notification. "You have a new message. Please check." The phone was an antique Nokia, a hand-me-down from his aunt, the only means of communication in their household, which usually remained at home. Yi-chun picked up the phone to find a message from an unfamiliar number. "Yi-chun? My goodness, you are quite the enigma. I've asked many people, and no one knows your number." A subsequent message followed. "Yang Hongyi, actually, you remember me? But then again, Yi the handsome, with your excellent studies, why would you pay attention to a girl like me?" Yi-chun realized that Yang Hongyin was indeed a classmate. However, her flamboyant personality contrasted sharply with his own, leading to minimal interaction between them. Why was she reaching out to him now? "Is it wrong to contact you if I have no other business? I like you. Is it permissible for me to pursue you?" Enough teasing. "Hey, race the thing. I have a few math problems I cannot solve. Would you be willing to stay a bit later, after school tomorrow, to help me? Pretty please? Consider it settled. See you tomorrow. Kisses." Unsure of how to respond, Yi-chun's face flushed crimson as he set the phone down, only to pick it up again to delete their text exchanges one by one. A night passed in silence. Chapter 2. The hemp rope breaks at the thinnest point. The following morning, Yi-chun hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast and informed his mother before rushing off to school. In the throes of youth, Yi-chun was perturbed by several text messages that disrupted his fragile self-esteem. His life, marked by hardship and the taunts of his classmates, instilled in him a profound sense of inferiority rendering communication with his peers a daunting task, especially with female classmates. Thus, he kept his budding emotions deeply concealed within his heart. Yang Hongyan, the sender of the previous day's messages, was not lacking in charm. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, with an alluring figure, she exuded a vivacious personality that captured the attention of the naive youth. Upon meeting Li Su at the intersection, the two set off together. Remarkably, Yi Chen was far more talkative than usual, prompting Li Su to glance at him in surprise. As they approached the classroom, Yi Chen could almost hear the rapid beating of his heart, a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he entered. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, and upon spotting a familiar figure, he hurriedly averted his eyes and made his way to his seat. Li Su, oblivious to Yi Chen's peculiar demeanor, sat beside him and attempted to engage in conversation, but Yi Chen, once so loquacious on their journey, fell silent. How peculiar! Li Su rolled his eyes and ceased his attempts at dialogue. At that moment, Yi Chen found himself ensnared in one of life's great delusions. Does she like me? He felt as though her gaze was fixed upon him, leaving him little attention to spare for Li Su's words. The three great delusions of life. Does she like me? My phone vibrated. I can turn the tables. It was not until class began that Yi Chen managed to quell the tumult within him and focus on the lesson. As the afternoon progressed and the end of school drew near, his nerves resurged, for it was his first opportunity to be alone with a female classmate. Ding, ding, ding. Lisa paused, then chuckled. Oh, are you off to find the teacher again? Never mind, I'll head back. Don't stay up too late studying. Li Su assumed Yi Chen was seeking the teacher for guidance, as had been the case before. He casually grabbed a couple of books and made his way out. As classmates filtered out one by one, Yi Chen's heart raced even faster. Yi, the talented scholar. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, startling Yi Chen nearly out of his seat. Seeing his evident anxiety, Yang Hongyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Why so nervous? Am I going to eat you? And no, I was just thinking about something. The more daring Yang Hongyan became, the more flustered Yi Chen felt. Steeling himself, he cleared his throat, looked up at her with a facade of calm, and asked, Yang, which problem do you find challenging? I'm not sure I can help you. Yet, his flushed cheeks and flickering gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Yang Hongyan let out a soft laugh, placed her mathematics textbook on a desk, and moved to sit beside Yi Chen, shifting closer as she pointed to a problem in the book. Here, it's this question. The series of events left Yi Chen so anxious that he felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. The faint fragrance of the girl beside him was reminiscent of the enchanting scents found in martial arts novels. Guiding his gaze along her delicate fingers to the title on the book, he stammered through an explanation that was utterly muddled. Meanwhile, Yang Hongyan's eyes remained fixed on Yi Chen, seemingly oblivious to the words he scribbled on paper, as if she had not heard a thing he said. Do you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing this question, Yi Chen's previously rambling voice came to an abrupt halt. A surreal feeling flooded his mind, and he involuntarily blurted out no. Can I be your girlfriend? At that moment, those words sounded so gentle to Yi Chen, as if they were the sweetest he had ever heard in his life. Yi Chen, can you be my boyfriend? Yang Hongyan inquired moments later. Is that possible? A wave of immense joy caused Yi Chen's mind to short-circuit. Do you like me? Yang Hongyan asked next. Yi Chen looked up at her, seemingly catching a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yes, he mustered the courage to respond. Yay, I told you I am amazing. Yang Hongyan sprang to her feet, shouting towards the door. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, witnessing a throng of people streaming in from outside. Gao Xiang from the adjacent class clapped as he walked, exclaiming, Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! My dear, you truly are impressive, even managing to win over this bookworm. Yi Chen's mind erupted as if bombarded, leaving him in a state of shock. Pointing at Yang Hongyan, you all, what about it? You fool, you didn't actually think I liked you, did you? Ha! Poor wretch, illegitimate child. Yang Hongyan wrapped her arm around Gao Xiang's and leaned on his shoulder disdainfully. Who can blame me? If I were Yi Chen, I would have found a block of tofu to end it all, wasting air by continuing to live. I heard his mother works several jobs for him. If she were to see this scene, wouldn't it be even more spectacular? The crowd behind Gao Xiang chimed in, revealing the depths of human malice in vivid detail. Yi Chen's face turned pale, his eyes hollow, beads of sweat cascading down as he could no longer endure it. He pushed through the crowd and ran out frantically, leaving behind a cacophony of mocking laughter. Uncertain of how long he had run, Yi Chen finally halted, gazing up at the overcast sky, and cried out in despair. Why treat me this way? Why? After uttering those words, he cradled his head and wept. He had never bullied anyone nor looked down upon anyone. Why was this happening to him? For the past several years, his life had resembled that of a clown, with the world seeming filled with malevolence, save for his mother. Was it worth it for her to labor so hard for a son whom no one liked? Perhaps they were right. Without me, my mother would not be so weary. Rising to his feet, Yi Chun wandered aimlessly, akin to a soulless being, heedless of the passing vehicles as he crossed the road, inciting the ire of drivers who scolded him for his reckless disregard for life. He traversed through the park, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony of the square dance music that filled the air. In this bustling metropolis, amidst the vibrant nightlife, a solitary figure meandered, lost in thought. Time slipped away, and distance became irrelevant, until suddenly a pair of large hands halted him in his tracks. "Hey, kid, trying to flee after ruining my goods?" Yi Chun turned dully, only to find a street vendor confronting him, finger pointing accusingly at the ground. "You've damaged my antique. You owe me." Yi Chun slowly reached into his pocket, retrieving a handful of coins which he offered to the vendor. The vendor's expression brightened momentarily, but upon counting the coins, his face darkened again. 1850? "You've destroyed my family heirloom, a Qin dynasty bronze artifact. I'd rather die than let you take it." His voice was hoarse, devoid of any warmth. The vendor paused, scrutinizing Yi Chun anew, muttering, "So, it turns out you're just a fool." With that, he pocketed the coins, glanced at the onlookers, and picked up a rusted green copper piece, shoving it into Yi Chun's pocket. "Don't say I cheated you out of 1850. Now be gone with your bad luck." Yi Chun turned and continued his forward march. In the outskirts, atop an abandoned three-story building, he stood on the roof as memories cascaded through his mind like a roller coaster. The insults from classmates, his mother's toil, the mockery from Yang Hongyan, the derision from passing drivers, and the street vendor's extortion. "Mother, without me as a burden, surely you would fare better, mother." "I'm sorry." Moments later, a figure leaped from the rooftop. Chapter 3. From Ruin to Renewal. Pain. It felt as though every bone and organ in his body had shattered, rendering him unable to breathe. The copper piece in his pocket had inadvertently pierced his abdomen, blood seeping from the wound. As consciousness faded, the overwhelming agony and loss of blood led him into oblivion. Yet, simultaneously, the copper piece embedded in his body emitted a faint white glow, which grew increasingly radiant, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. The once rusted copper piece seemed to transform under the light, its tarnish gradually eroding until it became crystalline and clear. When all the rust had vanished, the blinding white light disappeared. Night returned to its original hue, and in that moment, the silence was profound. Even the sound of mosquitoes was absent. Yet, Yi Chun's body was undergoing an extraordinary metamorphosis. The copper piece that had pierced him was now gone, and the wound healed at an astonishing rate. Broken bones and internal organs mended swiftly. After a while, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, the inky darkness of a night greeting his gaze. "Am I dead? This must be hell." He propped himself up and stood. The excruciating pain felt like a distant dream. A simple movement confirmed his belief. He was indeed dead. Wasn't it said that after death, the soul departs and is escorted by the messengers of the afterlife? Yi Chun cast a careful glance around his feet, muttering to himself, before crouching down to explore with his hands. When he touched a damp spot and brought it to his nose, the sharp stench of blood intensified his bewilderment. Strange. Could it be that the Yin and Yang messengers have taken my physical body? Yi Chun pondered wildly. "Awakened, are you?" A voice echoed in Yi Chun's mind. "Who?" Yi Chun startled at the sudden voice, scanning his surroundings. "You cannot see me." The voice resounded again in his mind. The sensation was peculiar. His ears perceived nothing, yet his brain comprehended. Yi Chun swallowed hard, calming himself before speaking. "You are a ghost, aren't you?" "My apologies, I just died, and it's my first time communicating with a spirit. Please forgive my awkwardness." After a brief silence, the voice continued. "You are not dead, nor am I the ghost you speak of." Yi Chun was taken aback. "I am the Holy Spirit Emperor, the sovereign of the Holy Spirit star domain. The essence within your Dantian is a fragment of my token. Your blood, having activated its spiritual energy, has awakened my lingering soul, thus allowing your injuries to mend." What sovereign, what spiritual energy and lingering soul? Yi Chun was utterly confused. A lingering soul? Isn't that still a ghost? He murmured. "If you continue in this manner, I shall return to slumber, awaiting a worthy successor to inherit my legacy." The voice deepened, sounding almost irate. "I am a Holy Spirit Emperor, not a mere spirit. My legacy would be coveted across any star domain, yet you do not cherish it. You are quite dull. Take your time to comprehend." Before Yi Chun could react, a torrent of information surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point of near collapse. After a lengthy moment, he finally organized the information, left astounded. "Are you willing to accept my legacy?" The previous humiliations flashed vividly in Yi Chun's mind. Seizing this opportunity, he trembled with excitement and knelt without hesitation, proclaiming. Yi Chen pays his respects to the master. Indeed, from destruction comes rebirth. This spares you the agony of cleansing. My celestial method is the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit's arts. Although the spiritual energy in this star domain is thin, I still do not wish for you to disgrace it. Yi Chen vowed to train diligently, determined not to betray the kindness of his master. What could be more terrifying than death? Given such a divine opportunity, he resolved to erase his past humiliations. Excellent. I shall impart the technique to you. The method I practice is the Holy Spirit Emperor's art. The complete text can lead directly to the Emperor realm, but this fragment of the token cannot bear too much information. You must find the other fragments to complete it. My token shattered into 4 pieces, divided into the mortal, celestial, divine, and final chapters. I will first teach you the mortal chapter. Once you find the second fragment, your body will be able to endure the legacy of the celestial chapter. Yi Chen nodded respectfully in agreement. Subsequently, an additional stream of information filled his mind, encompassing an introductory guide to cultivation and an initial portion of the Holy Spirit Emperor's art. My lingering soul has just awakened. I must rest for some days. You may cultivate according to the method. Should you have any doubts, wait until I awaken again to seek clarification. Master, how long will you need to sleep? Master? However, that voice did not resound again. Yi Chen steadied his emotions and rose to head towards the distant lights. Annie, please do not worry too much. Chenzi is not an irrational person. He will not encounter any misfortune. Lisa's voice offered comfort. Chen has endured so much since childhood. Today, those classmates treated him this way again, and I fear he might do something foolish in a moment of despair. No, I will call Chen's teacher. The school will notify the police to send someone to find him. At that moment, Yi Chen stood outside the door, filled with regret. He had been overwhelmed by negative emotions and had not considered how his mother would cope if he were gone. His mother had worked tirelessly to raise him, and yet he contemplated such foolishness. Resolutely, he pushed open the door. Chapter 4. Entering the room. Yi Chen walked inside, but at that moment, his disheveled appearance frightened his mother, who rushed forward, crying, Where have you been, Chen? How did you get hurt like this? There is so much blood. Come on. Mom will take you to the hospital. The sight of Yi Chen, covered in blood, startled Li Su as well. Without waiting for Yi Chen to speak, they both attempted to drag him outside. Mom, I'm fine. This isn't my blood. If you don't believe me, look, I'm not injured. Yi Chen lifted his shirt, patting his stomach as he spoke. He had already concocted an explanation, casually stating, I accidentally slipped into a puddle on the road, and someone threw pig's blood, which splattered all over me. The two remained skeptical, but seeing that Yi Chen was indeed unhurt, they ceased their inquiries. Li Su hesitated, and Yi Chen guessed what he wanted to say. He placed his large, dark hand on Lisa's shoulder and assured him, It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. Just be careful on your way back. Yi Chen's mother escorted Li Su to the door. Mom, I'm going to take a shower. Yi Chen quickly found an excuse to slip away. It would be easy for his mother to discover his lie if he lingered. Watching Yi Chen escape, Yi Chen's mother finally felt her anxious heart settle, but thoughts of his experiences at school filled her with sorrow. After a hurried shower and changing into clean clothes, Yi Chen hastily ate a few bites of food before retreating to his bedroom. He was eager to cultivate, lying on his bed and organizing the unfamiliar knowledge swirling in his mind. Late at night, once his mother had fallen asleep, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on his bed. Following the teachings, he positioned his palms upward, silently chanting the imperial mantra while attuning to the flow of spiritual energy. Having already been cleansed by the fragments of spiritual energy, Yi Chen swiftly harnessed that energy, cautiously circulating it as per the ancient teachings. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his veins, a mixture of comfort and discomfort. As the energy coursed through him, his veins, bones, and muscles emitted faint popping sounds. The spiritual energy circulated through his veins, completing 12 cycles before reaching a full circulation. When the dawn light began to break, Yi Chen exhaled a breath of relief. He had reached the first level of Qi cultivation. Without the healing and cleansing from the fragmented spiritual energy, it would not have been possible for him to achieve this level in a single night. Yi Chen felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch. However, after the spiritual energy had refined his marrow, his skin felt sticky and uncomfortable. Yi Chen hurriedly dashed out for another shower. Outside the house stands a modest structure, enclosed by asbestos tiles and fabric, which serves as the bathing area for Yi Chen and his mother. During the summer, they can enjoy a refreshing wash. However, when the chill of winter arrives, they must resort to the public baths. After dressing, Yi Chen finds his mother already awake. As she rises early each day to prepare their meals before heading off to work at a nearby hotel, where where she cleans rooms. Despite the summer heat, the bathing water remains unheated, and his mother admonishes him. I see you're going to catch a cold. Yi-chan smirks inwardly at this. He knows that even in winter, bathing outdoors will not afflict him with illness, though he would never act so foolishly to be thought of as a simpleton. After their breakfast, with his mother having tidied up the dishes and left for work, Yi-chan glances at the time and decides to test his current abilities. He casually picks up a brick, grips it firmly with both hands, and with a powerful twist, it snaps audibly in two, requiring little effort on his part. Placing one half of the brick on the ground, he strikes it down with force, shattering it into countless tiny fragments. Incredible. I didn't expect to be this strong after just entering the chi refinement stage. Yi-chan is astonished. Had any cultivator from the sacred spirit continent overheard his thoughts, they would likely have struck him down in disbelief, for many practitioners toil for ages to even sense spiritual energy. Without the purity of the spiritual energy contained within the fragment of the sacred spirit emperor's token and the supreme technique he has mastered, achieving the chi refinement stage in a mere night would seem like madness. After arranging a meeting with Li Su via text, Yi-chan makes his way outside. Upon their meeting, Li Su's first words are, "You owe me a t-shirt. My sister bought it for me, and after just one day, you left a huge handprint on it." Yi-chan rolls his eyes and retorts, "Here, if you like it so much, I can take it off for you right now." His wardrobe is already sparse, and after changing 3 times, he now wears a school uniform over an old gray short-sleeve shirt, handed down from his cousin. Clenching his fists, he vows, "You have wronged me before. I shall repay you 100-fold. Yet he assures, "Do not worry. They will not have the chance again." Lisa nods in agreement, choosing not to speak further. As they enter the classroom, they find several classmates already present. Most are oblivious to the events of the previous day, though some, like Gao Xiang's lackeys from the adjacent class, are not. "Oh, look who's here, the lovesick pauper. I heard you were crying and ran out yesterday. How do you have the audacity to show up today?" A voice, akin to a quacking duck, disrupts the previously bustling classroom, rendering it silent. Yi-chan feigns ignorance, taking his seat and organizing his textbooks. Chen Sheng, incensed by Yi-chan's disregard, strides over and slams his hand on the desk, loudly declaring, "You wild child, do you dare to ignore me?" Before he can finish, Yi-chan lifts his right foot and delivers a powerful kick, sending Chen Sheng flying across the room. The sudden turn of events leaves the classmates in stunned silence, and even the airborne Chen Sheng cannot comprehend the audacity of Yi-chan, who had always been so meek. Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, he rose and shouted furiously, "You bastard! How dare you strike me? I will end you." Yi-chan's gaze turned icy, yet he did not even rise from his seat. Just as Chen Sheng's fist was about to collide with his face, he kicked out once more. This kick sent Chen Sheng flying even farther than the last, his mouth spewing profanities, but he was now unable to rise. "Wow, impressive. Shinzi, I never expected you to be this formidable. Is that the legendary Iron Leg?" exclaimed Li Su, finally regaining his composure. Yi-chan offered no response, instead glaring down at the groaning Chen Sheng and declaring, "From now on, if I ever hear the term bastard escape your lips, I shall strike you for each utterance." Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from outside. "What do you do if I call you a bastard, Gao Xiang?" Chapter 5, A Glimpse of Brilliance. Gao Xiang strode into the classroom, flanked by Yang Hongyan, with 2 sycophants from the adjacent class trailing behind. Spotting Chen Sheng, who was slightly recovering while leaning against the desk, he narrowed his eyes. "You filthy!" Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and in an instant, Gao Xiang found himself sprawled beside Chen Sheng. "How dare you lay hands on Gao Xiao? Do you know who he is?" Yang Hongyan screeched, rushing over to help the pained Gao Xiang to his feet. His face contorted in rage, he clung to the desk and shouted, "I will have your life. Come at me." At this moment, Li Su, finally snapping to attention, grabbed a stool, ready to charge forward. However, Yi-chan held him back. Just as chaos threatened to erupt, the homeroom teacher, Wang Guixiang, entered the classroom, exclaiming, "What is going on here? Which class are you from? Everyone out." Seeing his chance for revenge slip away, Gao Xiang glared viciously at Yi-chan. "This isn't over." He turned to leave, though his steps were somewhat unsteady. "Teacher, it was Yi-chan who initiated the attack today," Yang Hongyan hastily reported. The homeroom teacher appeared oblivious to the accusations and turned to Yi-chan, saying, "Come with me to the office." She then led the way out. Yi-chan shrugged and followed her. Upon entering the homeroom office, he noticed it was empty of other teachers. After sitting down, the homeroom teacher gestured to a chair opposite her. "Please have a seat. I do not understand why you were so impulsive today. Over the past 3 years, I have known you not to be a hot-headed child. With the college entrance exams approaching, I hope you encounter no issues with your studies. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek help from me, she said earnestly. Given her words, Chen chose not to elaborate further. The homeroom teacher was well aware of his family's circumstances, and thus a sense of compassion always lingered in her heart for him. Listening quietly, Chen felt a surge of gratitude. She had taken considerable care of him throughout high school, and he wished to avoid causing her any trouble. Rest assured, teacher, there will be no issues. Will you still accompany me after school? He asked. But, it's fine, teacher. I can avoid them after school. Nothing will happen. Chen interjected, preemptively reassuring her. Just as the preparatory bell rang, the homeroom teacher had no choice but to relent, waving his hand and stating, All right, I won't say much more. During this crucial time leading up to the college entrance examination, do consider your mother. Now off to class. Only Yang Hongyan continued to holler. Chen, I advise you to kneel and apologize to Gao Xiao. Let him vent his frustrations on you, or you shall face dire consequences. Upon noticing Chen's indifference, resentment flickered in Yang Hongyan's eyes, and with a disdainful snort, she turned away. Chenzi, speak honestly. Have you trained in any martial arts before? Li Su inquired, extending his head with an air of mystery. Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking he had indeed practiced just yesterday, but replied evasively, I merely assist my family with chores, which grants me some strength. Li Su took him at his word, continuing his chatter, and as the class bell rang, the classroom gradually fell into silence. With the college entrance examination drawing near, the tense atmosphere made time seem to fly by more swiftly than usual. Soon, it was time for dismissal, and students began to exit in succession. Li Su rolled his eyes. Do you think I didn't see that group? Blood is thicker than water. Today, it's just you and me teaming up to take them down without leaving a trace. Chen rolled his eyes back, recognizing that even at this moment, Li Su sought to take advantage. After years of sitting together, Chen had come to understand Li Su's character. He never shied away when Chen was bullied. With a shake of his head and a smile, he said nothing further as they approached the crowd. To onlookers, the scene appeared somewhat tragic. Chapter 6, the second layer of Qi refinement. Brother Lei. That kid is here. Break his legs, and I'll cover all expenses today. In the crowd, Gao Xiang, upon spotting Chen and his companion, spoke to a tall, slender man with long hair cascading over his shoulders. The man cast a disdainful glance at Chen and his companion, scoffing, You called me over for such trash? Don't ever claim to associate with me again. Yes, little brother has embarrassed Brother Lei, but this kid has some strength. Gao Xiang fawned. At this moment, Chen and his companion had also approached the crowd. But before they could speak, the man referred to as Brother Lei waved his hand. Go break these two kids' legs, and let us finish this quickly so we can enjoy ourselves. Following this command, several men wielding steel pipes surged towards Chen and his companion. Seeing this, Li Su swallowed hard, feeling a pang of fear but not retreating an inch. Chen pushed Li Su back slightly, causing him to stumble. Meanwhile, Chen charged towards the men like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, swiftly grasping one of their steel pipes and delivering a powerful punch to the assailant's face. Blood and shattered teeth immediately sprang from his mouth. Before either side could react, three of them were already sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Li Su stood beside Chen, shooting him a glare without uttering a word. Just as Brother Lei was about to speak, he witnessed Chen twisting the steel pipe in his hands, transforming it into a twisted spiral with ease. The group fell silent. A pipe that would merely bend under a hammer was rendered as fragile as paper in Chen's grasp. What more could they say? You and I bear no animosity towards each other. Shall we consider this matter resolved? Chen directed his gaze towards Brother Lei. After a moment of silence, Brother Lei instructed the others to assist the three individuals on the ground and turned to Gao Xiang, stating, I cannot settle this matter. Let us disperse for today. With that, he nodded at Chen and led the group away. Observing the departing crowd, Gao Xiang wore a grim expression, haunted by the memory of Chen bending a steel pipe with his bare hands, feeling a twinge of insecurity, yet trying to save face. He shouted, Xiao Lei may not be able to handle you, but someone will. We shall see about that. With that, he fled in humiliation. Why are you running? A true man would face a one-on-one challenge. Li Su scoffed from the side. Wait, tell me how you became so formidable in a fight? That was a steel pipe, and you just bent it at will? The last rays of the setting sun illuminated their retreating figures, still lacking in experience. Chen reflected that he should not have sustained injuries today. Ultimately, it was a deficiency in practical combat experience. He stretched his sore back, his mind wandering to the methods of cultivation. According to the memories he inherited, the cultivation realms in the Holy Spirit continent are categorized into Qi refinement, foundation establishment. Golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, and immortal realm. Among these, only the chi refining stage is divided into 9 levels. The others are simply categorized as early, middle, late, and completion stages. Moreover, Yi Chun's acquired manual, the Mortal Volume, only covers up to the Golden Core stage, indicating that he must locate the second fragment of the token to access the subsequent teachings. The Inheritance also detailed numerous insights into cultivation and the subtle applications and techniques of spiritual energy within each realm. As Yi Chun followed the records, he focused his spiritual energy into his eyes. Upon opening them, he beheld the previously dark and indistinct room with remarkable clarity, though not as bright as day. It appeared even more vivid than in daylight. He then concentrated his energy in his ears, amplifying the sound around him as if he had turned up the volume. His mother's breathing from the adjacent room, the distant sound of a train whistle, and the cries of children resonated vividly. Yi Chun felt as though he were immersed in multiple scenes simultaneously, yet with a wave of weakness washing over him. That wondrous sensation dissipated. As he attempted to channel his internal energy, he realized that the little spiritual energy he had gathered had vanished. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that his realm was still too low to maintain such abilities for long. He then settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate. Outside, the sounds of his mother preparing for the day reached him. For many years, she had risen early, her frail body seemingly unaware of fatigue. "Mom, you could afford to sleep a little longer." Watching his mother bustle about, Yi Chun felt a pang of compassion, just as she was preparing to cook. Yi's mother turned upon hearing his voice, smiling. "If I wake up, I cannot fall back asleep, as you young people often say. What is it called? Biological clock. It feels like my brain has an alarm. What about you? It's Saturday. Why not sleeping a bit more?" Yi Chun paused, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, he had experienced so much in the past few days that he had forgotten it was Saturday. After sleeping early and rising early, he had truly lost track of the fact that there were no classes today. "Mom, let me help you with the cooking." After a simple meal of noodles, Yi's mother went out to work as usual. Once outside, Yi Chun hailed a taxi and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Yi Chun's residence is situated near the northern capital, surrounded by numerous mountains and rivers. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to venture into the mountains, for the spiritual energy here is invariably more abundant than that within the city. As vehicles could no longer proceed further along the outskirts of the mountain range, Yi Chun settled the fare and gazed at the towering peaks. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the faint spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the mountains and began his ascent. Navigating through the mountainous terrain, the spiritual energy intensified, and the lush vegetation thrived around him. Finding a flat, large rock, Yi Chun sat down, allowing the energy to converge in his ears. After ensuring that no ferocious beasts lurked nearby, he commenced his cultivation, fervently absorbing the energy. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly Yi Chun felt a tremendous surge within him, as if a dam had broken, doubling the spiritual energy in his body. He had reached the second level of chi refining. Indeed, the concentrated spiritual energy made cultivation remarkably efficient, he mused. Closing his eyes to savor the moment, he realized that the surrounding energy had been nearly exhausted, and it would be days before he could continue his practice in this location. Just then, a faint stream of spiritual energy wafted towards him from a short distance away, barely perceptible unless one was attentive. Following the sensation, Yi Chun discovered the source was emanating from underground. After confirming the location, he began to dig cautiously. Fortunately, the soil was relatively loose, and soon he unearthed a small pit about a foot wide and deep. There, revealed in its true form, was a ginseng root, measuring 30 to 40 centimeters, exuding a gentle aura of spiritual energy. Elated, Yi Chun removed his outer garment to wrap the ginseng securely and glanced up at the sky. Realizing it was already midday, he made his way back down the mountain. In the sweltering summer heat, while the average person would be drenched in sweat after a short while outdoors, Yi Chun moved with remarkable agility, not a single bead of perspiration gracing his brow. Chapter 7. The First Pot of Gold. In the suburban district, Yi Chun jumped off a small truck, thanking the driver in the cab. The couple, who had come to the city to deliver vegetables, kindly offered him a ride upon seeing him walking along the road in the scorching heat. Yi Chun then hailed a taxi, conversed briefly with the driver, and headed straight to the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in the city, Bai Chao Tang. Before long, an ancient-style building loomed before him, and he pushed the door open to enter. "Hello, are you here for a consultation or to collect medicine?" A plump girl of similar age to Yi Chun inquired. "May I ask if you purchased ginseng?" Yi Chun hesitated momentarily before responding. inside the reception area of Bai Chao Tang. The shopkeeper, Wang Hongjun, offered kind words of encouragement. Uncle Wang, I implore you to assist me. Ever since my father underwent surgery, his vitality has suffered greatly, and he has been growing increasingly frail. This time, the esteemed He Taidu has kindly come to treat him, but without quality spiritual medicine, it is like cooking without rice. A striking figure seated nearby implored softly, her voice melodious like a nightingale. Wang Hongjun glanced at the elderly gentleman beside the girl, who was sipping tea, shook his head with a sigh, and rose to bring several wooden boxes to the table. The tea-drinking elder also stood and approached, opening the boxes to inspect their contents, his brow furrowing slightly as he turned to the girl and shook his head. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Mr. Wang, someone outside wishes to sell ginseng, but master who is not in the shop, so I came to inquire with you. Bring them in, Wang Hongjun replied. Yi Chen stepped into the hall, and upon noticing his plain attire, Wang Hongjun's first reaction was to presume that Yi Chen could not offer anything of value. He casually inquired, how much ginseng are you looking to sell, young man? What is its vintage? Uncle Wang, please carry on with your business. If there is something I require, I would appreciate your notifying me. Miss Xie spoke softly. Very well, Miss Xie. Do take care. Should there be anything your esteemed father needs, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. Wang Hongjun replied. Yi Chen glanced in the direction of the voice, silently praising her beauty. He then placed his coat on the table, untied the wrapping around his sleeves, and presented the ginseng upon Wang Hongjun's desk. Remarkable ginseng. Before Wang Hongjun could utter a word, a voice resonated from behind Yi Chen. Such ginseng must be around a century old, and its freshness is unparalleled. Its medicinal properties remain intact, a rare find. Miss Xie, 1/3 of this could cure your father. Master He, the esteemed healer, exclaimed loudly. Who are you? Yi Chen inquired. This gentleman is Master He Hongba, the northern sage among the 4 great traditional Chinese medicine experts of our dragon country. Wang Hongjun interjected, then continued. What price do you wish to sell this for, young man? Yi Chen did not intend to sell the entire lot, planning to reserve half for his mother's health. After some contemplation, he extended 2 fingers, about to speak. 2 million it is. I shall purchase it. Before Yi Chen could respond, Miss Xie interjected. Yi Chen was taken aback. He had initially intended to sell half for 200,000, fully expecting some negotiation from the other party, never anticipating a 10-fold increase in price. I meant to say, I'm only selling half. I do not intend to part with the other half. Yi Chen addressed Miss Xie. After a brief silence, Wang Hongjun spoke gravely. This young lady is Xie Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Xie group in our city. Could it be that you have heard her father is in urgent need of this item and are seeking to exploit the situation? Upon hearing this, Xie Wanqing's eyes flashed with contempt as she clenched her teeth. Very well, half it shall be. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. I never intended to sell it all. I wish to keep half for my mother's well-being. Half for 1 million. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the misunderstandings held by the others dissipated instantly. Thank you. Please provide me with your bank account number. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Xie Wanqing expressed her gratitude. Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment, as he possessed only 2 cards, one for meals and another for public transport, both registered under his mother's name. I do not have a card. The others were momentarily stunned, but Wang Hongjun quickly responded. In that case, I shall write you a check. Once you have your card set up, you can deposit it there. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I will then transfer it back to you. Xie Wanqing said appreciatively, glancing at Wang Hongjun. Seeing that Yi Chen did not object, Wang Hongjun completed the check and handed it to Yi Chen, who took it with a forced composure, for this was a wealth he had never encountered in his life. Master He personally wielded the knife, slicing the ginseng evenly down the middle, ensuring both halves were symmetrical, each possessing a head and root. Brother Yi, here is my business card. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you. After handing the card to Yi Chen, Xie Wanqing nodded at Wang Hongjun and hurriedly exited. Young man, is your mother unwell? Or is she bedridden? Wang Hongjun inquired after Miss Xie's departure. Wang Hongjun, upon hearing this, promptly exclaimed, This is unacceptable. If the body is not depleted or has not suffered any injury to its vital energy, one must not recklessly supplement it, especially with this ginseng, dear brother. Indiscriminate supplementation could yield adverse effects. Yi Chen was taken aback and inquired, How then can this ginseng be utilized for the benefit of an ordinary person? Wang Hongjun explained, For use by a common individual, the ginseng should be sliced into fine threads resembling embroidery needles, and merely 3 to 5 strands should be added during the simmering of soup. Moreover, without a dedicated jade box at your home, the medicinal properties will significantly diminish. In essence, if intended for the nourishment of an ordinary person, a mere quarter of this ginseng would suffice. Excess would be wasteful. Wang Hongjun elaborated to Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen regarded him with a skeptical expression. Wang Hongjun's face flushed with embarrassment as he continued. Although I, Wang, have the intention of purchasing some from you, I assure you that what I have stated is absolutely true. Yi Chen dispelled his doubts and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your clarification. I shall sell you half of it. You may determine the price. Very well. Let us adhere to the previous price of 500,000. I will purchase half. Wang Hongjun chuckled. 40,000 will suffice. Were it not for encountering Miss Xie here at your establishment, I would not have been able to command such a high price. Yi Chen was keen to cultivate a rapport with Wang Hongjun, as he might eventually offer spiritual herbs in the future. Wang Hongjun, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, praising Yi Chen for his magnanimity. Upon exiting the apothecary, Yi Chen felt the 2 business cards and the check in his pocket. He sought out a bank to open an account, depositing the funds from the check. He also withdrew 20,000 in cash and proceeded to a mobile phone store to purchase 2 smart devices. With the rapid advancement of technology, his Nokia had become rather antiquated. After retrieving his new phone, he opened WeChat to add friends, inputting Lisa's number. Upon searching, Lisa's profile picture appeared on the screen, and upon viewing the first post on his moments, Yi Chen's expression darkened. My son Yi Chen is skilled in martial arts, but he refuses to teach me. Chapter 8. The Superbrain. With a scowl, Yi Chen sent a friend request to Li Su and opened the map to familiarize himself with the nearby mountains and forests. It was his first venture into the mountains, and not only had he ascended a small realm, but he had also discovered a century-old ginseng, inspiring him to explore the depths of the jungle further. Before long, a notification popped up on his phone, indicating that Li Su had accepted his friend request. The 2 engaged in light-hearted banter for a while. Yi Chen twitched his nose as a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. He set his phone down and ventured into the outer room, where the steamy fragrance of the chicken soup was escaping through the lid's crevice. Lifting the lid, he inhaled the savory scent and swallowed hard. He retrieved the remaining half of the ginseng, sliced 2 pieces, and cut them into ginger-like shreds, placing them into the pot before covering it once more. As for the other business card, which bore only a string of numbers with no additional information, Yi Chen refrained from adding it. A young lady of Miss Xie's stature seemed too distant from his realm, and he anticipated no future intersection with her life. Shortly thereafter, footsteps approached from outside the door. As it opened, a voice exclaimed, "What a delightful aroma! What delectable dish is Chen preparing?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he stepped out of his room, responding, "Mother, I am making chicken soup today. It is to nourish you. My constitution is quite robust, yet you ought to nourish yourself more." As she washed her hands, Mother Yi remarked, "Mother, please take a seat. The soup is just right. Allow me to serve you some chicken broth." Yi Chen assisted his mother to the table and carefully placed the tender, stewed chicken onto a plate, garnishing it with cilantro. Then filled a large bowl to the brim and set it before her. Once their tasks were complete, the mother and son sat across from each other. The last time they had enjoyed an entire chicken was a few years prior during the New Year celebrations, when Yi Chen had not yet entered high school, and life's burdens were lessened. Since his enrollment in high school, the financial demands had intensified, and it had been quite some time since they had indulged in such a lavish meal. "Mother, please sip some soup before you have the chicken leg," Yi Chen offered, presenting a chicken leg to her. "Oh dear, you eat first, my child," she replied, just as Yi Chen's stomach betrayed him with a couple of discontented growls. Mother chuckled. "Let's eat together." Yi Chen's face flushed. He had spent the afternoon in the mountains without a meal and was now ravenous. He picked up his chopsticks, relishing the chicken as a subtle essence coursed down his throat, choosing to remain quiet while occasionally urging his mother to eat more. After their meal, Yi Chen produced the remaining sum of over 10,000 yuan and, under his mother's astonished gaze, explained, "Mother, I went to the mountains with my classmates today and fortuitously discovered a ginseng root. I sold half of it. This is the leftover money for you." To alleviate any worry, Yi Chen withheld the full truth. Upon seeing the thick stack of bills Yi Chen offered, a flicker of gravity crossed Mother Ye's face, and she did not reach for it, but instead fixed her gaze on her son. "Chen, though our lives may have been somewhat difficult, you must never engage in unlawful activities." He then presented the remaining piece of ginseng before her, pointing to what she had mistakenly thought was shredded ginger. "This is the leftover ginseng, and those are the strips you prepared. Rest assured." Mother Yi examined the business card, glanced at the half piece of ginseng on the table, and then at the substance she had misidentified as ginger. Only then did her expression soften. "Well then, I shall keep this for you, to use when you marry. She seemed to recall something, adding, please refrain from venturing into those desolate mountains. It's far too perilous. I understand, mother. I was merely lucky and did not stray too far. Seeing the relaxation in his mother's demeanor, Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Although his mother had always showered him with affection, her concerned expression had unexpectedly made him anxious. Why so much? Is this truly worth such a sum? Mother Yi exclaimed in astonishment as she received the stack of 100 yuan bills from Chen. I'm not sure. We took it to the shop, and the owner simply offered this much. That is indeed valuable. We must not squander it. With that, Mother Yi consumed the ginger she had just prepared. What use do we have for such a thing, Mother? It's merely a phone. As long as it can receive calls, it suffices. Though she spoke dismissively, the glimmer of joy that flickered in her eyes was unmistakable, perhaps a reflection of her pride in Chen's filial piety. What is the purpose of this expenditure? The college entrance examination is approaching, and you will need funds for your university. Chen reassured her, Mother, worry not. I have matured and can help alleviate your burdens. Very well. You are indeed growing up. Continuing with the lesson, Chen instructed his mother on how to make and receive phone calls, as well as how to watch television and short videos. Surprisingly, his mother, who worked at a hotel and frequently interacted with technological products, quickly grasped the concepts. Hello, I am Wang Hongjun. Brother Wang, it's Chen. Chen continued, in the future, feel free to contact me if you have any needs. Ah, so it's you? Ye Daodi. Let us keep in touch if anything comes up. Following this, an emoticon of a handshake was exchanged. He tossed his phone aside and picked up a long-neglected textbook, flipping through its pages. After perusing only a few, Chen suddenly sat up, grabbed another book, and began to flip through it rapidly. The words on the pages flowed into his mind like a printer, and the previously perplexing problems seemed to unravel effortlessly. Chen was elated. It turned out that the spiritual energy not only enhanced his eyesight and hearing, but also stimulated his brain. In a brief moment, he finished the textbook, absorbing knowledge that surpassed half a semester of diligent study. With such a super brain, wouldn't the college entrance examination be a breeze? Chapter 9. Entering the Mountains Again. The legacy of the Holy Spirit Emperor was vast, and Chen had only scratched the surface. He suddenly realized that the development of his brain made him eager to delve deeper into the inheritance of memories. Carefully sifting through the inherited memories, he finally located the section on spiritual energy. In the Holy Spirit continent, spiritual energy is the foundation for cultivators. It not only aids in enhancing one's realm, but also possesses numerous remarkable applications. In the early stages of cultivation, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy within one's body, it can only be utilized for refining one's limbs and bones, serving limited purposes. However, as the cultivator grows stronger, they can wield their spiritual energy with immense power. The so-called legacy of the Holy Spirit Emperor comprises the insights gained from his cultivation. Each aspect is meticulously recorded, and Chen earnestly contemplated the profound meanings contained within. Soon, he settled into a meditative position, following the methods outlined in the legacy, diverging from his usual practice. Instead of circulating the spiritual energy throughout his body, he allowed it to diffuse into his limbs, instantly feeling a wave of refreshment. Chen then picked up a small knife from his desk, extended his left index finger, gritted his teeth, and made a small cut with the knife's tip. Blood began to flow from the wound. Channeling his spiritual energy, he concentrated it on his left index finger, and to his astonishment, the bleeding slowed significantly. In less than half a minute, the blood had stopped flowing. Chen set down the knife and directed the spiritual energy to his right index finger, gently stroking the wound on his left index finger. To his amazement, the nearly 1 centimeter cut began to heal at a visible rate, and in no time, apart from some bloodstains, the injury had completely recovered. Chen was overjoyed. Was this not akin to having a cheat? From another perspective, as long as his body was rich in spiritual energy, he need not fear injury. With this thought, Chen calmed himself. His realm was still too low, and his internal spiritual energy was limited, so he must not be reckless. Moreover, while spiritual energy could heal wounds, the pain would still persist. On the following Sunday, after Ye's mother departed, Chen locked the door and set out. He traveled over 100 kilometers to Blackstone Mountain, a range of undulating peaks that had been developed into a tourist attraction years ago, attracting a steady stream of visitors. Certainly, only a small portion of the Blackstone Mountain has been developed. 90% of its area remains untouched. Chen's purpose for this journey is to explore the other half, an untamed forest seldom trodden by human feet. Danger. No entry. At the foot of the mountain, a tall iron fence blocks the entrance, and a warning sign stands prominently in the middle. Yi Chen gazes into the winding depths of the mountain, where trees grow increasingly robust as he approaches. With a determined leap, he vaults over the fence, gripping the iron bar at the top with his right hand and landing deftly inside. Brushing off the rust from his palms, he strides deeper into the forest. Su, take it easy. Aren't you exhausted after climbing for so long? The girl gasps loudly, leaning on her trekking pole. I can't go on. If I walk any further, my legs will give out. With that, she finds a stone to sit upon, massaging her calves with her hands. I don't care. I genuinely can't move another step. I really don't understand you. There are beautiful scenic spots to enjoy, yet you insist on venturing into the wild. Lu Zi protests, pouting as she rubs her sore calves. Hearing this, Su chuckles and sits beside Lu Zi, but the stone is rather small, barely accommodating both. Su gives Lu Zi a playful nudge, earning herself an exasperated eye roll. The two are indeed the best of friends, and Lu Zi, unable to resist, shakes her head and mutters, "You're truly impossible." Gripping her trekking pole, she follows Su forward, though she struggles to match Su's stamina, relying heavily on her pole with every step. Meanwhile, Yi Chen has ventured deep into the valley, attuned to the rich aura of spiritual energy that guides his path. The dense trees obscure much of the sunlight, casting a somber hue around him. Finding a flat clearing, Yi Chen sits cross-legged, silently reciting his incantation. A gentle breeze seems to rise in the forest, and upon closer observation, one can see the breeze swirling around him, coalescing into a concentrated form. After about an hour, as the gentle wind subsides, Yi Chen opens his eyes. My cultivation is still too weak. The range of absorbed spiritual energy is far too limited. He muses with a sigh, rising to continue his journey. Su, we shouldn't go any further. I'm feeling a bit frightened. Lu Zi says, eyeing the towering trees and steep peaks with trepidation. Swallowing hard, she addresses Su, who remains undeterred by the increasing peril. Girls often enjoy taking photos in picturesque locations, and upon hearing Su mention photography, Lu Zi feels a flicker of excitement, suppressing her fear as she nods in agreement. The two continue deeper into the woods. However, after nearly an hour of navigating the rugged terrain, they finally reach their destination, though even the lively Su is now slightly breathless. Su pulls out her phone and hands it to Lu Zi, cheerfully instructing, make sure to take a good picture. She then dashes off to strike a pose. Lu Zi rolls her eyes, preparing to capture the moment when suddenly her face pales, her pupils dilating in shock as she exclaims, Su, run. There's a wild boar. Seeing Su frozen in place, Lu Zi's heart races. Ignoring her aching legs, she rushes over and grabs Su's arm, pulling her backward, albeit deeper into the forest. The two individuals appeared pale, their complexions a reflection of either fright or heat, as beads of sweat cascaded down their cheeks. Behind them, the wild boar huffed and puffed, relentlessly pursuing their retreat. Su could almost hear the creature's labored breaths, and after a fleeting moment of mental blankness, she regretted not heeding Lu Zi's earlier counsel. The distance between the wild boar and the two grew alarmingly short, prompting them to scream in terror. Suddenly, Su stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground, and Lu Zi, who had been gripping Su's right hand, was unable to react in time and also tumbled down. The wild boar, with its long tusks aimed menacingly at the lagging Su, prepared to thrust its deadly weapon into her body. Overwhelmed by fear, Su tightly shut her eyes. Su, quickly dodge. Lu Zi cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Just as the boar's tusks were less than half a meter from Su, in a critical moment, a figure rushed past, delivering a powerful kick to the boar's neck. The force of the blow caused the charging beast to veer off course and roll away. After tumbling several times, the boar staggered to its feet, shook its massive head, and turned to face its assailant, charging at them with renewed fury. The figure was none other than Yi Chen, who, upon seeing the massive creature charging at him, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Channeling his spiritual energy, he directed it to his right foot, and as the wild boar barreled toward him, he leapt aside and raised his foot, striking the boar's head with tremendous force. In that moment of distraction, Lu Zi, disregarding her appearance, hurried to Su's side, pulling the trembling girl to safety. Believing she was doomed, Su opened her eyes just in time to witness the boar charging at Yi Chen, and she shouted a warning, "Be careful." Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen unleashed a spirited kick filled with energy, which struck the boar's enormous head with a resounding thud. The creature's skull shattered like a watermelon, sending a spray of red and white liquid splattering across Yi Chen and the two girls. Stunned, Yi Chen hadn't anticipated such overwhelming power in his kick. He turned to the girls and reassured them, "It's all right," before attempting to leave. Since the incident with Yang Hongyan, Yi Chun had grown wary of beautiful girls, feeling increasingly reluctant to engage with them. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a sobbing voice. "Z, it's all my fault. I almost got you killed. I'm so sorry." Su, overwhelmed with relief, clung to Lu Zi's arm, crying uncontrollably. The blood that had splattered on her face mingled with her tears, transferring onto Lu Zi's sleeve. Lu Zi gently patted the overly frightened Su and called out to Yi Chun, who was turning to depart, "Wait." After Yi Chun paused, she continued, "Thank you." Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, wishing to avoid lingering. "Had it not been for you, the consequences for Su and me would have been dire. But could you possibly assist us once more and allow us to leave with you?" Lu Zi's voice trailed off, growing softer, as if she felt embarrassed. Exhausted and aching all over, Lu Zi felt even more fatigued after the frantic sprint. Now that the danger had passed, she relaxed, only to be overwhelmed by a sensation akin to her body falling apart. Meanwhile, Su had sustained a significant scrape on her leg from her earlier fall, blood already soaking through her pant leg. "Please sit down." Yi Chun approached Lu Zi, who was struggling to remain standing. He crouched down and turned his attention to Su's injured leg, advising her, "Bear with it." Having ceased her cries, Su gazed at Yi Chun with tear-filled eyes, an inexplicable trust blossoming within her as she nodded. Yi Chun extended his hands towards the area above Su's knee, gripping the fabric of her white athletic pants and tearing it forcefully away from her leg. It seemed as though he had little regard for her delicacy, and, as the fabric ripped away from the wound, Su let out a muffled groan of pain. The blood that had previously begun to clot at her knee now oozed forth anew. Ignoring her discomfort, Yi Chun gently pressed his fingers against the wound, channeling his internal energy to gather at his fingertips, slowly delivering it to the injury on Su's knee. The pain from the torn fabric made Su wince. Yet she suddenly felt a peculiar itch at the sight of her injury. Her modesty compelled her to stifle any sounds of distress that threatened to escape her lips. Unaware of Su's embarrassment, Yi Chun completed the healing process on her leg, and then turned to Lu Zi, who had already seated herself. He employed the same method to channel energy into her leg muscles, gently pushing up and down a few times before standing and declaring, "All done. How do you feel? Move around a bit." As Su tested her injured knee, she was astonished to find no pain radiating from it. Wiping her knee with her sleeve, she was bewildered to discover that she had merely cleared away the bloodstains, as if the earlier injury had been nothing but an illusion. Even the usually carefree Su felt increasingly perplexed, for the wound that had bled moments ago had vanished without a trace. Lu Zi rose as well, stretching her legs, and the earlier aches had similarly dissipated. "You both were simply under undue stress. If there are no other issues, let us head out together." Yi Chun hasted repeat, wishing to avoid raising any suspicions. Chapter 11. The Kindness of the Poor. As they journeyed, Su and Lu Zi expressed their profound gratitude to Yi Chun for his timely intervention, vowing to repay his kindness, though Yi Chun dismissed their promises from his mind. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. A middle-aged man, wearing a work badge, approached them, questioning, "What? You claim this young lady is evading the ticket?" This remark incensed Su, who retorted, "Do I appear to be in need of the few dozen dollars for a ticket? I assure you, we face no danger. Should anything untoward occur, your scenic area bears responsibility." With that, she tossed the ticket stub from her pocket towards him. The man fell silent, leaving in a huff. "Brother Yi Chun, where are you from?" Su inquired at the entrance of the scenic area. "Baofu City," replied Yi Chun. "Yea, as fate would have it. We are also heading to the Baofu, and Zi shares the same hometown as you." Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement, with a complimentary ride at their disposal. Yi Chun was relieved from the need to summon a taxi. Their vehicle was a sleek black Mercedes SUV, a luxury he could hardly comprehend, yet its worth was unmistakable. Still haunted by the events of the day, Su entrusted the driving responsibilities to Lu Zi. On their return journey, Su inquired several times whether Yi Chun practiced martial arts, but he skillfully evaded the questions. The whimsical Su, however, remained undeterred, chattering incessantly. It turned out that Su was the only daughter of the Su family from Jiangnan, visiting her aunt in the north. She had spent her childhood studying in this region, and Lu Zi was her dear friend from those school days. They had initially planned for Su's cousin to join them, but a last-minute commitment prevented her from coming. Su believed that had her cousin been present, the day's events might have unfolded differently. She spoke of her cousin with a sense of reverence, declaring that her cousin possessed an imposing presence. The car soon reached the city center, and Yi Chun found a suitable spot to disembark. Before parting ways, Su Su and Lu Zi added Yi Chun on WeChat, promising to treat him to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Zi, I can't shake the feeling that brother Yi Chun is rather enigmatic. He acts like a wild boar, akin to a watermelon that has been kicked and burst. After bidding farewell to Yi Chun, Su Su's eyes widened in exaggerated expression. Lu Zi, who was driving, nodded and after a moment of silence remarked, Indeed. But we owe it to Yi Chun. Had it been anyone else, we might not have been saved. The memory sent a shiver of fear down their spines. Once Yi Chun exited the vehicle, he intended to visit the market to procure some meat and vegetables to prepare for his mother's health using the remaining ginseng. However, after taking just a few steps, his stomach audibly protested, reminding him that he had yet to have lunch, and with dinner still some time away, he altered his course towards a nearby eatery. Outside the establishment, an old sign read, Meat sandwiches, tea eggs, egg soup, wontons. This was a quaint snack shop Yi Chun had frequented throughout his life. Known for its affordability, one could easily fill their stomach for just a few yuan. By this time, the lunch rush had subsided, and Yi Chun lifted the curtain to enter. Inside, an elderly couple in their 60s was preparing ingredients for the evening meal. Upon seeing Yi Chun, they greeted him warmly. Ah, Chun Zi has come. Have you not eaten yet? The couple had watched Yi Chun grow up and were aware of his family struggles. They often discreetly added a bit of meat when he ordered an egg sandwich. A warmth filled Yi Chun's heart as he replied with a smile, Uncle Wong, please prepare 2 sandwiches with meat and boil a bowl of wontons. In the past, he had refrained from indulging in meat, using a lack of appetite as an excuse, believing that if he ate less, his mother would bear a lighter burden. But times had changed. Not only did he have a sufficient balance in his account, but his training also demanded considerable energy, making it intolerable to continue subsisting on tea eggs alone. Uncle Wong chuckled at this, saying, eating meat is good. You are both still growing and must not let your meals hinder your development. As he spoke, he bent down to busy himself with the preparations. Yi Chun smiled and found a seat, engaging in light conversation with Aunt Wong, who was busy wrapping wontons nearby. Before long, the meal was served, and the 2 elderly individuals ceased to disturb Yi Chun, returning to their tasks. Although the adage, the poor have kind hearts, while the rich possess hearts like knives, may not hold true universally, it does reflect certain societal phenomena, though many affluent individuals are indeed benevolent. As Yi Chun pondered this, a group of people suddenly surged into the small establishment, with one individual vociferously proclaiming, Old man, weren't you told to vacate immediately? Do you dare to continue operating? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying the project? Turning his gaze, Yi Chun beheld 6 or 7 youths clad in unconventional attire. Leading them was a figure clad in denim pants and a sleeveless shirt, his slightly bulging muscles hinting at an inverted triangular physique. His arms were adorned with intricate tattoos, as if to declare to onlookers that he was not a person to be trifled with. Didn't we say the end of the month? There's still half a month left. How could this possibly hinder your project? Wang Dia inquired cautiously. Upon hearing Wang Dia, the man glared, slamming his hand on the table, and bellowed, I said move immediately. No more nonsense. Get out right now, or my crew will do it for you. Wang Dia, taken aback, exclaimed, It can't be done so quickly. Even if it's not the end of the month, we must sell all these goods. In response, the man swept his hands across the counter, sending the prepared pork sausages and food sprawling across the floor, and with a malicious grin, declared, Well, now it's all sold out. Brothers, help them move. Witnessing such rudeness, Wang Dingnang collapsed in tears, lamenting, Oh dear, you scoundrels. You're leaving me no way to survive. Wang Dia, incensed, prepared to confront the man, but the latter, astonished that Wang Diz would dare to approach him, raised his hand to strike. Unable to tolerate the audacity of the group any longer, Yi Chun swiftly dashed towards the man. Chapter 12. Rotten Fish and Shrimp. Just as the man's hand was about to make contact with Wang Dia's head, a blur passed before everyone's eyes, and the fierce youth transformed into Yi Chun. After a considerable moment, cries of pain echoed from outside. The remaining ruffians, realizing the situation, shouted for Kuing Gu as they hastily retreated. Wang Dia and his wife soon understood that Yi Chun had kicked the man out, feeling a mix of urgency and anger. They were angered by the brazen behavior of the group, and anxious that Yi Chun, still a student, had become embroiled in the conflict. Xiaoye, you should have intervened. They are lawless and backed by the Wang group. Before Wang Dia could finish, Yi Chun helped him to a nearby bench, stating, Grandfather, grandmother, I have always appreciated your care since my childhood. While I am here, I will not allow anyone to bully you. But, rest assured, everything will be fine. Yi Chun reassured them. Just as Wang Dia was about to respond, The group of ruffians supporting the injured Kuan-Go re-entered with a determined resolve to escalate the violence. In Yi Chen's perspective, the scene unfolded as if in slow motion. He raised his hand to catch the handle of the knife that was swung at him, bent his right leg, and pushed off with force. Whoosh! The remaining ruffians seemed to awaken from a dream, roaring as they charged towards Yi Chen. However, the space within the shop was cramped, with the corridor ahead accommodating only 1 or 2 individuals, and Yi Chen deliberately refrained from damaging any items inside. One by one, the thugs were sent flying by Yi Chen's swift kicks, as if they were queuing up for a turn. Nodding slightly, Yi Chen made his way towards the exit. Since I dared to intervene, I have no intention of leaving. I shall wait, he remarked with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Duan Kuan, sensing the atmosphere, wisely chose to close his mouth for the moment and stepped aside to make a phone call. Seeing this, Elder Wang pulled Yi Chen back into the shop, urgently saying, Xiao Yi, we must not engage with them. They disregard the law entirely. Your aunt and I will gather our things and move away. Elder Wang, the situation has escalated to this point. I cannot simply walk away. Evil must be met with evil, but rest assured, nothing will happen. Yi Chen gently removed Elder Wang's hand from his arm and offered reassurance. The screeching of 2 car brakes interrupted Elder Wang's attempt to speak further. Stepping outside, Yi Chen observed 2 vans stopping in front of the shop, their doors swinging open as a dozen strong men emerged in succession. Around them, a scattering of onlookers began to gather. Everyone disperse. The Li family is conducting business. Keep your distance, shouted one individual from the crowd. Upon hearing that the Li family was involved, the onlookers swiftly retreated. The influential figure in Baocheng is known as Xia, a person shrouded in mystery. The locals are aware that the underground emperor of Baocheng bears the surname Xia, yet few know his given name. In charge of the southern region is a man named Li Si, while the northern sector is overseen by another known as Li Hu. It is said that the 2 are cousins. Standing at the entrance, Yi Chen scanned the crowd and spotted a familiar figure. There, amidst the throng, was Xiao Lei, who had orchestrated an ambush against Yi Chen just days prior. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Xiao Lei momentarily froze before comprehending the situation, then whispered something to a companion beside him. The individual's gaze towards Yi Chen flickered with intrigue. Yi Chen smiled knowingly and shook his head, declaring, I have not yet fallen so low as to consort with the likes of you wretched souls. Li Teng, upon hearing this, furiously commanded, Get him. Chapter 13, The VIP Lounge. Yi Chen shook his head, recognizing the familiar unfolding of events. In an instant, he dashed into the crowd. His movements were swift, almost like a wisp of smoke, and before long, all of Li Teng's subordinates, save for Xiao Lei who remained beside Li Teng, lay sprawled on the ground. What? Do you wish to call for reinforcements again? Yi Chen quipped, exasperated by Li Teng's actions. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chen noted that behind Li Teng stood Si Yi and Hu Yi, their retreating figures adding a layer of intrigue to the unfolding drama. Hold on, they can leave, but you cannot. It was indeed true that evil must contend with evil. Yi Chen chuckled softly, What? You wish to leave after causing damage? Such a thing cannot happen. You must compensate. Duan Kuan seethed with anger, having always extorted others and now facing a demand for compensation for the first time. Stiffening his neck, he muttered, I have no money. At this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Very well. Whichever hand strikes shall be the one to suffer. As he prepared to charge forward, Duan Kuan was suddenly struck with alarm, exclaiming, I will compensate. I will compensate. Once everyone had departed, old Wang, with a furrowed brow, turned to Yi Chen and said, Xiao Yi, it is not worth offending those people over this matter. What if they seek revenge in the future? Indeed, added old Wang's wife, they will certainly not let this go easily. Should we report to the authorities? Yi Chen chuckled at their concern, replying, Grandpa, Grandma, reporting this will do no good. Besides, if we were to calculate properly, it seems they are the true victims here. Moreover, it appears that Li Teng is not keen on escalating this matter. Otherwise, as the nephew of the 4th master, how could he swallow his pride and leave in such a manner? After hearing Yi Chen's words, old Wang nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner and said, I do not understand these things, but just be cautious. Grandpa, Grandma, perhaps you should rest for a couple of days. I worry they may resort to underhanded tactics. Yi Chen advised. The elderly couple nodded in agreement. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak further, he was interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. He pressed the answer button and a bright voice chimed in, Brother Yi Chen, do you have time tonight? My cousin heard that you saved me and Zi, so she wants to invite you to dinner. That won't do, Yi Chen replied, but Su insisted, Brother Yi Chen, you must oblige. I took leave on Monday just for you. Eventually, Yi Chun, unable to refuse Su Su's plea, relented. After giving the elderly couple another round of reminders, he set off for the market. Time flew by, and as the appointed hour approached, Yi Chun had prepared the meal and left a note for his mother before heading out. At the Gu Bin building, the only five-star hotel under the prestigious Xie Group, the wealthiest in the city, the structure, though not towering, exuded grandeur. Having never visited such an upscale venue, Yi Chun felt a twinge of nervousness. "Good evening, sir." Upon entering, the welcoming hostess greeted him with a bright voice, causing Yi Chun to blush. He feigned nonchalance as he walked further inside. Yang Hongyan was in high spirits today. It was Gao Xiang's birthday, and his family had gathered for a meal. Although no one else was invited, they had specifically included her, making her heart flutter with a mix of excitement and bashfulness, akin to a shy bride meeting her in-laws. As they followed Gao Xiang to the private room, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Doesn't that silhouette resemble Yi Chun?" Following her to Shang, Gao Xiang's heart filled with disdain upon recognizing him. "It truly is that pauper. Come, let's confront him." With that, he dragged Yang Hongyan along, striding towards Yi Chun with a scowl. The private room reserved by Su Su and her friends was on the top floor. Just as Yi Chun was about to press the elevator button, a piercing voice echoed from behind. "Oh, Yi Chun, did you win a lottery or sell a kidney? What brings you to such a place? Surely you aren't here to beg?" Turning around, Yi Chun saw Gao Xiang and Yang Hongyan. Not wishing to let them disrupt his mood, he chose to ignore them. He pressed the elevator button with his right hand and stepped aside, waiting for the elevator to arrive. Yang Hongyan, seeing Yi Chun, who had recently captivated her, ignoring her, became increasingly exasperated and exclaimed, "Dining in this establishment does not come cheaply. Even if you sold a kidney, you couldn't afford much. Moreover, this place is frequented by the affluent. What right does a person who subsists on nothing but steamed buns and pickled vegetables have to be here? Are you perhaps here to steal?" Gao Xiang, lurking nearby, malevolently echoed her sentiments. Yi Chun remained silent, disregarding the two. Yet, the more he chose silence, the more convinced Yang Hongyan and Gao Xiang became that he was guilty, their voices growing louder. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and as Yi Chun prepared to enter, Gao Xiang, in a panic, shouted, "Thief! A thief has infiltrated!" His voice reverberated like thunder, prompting security personnel to rush over from all directions. Yang Hongyan obstructed the elevator and screamed, "Hurry! The thief is about to escape in the elevator." The gazes of the surrounding guests converged on the elevator, with the simply dressed Yi Chun suddenly becoming the center of attention. Fury surged within Yi Chun as he stepped out of the elevator towards Gao Xiang. Just as the security approached, he delivered a swift kick, propelling Gao Xiang away. "Do not test my limits. I see you have not learned from the last few slaps." Yi Chun spoke in a low, measured tone. Yang Hongyan gasped, rushing over to help Gao Xiang to his feet, and cried out, "Isn't it true? You, a pauper, could never afford the meals here. You must be here to steal." A few security guards arrived, inquiring, "Where is the thief?" Gao Xiang pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chun, asserting, "It is him. He is the thief." The guard approached Yi Chun, who, incensed, retorted, "You would treat a customer this way based solely on their accusations?" The security hesitated momentarily, caught in indecision. Gao Xiang, seizing the moment, loudly proclaimed, "Unbeknownst to you all, he is my classmate, a person who survives on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. What could he possibly be doing here?" The lead security guard stepped forward and asked Yi Chun, "Sir, could you please clarify your purpose here?" "Naturally. I am here to dine," Yi Chun replied. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiang erupted in laughter. You probably can't even afford a glass of water here. Don't tell me someone invited you." Yi Chun arched an eyebrow, responding, "You are indeed correct. Someone did invite me." "Haha, Yi Chun, how shameless you are. Who would invite you? Get out of here." Gao Xiang sneered, turning to the security and urging, "Why aren't you throwing him out? If any guest loses something, can you bear the responsibility?" Just as the security wavered, a voice rang out from the distance, "I dare anyone." Chapter 14, Gasen Susu. Stop. A clear, melodious voice cut through the commotion, and the onlookers turned to see a striking figure approaching. Yi Chun's heart raced as he recognized her. The newcomer, before even arriving, began chastising the security. "Has the company not trained you? Every guest deserves equal treatment." As they approached, the newcomer turned to Yi Chun and inquired, "Are you the one?" Yi Chun, rubbing his nose and offering a wry smile, replied, "Hello, Miss Xie." The visitor was none other than Xie Wanqing, the esteemed heiress of the Xie Group, who had purchased half a ginseng from him the previous day. "Everyone, please disperse. This matter is merely a misunderstanding." Xia Wanqing addressed the onlookers before turning to Yi Chun with an apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi, to express my regret. All expenses here at the hotel today are on the house. Beside them, Yang Hongyan, still under the impression that Xia Wanqing was merely a hotel staff member, muttered her discontent. I see this VIP lounge is merely a name. It seems anyone can come in. Upon overhearing this, Gao Xiang's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly pulled her aside, admonishing, silence. Do you think you can speak of Miss Xia in such a manner? After reprimanding Yang Hongyan, he quickly bowed to Xia Wanqing and said, I apologize, Miss Xia. He then dragged the visibly pale Yang Hongyan away in a hurried manner. Watching the two retreat in haste, Yi Chun shook his head and entered the elevator, where Xia Wanqing also stepped in, pressing the button for the top floor. She turned to Yi Chun and asked, Mr. Yi, which floor are you going to? The same, he replied. Xia Wanqing nodded with a smile and fell silent. The elevator ascended steadily, the confined space filled with a faint scent of perfume. Ding! Mr. Yi, I have matters to attend to, so please carry on. I wish you an enjoyable meal. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Wanqing gestured for him to exit. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and she smiled gently before turning to walk deeper into the corridor. He followed at a leisurely pace, not out of intention, but because Su Su had mentioned that the private room was located at the end of the hallway. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Xia Wanqing noticed Yi Chun trailing behind and asked curiously, Mr. Yi, are you having difficulty locating the room number? Just as he was about to respond, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Su Su's voice exclaiming, Yi, I told you I recognize her voice. Yi Chen suddenly realized that the commanding cousin Su Su had referred to was indeed Xia Wanqing. Su Su emerged from the room, linking her arm with Xia Wanqing, and upon seeing Yi Chun standing nearby, she exclaimed joyfully, Brother Yi Chun, you finally arrived. I was about to call you, but you wouldn't let me, saying you might find it bothersome if I called too much. She then turned to Xia Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, and continued, Cousin, how did you come to be with Brother Yi Chun? Surprised to discover that her cousin's savior was Yi Chun, Xia Wanqing, upon hearing Su Su's question, cleared her throat and remarked, How long do you intend to keep us standing here? Oh, come in quickly, Brother Yi Chun. Please step inside. Su Su hastily moved aside. At the dining table, after Xia Wanqing shared how she met Yi Chun, Su Su's exaggerated voice filled the air once more. Brother Yi Chun, you truly are a lucky star. It turns out that Grandpa Xia's ginseng also belongs to you. Not at all. That was merely a normal transaction from Miss Xia. Yi Chun replied modestly. Xia Wanqing responded earnestly. While that may be true, had it not been for Mr. Ye's timely assistance, my grandfather's condition would not have been brought under control so swiftly. Miss Xia asked me to call her Yi Chun, being addressed as Mr. Constantly gives me a rather elder impression, especially since I'm still a high school senior. Yi Chun chuckled. Before Miss Xia Wanqing could respond, Lu Zi, standing nearby, teased. You don't want others to call you Mr. Yet you insist on referring to others as Miss Xia. Yi Chun smiled awkwardly. Zi continued, Indeed, let's not be so distant, come. Let us raise a toast to Yi Chun and express our heartfelt gratitude for his life-saving assistance. With that, Xia Wanqing lifted her glass, addressing both Lu Zi and the others. As the glasses were raised, the atmosphere in the private room gradually became more harmonious. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Xia Wanqing retrieved a bank card from her bag, hesitating before placing it before Yi Chun, saying, Yi Chun, my parents have been quite busy and couldn't thank you in person. If it weren't for you today, we might never have seen Su Su and the others again, and we would have had no way to explain things to uncle and aunt. Xia Wanqing's gesture stirred a sense of anger within Yi Chun, yet he heard her continue. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. I can only use this mundane item to convey our appreciation. Please accept this card. Yi Chun set his chopsticks aside and picked up the card. With a swift motion, he snapped in half. My family is poor. I can hardly say we are well off. Yi Chun slowly continued, but Miss Xia, this feels like an insult to me. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred, and do not bring it up again. I told you not to do this. Look, you've made Yi Chun brother upset. Su Su interjected from aside. Observing the situation, Xia Wanqing raised her glass and sincerely said to Yi Chun, I apologize, Yi Chun. You know I didn't mean it that way. I will drink this as a self-punishment. With that, she downed the red wine in her glass in one go. If it weren't for Su Su's insistence, I wouldn't have wanted to come to this dinner. Since I am here, let this meal be the best way to express my gratitude. After saying this, Yi Chun also raised his glass and drank it all. Only then did Xia Wanqing breathe a sigh of relief, her impression of Yi Chun growing even more favorable. The minor incident did not affect the overall atmosphere of the dinner, although Yi Chun had developed some reservations towards women after the Yang Hanyan incident. Dining with 3 beautiful ladies naturally lifted his spirits. Afterward, the group made their way downstairs, where the hotel manager had already brought the car to the entrance. However, he soon regretted it. With only the front passenger seat and 2 back seats available, it was just enough for everyone. Yet, it seemed that Xia Wanqing had indulged a bit too much, as she staggered to the front passenger seat, opened the door, and settled in. The remaining 3, including Yi Chun, had no choice but to squeeze into the back seat, leaving Yi Chun feeling like a statue pressed against the door, hardly daring to move. Though the ride was smooth, it inevitably led to some physical contact with Su Su beside him. After calming himself down, Yi Chun, under the influence of alcohol, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and collapsed onto the bed, turning over to drift into slumber. Chapter 15. The breakfast shop was vandalized. When Yi Chun awoke, the sky was already lightening. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearing 6 o'clock, inwardly lamenting that drinking had led to wasted time. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he guided his spiritual energy through several cycles, swiftly dispelling the lingering drowsiness. Morning, Chen. Breakfast is in the pot. Remember to eat after you finish washing up. Mother reminded from outside the door. Yi Chun acknowledged with a nod, tidied his bed, and stepped out of his room, only to find that his mother had already left for work. After washing up, he had a quick bite to eat and greeted Li Su on WeChat before heading to school. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, he spotted Li Su in the distance, sporting dark circles under his eyes and yawning incessantly as he waited for Yi Chun. "What is up? Did you stay up all night playing games again?" Yi Chun inquired. Li Lian is on his knees. Yi Chun jested. "I'm both tired and hungry. It's just my luck. Nothing seems to go right. I wanted to grab breakfast, but it turns out the place isn't open." Li Su grumbled. "Yes, I know about that. They're constructing a commercial street over there. So many shops have relocated." Yi Chun recalled the events of yesterday and explained to Li Su. Li Su yawned again and continued. "The demolition residents are rich. If they want to move, let them move. The tables and chairs can still be used. They just smash them." Yi Chun was taken aback and asked, "What did they smash?" "The old couple's Rujiamo shop. They smashed perfectly good tables and chairs into smithereens. It's such a shame." Li Su replied. Yi Chun felt a sudden shock and urged, "Help me request a leave." He then dashed away, leaving Li Su bewildered in the wind. Yi Chun suddenly felt naive. He had once thought that those in society were all upright individuals. But now he was filled with guilt and concern for any misfortunes that might have befallen the elderly couple Wang. He hurried to Wang's breakfast shop and peered through the shattered window, witnessing the chaotic scene inside. A mix of emotions surged within him. If anything had happened to the couple, he would bear the responsibility. Yet, he had no idea where they might be. He considered asking the neighbors, but soon realized that the nearby shops had all moved away. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since the commercial street was being planned, a consortium must have been contracted for the project. He decided to seek them out. Pulling out his phone, he found Su Su's number and dialed. As soon as the call connected, Su Su's cheerful voice came through. Yi Chun, lacking the inclination for small talk, said, "Su Su, please send me your cousin's number. I urgently need her help." Noticing the seriousness in Yi Chun's tone, Su Su quickly responded, "Okay, I'll send it to you right away, brother Yi Chun." After hanging up, it wasn't too long before Su Su sent over the contact details for Xia Wanqing. Yi Chun promptly dialed the number. "Hello, this is Xia Wanqing," came a voice from the other end. Yi Chun hurriedly replied, "It's me, Yi Chun. Is the construction of the commercial street around the old vegetable market handled by the Xia Group?" For some reason, upon hearing that the responsible party was not the Xia Group, Yi Chun felt a sense of relief and continued, "I would like to meet the person in charge. Would that be convenient?" There was a brief pause on the line before Xia Wanqing replied, "Sure, where are you now? I'll come pick you up." At the entrance of the old vegetable market, Yi Chun answered before hanging up. He hoped that the elderly couple was safe. If anything had happened to them, he would not be able to forgive himself for his lack of action. Before long, a Land Rover pulled up beside Yi Chun, and the window rolled down to reveal Xia Wanqing's voice. "Yi Chun, get in." Yi Chun opened the passenger door and took a seat. "What happened? Why the rush?" Xia Wanqing asked, puzzled. Yi Chun recounted the entire situation to Xia Wanqing. "How despicable. I never anticipated such unscrupulous behavior. Rest assured, Yi Chun, I will ensure this matter is addressed." Upon hearing Yi Chun's account, Xia Wanqing's expression turned icy. With the sound of brakes, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a grand building. "We've arrived. This is the subsidiary group, which is essentially a brother company that initially started alongside my father," she said as she parked the car and turned off the ignition. "I never expected Uncle Wang to behave in such a manner." Yi Chun exited the vehicle, following Xia Wanqing into the lobby, where someone was already waiting for them. The individual guided them to the president's office before withdrawing. Without knocking, Xia Wanqing pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, Wang Biao, the president of Wang Group under Xia Group, was engrossed in his work when he unexpectedly learned of Miss Xia Wanqing's sudden visit. He was taken aback, as she was someone he would still refer to as niece due to their familial ties, yet this was her first time visiting him unannounced after all these years. The name Wang Group may sound convoluted, yet it denotes the brotherhood between Wang Biao and Xia Jianjun, the head of Xia Group, who had supported him with resources and funding during their rise to prominence. Subsequently, Wang Group was integrated into Xia Group, allowing for mutual growth akin to a one country, two systems approach. As Wang Biao was busy at his desk, he heard the door open. Looking up, he saw Xia Wanqing and set down his pen with a hearty smile. What brings my dear niece Wanqing here today? Chen turned to see a robust man in his 50s with prominent features and a genial demeanor. Clearing his throat, Chen proceeded to narrate the entire situation to Wang Biao. Upon hearing Chen's account, Wang Biao's expression darkened further. He picked up the phone, dialed a few numbers, and barked, "Have him come to my office." Chen and Xia Wanqing sat quietly, observing the unfolding scene. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Wang Biao said coldly. A refined young man entered, momentarily surprised to see Xia Wanqing. "Wanqing, you're here," he exclaimed before turning to Wang Biao, inquiring, "Father, what's going on?" Chapter 16. Since one does not wish to be enslaved by the rules. The elegant young man was Wang Tong, the general manager of Wang Group and Wang Biao's son. Noticing his father's fury, a hint of confusion crossed Wang Tong's face as he quickly asked, "Isn't the commercial street still under construction? What has happened?" Chen, unwilling to waste time reiterating questions, succinctly summarized the matter with a hint of impatience. "Who did you assign to handle the dismissals? Call them indirectly." Wang Biao's face was grim as he spoke, then hurriedly strode out. "Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you think," Xia Wanqing whispered to Chen. He nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Before long, Wang Tong hastily re-entered the office and said to the group, "I've located the individuals. They're in the western suburbs. I've sent you the location. Let us head over." With that, they promptly exited. "Uncle Wang, just a few of us will suffice," Xia Wanqing said to Wang Biao. Wang Biao, who had already risen, nodded and cautioned the group behind him. "Remember to call your uncle if you encounter any insurmountable issues." Inside the abandoned factory in the western suburbs, the elderly Wang couple was bound to a sofa, filthy and helpless, while several thugs loomed menacingly nearby. "You beasts! You are committing kidnapping, and you will end up in prison." Old Master Wang could hardly fathom that these individuals would dare to perpetrate such an act. Duan Kuan and his companions erupted into laughter. "Prison? Let me tell you, you will sign today, whether you want to or not. If it weren't for that kid's bit of skill last time, do you think you could have dragged this out until today?" He grinned maliciously and continued, "But that kid won't be bouncing around for much longer. What do you intend to do with Xiao Yi? That child has had a hard life. You must not bully him." Mrs. Wang urged anxiously, nudging her husband. "Old man, let us not fight them anymore. Just sign. If it means letting them spare Xiao Yi, then please just sign." Duan Kuan's eyes lit up as he pushed the contract forward, seizing the opportunity. "If you sign, I will plead with Brother Tung to let that kid go. Hurry and sign, or I can't guarantee that Brother Tung won't take any drastic measures. Just sign it, old man. We can't contend with them." Mrs. Wang implored sorrowfully. "All right, I will sign. Are you leaving?" A voice interrupted. A figure suddenly appeared, and with a resounding slap, Xia Wanqing, following closely behind, gasped at the scene before her. At that moment, Chen seemed a far cry from the amiable neighborhood boy she knew, and she recalled Su's account of how Chen had kicked a wild boar's head to smithereens. Chen strode to old Master Wang, gazing at the disheveled elderly couple. "If it weren't for my earlier impulsiveness, they wouldn't have had to endure such torment," he expressed with regret. "Old Master Wang, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for me, Xiao Yi, it's nothing. We're the ones who have implicated you. They haven't done anything to you, have they?" Before Chen could finish, old Master Wang interjected. Chen was taken aback. "Who has done anything to me?" Mrs. Wang pulled her husband and mumbled, "It's nothing. Your grandfather is just muddled." Chen picked up a fallen document bag and extracted the contract inside. Meanwhile, Wang Tung and Xia Wanqing approached Chen, their eyes fixed on the contract in his hands. "This is outrageous. Coercing and enticing merchants to sign such agreements, only to impersonate them and claim government and corporate compensation." Before Chen could speak, Xia Wanqing rebuked. turning to the incredulous Wang, tongue beside her. Don't you think the Wang group owes us an explanation for this matter? Wanqing, I had no knowledge of this. And neither did the Wang group. It's not as you imagine, Wang Tong explained with a hint of urgency. The current stature of the Wang group is entirely reliant on the support of the Xie group. Should the Xie family deny this, the consequences would be unbearable for Wang Tong. Thinking of this, Wang Tong continued, the Wang group will thoroughly investigate this matter and will certainly provide an explanation to the elderly couple and the Xie family. Where is he now? Yi Chen inquired further. Beside him, Xie Wanqing hurriedly grasped Yi Chen's arm, urgently inquiring, Yi Chen, what do you intend to do? In this world, only strength serves as true assurance. The weak are oppressed by the rules while the strong dictate them. If you wish to shield yourself or those dear to you from oppression, then become a strong figure who establishes the rules. Yi Chen brushed aside Xie Wanqing's hand and replied, help me settle the two elders. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. Upon entering the Rolling Stone bar, Yi Chen pushed open the heavy door, stepping into a dimly lit hall that starkly contrasted with the glaring sunlight outside. We don't open during the day. Return at night. Came a feeble voice from behind the bar. Yi Chen surveyed the room, noticing only a few waitstaff bustling about, and approached to inquire, where is Li Tong? Chapter 17. Then, become the one who creates the rules. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the individual behind the bar finally lifted his head, scrutinizing Yi Chen from top to bottom. Seeing the school uniform he wore, he disdainfully remarked, what audacious little brat dares to call out Tong's name? Yi Chen took 2 steps forward, seized the man's hair, and forcefully slammed his head against the bar. With a resounding thud, blood spurted from the man's nose. Yi Chen grasped the man's hair and asked, enunciating each word, now tell me, where is Li Tong? Recovering his wits, the man grabbed a nearby intercom and shouted, there is a disturbance at the bar. Yi Chen casually tossed the intercom aside and settled onto a nearby sofa. Since yesterday's humiliating departure from the breakfast shop, Li Tong had been in a foul mood, feeling utterly disgraced. As a dignified nephew of the Li family, he found it intolerable to feel so powerless. Unable to escalate the matter, he felt an inferno of frustration brewing within him, which he could neither swallow nor expel. Tong, this one asks for you. Cheers. A subordinate raised his glass towards the seated Li Tong, downing the drink in one gulp. Li Tong lifted his glass, addressing his companions. Come on, brothers, let's toast. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, announcing there is a disturbance at the bar. The crowd paused, startled. Who had the audacity to cause trouble here? Li Tong, visibly irritated, waved his hand dismissively, sent a few people to handle it. Let us see who has the nerve to disrupt our drinking. The man who had just proposed the toast stood up first, signaling to a few others as they headed outside. Yi Chen remained silent, reclining on the sofa, while the bartender dared not utter another word, merely glaring at Yi Chen while wiping the blood from his face with a tissue. Soon, several thugs rushed down from the upper floor. The bartender, appearing to see a glimmer of hope, pointed at Yi Chen on the sofa and exclaimed, it's this kid. He entered demanding to see Tong. I merely asked a couple of questions, and he assaulted me like this. The thugs followed the direction of his finger and gazed at Yi Chen, who regarded them with amusement. Upon recognizing his face, their hearts sank, as memories of yesterday's encounter, where Yi Chen had single-handedly taken on their group, flooded back. The leader of the thugs swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and asked Yi Chen, brother, what brings you here to see Tong in broad daylight? Yi Chen replied, I seek an explanation. Upon hearing this, the man felt an ominous premonition, realizing that Yi Chen's intentions were far from benign. After a moment of silence, he said, brother, let us not make it difficult for one another. If you leave now, we can pretend this never happened. The bartender, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency and loosened the napkin covering his mouth, about to speak, only to be interrupted by Yi Chen. You may wish to act as if nothing has transpired, but first, you ought to ask if I consent to such an arrangement. The leader of the thugs, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, resolved to proceed, declaring, in that case, we must take offense. Brothers, charge. However, they were swift. Yet Yi Chen was swifter. As several thugs lunged toward him, Yi Chen propelled himself forward with his right hand, delivering powerful kicks to 2 of them. He then seized one thug's fist and flung him backward, causing the 2 assailants behind him to be knocked over by their own comrade. Yi Chen refrained from inflicting serious harm on them, understanding that their willingness to confront him was merely a facade to appease others. Casting a glance at the writhing figures on the ground, he ascended the stairs. The bartender, having witnessed the swift defeat of his reinforcements, had already hidden behind the bar, too fearful to utter a sound, lest Yi Chen direct his wrath toward him. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere was even more somber, as the establishment was not in operation. Only the dim light filtering through the window at the end of the corridor faintly illuminated the outlines of each room's door. The sounds of laughter and revelry from Li Teng and his companions seeped through the door, reaching Yi Chen's ears. Approaching the door, he listened intently to Li Teng's increasingly irate voice before raising his foot and delivering a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the heavy soundproof door flew open as if it were made of paper. Grasping Li Teng by the hair, Yi Chen was about to speak when he noticed several other thugs rushing toward him. Releasing his hold on Li Teng's hair, he deftly evaded them, swiftly toppling the assailants to the ground. At that moment, Li Teng recognized Yi Chen and felt a mix of shock and fury. As Yi Chen turned around, he met Li Teng's furious gaze, which ignited his own anger. He stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Li Teng's face. "Why did you abduct the 2 elders?" Li Teng, his eyes burning with rage, glared at Yi Chen, having never encountered anyone bold enough to lay a finger on him. Upon learning that Yi Chen had come for this matter, Li Teng bellowed, "Why? In Bao Shishing, we never concern ourselves with reasons. You dare to touch me, and I will see you dead." Yi Chen, incensed by his words, raised his hand and delivered several more slaps to Li Teng. "Then let us see who meets their end first." Just as he was about to continue his assault, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Xia Wanqing's voice calling from behind. "Yi Chen, calm yourself. The 2 elders are unharmed. It has not escalated to this point." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stood up, glanced at Li Teng sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast, and turned to Xia Wanqing. "What do you mean not to that extent? Just because they are unharmed, does that absolve him of his transgressions?" "I, Yi Chen, fear nothing. I do not fear poverty. I do not fear hardship, and I certainly do not fear death." The more he spoke, the more his fury intensified, continuing, "What is there to fear? I fear inflicting pain upon those who care for me. I dread the thought of those who treat me kindly suffering because of my actions." With this, Yi Chen's tone softened, and he sighed. "Your life cannot comprehend my experiences." Raised solely by his mother, Yi Chen found himself shunned by relatives, who seemed to avoid him and his mother as if they were contagious. Even his mother's own sisters appeared to harbor a sense of wariness towards them. The elderly Wang couple were the only 2 among his acquaintances, apart from his mother, who offered him genuine kindness. Yet, knowing that his actions had caused them distress filled Yi Chen with profound guilt. In truth, the fault did not lie with him. Had he not intervened yesterday, matters might not have improved. Nevertheless, he had prematurely assumed the burden of responsibility upon himself. Xia Wanqing merely sought to counsel Yi Chen to remain calm, but upon hearing his words, she realized he had misconstrued her intentions. Casting a glance at Wang Teng, who had accompanied her, he understood and stepped forward, inquiring, "Where is your general manager, Li Teng, at present?" Unexpectedly, a face swollen grotesquely like a pig's suddenly turned towards Yi Chen, bellowing, "No matter who you are, I want you dead." Chapter 18, Fourth Master. Upon hearing Li Teng's furious cry, Wang Teng examined the scene closely, only to discover that Li Teng had been thoroughly beaten into a state resembling that of a pig. He understood that the situation was beyond his control and silently retreated a couple of steps. A piercing scream erupted from Li Teng, beads of sweat cascading down his swollen face. His body contorted as he clutched his injured leg, seemingly wishing to roll away, yet the movement exacerbated his agony, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The sight of Li Teng's suffering was unbearable for Xia Wanqing. Yi Chen's ruthless actions stirred a flicker of repulsion within her. For Yi Chen was the savior of her cousin, Su Su, and this incident was ultimately entwined with the affairs of the Xia group. Perhaps this was merely a way to repay her cousin's life-saving grace, she mused, as she retrieved her phone from her bag and stepped towards the room's exit. Li Teng, who had always tormented others, could scarcely fathom that he would one day endure such torment himself. The excruciating pain had begun to instill a sense of fear towards Yi Chen within him. Yi Chen crouched down, gazing at the writhing Li Teng on the floor, and inquired, what was the purpose behind compelling merchants to sign that contract? Li Teng, struggling to comprehend how he had found himself bested by this youthful boy, gritted his teeth against the agony in his leg and retorted, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me?" Even in such dire straits, he resorted to boasting about his connections. Yi Chen laughed derisively and countered, "And how dare you strike those 2 elderly individuals? Do you know who I am?" He then moved to sit on a nearby sofa and continued, "You're the one who bullies the weak, are you not? I offer you a chance. Summon your associates." Upon hearing this, Li Teng's eyes gleamed with anticipation, envisioning a scene where Yi Chun would be utterly dismantled. He quickly replied, "Very well. I hope you maintain this audacious demeanor." He then turned to his subordinate, still lying on the ground, and barked, "Quit playing dead and bring me my phone." A few subordinates, who had just taken a beating from Yi Chun, struggled to rise upon hearing their leader's furious roar. Staggering, they handed the phone to Li Teng, who then pressed a series of numbers. Once the call connected, he spoke directly, "Fourth uncle, I've been incapacitated at Rolling Stone's second floor." After hanging up, Li Teng leaned back against the cushion placed behind him and tossed the phone aside. The private room fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with tension. Xia Wanqing's gaze shifted, and although Yi Chun had already noticed, he chose not to dwell on it. As for what lay ahead, that was a matter for the future. His path was destined to diverge from that of the privileged offspring born with golden keys. Soon, the sound of raucous footsteps echoed, and peering through the dilapidated door of the private room, one could see a throng of ruffians surging down the corridor, passing by the door but not entering. They merely flowed deeper into the hallway. Once the corridor was nearly filled, a dozen individuals finally entered the private room. The leader, a man in his 40s, stood an imposing 6 feet 3 inches tall with a robust physique. The men behind him bore cold expressions, clearly seasoned warriors. The few ruffians in the room had calmed slightly and quickly rose, bowing as they greeted, "Fourth Master, a bunch of useless fools." The Fourth Master's gaze was electric as he scanned the room, landing on Li Teng with a furrowed brow. Who did this? Li Teng cast a glance at Yi Chun, who remained composed on the sofa, and chose to remain silent. "Take Teng to the hospital," the Fourth Master commanded, his eyes shifting to Yi Chun. "No, I want to witness how this little brat dies." Li Teng growled through clenched teeth. The Fourth Master nodded. "Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to harm my Li family. Today, you shall learn the consequences of crossing us." Yi Chun stood from the sofa, brushing off non-existent dust, and replied, "Consequences? Your Li family bullies the weak and even preys on the elderly. Have you ever considered the fate that awaits you?" The Fourth Master's expression hardened, and his men immediately formed a semicircle around Yi Chun. Yi Chun clenched his fists, his internal energy swirling, as if a fierce battle was on the brink of erupting. "Fourth uncle, I am Xia Wanqing of the Xie family. Could we spare my family some face in this matter?" At that critical moment, Xia Wanqing spoke up. "Face? The only way to gain face is for your father to come here and ask for it. You, as a junior, hold no such standing with me." The Fourth Master replied, casting a glance at Xia Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing sighed, inwardly hoping for a savior to arrive soon, wishing to settle Yi Chun's predicament. "Attack!" At the Fourth Master's command, chaos ensued. The burly men charged at Yi Chun, who, with a sudden intensity in his eyes, propelled himself off the ground like an arrow released from a bow towards the nearest assailant. He deftly evaded the man's punch and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his chest, causing the brute to grunt and stagger back. Simultaneously, several other hulking figures flanked him from the sides. Yi Chun lightly tapped the ground, leaping into the air as his legs swept like whips towards them. The men struck by his kicks fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Yet, the number of those collapsing was significant, and many more continued to flood in from outside. Yi Chun concentrated his spiritual energy into his fists and met the incoming punches from his adversary. When their fists collided, the opponent's hand crumpled like dough under the force of Yi Chun's strike, eliciting a pained cry as he staggered backward. These individuals were evidently no ordinary thugs. Their numbers were overwhelming, and despite Yi Chun embodying the prowess of a war god, he still endured several solid blows. The fight raged on, with the opposing fighters appearing to be well trained. For every one that fell, another took their place, and some even dragged the fallen to the side. As time passed, Yi Chun's practical combat experience grew, allowing him to wield his spiritual power with increasing finesse. Fourth Master observed this and inwardly cursed, thinking, "Damn it, is he using my men for practice?" Standing behind Yi Chun, Xia Wanqing and Wang Teng were left in awe by his prowess. At that moment, Xia Wanqing finally believed that Yi Chun's claim of kicking a wild boar's head to pieces was not an exaggeration, while Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement as the sound of flesh meeting flesh ignited the remaining primal instincts within his scholarly demeanor. In that instant, Yi Chun seemed to enter a state of clarity, as if the surrounding sounds had vanished and the approaching muscular figures moved in slow motion. He could keenly perceive the movements and vulnerabilities of each opponent. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped him. Yi Chun swiftly kicked a nearby brute away and dodged backward just as a gunshot rang out. The LCD screen behind where he had stood shattered instantaneously. Turning to the side, he saw the ominous muzzle of a gun aimed directly at him, revealing that Fourth Master had acquired a handgun without his notice. With a cold smirk, Fourth Master taunted, "Boy, no matter how skilled you are, you can't dodge a bullet." With that, he pulled the trigger again. Chen reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping just in time for the bullet to graze the hem of his clothing. As Fourth Master prepared to fire once more, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the room. "Stop." Chapter 19. I owe you a favor. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, followed by several bodyguards. Upon the man's entrance, Fourth Master lowered his gun aimed at Chen, exclaiming, "Xie Jianjun, what brings you here?" Seeing the newcomer, Xie Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. The man was none other than her father, Xie Jianjun, the wealthiest man in Bao City and the head of the Xie group. Earlier, Xie Wanqing had called her father when she realized the situation had spiraled out of control. "Old Fourth, this has escalated far too much. This young man is the savior of my niece. If I do not intervene, would I not be seen as ungrateful?" Xie Jianjun stated. Fourth Master narrowed his eyes at Chen, declaring, "This boy has crippled my nephew and injured many of my brothers. If I do not kill him, would I not be betraying my own? Wanqing has already informed me of the events that transpired. Ultimately, your nephew was in the wrong. For my sake, let us settle this matter here and now, shall we?" Xie Jianjun proposed. "I know not the cause, but I, Li Si, will not allow anyone in Bao City to harm my family and live." Xie Jianjun cast a glance at Xie Wanqing, who recounted the entire sequence of events once more. Although the Fourth Master had no desire to hear these details, he refrained from interrupting Xie Wanqing due to Xie Jianjun's presence. Upon finishing her narrative, he shot a fierce glare at Li Teng, who lounged in the corner. Seizing the moment, Xie Jianjun continued, "Ultimately, this mischief was wrought by your nephew. And since it involves my Xie group, how about we put this matter to rest?" He then turned to Chen and added, "And you? What could have been resolved amicably, you chose to handle with such severity." Just as Chen was about to respond, he felt Xie Wanqing tugging at the corner of his garment, prompting him to close his mouth and refrain from further comment. All injured parties have been taken to the hospitals affiliated with the Xie group. Consider compensation for medical expenses on behalf of this young man, Xie Jianjun declared. As the wealthiest man in Baoshang City, he was reluctant to offend the Fourth Master, whose brothers, aside from their enigmatic elder brother Xie Hongwei, commanded the entirety of Baoshang City's underground forces. Xie Jianjun was equally cautious not to provoke them unnecessarily. The Fourth Master remained silent for a moment. "Today I, Li Si, extend you this courtesy. I shall refrain from taking action against him for now, but I cannot guarantee the future." With that, he turned and walked out, followed by his underlings, who assisted the injured brothers, including Li Teng, who also left the corner. Once the Fourth Master and his entourage departed, Xie Jianjun scrutinized Chen before stepping closer and patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "The Xie family will not forget your rescue of Su Su, nor will I. However, while it is commendable for the youth to exhibit passion, one must consider the pros and cons before acting." Concluding his remarks, Xie Jianjun produced a business card and handed it to Chen, saying, "This is my card. Feel free to reach out should you require assistance." After offering Chen an encouraging pat, he made his exit. "I owe you a favor," Chen replied. Shaking his head, he chose not to elaborate further, unaware that this would soon become one of Xie Jianjun's greatest regrets. Following Xie Jianjun's departure, Wang Teng approached Chen, his face flushed, and offered him a business card. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. Should you need my services, do not hesitate to contact me." After the earlier confrontation, Wang Teng had unwittingly become a fervent admirer of Chen, despite being several years his senior and now addressing him as Brother Yi, which sent a chill down Chen's spine. Wang Teng seemed poised to say more, but at that moment, Xie Wanqing stepped forward, her gaze averted. "I hope you will take care of yourself in the future." Wang Teng awkwardly clasped his fists in salute to Chen before hastily pursuing Xie Wanqing, who had already exited the private room. Chen shook his head, acutely aware of the emotional distance in Xie Wanqing's words. Had he erred? He believed not, at least. He did not perceive himself as having done so. Philosophical differences rendered mutual understanding between the societal elite and those struggling to survive a farcical notion. Ding! A notification chimed on his phone. "Brother Yi, I've just landed, but I'm furious. The car home hasn't arrived yet. By the way, how is your matter progressing?" Reading these messages, he could vividly picture Su's mischievous expression before him. Before long, the mobile phone emitted a notification sound once more, accompanied by a fuming emoticon. The adorable image of Su with her hands on her hips seemed to manifest before Chen's eyes. bringing a smile to his heart. The earlier gloom dissipated in an instant. Flowers bloom in myriad hues, and every person possesses their unique character. Reflecting upon those around him, he realized that each individual embodies their own distinct personality. Why should I seek to appease others? I'm simply myself. It was as if Yi Chun had experienced an epiphany. Unbeknownst to Su Su, the message she had sent at that moment was perfectly timed. Guiding Yi Chun out of his confusion, Yi Chun made his way to the hall, pushing open the heavy door as blinding sunlight streamed in. Unconsciously, he spread his arms wide. Perhaps a breakthrough in his mindset had occurred. For at that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy in the bustling city began to converge towards him. Boom! The third level of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy that had accumulated over the past few days suddenly erupted with the rise in his realm. Yi Chun felt the spiritual energy within him expand by more than double. According to the ancient texts, at the third level of Qi refinement, the energy could not only bring life to the lifeless, but could also temporarily leave the body. Yi Chun chuckled softly, pondering that had he broken through earlier, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. Chapter 20, Spiritual Herbs. Upon returning home, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on his bed, the spiritual energy swirling continuously within him. Following today's events, his yearning for formidable strength intensified. Simultaneously, he meticulously reviewed the insights of the Holy Spirit Emperor that resided in his mind. According to the records, low-tier cultivators in the Holy Spirit continent often utilized external substances to aid in their cultivation, with spiritual herbs or elixirs being the preferred choices. But where on earth could one find spiritual herbs or elixirs? Yi Chun continued to read on. The so-called spiritual herbs were entities that thrived on the essence of heaven and earth. His eyes brightened as he recalled the ginseng he had sold a couple of days prior. Might it serve as a substitute for spiritual herbs? Yi Chun hurried to his desk, opening the drawer to retrieve a small piece of ginseng left over from when he prepared soup for his mother. He had sensed a hint of spiritual energy when he made the soup, yet during his cultivation, he had been fumbling in the dark, unaware that he could absorb it for his own use. Typically, while cultivating, he would absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, but the amount that truly remained within him after refining was minimal. However, this time felt different. The spiritual energy was evidently less wasteful than during his usual practice. A wave of excitement surged within Yi Chun, but he quickly regained his composure upon seeing the diminutive piece of ginseng on the table, no larger than a strawberry. The spiritual energy contained within was considerably weaker than it had been a few days ago, likely due to the lack of proper storage for such spiritual items, leading to its dissipation. With this thought, Yi Chun rose once more and headed outside. Bai Chao Tang. Yi Chun stood once again before the entrance of Bai Chao Tang. Yet this time, he had come to procure medicinal materials. Upon entering the hall, the same young girl from his last visit approached him. Hello, are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? I've come to see what medicinal materials you have, Yi Chun replied. Please follow me. The young girl then led Yi Chun to a row of display cabinets, pointing to the various medicines within, and inquired, which one do you need? These are merely exhibits. However, if you require, we have some vacuum-sealed ones available. Yi Chun surveyed the display case, observing a collection of items such as licorice and goji berries. Shaking his head, he remarked, not this kind. What I seek are aged herbs or fruits. I wonder if you have any here? Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the young girl apologetically replied, I'm afraid we do not sell such items. Disheartened, Yi Chun nodded and turned to leave. A newfound sense of urgency propelled Yi Chun forward. He purchased some snacks and summoned a vehicle to the very forest where he had first unearthed ginseng. Shall we simply let this matter rest? Fourth uncle, Li Tung, lying on the hospital bed and gazing at his casted right leg, angrily inquired of the elder, standing beside him. Fourth uncle remained silent for a moment before reassuringly patting Li Tung's shoulder. Do not worry, Tung. I shall rectify this grievance for you. Although the CF family has involved themselves, we are not intimidated by them, yet we must still show them the respect they deserve. He gestured for the two burly men behind him to withdraw before continuing at the window. It was your father who saved my life, allowing me to be here today. Before he departed, he entrusted you to my care, and I promised him that I would shield you from any harm. However, because of that young man, I have regrettably failed your father. Sighing, he reminisced, in the past, I ventured alongside your father and his second uncle. Your third uncle was frail and passed before reaching 20. Your father perished young while saving me. Perhaps due to the misdeeds of our youth, neither you nor your second uncle has offspring. You are the sole heir of the Li family. Be patient. No matter how skilled he may be in combat, I shall ensure that you have your revenge. Li Teng listened in silence, relieved that fourth uncle did not blame him for the recent incident regarding the compensation. He exhaled deeply, recalling how his mother had abandoned him after giving birth, unable to endure the perilous life stemming from his father's criminal affiliations. Following his father's death, his uncles had ascended to prominence, treating him as their own, always ready to assist him, regardless of the trouble he found himself in. I shall await your good news. Uncle, Li Si nodded in agreement. Yes, focus on your recovery. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. By the time Chen alighted from the taxi, it was around 6 in the evening. Once the cab departed, he swiftly ventured deeper into the mountains. As time passed, he journeyed further into the wilderness. When darkness enveloped the land, Chen paused, sitting cross-legged to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, as he often said. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Thus, he continued to walk, cultivate, and attentively sense the spiritual treasures around him. Unbeknownst to him, it was already late into the night. Though it was summer, the temperature in the mountains exhibited significant fluctuations between day and night. Fortunately, Chen was shielded by spiritual energy. After what felt like an eternity, just as he contemplated giving up, he suddenly sensed a pure stream of spiritual energy emanating from a distance. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and he hastened towards the source of that energy. As he drew closer, he discovered to his astonishment a mystical herb emanating a gentle glow. Chen concentrated his spiritual energy into his eyes and beheld that the herb possessed 5 delicate leaves, with the uppermost bud already blossoming to a remarkable extent. The herb thrived beside an extraordinary stone, enveloped in a soft mist. Even Chen could not help but marvel at his good fortune. He had arrived at the opportune moment. According to the records of the Holy Spirit Emperor, the herb's efficacy peaks during its flowering phase, and it appeared that this particular herb was on the verge of full bloom. Seating himself upon the peculiar stone, a sudden warmth enveloped him from beneath. Noticing that the flowering of the herb would require some time, Chen steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. The warmth radiating from the stone seemed to aid his practice, allowing the spiritual energy within him to flow with greater ease. Chen felt a surge of joy. This journey was indeed worthwhile. As dawn's first light gradually spilled across the earth, the aura emanating from the herb intensified. Awakening from his meditation, Chen gazed at the herb, only to discover that the final pale pink flower was slowly unfurling. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly dense. Finally, the herb had fully matured, and Chen, elated, reached out to harvest it. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of alarm coursing through him, prompting him to leap aside without hesitation. There, in the spot he had just vacated, stood a fox as large as a Tibetan mastiff, its fur a pristine white. At that moment, the fox was poised to attack, its bristled fur standing on end, hissing menacingly at Chen. Startled by this unexpected assault, Chen had been so preoccupied with the herb that he had neglected to assess his surroundings for danger. It then dawned on him that such herbs were often guarded by spirit beasts. However, given Earth's scarce spiritual energy, these herbs were scarce, and he had unconsciously dismissed the latter part of that thought. Observing the fox, he noticed that it had missed its first strike and was now crouching, preparing for a second attack. Chen's heart sank. This seemingly adorable creature exuded a distinctly perilous aura. Simultaneously, an odd sensation washed over him, as if he could vividly sense the fox's fury. With no time to ponder further, the fox leaped over 2 meters high, its speed akin to lightning. Lunging at Chen, realizing the fox's incredible velocity, Chen was taken aback and swiftly dodged to the side, yet he was still a moment too late. A sharp pain shot through his arm, followed by a warmth that signaled injury. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone. The fox, undeterred, seemed ready to launch another attack. Filled with anger, Chen had no time to tend to his wound. He unleashed his spiritual energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the fox. Suddenly, the fox charged at him once more. Seizing the moment, Chen struck out with his palm, aiming for the fox, but its speed was too great. He barely grazed its fur. This was untenable. If this continued, he would ultimately fall victim to this beast. He needed to devise a strategy, and swiftly, Chen's mind raced as his eyes swept across his surroundings, and when they landed on the spiritual herb, they sparkled with excitement. After evading 2 more attacks, he found himself perilously close to the herb, gazing at the spiritual plant not far away. Chen thought, now or never. In a flash, he dashed towards the herb, prompting the fox to react immediately and charge after him as well. Suddenly, Yi Chun halted mid-sprint, pivoted, and unleashed a powerful punch filled with spiritual energy towards the approaching fox. Thud! The punch landed squarely in the fox's abdomen, sending it soaring like a kite cut from its string, crashing to the ground and convulsing. Yi Chun exhaled deeply, approaching the fox, which was now bleeding from its 7 orifices, with a fist-sized indentation in its belly. The ferocity in its gaze had been replaced by a plea for mercy. Moved by the sight, Yi Chun hesitated before crouching down. "I will heal your wounds, but you must promise not to attack me again." The fox blinked, seemingly in agreement, its intelligence astonishing Yi Chun. With his right hand pressed against the fox's injured abdomen, Yi Chun channeled the little spiritual energy he had left into the creature. Gradually, the fox's once sunken belly began to visibly mend. The fox tentatively moved its limbs, struggling to stand upright. Yi Chun's heart raced. If this creature attacked him now, he would surely be doomed. The fox, wobbling unsteadily, approached Yi Chun and, in a moment of unexpected tenderness, licked his face with its tongue. Was it merely an illusion? Or did Yi Chun detect a hint of mockery in the fox's eyes? He relaxed, reaching out to gently pat its head before rising to approach the spiritual herb. The fox trailed behind him, casting a reluctant glance at the herb before, seemingly resigned, turning its gaze elsewhere. The spiritual flower, like its leaves, boasted 5 petals. Yi Chun carefully placed 2 petals and 2 leaves before the fox, stating, "After all, I am the intruder. These are yours." The fox stared at Yi Chun for a moment, gratitude flickering in its bright eyes. It accepted the offering and ambled away. Yi Chun then plucked a single spiritual leaf, sat cross-legged atop a peculiar stone, and placed the leaf in his mouth. Instantly, a rich flow of spiritual energy surged into his meridians, rejuvenating him as though a parched riverbed had been flooded by a sudden deluge from upstream. The overwhelming influx of energy sent sharp pangs through his channels. Yet the profound satisfaction it brought was nothing short of euphoric. With relentless fervor, Yi Chun circulated the spiritual energy through his body. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 7 cycles. A total of 49 cycles. He advanced through the 4th level of Qi refinement, continuing as he completed yet another 49 cycles, until at last, he had absorbed all the spiritual energy from the leaf. Phew! Yi Chun sighed in awe. He had not anticipated that such a small leaf could contain such an abundance of spiritual energy. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment before plucking another petal and placing it in his mouth. Instantly, an immense surge of spiritual energy, 10-fold stronger than that of the spirit leaf, surged into his body, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun slowed his breathing and gradually guided the colossal energy to circulate within him. With a thunderous sound, he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. With each breakthrough, Yi Chun's meridians expanded slightly, allowing the flow of spiritual energy within him to become smoother. However, to advance to the next level, the required spiritual energy increased exponentially. After a considerable amount of time, Yi Chun opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. The wound on his arm had fully healed, and as he clenched his fist, a powerful sensation surged through him. At that moment, if he were to engage in battle with the white fox, Yi Chun felt confident that he could defeat it within 3 moves. Glancing at the spirit herbs nearby, he noticed 2 spirit leaves and 2 petals remaining. Filling him with delight, he decided to stabilize his current realm before consuming more. Carefully, Yi Chun dug up the spirit herbs along with the soil beneath them and placed them into the plastic bag he had received during his earlier meal. Chapter 22. Returning to the city with the fox. After reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, he could begin to practice some basic spells. But he needed to absorb materials of the same element, such as celestial fire, to learn the fireball technique. The power of the spells depended on the level of the absorbed fire. Yi Chun scoffed, thinking it was not like he was in the sacred spirit continent, where such materials were abundant. Continuing his search, he found only a spirit shield that had some practicality while the rest were useless on Earth. Noticing that it was still early, Yi Chun began to cultivate according to the methods he had learned. Unbeknownst to him, after some time, spiritual energy rapidly surged towards him from all directions, even drawing in the energy surrounding the white fox nearby. The air around Yi Chun became hazy, resembling a thin mist. This commotion roused the white fox from its meditation, and it sat nearby, blinking its bright eyes at Yi Chun. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed through the air, and the misty spiritual energy around Yi Chun contracted, enveloping him like a transparent eggshell. Success! Yi Chun felt a surge of joy and opened his eyes to see the white fox, its eyes lighting up. "Now try to attack me," he urged. The white fox blinked, seemingly puzzled by Yi Chun's request for it to strike first. "Come on, hit me." Yi Chun exaggeratedly gestured towards himself. Observing the spiritual energy surrounding Yi Chun, the white fox approached him and lifted its front paw, attempting to strike the shield. As its paw made contact with the shield, a tremendous force rebounded onto the white fox, catching it off guard and sending it tumbling several times before it finally came to a stop. Witnessing this, Yi Chun gleefully dispersed the shield, rose from the peculiar stone, and approached the white fox, who was now eyeing the food bag containing the spirit herbs. He gently stroked its snow-white fur and asked, "Would you like to come with me? Accompanying me, one can savor a plethora of delectable dishes: pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and fish." Upon noticing what appeared to be a door, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to entice. The white fox glanced at the spiritual herbs atop the peculiar stone, seemingly resolved, and nodded in agreement to Yi Chun. With this, Yi Chun felt a wave of relief, disregarding the fox's potential for aggression. Its pristine white fur and spirited little eyes were enough to endear it to anyone. Keeping it by his mother's side would surely please her, and it would also serve to safeguard her well-being. Due to the massive size of the peculiar stone, Yi Chun resolved to return for it at a later time. Pocketing the spiritual herbs and calling out to the white fox as they ventured toward the edge of the forest. As noon approached, the pair stood at the forest's entrance, where the white fox gazed back, seemingly reluctant to part from the place where it had grown up. Finally, it turned and trotted alongside Yi Chun as they continued their journey. "You are entirely snow white. How about I call you Little White?" The fox rolled its eyes, clearly unimpressed by the name. "Little White, our journey will be long. Why don't we race to see who is faster?" With that, Yi Chun bolted ahead. The fox rolled its eyes again, perhaps thinking, who was it that couldn't even touch its own fur just moments ago, yet shamelessly challenged it to a race. Nevertheless, it picked up its pace, following behind Yi Chun at a leisurely trot. Eventually, Yi Chun managed to catch a ride, albeit this time it was not with the same kind-hearted individual as before. He had to part with 200 yuan to persuade the driver to take him to the city center. Upon alighting from the taxi, Yi Chun's phone rang. He retrieved it to find an unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button. "Brother Yi, it's me, Wang Tung. I've been trying to reach you since last night, but couldn't get through." Yi Chun realized, "Brother Wang, I've had some matters to attend to in a rather remote area these past few days." After exchanging a few pleasantries, sensing Yi Chun's distracted demeanor, Wang Tung got straight to the point. "Young Brother Yi, the previous matter has been resolved. Li Si has destroyed all the contracts signed by Li Tung and has pledged to refrain from involving himself in any issues concerning the commercial street." After a moment of silence, Yi Chun solemnly replied, "Thank you, Brother Wang." On the other end, Wang Tung chuckled heartily. "No need for thanks, Brother Yi. Our Wang Group has issued double compensation to all the merchants who relocated as a gesture of goodwill. Once again, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." Yi Chun expressed sincerely, "All right, I shall await your call." After hanging up, Yi Chun felt a wave of emotions. He could sense the distance from Xiao Wanqing since that incident, while Wang Tong seemed increasingly invested in his well-being. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, the outcome was favorable. Hailing a taxi, Yi Chun, with a curious white fox in tow, climbed in. The taxi driver initially hesitated at the sight of such a large canine, but after Yi Chun offered extra fare, he begrudgingly acquiesced. The taxi came to a halt outside a jade shop, and Yi Chun led the white fox inside. Upon pushing open the door, a shrill voice pierced the air. "What a beautiful Samyed!" A plump woman rushed toward Yi Chun, reaching out to pet the white fox. Suddenly, the white fox spotted someone charging towards it, baring its teeth and preparing to attack. Yi Chun quickly reached out to block the plump woman. "I'm sorry, it does not favor strangers." The stout woman, thwarted by Yi Chun, displayed her displeasure, exclaiming, "Why so stingy? I merely wish to touch it," she muttered in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the owner of the jade shop emerged from within, and upon seeing Yi Chun accompanied by the white fox, he was momentarily taken aback before donning a broad smile and approaching. "Good sir, are you here to browse our jade artifacts?" Yi Chun nodded, expressing his desire to purchase a jade box, inquiring if such an item was available. The owner pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, we have a jade artifact in the shape of a box. I wonder if it is what you seek." The owner led Yi Chun and the white fox to the display case of jade artifacts and carefully retrieved a jade box. The box was warm to the touch, radiating a gentle luster with exquisite carvings. The patterns on the lid were lifelike, and most importantly, The jade box emanated a faint aura, suggesting it had previously housed spiritual items. Chen's eyes brightened as he prepared to examine it closely. However, the stout woman interjected, "Oh, this jade box is quite splendid. I'll take it." Chen furrowed his brow, about to speak, when the rotund woman continued, "I could yield it to you, but you must sell me your samiyet in return. How about that?" Upon hearing this, the woman placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Boss, I'll offer double the price for this box. Sell it to me." The owner, already amused, maintained a serious demeanor. "This jade box is priced at 380,000, madam. Are you certain you wish to pay double?" The stout woman, taken aback by the price, fell silent and, with a slightly embarrassed expression, retreated to a nearby seat. The owner, anticipating a bidding war, felt disappointed when the woman did not persist further. Chen, disregarding the stout woman, picked up the jade box for closer inspection. It was weighty in his hands, and the faint aura it exuded confirmed that it had previously contained spiritual items. Satisfied, Chen nodded. "This is the one. Let us settle the payment, please." This marked Chen's first purchase of a valuable item, yet he felt no remorse. After all, a single ginseng had fetched $1 million. He could only imagine his despair if a more precious spiritual herb had lost its vitality due to improper storage. While awaiting the owner to prepare the invoice, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Who dares to steal my cousin's pet?" The speaker, lacking several teeth and sporting a still-swelling face, appeared somewhat comical. As Duan Kuan followed the stout woman's gesture, he was about to speak, but upon recognizing Chen, his face paled in fear, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence. "Indeed, one attracts one's kind." Chen, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Finish your sentence, and give me a reason to help you extract the remaining teeth." Today, he had heard from his cousin about a fat sheep ripe for the taking. Ideal for a lucrative endeavor. Yet instead of encountering the sheep, he had come face to face with a fierce tiger, or rather, a dinosaur. Upon reflecting on the situation, a surge of resentment towards the overweight woman arose within me, prompting an impulsive reaction as I raised my hand to strike her already ample face. The sound of the slap echoed, and I found myself exasperated by the complications that arose from merely purchasing a jade box. "Let us depart swiftly," I urged. Relieved, Duan Kuan flashed a sycophantic smile. "Certainly, Brother Chen, we shall leave at once." "Do not address me as brother," I retorted. "Understood, Master Chen." Naturally, I refrained from overindulging in conversation, for 5,000 yuan represented my mother's wages for over a month. The thought of her stirred a pang of compassion within me. It seemed imperative to devise a means to prevent her from working in the future. Duan Kuan, upon hearing this, transformed his earlier trepidation into a fiery wrath. He raised his hand and delivered another slap to the overweight woman, exclaiming, "If you wish for despair, do not drag me into it. A mere beating is but a light punishment. Should you deceive me further, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." He paused, scanning the surroundings to ensure our conversation remained unheard, and whispered, "My teeth, my facial wounds, and even tongue's leg." The overweight woman gasped in shock. "Are you referring to him?" Duan Kuan nodded and continued on his way, leaving her standing in place, a visage of fear. On the way home, I purchased an abundance of meat, alongside various fruits and vegetables. During the payment process, with the shop owner's assistance, I managed to bind my WeChat to my bank card. It was not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather a result of my limited exposure to such matters since childhood. The rationale behind procuring the meat was twofold: the presence of the white fox and my increasing appetite since embarking on my cultivation journey. The simple fare I once consumed could no longer satisfy my growing needs, and of course my now ample funds played a significant role as well. Upon returning home, I encountered a dilemma. While I had been preoccupied with ensuring I had enough meat, I had overlooked the absence of a refrigerator. A wave of frustration washed over me. Could I truly sustain such an appetite? Yet, the innocent expression of the white fox, coupled with its formidable combat prowess, rendered it worthwhile. I retrieved the jade box, gently placing the spiritual herb inside, sealing it carefully and stowing it in my makeshift wardrobe. With a tinge of concern, I addressed the white fox. "You may consume the meat, and if it proves insufficient, I shall procure more, but this must remain untouched. Otherwise, I shall be exceedingly displeased." I punctuated my warning with a fierce expression. The white fox blinked, signaling its understanding. I was quite pleased with the creature's intelligence. It seemed to comprehend everything, aside from its inability to speak. The blood it had shed from its injuries had vanished since our time in the mountains, though I'd been too absorbed in my breakthrough to notice at the time. Gazing at the clock, I realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. I ventured outside to personally prepare dinner for my mother. In the past, my mother had attended to all my needs, always concerned that her care might impede my studies. However, the circumstances had shifted. I no longer worried about my academic performance. Thus, in my leisure, I yearned to provide her with more care and support. Before long, I heard a commotion outside, followed by my mother's voice exclaiming, "Oh, a large refrigerator." I thought I had entered the wrong house. I chuckled softly, setting my phone aside as I made my way outside. "Mother," with the heat rising, "storing the groceries in the refrigerator will prevent spoilage." As Chen contemplated his mother's unfinished words, he suddenly noticed the white fox behind him. "What a lovely dog," she exclaimed, glancing back at the pitiful-looking fox. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, this is a white fox, not a dog." He then addressed the fox. "This is my mother, my closest companion. You must protect her in my absence." Seeing Chen earnestly speak to an animal, his mother burst into laughter. "Oh, my child, if others were to witness this, they might think you've lost your mind." Chen smiled and replied, "Mom, it can understand." He continued to the fox, "Prove it to my mom." Reluctantly, the fox approached Chen's mother, rubbing its head against her leg. Delighted by the fox's intelligence, Chen's mother quickly bent down and embraced it, even feeding it tidbits during dinner. The fox, discerning the hierarchy of the household, endeavored to charm her with various antics. "Mom, perhaps you should consider retiring from work. You've toiled for half your life and deserve some peace," Chen suggested during their meal. "Once you finish university and marry, I shall no longer work and will stay home to care for your children," his mother replied with a smile. "I can manage a few more years. Funding your education is no trouble," she added. Chen felt a pang in his heart, choosing not to dwell on the topic, and quietly continued eating. Later, lying in bed, he checked the housing market in Baocheng and was taken aback by the exorbitant prices, often exceeding $1 million for even modest homes. Shaking his head, he realized he needed to find a way to earn more money. Feeling restless, he decided to push the thought aside, taking life one step at a time. Turning off the room light, he sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing his cultivation while reviewing the insights of the Holy Spirit Emperor. In the quietude of the early hours, while he was immersed in his practice, he suddenly heard sounds of a scuffle nearby. Not wanting to alarm his mother, he opened the bedroom window and stealthily moved towards the source of the commotion. "Heh, aren't you from the Ancient Martial Arts Association searching for my brothers and me? Now that we have arrived, why do you flee?" Upon reaching the scene, he observed 3 individuals cornering a man in his 30s, with one of them speaking. "Fengdu's 3 peculiarities. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Even if I, Su Yi, fall into your hands today, you shall not escape the pursuit of my Ancient Martial Arts Association." The cornered man clutched his injured chest, glaring fiercely at the trio. Ancient Martial Arts Association? This was Chen's first encounter with such a term. Having often watched martial arts films on television, where various masters were later exposed as frauds, he had ceased to believe in the so-called ancient martial arts. However, witnessing it firsthand today piqued his curiosity. "Brother, we must act swiftly. Do not waste time conversing with him," urged another from the trio. "There's no rush. He has fallen victim to my ghostly hand and poses no threat. Let us inquire about the whereabouts of the other stragglers," the speaker replied. Su Yi laughed heartily. "What do you hope to extract from me? Dream on. I suggest you kill me quickly. Your ghastly appearance makes me want to retch." Upon hearing this, the one referred to as Big Brother was filled with rage. Previously, the 3 brothers had roamed the martial world, proudly calling themselves the 3 heroes of Fengdu. However, their indulgence in sinister practices had grotesquely altered their appearances, leading the world to dub them the 3 monsters of Fengdu, a title they despised above all else. "You seek death," he declared, extending a palm towards Su Yi with intent to strike. With a resounding thud, the leader of the trio was seemingly hurled away by an unseen force, landing some distance off, convulsing twice before falling still. Meanwhile, Su Yi found himself before an unexpected figure, a youth clad in a school uniform. This boy was Yi Chen, who had discerned the clear divide between righteousness and wickedness from their previous conversation. As the assailants launched a lethal attack on Su Yi, Yi Chen did not hesitate to intervene, conjuring a protective energy shield to guard Su Yi. The other 2 monsters, realizing their leader's fate was uncertain, turned to assault Yi Chen. "Be careful. Their spectral hands can severely damage your meridians if struck," Su Yi warned anxiously from behind. Yet, before the 2 could reach Yi Chen, he effortlessly repelled them with 2 bursts of energy, sending them crashing to the side, unconscious. Seeing Yi Chen handle the situation with such ease, Su Yi was astonished that he had managed to subdue the notorious 3 monsters of Fengdu, whom the Ancient Martial Association had struggled to contain. Suddenly, recalling something, he bowed deeply, stating, I am Su Yi, paying my respects to the esteemed master. Yi Chen was taken aback. What master? He inquired. Your aura is fortified, and your true energy is palpable. It is evident you possess the traits of a martial arts master. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Su Yi expressed respectfully once more. Yi Chen understood. His energy shield, formed through the fifth layer of qi refinement, was what the ancient martial arts system referred to as a protective aura. Oh, I'm not well-versed in these matters. Would you be so kind as to elucidate the workings of your ancient martial association? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Su Yi, momentarily stunned, soon realized that Yi Chen must belong to a hidden lineage. Please wait a moment, he said, pulling out his phone to dial a number. After confirming their location, he relayed the information before hanging up and began to explain in detail to Yi Chen. Through Su Ye's explanation, Yi Chen gained a clearer understanding of ancient martial arts. It turned out that the sects of Ur had evolved into the Ancient Martial Association, organized officially from top to bottom as follows. The ZY Ancient Martial Association, Provincial Associations, and Municipal Associations. The tiers of martial cultivation included martial artists, external strength practitioners, internal strength practitioners, masters, grandmasters, and the realm of earthly immortals. Each tier was further divided into early, mid, and late stages. Currently, the knowledge of cultivation had nearly been lost, and few could attain the internal strength level. The master tier was a rarity possessed only by major sects, with only 2 existing in the North River Province, stationed at the Provincial Martial Arts Association headquarters. As for realms above the master level, Su Yi admitted he had yet to hear of any. Chapter 25. Yi Chen's Thoughts. It appeared that the legends were indeed true. Sects and schools did exist. What sects are currently operational? Yi Chen inquired. Su Yi, somewhat at a loss for words regarding Yi Chen's ignorance, nevertheless responded earnestly. The prominent sects include the Southern and Northern Shaolin, the Western Snow Mountain, and the Amei School. The whereabouts of those who have yet to emerge remain unknown. After reflecting on the conversation, one recalled the Feng Shui sects of the Maoshan School and the Zhengyi School. Though these 2 factions rarely engage with the Ancient Martial Arts Association, primarily relying on metaphysics related to Feng Shui for their livelihood. Upon hearing Su Ye's account, Yi Chen nodded and continued to inquire. Is it possible that this Feng Shui metaphysics truly involves tales of the supernatural? Indeed, though I have not witnessed it myself, I am certain it exists. Su Yi replied earnestly. Just then, a couple of headlights approached from a distance, and before long, 2 vehicles came to a halt before them, from which 7 or 8 men emerged. Su Yi stepped forward to negotiate with them, while the men occasionally cast suspicious glances at Yi Chen. Shortly thereafter, they hoisted the unconscious Fengdu, 3 monsters, into the vehicles and departed swiftly. Previously, having seen Yi Chen clad in a school uniform, Su Yi had entertained doubts about his status as a student. However, upon considering Yi Chen's formidable prowess, he dismissed his suspicions. Now, upon hearing Yi Chen mention attending classes, he felt a mix of shock and peculiarity. Us practitioners can manage without rest for a day or 2. How about we share a late-night meal? Su Yi proposed, eager not to miss the opportunity to befriend or curry favor with such a master. Yi Chen understood Su Ye's intentions and recognized his need for a guide, as he lacked connections and often found himself at a disadvantage. After feigning hesitation for a moment, he replied, very well. I have some uncertainties regarding ancient martial arts that I would like you to clarify. Su Ye's heart leaped with joy at this response. Let us go. I know a place with delightful cuisine, and more importantly, it's quiet. Yi Chen nodded and followed Su Yi outward. Are you truly still a student? In a private room, Su Yi ordered some food and a few bottles of beer. Once seated, he gazed at Yi Chen with astonishment and asked. Absolutely, Yi Chen affirmed. Su Yi regarded Yi Chen as if he were a curiosity, scrutinizing him before pressing further. Then, from whom did you learn? Anticipating such inquiries, Yi Chen was prepared. I belong to no school. My master is a solitary practitioner. How disheartening. I, Su, have been cultivating since my teenage years, and I am merely at the mid-stage of external strength, while you, still a student, have already attained mastery. Will you lament it? Since you possess such mastery, what do you master? Su Yi queried. At that moment, a waiter knocked and entered with the ordered dishes. After he departed, Yi Chen picked up a lamb skewer, and with his mouth full, mumbled, I'm not sure. It feels like being struck as if I were a child. Su Yi was left astonished, eyes wide with disbelief. If a master could be struck as lightly as a child, did that not imply the existence of a grandmaster? Witnessing Su Ye's astonishment, Yi Chen chuckled and said, Do not be disheartened. In the future, We shall explore the intricacies of cultivation together. Yi Chen's words struck Su Yi like a bolt of lightning, prompting him to rise and kneel. Disciple Su Yi pays homage to master. Truthfully, Yi Chen merely sought to foster a benevolent relationship, paving the way for future endeavors. Observing Su Ye's reaction, Yi Chen silently reflected on the matter. Yi Chen assisted Su Yi to his feet, exclaiming in exasperation, "I shall not take on a disciple. My words were merely for mutual exchange, devoid of any intention to teach." Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, but nevertheless bowed respectfully, stating, "In the realm of cultivation, the accomplished are deemed teachers. Moreover, the debt of knowledge is greater than the heavens. This bow is one you can certainly accept." Seeing Su Ye's insistence, Yi Chen chose not to elaborate further and redirected the conversation to inquiries about the ancient martial arts association. In response to Yi Chen's lack of knowledge, he explained, "My master is often elusive, appearing only occasionally to assess my progress in cultivation, and is rather stern. He has not imparted any mundane matters to me." Recognizing that an esteemed figure possesses a distinctive temperament, Su Yi placed unwavering trust in Yi Chen's words, especially considering the palpable aura of mastery that enveloped him. The prior manifestation of protective energy and the outward release of true qi were indisputable. Currently, the ancient martial arts community is witnessing a dearth of talent, with most practitioners languishing at the external strength level. Typically, the internal strength warriors serve as heads of various districts, and often, those who delve into dark practices surpass our own capabilities. Over a few bottles of beer, Su Yi began to voice his grievances, lamenting, "If it weren't for your timely intervention today, I would surely have found myself in the underworld." Yi Chen took a small sip of his beer and inquired, "How do you typically handle encounters with formidable dark practitioners?" "By offering bounties," Su Yi replied. "However, there are very few high-level rogue cultivators. Most often, it is personnel dispatched from the provincial association. Yet by the time they arrive, the situation has already cooled." Upon hearing the mention of bounties, Yi Chen's interest was piqued, prompting him to subtly continue his questioning. "Oh, what are the typical rewards offered?" Su Yi downed the remaining contents of his cup and explained, "They can include various techniques, elixirs, or even mundane treasures such as money." With this revelation, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seemed that fortune had come knocking at the right time, presenting a method to bring prosperity to his mother. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, who was oblivious to Yi Chen's thoughts, he added, "However, the value of the rewards is contingent upon the strength of the adversary." At this point, Su Yi abruptly raised his head and queried, "By the way, I'm a bit muddled. Would you have any interest in joining the Ancient Martial Arts Association of Baocheng? If you were to join, the presidency of the Baocheng branch would surely be yours." Yi Chen shook his head. "I have no interest in such matters. Besides, I am yet uncertain where I shall continue my studies after the college entrance examination." Su Yi pondered this and realized, indeed, a person of Yi Chen's caliber would hardly seek the position of president in a third-tier city. "Nevertheless, I find your bounty system intriguing. Do keep me in mind should you encounter formidable opponents in the future," Yi Chen remarked. Listening attentively, Su Yi promptly added Yi Chen on WeChat and saved his phone number, declaring, "This is what I call double insurance." After enjoying a hearty meal, the two strolled onto the street, where the dawn was softly breaking and the aroma of breakfast stalls wafted in the air. "Master Yi, oh no, Brother Yi. I shall contact you if anything arises. I hope you won't find me bothersome." Su Yi recalled Yi Chen's dislike for the title of master and quickly rectified his address. Yi Chen nodded, "Not at all, Brother Su. Let's part ways for now." With a wave of his hand, he took his leave first. Chapter 26, The Bet. On his way home, he stopped by the roadside to purchase several baskets of steamed dumplings. Though mother consumes little, Yi Chen has not forgotten that there resides a voracious eater at home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Yi Chen felt a wave of warmth as he noticed the light in his mother's room already aglow. Each day, she rises early, solely to ensure that Yi Chen can enjoy a warm meal before heading off to school. Upon entering, he found his mother engaged in her morning rituals. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter with several bags of steamed buns, she exclaimed in surprise, "When did you go out, Chen Chun? Are you growing weary of my cooking? Venturing out this early to buy buns?" As he placed the buns on the table, he continued, "I merely wish to spare you from exhaustion, Mother." Listening to this, Mother Yi smiled indulgently at her son. "Oh, I was just teasing you. Look at how flustered you are." Meanwhile, the white fox's gaze remained fixated on the buns on the table. Yi Chen took a few and set them aside, cautioning they're hot. "Eat slowly." However, the white fox devoured them in mere bites, continuing to gaze eagerly at Yi Chen. Shaking his head, Yi Chen retrieved several for his mother. placing the remainder before the white fox. Seeing this, Mother Yi quickly intervened. You can't feed it like that. You might burn little Bai. No sooner had she spoken than the little creature cleared the buns in a whirlwind of movement. You see, this fellow has a throat of iron, unafraid of heat. Chen remarked, exasperated. With a tender heart, Mother Yi approached the white fox, gently stroking its head. Little Bai, you mustn't eat such hot food. It's not good for your health. Do you hear me? The white fox nuzzled against her, evoking a smile from Mother Yi. Observing from a distance, Chen muttered to himself, this creature can certainly discern the hierarchy within the household. It hardly resembles a spirit beast anymore. After consuming a few buns, Mother Yi departed for work. Chen tidied up the table, reminding the white fox to behave at home. He then sent a WeChat message to Li Su before stepping outside. He could not afford to be absent any longer. Throughout the years, he had seldom taken leave. And should he delay further, the homeroom teacher would likely come seeking him. Although Chen was quite confident about the impending college entrance examination, he still felt the weight of responsibility. What have you been up to these past few days? Taking leave is not your usual style, especially not consecutively. Upon meeting, Liche immediately inquired. It's nothing. An urgent matter arose unexpectedly, but has since been resolved, Chen replied. Sensing Chen's reluctance to elaborate, Lisa refrained from pressing further, and the two shared light-hearted banter as they made their way to school. As they entered the classroom, Lisu suddenly recalled something. Turning to Chen, oh, by the way, Chenzi, the homeroom teacher requested that you visit her office after you arrive. Chen glanced at the wall clock, noting that class had not yet commenced, and nodded before heading towards the senior teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Wang Guixiang, resonated from within. Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, besides the homeroom teacher, the head teacher of Gauxiang's class was also present. Upon seeing Chen enter, the homeroom teacher gestured toward a nearby chair, indicating for him to sit. Once seated, she inquired, Chen, have you wrapped up your matters from the past few days? The homeroom teacher had always been particularly caring towards Chen, who held her in high regard. That could be the case, Chen murmured softly. Bang! The homeroom teacher slammed her hand on the desk in frustration and exclaimed, Chen, I have always regarded you as a good student. With merely half a month left until the college entrance examination, why have you succumbed to despair at such a critical moment? What has your mother toiled for? It is to ensure you achieve excellent results in your exams and excel in life. But what about you? The teacher's ire intensified as she continued. You are so close to the finish line. Do not disappoint your teacher, and certainly do not let your mother down. Observing the teacher's passionate concern, Chen felt a warm surge of gratitude and replied, Rest assured, teacher, I am confident that I will achieve good results in the exam and will not let you down. Before the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, could respond, the homeroom teacher from class 2 interjected sarcastically, Oh, such youthful bravado. How dare you claim to be confident? Pray tell, what makes you so sure of your success? Upon hearing her cutting remarks, Chen cast a sideways glance at the class 2 teacher, but chose to ignore her. It was widely known that this teacher had accepted bribes from students' parents, especially favoring individuals like Gao Xiang. If you do not believe me, you can test my abilities, Chen asserted to his teacher. The class 2 homeroom teacher, incensed by Chen's indifference, stood up abruptly and shouted, What if you do poorly? Ms. Wang, feeling displeased, shot a disapproving glance at the class 2 teacher and replied, Teacher Yuan, the child is merely going through adolescence. Why must we be so harsh with him? Witnessing teacher Yuan eagerly trying to curry favor with Gao Xiang, Chen's anger intensified. If I do poorly, I will voluntarily withdraw from school. But what if I excel? Seeing Chen's impassioned response, Ms. Wang felt a twinge of anger as well, but sensing the escalating tension, she decided to refrain from further comments. And if you do well, what then? Teacher Yuan, sensing an opportunity, was delighted, having long plotted to seek revenge for Gao Xiang and anticipating the benefits that would follow. If I do poorly, I will withdraw. But if I do well, you will apologize to me in person, Chen declared, looking at Ms. Wang and adding, Moreover, Ms. Wang has agreed that I need not attend classes before the exam. Chen, do not be impulsive, Ms. Wang urged anxiously. Oh, you should be pleased to have such ambitious students in your class, Ms. Wang. There is no need for you to intervene. Teacher Yuan interjected. Seeing Teacher Yuan's blatant intentions, Ms. Wang retorted angrily, Teacher Yuan, why must you be so contentious with a child? Do you realize what the college entrance examination signifies for an ordinary family? Because of your incitements, a family's dreams could be shattered. Can you truly be so heartless? Upon hearing this, Teacher Yuan became infuriated, placing her hands on her hips and shouting, If you cannot manage your students properly, Do not place the blame on me. His assurances have nothing to do with me. Disgusted by teacher Yuan's demeanor, Yi-chan grasped Ms. Wang's arm, attempting to speak further, and turned to teacher Yuan, demanding now, immediately, bring forth all the examination papers for Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology. Chapter 27. You must have cheated. Yi-chan you, Ms. Wang exclaimed urgently. Before the homeroom teacher could finish speaking, Yi-chan interjected. Teacher, let her go call. Rest assured. Excellent. Such ambition. After Yuan Yuhua finished her sentence, as if fearing Yi-chan might change his mind, she dashed out swiftly. You are too impulsive, Yi-chan. Can't you see the obvious intentions of teacher Yuan? The homeroom teacher glared at Yi-chan, his anger palpable. Although Yuan Yuhua intended to set a trap for Yi-chan, he felt gratitude towards her. Otherwise, how could he persuade the homeroom teacher for such a test? Nevertheless, he comforted, Teacher Wang, you needn't worry. I assure you, I will not bring shame upon you. Upon hearing this, teacher Wang sighed internally, realizing that there was no turning back and refraining from further comments. Before long, the office door swung open, and a cheerful voice resonated. I heard from Xiao Yuan that a student from our class, one of Senior 3, wishes to conduct a mock college entrance examination in advance. Yi-chan turned to see the vice principal, Li Daxiang, entering. Surprised, he thought to himself how amiable this vice principal usually was. Surely Yuan Yuhua had employed some persuasive language to summon him. The vice principal is even involved. The class 2 homeroom teacher is quite ruthless. Yi-chan mused inwardly. After listening, Principal Li retracted a smile and remarked, Oh, I thought we had unearthed a dark horse from our school. I came specifically to witness this. However, if it is not to be taken seriously, I shall refrain from intruding. With that, he turned to leave, with the vice principal present as a witness. Yi-chan was eager to seize the opportunity and exclaimed, Principal Li, please stay. Li Daxiang turned back, casting a dubious glance at Yi-chan. What you mentioned earlier was genuine. I hope you will remain to bear witness. Yi-chan continued. Upon hearing this, Li Daxiang's expression brightened once more. Very well. I shall act as the witness. I hope you perform admirably. He then pulled out a chair and sat down nearby. With the vice principal seated, the homeroom teacher ceased to offer further instructions to Yi-chan and began a casual conversation with the vice principal regarding school matters. Shortly thereafter, the office door opened once more, and Yuan Yuhua entered, accompanied by 6 or 7 teachers. Upon seeing the vice principal seated, she smiled and said, Principal Li, these are the teachers who had no classes this morning. Since the teachers from Senior 3 were unavailable, I took the liberty of inviting some from Senior 2 to witness the brilliant moment of our prodigy, Yi-chan. Li Daxiang, oblivious to the sarcasm in Yuan Yuhua's words, assumed she shared his sentiment, desiring for the school's students to shine during the college entrance examination, and replied with a smile, Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Yuan. It is no trouble. This is our duty. Yuan Yuhua replied with a smug smile. She then turned to the other teachers and said, Now, let us seek out the challenging questions from our subjects, particularly those likely to appear on the examination, to present to our prodigy for him to answer. The emphasis she placed on the word challenging revealed her malicious intent. Before long, the physics teacher transcribed the problems onto a blank sheet and handed it to Yi-chan, stating, Here you will find questions with high error rates from previous college entrance examinations, as well as some century-old problems I discovered online. Yi-chan accepted the examination paper and laid it flat upon the table. At that moment, Li Daxiang, Teacher Wang, and Yuan Yuhua gathered around. The former was filled with curiosity, while the latter cast a watchful eye on Yi-chan, intent on preventing any potential cheating. The paper posed a question. A car travels at a speed of 20 ms, and during braking, the braking force is 3,500 N with a stopping distance of 50 m. What is the mass of the car? Yi-chan swiftly glanced at the question and without hesitation inscribed the following on the blank space below. According to Newton's second law, the braking force equals mass multiplied by acceleration. As the speed decreases from 20 ms to 0, the deceleration during braking is 20 ms. Substituting the braking force and deceleration into the formula yields 3,500 mass 20. Thus, the mass is calculated to be 175 kilograms. The speed at which Yi-chan answered left the onlookers astonished, as they were unfamiliar with the subject matter. Li Daxiang turned to the teacher who had set the question. Sensing his gaze, the teacher slightly nodded in affirmation, indicating the answer was correct. Next, the question read, A rope is affixed to walls balanced by gravity, with a length of 5 m. If the linear density of the rope is 0, 1 kilogram m, what is the mass of the rope? Yi-chan continued without pause. Writing below, The mass of the rope can be calculated by multiplying the linear density by its length. Substituting the linear density of 0.1 kilogram m and the length of 5 m into the formula yields mass 0.150.5 kilograms. Once again, Li Daxiang glanced at the question setter, and upon receiving a nod, smiled broadly. However, this entire scene was not lost on Yuan Yuhua, who seethed with frustration. Thus, the office resonated only with the sound of teachers flipping through their papers and the gentle scratching of pens on paper. Although the rapidity and density of Yi Chen's answers far outpaced the collective efforts of the teachers. As time ticked away, the other instructors gradually prepared their questions, placing them on Yi Chen's desk. Yi Chen's hands moved with the efficiency of a printer, swiftly scanning each question and rapidly inscribing the answers below. After more than half an hour, Yi Chen completed the final examination paper. He set down his pen, surveyed the astonished teachers around him, and inquired, "Are the answers to your questions correct?" While Li Daxiang was astonished, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind regarding the authenticity of Yi Chen's answers, as they had been produced with remarkable speed. "Impossible! You must have cheated. How could you possibly be correct on all counts?" Yuan Yuhua exclaimed in disbelief upon observing Yi Chen's flawless responses. Her sharp voice irked Li Daxiang, who, though equally incredulous, turned to admonish her. "There is no need for such outbursts. Is this how one should conduct themselves as an educator? Do you not wish to see such talent emerge from your school?" Witnessing Yuan Yuhua's frenzied expression, Teacher Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then I suggest you apologize to Yi Chen, Teacher Yuan." "Apologize? For what? I'm only looking out for Yi Chen," Yuan Yuhua retorted, clearly reluctant to concede. Chapter 28. An apology to classmate Yi. It was evident that Teacher Wang harbored some dissatisfaction towards Yuan Yuhua regarding today's events. Without allowing Yi Chen a moment to speak, Teacher Wang recounted the incident to Li Daxiang. "I was merely encouraging the students. How could I truly gamble with them?" Yuan Yuhua protested. Upon hearing this, Li Daxiang's expression darkened as he reprimanded her. "What kind of example is this? A teacher engaging in a bet with a student. Doesn't that constitute gambling?" Yuan Yuhua felt a flicker of joy at the thought that the vice principal was defending her, but the subsequent words from Li Daxiang left her utterly stunned. What's most detestable is the unwillingness to acknowledge defeat. This is not the demeanor expected of a teacher. With that, he huffed and turned a smile toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, seizing the moment, feigned disappointment. "I expected teachers to uphold their word. I never anticipated that Teacher Yuan would provide me with such a lesson. I should not have placed my trust in her." Yuan Yuhua could not miss the implication directed at the vice principal, which incited her anger. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, she was interrupted by Li Daxiang. Teacher Yuan promptly apologized to classmate Yi. "It is a trivial matter. Do not dampen the student's spirit." Hearing this, Yuan Yuhua felt enraged, internally cursing Yi Chen for leveraging the vice principal against her. She muttered a vague "I'm sorry" before hastily exiting the room in disgrace. Witnessing this scene brought a sense of satisfaction to Teacher Wang. "Yi Chen, I heard you requested to take a leave of absence before the exam. Is there a particular reason?" Li Daxiang, now favorably inclined toward Yi Chen, inquired softly as he stood by the desk. Yi Chen replied, "There's no specific reason. I simply feel that the school no longer has anything to teach me." His words rendered every teacher present awkward. Clearing his throat uncomfortably, Li Daxiang paused for a moment before continuing, "Very well, I will approve your request. However, should any special circumstances arise during this period, you must still arrive at school on time." Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy and agreed to the vice principal's stipulation. Subsequently, Yi Chen, escorted by the vice principal and several other teachers, exited the school gates. Upon returning home, Yi Chen placed the items he had purchased into the refrigerator. He then walked to his bedroom, picked up his phone from the bed, and noticed several missed calls. With an unperturbed hum, he answered the call, where Su Yi continued, "Here's the situation, Brother Yi. According to reliable sources, the infamous Heibai Wuchang has entered Baocheng, threatening to rescue 3 of his fellow disciples." Yi Chen was taken aback. Heibai Wuchang has emerged. Could it be that the 10 Yamakings are involved as well? Su Yi continued, "The so-called Heibai Wuchang is actually one person, known for their unpredictable movements and ruthless nature. Whenever they strike, they take lives. However, brother, you need not worry. While this person is indeed cruel, their cultivation is only at the initial stage of internal strength. Encountering you should be merely a matter of a brief meeting." Su Yi subtly flattered him. "Now, could you clarify the intentions of your ancient martial alliance?" Yi Chen, growing impatient with Su Yi's roundabout explanations, pressed for clarity. Su Yi's voice dwindled as he approached the conclusion, fearful of Yi Chun's potential refusal to take action. Little did Su Yi know that what Yi Chen truly desired were these mundane items. "Oh, how much is your ancient martial arts association willing to offer?" Yi Chen inquired, maintaining an inscrutable expression. Su Yi stammered, "Our association is truly facing difficulties. If we were to provide funds, it would only be up to 5 million. This amount exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. He feigned contemplation and declared, "Considering our brotherly bond, I shall settle for 8 million. Leave this matter to me, lest the Ancient Martial Arts Association seek expertise elsewhere." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Chen fixated his gaze intensely on his phone screen. Moments later, Su Yi sent a message, "Brother Su, the higher-ups have approved it. I entrust this matter to you." Yi Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, money from the government is easily acquired. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had overstepped. "Notify me of any updates." Yi Chen concluded the call. After tossing a few pieces of meat to Xiao Bai, he resumed his study of the inheritance notes while seated on his bed. At noon, Su Yi called again, stating that he had traced the whereabouts of the notorious duo, the Black and White Impermanents. Yi Chen provided a location, and soon Su Yi arrived in a black SUV to whisk him away to the outskirts. "We have pinpointed the hideout of this individual. Our people are monitoring his movements. We await your command," Su Yi informed Yi Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Chen felt the car speed away for approximately half an hour, distancing itself from the city until they finally stopped in a dense forest. "Brother Yi, this scoundrel has not re-emerged since entering this place this morning. I leave it in your capable hands," Su Yi said. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting that the forest spanned about 10 acres, surrounded by lush greenery, which deepened the darkness within. He patted Su Yi's shoulder to signal him to wait, and ventured alone into the depths of the woods. A slight unease settled in Yi Chen's heart. After all, since his training began, he had only engaged in minor skirmishes with petty thugs, lacking substantial combat experience. As he delved deeper, the foliage thickened, casting an increasingly somber hue over the area. Yi Chen activated the spiritual energy within him, carefully observing the sound around him when suddenly, swish, a branch shot out from the thicket towards him. Yi Chen sidestepped the attack and darted in the direction from which it came. Swish, swish. 2 more branches flew at him from different angles, but he swiftly evaded them and adjusted his course to pursue. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed, sending shivers down Yi Chen's spine. The sound was undeniably eerie. It seemed to emanate from just beside him, yet also appeared to originate from a distant place. "Does your Ancient Martial Arts Association truly lack capable members? Have you sent a mere child to meet his demise?" The sinister voice taunted. Yi Chen's body tensed as he concentrated on detecting the adversary's location. He retorted, "Hiding in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal yourself, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Since I have revealed my presence, I am well prepared. I merely did not anticipate that the Ancient Martial Arts Association of Baocheng would be so timid as to send a student to confront me." As the words fell, Yi Chen had already sensed a faint energy fluctuation lurking in the shadows nearby. Undoubtedly, it marked the presence of the enigmatic duo known as the Black and White Impermanents. However, Yi Chen refrained from acting rashly, understanding that this was his first encounter with a martial artist since his training began, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Enough of this trivial banter with a mere child, he thought. Just as he finished speaking, he felt that energy surge rapidly approaching him. This force seemed significantly less threatening than the prior menace posed by the White Fox. Thus, Yi Chen chose not to evade, and as the Black and White Impermanents reached out to grasp him, he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at them. In a split second, as the Black and White Impermanents lunged to seize Yi Chen, they were taken aback by the sight of his fist barreling toward them. Startled and with little time to contemplate, they hastily transformed their grasp into a countering punch to meet Yi Chen's blow. Upon the collision of their fists, a sharp cracking sound echoed, as if the Black and White Impermanents' hand and forearm had crumbled like dough striking the ground. Reeling backward several steps, they surveyed their injured right hand, the intense pain distorting their features as they incredulously uttered, "How is this possible? Who are you?" It appeared that the third level of Qi refinement corresponded to the pinnacle of inner strength within the ancient martial world. And Yi Chen began to grasp the extent of his own power. "This is impossible. Before my arrival, I had investigated. There's only one martial artist at the hidden strength level in Baosho City, and they are merely at the initial stage. How could you be so formidable?" The Black and White Impermanents cradled their injured arm, retreating as they spoke. Yi Chun, having detected their intent to escape, warned, I advise against fleeing. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I won't cripple you further. Realizing escape was futile, the black and white impermanents halted, appearing resigned to their fate. From their pocket, they retrieved a pack of cigarettes, withdrawing one and placing it between their lips. All right, I concede. I accept my defeat. They then reached into their pocket, once more, seemingly for a lighter, but instead produced a dagger, hurling it toward Yi Chun. After tossing the dagger, seeing Yi Chun make no attempt to dodge, a sinister smile crept across the face of the black and white impermanents. However, as Yi Chun effortlessly neutralized the attack, their smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. Master? You are truly a master? How can this be? How old are you? They exclaimed incredulously, before collapsing onto the ground, as if all their strength had been drained. They lamented, I lost fairly. I should have anticipated that the ancient martial association would not send a mere student. Disregarding their words, Yi Chun took out his phone and dialed Su Yi. Come in, he instructed. Moments later, several figures entered, including Su Yi and others. The newcomers, upon spotting the seated black and white impermanents and glancing at Yi Chun, were taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement as they assisted the incapacitated one out. Huh, Brother Yi, we are fortunate to have you intervene. Otherwise, we truly would have been at a loss with this individual. Su Yi approached Yi Chun and continued. Please send me your account details. I will contact the higher-ups to transfer your reward shortly. Yi Chun nodded and began to walk towards the forest's edge. Su Yi eagerly followed, continuing, Brother Yi, have you truly no thoughts of joining the Ancient Martial Association? They are quite interested in you. This matter need not be discussed further. The reasons have already been articulated, Yi Chun replied. However, should such an event occur again, please do not hesitate to contact me. Yi Chun remarked. Su Yi appeared to have anticipated Yi Chun's refusal. It was clear that the higher-ups had instructed him that if Yi Chun could capture the Yin and Yang messengers, he should attempt to persuade Yi Chun to join the association. The implication was unmistakable. Should Yi Chun fail to capture them, it would signify his unworthiness for entry into the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Su Yi scoffed at these individuals, who brazenly tested others despite their own lack of strength to confront the Yin and Yang messengers. Indeed, such a minor association was unworthy of someone of Yi Chun's caliber. Su Yi felt a twinge of sentiment, but realized that his remark might have come off as somewhat derisive. He then added earnestly, I speak from the heart. Yi Chun, however, was not as preoccupied with Su Yi's thoughts and continued onward. The two arrived at their vehicle, only to find that the others had already taken the Yin and Yang messengers away. Su Yi eagerly opened the car door, and once Yi Chun was seated, he hurriedly made his way to the driver's seat, starting the engine and driving into the city. Yi Chun mused to himself that it was high time he acquired a vehicle, as relying on taxis each time he ventured out was quite inconvenient. Suga, do you have any connections for obtaining a driver's license? Yi Chun inquired. Indeed, I will add you on WeChat shortly. Simply send me a picture of your ID. Su Yi replied eagerly upon hearing Yi Chun refer to him in a familiar manner. What will the cost be? I will reimburse you later, Yi Chun said, somewhat unfamiliar with such matters, not wanting to take advantage of Su Yi. Su Yi responded, Oh no, my dear brother, you must not say that. After so many years in the Ancient Martial Arts Association, I possess certain privileges. There is no need to spend a dime. Yi Chun acknowledged this with an O, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Throughout the journey, Su Yi's chatter was incessant as he regaled Yi Chun with tales from far and wide. Yi Chun leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, occasionally responding with a hum to show he was listening, thereby not neglecting Su Yi's company. Before long, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the community. Su Yi surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Is this where you reside, my brother? Yi Chun nodded in affirmation. I am humbled by your stature, Yi Lao Di, truly a master amongst us, living incognito in the city. Su Yi remarked before bidding farewell and driving away. Yi Chun's expression darkened. Su Yi's imagination was quite vivid. Was it truly mastery that defined him? No, it was poverty. Upon entering his home, Little Bai dashed towards Yi Chun, colliding with him and causing him to stumble. Something is amiss. Yi Chun thought, startled. He set Little Bai down and hurried to his bedroom, retrieving the jade box from the wardrobe. Upon opening it, he found the spiritual herbs intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping outside, he noticed paw prints on the refrigerator, and the realization dawned upon him. Opening the fridge confirmed his suspicions. The meat he had stored was completely gone, and even 2 pieces of ginger had been devoured by this little rascal. Chapter 30. The illness of Elder Xie. Glancing down at Little Bai, who was grinning up at him, Yi Chun felt somewhat speechless. Before long, he received a notification indicating a deposit into his bank account. Seeing the leading 8 followed by a long string of zeros, he felt a surge of excitement. Suyi sent another message, inquiring if Yi Chun had received his payment. After confirming, Suyi assured him that the driver's license could be processed in a few days. Just as Yi Chun set his phone aside and prepared to cultivate, it rang once more. Yi Chun retrieved his mobile phone and, upon recognizing the caller, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Pressing the answer button, he was greeted by Xia Wanqing's anxious voice. Yi Chun, do you still have that piece of ginseng left from last time? Could you sell it to me? I'll pay whatever you ask. A twinge of displeasure flickered in Yi Chun's heart upon hearing her words, and he replied curtly, I'm sorry, it's gone. Yi Chun, if you do have any, please help me. My grandfather is gravely ill. Xia Wanqing, sensing his irritation, continued urgently. In truth, there remained a small fragment of ginseng, but its medicinal properties had long since dissipated, rendering it largely ineffective. Yi Chun explained. On the other end of the line, Xia Wanqing seemed to have seized upon a lifeline, persisting. All right, can you bring it to me? I'll be waiting at the entrance of Huazhou Junting. With that, she ended the call. As Yi Chun listened to the beeping tone of the call disconnecting, he felt momentarily bewildered. Who had agreed to deliver it? However, understanding the gravity of the situation regarding her grandfather's health, he retrieved the shriveled remnant of ginseng, resembling dried radish, from the jade box and departed. Hailing a taxi towards Huazhou Junting, the vehicle swiftly arrived at the destination, where Xia Wanqing anxiously awaited outside the community. Upon spotting Yi Chun alight from the taxi, she hurried over, grasping his hand and pulling him towards the interior of the complex. The sight of the young lady of the Xie family, sprinting alongside a young man, left the security personnel at the entrance momentarily stunned. Yi Chun, having recently acquired a legacy, experienced for the first time a lack of agency. Before long, they halted before a villa, and Xia Wanqing urged Yi Chun through the door and into the building. The first floor was occupied by several business persons, but Xia Wanqing did not pause, leading Yi Chun up to a room on the second floor. Gently opening the door, they entered to find a septuagenarian with graying hair lying on the bed, flanked by 2 women and a man, Xia Wanqing's father, and another elderly gentleman, deeply engrossed in monitoring the condition of her grandfather. Upon seeing Xia Wanqing enter, the elder seated on the bed inquired, have you found it? Xia Wanqing turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, while the others in the room also fixed their eyes upon him. Xia Jianjun offered a slight nod to Yi Chun as a form of greeting. Yi Chun produced the small piece of ginseng from his pocket, stating, its efficacy has diminished significantly. It may prove ineffective. The elder examined the shriveled ginseng, recognizing it after a long gaze as the remnant Yi Chun had preserved, and lamented with a heavy heart, such a fine piece of ginseng. And you have allowed it to deteriorate like this. It's a sheer waste. He then seized the ginseng from Yi Chun's hands, sighing as he inspected it before turning to Xia Jianjun, saying, this is a case of Tian Run Wu Shuai. Previously, your father was merely experiencing Xiao Wu Shuai, and the ginseng was meant to awaken the vitality within him. Logically, while it wouldn't cure him, it shouldn't have progressed to this severe state of the Wu Shuai. With a deep sigh, he continued, I have no other recourse now. The medicinal properties of this ginseng have waned too greatly. You must slice it, boil in water for 15 minutes once it reaches a rolling boil, and then serve it. After Xia Jianjun finished speaking, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room, and tears flowed uncontrollably from Xia Wanqing's eyes. Yi Chun cast his gaze upon the elderly man lying on the bed, deep in thought. If spiritual energy could heal wounds, might it also invigorate the vitality of his organs? He felt an urge to experiment, yet hesitated, fearing that the outcome might bring adverse effects instead. The room remained eerily quiet, save for Xia Wanqing's quiet sobs, leaving even Yi Chun feeling an oppressive weight in the air. Before long, Xia Jianjun entered with a bowl of soup and, after a brief word of instruction to Master He, who sat on the bed, he was directed to feed the elderly man. Xia Jianjun took a seat on the stool at the bedside, scooping a spoonful of soup, cooling it before attempting to place it at the man's lips. However, no matter how he tried, the elder could not swallow. Even when the soup was poured into his mouth, it merely trickled out from the corners. Observing this, Master He shook his head and sighed. The old gentleman has begun to reject medication. Prepare for his final arrangements. I have done all I can. Upon hearing these words, Xia Wanqing burst into tears, and the 2 women beside her began to weep as well. Perhaps I can give it a try. Yi Chun could not help but interject. Hearing his words, the esteemed Master He turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Young man, if I have no way, you must not jest about such matters. Yi Chun paused momentarily, then responded to Master He. Life is of utmost importance. I would never jest. However, your assertion is flawed. Just because you find yourself in an impasse does not mean others cannot succeed. Master He, incensed by Yi Chen's retort, raised his voice. I did not claim that my inability implies that others cannot succeed. I merely stated that I have no means. Perhaps others do. But those capable will certainly not be someone as inexperienced as you. At this, Xia Wanqing tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve, saying, Yi Chun, I appreciate your good intentions, but there are no buts. The old gentleman is beyond saving. To try may yield a glimmer of hope, but to refrain is to extinguish any chance. Yi Chen interrupted her. Very well. You make a valid point, but how do you intend to proceed? Xia Jianjun suddenly interjected. Quite simply, even if it fails, it will not waste the old gentleman's time, Yi Chen replied. Xia Jianjun nodded in agreement. Then let him try. At least we, as his children, will not have abandoned hope. Master He, hearing Xia Jianjun's words, could no longer object, shaking his head as he retreated to the side, making way for Yi Chun. Chapter 31. Truly Effective. After Yi Chun spoke, the gathered individuals were momentarily stunned, with the first to lose composure being the venerable Tsim master, He Hongba. His eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, Are you suggesting that others should leave? What clandestine activities do you intend to engage in? Yi Chun rolled his eyes, thinking, What underhanded dealings could I possibly have with an old man? After a moment's hesitation, he said, Wanqing can stay. Master He attempted to speak again, but Yi Chun interjected, The law is not to be divulged lightly, and the way is not to be casually shared. At your age, do you not comprehend this? His words rendered Master He momentarily speechless. After some time, he huffed, threw down his sleeve, and stormed out, muttering as he went, I shall observe how you, with your sharp tongue, manage to heal the elder Mr. Xia. Xia Jianjun and two women also stepped outside, but as Xia Jianjun approached Yi Chun, he patted Yi Chun on the shoulder and said, You have worked hard, Xiao Yi. Yi Chun nodded. After the others exited, he closed the door gently and walked to the bedside. He lifted the blanket off the old man and placed both hands firmly on the elder's chest, channeling a steady stream of vital energy into him. Xia Wanqing, observing this, felt a surge of confusion as she watched Yi Chun lift her grandfather's blanket and press his hands against the old man's chest. Just as she was about to inquire, she caught a glimpse of a faint glow emanating from Yi Chun's hands. Rubbing her eyes, she realized it was no mere illusion. This extraordinary scene left her utterly astonished. At that moment, Yi Chun was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and only those in the later stages could cultivate the soul and possess spiritual awareness. Therefore, he was unaware of the old man's internal condition and could only continue to transfer his vital energy into the elder's body. As time passed, even with Yi Chen's 5th level cultivation, his internal energy was rapidly depleting. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his complexion gradually turned pale. Xia Wanqing observed the transformation, noting how Yi Chun, who had started with a focused expression, now appeared increasingly wan, though she had only met him a few times. Each encounter left her with a distinct impression. Sometimes he seemed as righteous as a fool, at other times as ruthless as a demon. Yet one constant remained, his unwavering dedication to every task at hand. Suddenly, Yi Chun withdrew his hands and slumped into a chair, looking as though he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Xia Wanqing approached him, her gaze filled with complex emotions, softly asking, Yi Chun, how do you feel? Yi Chun gasped for breath, glancing at the still motionless elder, and replied with regret, I'm fine, but the old man. With a sorrowful look at her grandfather lying on the bed, Xia Wanqing suddenly noticed the elder's eyelids fluttering. In astonishment, she exclaimed, He moved. Grandfather's eyes moved. Yi Chun immediately turned to the bed and saw the old man's eyes shifting, as if he were about to open them. The others waiting outside, hearing Xia Wanqing's exclamation, could not contain their excitement and rushed in. They were just in time to witness the moment the old man opened his eyes, and they gathered around in delight. Master He swiftly approached the bedside, took the elder's hand, and placed his finger on the old man's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible? Just moments ago, the pulse was barely perceptible, yet now it is so strong. Seeing the positive outcome, Yi Chun finally relaxed, relieved that the omnipotent vital energy had not disappointed him. Xia Wanqing was overwhelmed with joy, grasping her grandfather's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, Grandfather, you are not dreaming. It was Yi Chun who saved you. Xia Jianjun and the two women cast grateful glances at Yi Chun, who smiled wearily in return. They assisted the elder into a sitting position against the headboard, prompting the old man to exclaim, "It has been a long time since I have felt this relaxed." After speaking, he turned to Yi Chun, expressing his gratitude. "Though I have been unable to move these past few days, my consciousness remains intact. I have felt the passage of life quite clearly." Yi Chun smiled upon hearing this. Despite his financial struggles, his motive for saving was never tied to compensation. "Old sir, let's not dwell on the matter of rewards. I had previously mentioned to Uncle Xie that I owe him a favor. But your health must first be assessed by Master He." Yi Chun replied. Master He, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, muttering incredulously about the situation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xie Jianjun inquired, "Master He, what is my father's current condition?" The woman beside him, having heard his words, expressed surprise. "So you are the savior of Susu?" Before Yi Chun could respond, she continued with heartfelt appreciation. "I am Xie Ying, Susu's mother. I have always wanted to thank you in person, and I cannot believe you have also saved my father." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun realized he had inadvertently done so much good, and he humbly replied, "It is all fate. It was destined for old Sir Xie and Miss Susu to turn misfortune into fortune." Suddenly, Master He interjected, "Not quite." The others turned to him as he felt old Sir Xie's pulse, continuing with a frown. "Although his pulse is strong now, it will falter intermittently. It seems as if he has been forcefully infused with something. To be honest, this is my first attempt at healing, and I will study it thoroughly afterward to ensure old Sir makes a full recovery," Yi Chun stated. Chapter 32. Only loud cries remain. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, though Xie Jianjun felt a twinge of disappointment regarding his father's condition, he still expressed his gratitude. "Young Yi, regardless of the outcome, my family wishes to thank you and Master He. Without you, my father might have already left this world." Master He, upon hearing this, turned crimson and waved his hands dismissively. "It is young Yi who deserves the credit. My role has been minimal." Then, as if making a significant decision, he shyly asked, "Might you offer some guidance, young Yi?" Yi Chun, not feeling any animosity towards Master He, understood his previous stern demeanor. "Master He, the method I employ is not something others can easily learn, at least not at this moment, as I am not aware of anyone else who can." Master He, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat disappointed but nodded in understanding. Observing his reaction, Yi Chun chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that Master He likely believed he was keeping secrets. "Enough with the endless thanks. Regardless of whether he fully recovers, I at least feel more at ease." The elderly gentleman, reclining on the bed, interjected, unable to bear the conversation any longer. "Jianjun, go prepare dinner. Let us all gather for a meal." "All right, I will prepare dinner for everyone to celebrate old Sir's recovery." The woman, who had remained silent until now, said as she began to exit, "Master He, young Yi, you must stay. Chinger, take Yi Chun for a stroll, and I'll call you when it's time for dinner." Xie Jianjun instructed Xie Wanqing before turning to Master He and continuing, "Master He, given my father's improved complexion, perhaps we should take him outside for some sunlight?" Master He nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable, but do be cautious not to expose him to the cold. Quickly, help me outside. I haven't breathed fresh air in ages." The elderly Xie exclaimed eagerly, as several people assisted the old gentleman. Yi Chun and Xie Wanqing had already stepped out of the villa, meandering toward the community park. "Yi Chun, when you mentioned striving for my grandfather's complete recovery, was that sincere?" Xie Wanqing inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the ground. Pausing, she recalled Yi Chun's earlier healing and asked, "What was the light that emanated from your hands when you were treating my grandfather?" Yi Chun contemplated for a moment before articulating, "You may perceive it as the energy within my body. This is also why I explained to Master He that others cannot harness it." "So, you possess superpowers?" Xie Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yi Chun chuckled lightly. "You might interpret that way, but it isn't precisely superpowers. Rather, I am a practitioner." After a brief pause, he looked at Xie Wanqing, who was gazing at him with wide eyes. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Xie Wanqing's delicate face, and her expressive, sparkling eyes momentarily captivated Yi Chun. Sensing his gaze, Xie Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. "What were you about to say earlier?" she asked quietly as she continued to walk. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Chun rubbed his nose and replied, "This matter should remain confidential. I need you to keep it a secret." "Understood. You boys are all so patriarchal, but I have grown accustomed to such scrutiny," Xie Wanqing playfully retorted. "I meant to discuss my status as a practitioner," Yi Chun clarified. Realizing her misunderstanding, Xie Wanqing's face flushed anew. "Oh." They arrived at the pond in the community. And as Xia Wanqing watched the fish swim back and forth, she sighed, "Sometimes I envy these fish and the birds in the sky, free and unburdened, without excessive pressure." Following her gaze into the water, Chen remarked, "Are they truly free? From birth, they've been confined by humans, and even now, they exist solely within this small pond." He pointed to the other side of the pond, continuing, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will spend their entire lives here. They lack the sentimentality of humans. Otherwise, they would have long succumbed to despair." Xia Wanqing shot him a glance. "I grew up beside my grandfather when I was young. My parents were preoccupied with company affairs and had little time for me, so my bond with my grandfather is particularly strong." Chen listened quietly, refraining from comment. "After graduating from university, I began to take on responsibilities within the group, gradually losing my freedom and sense of self. Others perceive me as aloof. Yet who truly understands that this is not my authentic self, and I am compelled to wear a mask? At times, I feel utterly exhausted, and I often wonder why I cannot be an ordinary little girl, allowing myself to cry and laugh heartily." Chen, upon hearing this, sighed in reflection. It is human nature to focus on what one lacks while overlooking what one possesses. In truth, one does not always need to lead a life so burdensome. Just like you, if you embrace your true self a bit more, would you not still be Miss Xie? Or is there a mandate within the Xie group that demands a certain rigidity? Chen remarked. "However, if one does not maintain a degree of seriousness, the matters entrusted may not be given the attention they deserve," Xia Wanqing replied. "You are mistaken. The importance of what you convey hinges upon the sense of responsibility of your colleagues. Do you realize that what you currently possess is what ordinary people can only dream of? Have you ever experienced the days when you hesitated to spend even 10 yuan on pork? When you feel fatigued, perhaps you should consider a more comfortable approach. The fatigue may stem from the very beginning being misaligned. You are free to laugh loudly and to cry openly. Do not confine yourself within a cage. If you were to experience the life of the impoverished, I fear you would have little left but tears." Chen said calmly. Xia Wanqing shot him a glance, but upon reflection, acknowledged that despite the harshness of Chen's words, there was an undeniable kernel of truth within them. For a moment, both were lost in thought. Suddenly, the tranquility of the air was shattered by the ringing of a phone. Xia Wanqing answered, murmuring a response, then turned to Chen and said, "Let us go, you straight-laced fellow. It's time for a meal." Chapter 33. If you don't accept, I shall issue a warrant for your arrest. Chen rubbed his nose, pondering when he had offended this young lady, who now referred to him as a straight-laced man. Following behind Xia Wanqing, he noticed her stride had become noticeably lighter, perhaps a result of his earlier words. Upon reaching the dining table, a sumptuous array of dishes awaited. The members of the Xie family, along with Master He, sat in the living room, engaged in light-hearted conversation, all wearing smiles. "Little Yi, you must sit beside me today. You will accompany your uncle for a drink," exclaimed Xie Jianjun, producing a bottle of white liquor that appeared to have some age to it. Old Master Xie scolded, "You little rascal, I swear that collection of mine will be thoroughly plundered by you. If it weren't for Master He and Liu Yi being here today, I would ensure you leave with broken legs." Hearing this, Xie Jianjun chuckled. "It is precisely because little Yi and Master He are present that I dare to drink openly. Besides, you can no longer partake. It is better to let me enjoy it than to let it evaporate." Old Master Xie swallowed hard and turned to Master He, hastily asking, "Master He, given my current condition, is it wise for me to drink?" Just as Master He was about to respond, he hesitated and glanced at Chen, saying, "Considering old brother Xie's current state, it is best to abstain from alcohol. However, since young friend Yi possesses the ability to rejuvenate organs, I shall remain cautious with my words to avoid being proven wrong. Young Yi, do you have a solution? In this lifetime, I have little desire for anything except for this vice. Should I be unable to enjoy alcohol, all my treasures will be squandered by this rascal." Old Master Xie fretted from the sidelines. "Oh dear father, what did you say just a few days ago? You once said that as long as you could recover, you would be willing to do anything. Now that you feel a bit better, have you forgotten those words?" Xie Ying remarked beside him. Old Master Xie flushed and muttered, "One must have aspirations in life, or what difference is there from being a salted fish?" The others chuckled upon hearing this, and Xie Ying playfully urged her grandfather to eat, saying, "That sounds like something you learned from Su Su. Hurry and eat." Xie Jianjun poured 2 cups of wine, placing one in front of Chen and the other before Master He, while the elder Xie eagerly gestured to Chen. Old Master Xie then relaxed and declared loudly, "All right, the old man can manage a few meals without drinking, but I rely on you, young Yi, to satisfy this craving. Dad, maybe you should say less. Everyone, Let's eat before the dishes get cold. Xie Ying interjected. With laughter, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to dine. At the table, Xie Jianjun raised his wine glass to express gratitude to Yi Chun and Master He, while conversations flowed among the guests. Occasionally, old Master Xie would flaunt a few contemporary internet phrases he learned from Su Su, provoking hearty laughter from everyone. Eventually, a few ladies joined in by opening a bottle of red wine, further enlivening the atmosphere. Although the hungry old master, Xie lamented about the unfilial nature of the younger generation. After the meal, Xie Jianjun exchanged glances with Xie Wanqing's mother, who nodded and brought out 2 red envelopes from the room. A seasoned businessman, Xie Jianjun was not one to overindulge in drinks. He took one of the envelopes and handed it to Master He, saying, "Uncle He, calling you Master feels a bit distant. You have been quite concerned about my father's matters for a long time. As a humble family, we can only express our gratitude with this token." Master He waved his hand in a dazed manner. "What are you doing? The consultation fee has already been paid." "No, I cannot accept." Xie Jianjun continued. "The consultation fee is one thing. This is a gesture of appreciation from a son to a father. Please do not refuse it. If you don't accept it, what will happen to Xiao Yi?" Hearing this, He Hongbo gazed at Yi Chun, hesitating for a moment before accepting the envelope and placing it aside, saying, "Then I shall accept it for now." Xie Jianjun then turned to Yi Chun, picking up the other envelope. "Xiao Yi, after you rescued Su Su last time, I took the liberty to investigate a bit about you. Please don't take offense. My initial intention was merely to express my gratitude. I understand your circumstances. Your mother has had a hard time." He placed the envelope before Yi Chun and continued, "Inside this is a key to Huazhou Junting. Uncle Xie knows that the place you and your mother are living in is not ideal, so I decided to gift you a room." Yi Chun looked at the envelope on the table, raised his eyes to meet the gazes of everyone present, and slowly said, "Uncle Xie, this is too generous. I cannot accept it. Xiao Yi, take it. You have done so much for our Xie family. If you refuse our gift, we will feel uncomfortable." Before Xie Jianjun could respond, Su Su's mother, Xie Ying, interjected. Xie Jianjun added, "Indeed, Xiao Yi, first it was Su Su, and now it's the old master. You can't expect uncle to bear such a heavy favor, not to mention a house. Even the entirety of Huazhou Junting cannot equate to the kindness you have shown our family." "All right, Xiao Yi, Jianjun's right. You mustn't consider this matter as charity. It's the only thing they can do. Besides, once you and I are closer together in the future, it will be convenient for you to treat me." Old Master Xie could not help but interject. Yi Chun, Xie Wanqing, standing nearby, winked and remarked, "In truth, whether you wish to accept it or not, you must. 90% of the properties in the city are connected to the Xie family, and the remaining 10% still look to the Xie family for guidance. If you refuse today, my father will issue a wanted notice, and wherever you attempt to buy a house in the future, it will be given to you freely." Goodness, is it truly that extravagant? This is simply beyond comprehension. Yi Chun felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, just as he was about to speak. Master He seized the red envelope in front of Yi Chun and shoved it into his pocket. He then took his own envelope and placed it in his pocket, slurring, "All right, no need to be polite. I'm done for. If I listen to you any longer, I'll fall asleep." Aside from Yi Chun, who felt rather bemused, the others couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. When they got into the car, Yi Chun opened the back door and sat down, while Master He wobbled into the passenger seat, dozing off almost immediately. Suddenly, the other door of the car swung open, and Xie Wanqing slid in beside him. "I'll see you off." Chapter 34. In a critical moment, Yi Chun was about to say it was unnecessary, but upon seeing her, he closed his mouth. After bidding farewell to Xie Jianjun and the others, the car slowly set off. Aside from Master He's snoring, Yi Chun and Xie Wanqing remained silent throughout the journey. Neither knew what to say. After an indeterminate amount of time, the driver halted and announced, "Miss, we have arrived at Master He's clinic." Yi Chun looked outside and was greeted by a quaint, traditional clinic, with the words Renxin Tang elegantly displayed above the entrance, giving the entire building an air of long-standing heritage. "What are you staring at? Hurry and help support Master He inside." Xie Wanqing chided playfully. Yi Chun snapped back to attention, exclaiming, "Oh," as he hurriedly exited the car to assist the driver in lifting Master He from the passenger seat. Xie Wanqing knocked on the door of Renxin Tang, and an elderly woman in her 70s opened it, quickly scolding the inebriated Master He before ushering Yi Chun and Xie Wanqing into the inner room. After settling them in, she expressed her gratitude to them. Once they returned to the car, Yi Chun informed the driver of his home address, and a brief silence enveloped the interior once more. "When are you?" "Su Su now." They spoke simultaneously. Xia Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she urged, "You go first." However, in the dimly lit car, Yi Chen did not notice her embarrassment. Clearing his throat, Yi Chen asked, "How is Su Su doing now?" With a smile, he recounted the incident where Su Su expressed her fear of Xia Wanqing, adding, "It must be her usual seriousness that makes her seem a bit difficult to approach." Xia Wanqing nodded. "What were you about to say?" Yi Chen inquired. After collecting her thoughts, Xia Wanqing asked, "When will you move into the new house?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell silent for a moment before responding, "I suppose it will be after I treat your grandfather. Otherwise, living there might feel somewhat uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing shot a glance at Yi Chen. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the community where Yi Chen resided. After bidding farewell to Xia Wanqing, he alighted from the car and made his way into the complex. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" came Xia Wanqing's voice from behind. "Just teasing you," she laughed. As the car started, Xia Wanqing extended her hand out of the window and waved. Yi Chen reciprocated the gesture, watching as the vehicle gradually receded into the distance. Countless suitors from the southern part of the city to the northern part pursued her. Yet why was it that when faced with this boy, who was a few years her junior, her heart felt so tumultuous? Gazing at the swiftly passing night scenery, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but ponder. Then, recalling Yi Chen's awkward demeanor, she chuckled softly to herself, thinking, "What a silly boy." Yi Chen, meanwhile, promptly recounted to his mother the incident of the boy raiding the refrigerator earlier that day. His mother, momentarily casting aside the small white dog in her arms, feigned annoyance, saying, "I thought you were struggling to find something to eat, but it turns out you've already devoured so much. You little glutton." The small white dog looked up at Yi Chen's mother with a pitiful expression, then flashed a charming grin at Yi Chen before scampering off to his bedroom. Seated beside his mother, Yi Chen contemplated for a moment and then retrieved an envelope from his pocket. Opening it, he placed a property deed and 2 keys before her. His mother gasped in astonishment. Yi Chen then recounted the day's events in their entirety, though he reframed the tale of using spiritual energy to save a life as merely treating the elder Xie with the remaining ginseng. Upon hearing this, his mother exclaimed that such a gift was far too extravagant, questioning how such a small item could hold such immense value. "Mom, I initially refused it, but I did indeed heal him, and their family is quite affluent. They insisted on giving it." After a moment of thought, he added, "However, I also promised that once we find an item of equal value to exchange, we will move in." His mother, resigned, accepted the situation, realizing there was no turning back now. Nevertheless, she admonished Yi Chen, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must never take advantage of others, understand?" "Rest assured, Mom." Yi Chen replied. He retrieved a jade box from the wardrobe, pondering for a moment. Noticing Yi Chen's action, the small white dog dashed over, eyes gleaming with excitement as it watched the jade box in his hands. Today, while treating the elder at the Xie residence, Yi Chen had nearly depleted his internal spiritual energy, unable to recover midway, and the last remnants had been used to alleviate a hangover, leaving him extremely fatigued. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to utilize another spiritual leaf. Opening the jade box, he extracted the herb and placed a single leaf in his mouth. Just as he was about to close the lid, the small white dog impatiently nudged him with its nose, eyes sparkling with anticipation, the meaning clear. Yi Chen shook his head, plucking the last remaining spiritual leaf and offering it to the dog, which happily trotted off to a corner to settle down. A surge of invigorating energy flooded into Yi Chen's body, enveloping him in an immense sense of comfort, as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, leaving him feeling as though he were immersed in a hot spring. 1 hour passed, then 2, and soon a complete cycle of energy was restored, invigorating him thoroughly. At last, the ethereal energy of the spiritual herb was completely absorbed by Yi Chen, and as his previously depleted spiritual energy was restored, he sensed a faint breakthrough within his body. Yi Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the motionless Xiao Bai lying beside him. He once again opened the jade box and broke off a small piece of the spiritual herb's flower bud, placing it in his mouth. Boom! A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Chen's body. Instinctively, he swiftly channeled his energy to absorb the overwhelming force. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as if his veins, previously as slender as a small snake, were suddenly overwhelmed by a massive python, and the immense tearing sensation rendered his veins in excruciating pain. Having ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement, Yi Chen's veins were slightly more robust than before, yet still insufficient, as the spiritual energy contained within the flower bud seemed inexhaustible. At this juncture, Yi Chen was drenched in sweat. and the agonizing pain rendered his face pale and contorted. Chapter 35. Outcast. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. You foolish boy. Had it not been for your timely breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi refinement awakening this emperor, you would undoubtedly have perished. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy but suppressed the agony in his veins to inquire, Your Majesty, what should I do? The Holy Spirit Emperor replied, You merely need to expel what is in your mouth. Yi Chen was taken aback. Indeed, he had been so engrossed in feeling the spiritual energy that he had forgotten such a simple truth. He promptly expelled the spiritual herb from his mouth, circulated his energy a few times, then opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Your Majesty, is it not customary for you to speak in such a manner? Yi Chen suddenly questioned, recalling the earlier words of the Holy Spirit Emperor. However, now that you have received my legacy, do you not even address me as master? The Holy Spirit Emperor responded. Without hesitation, Yi Chen declared, Master, I humbly bow before you. He then knelt on the bed and performed 3 respectful bows. After a moment, the Holy Spirit Emperor spoke again, his voice seemingly trembling. From this moment forth, you shall be my 3rd disciple, bestowed with the title of Outcast. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, confusedly asking, Master, what does the title signify? In the Holy Spirit continent, to take on a disciple is to confer a title. For instance, the name Holy Spirit was granted by your ancestral master. Initially, the continent was not called the Holy Spirit continent. It only assumed that name after I achieved the rank of emperor. Yi Chen nodded in understanding, his heart swelling with fervor. However, in this sparsely populated area of spiritual energy, whether you use the title or not is inconsequential, the Holy Spirit Emperor continued. Yi Chen's expression stiffened, and then he suddenly recalled something. Master, do you possess any methods for healing? In the Holy Spirit continent, where everyone cultivates, there is no need for others to heal them. Thus, such knowledge is absent from the legacy. However, in this realm, I can impart the method to you. At that moment, Yi Chen felt a wealth of knowledge flooding his mind, detailing how to use spiritual energy to regulate the body's meridians and dispel ailments, along with some formulas for concocting medicinal pills for healing. Yi Chen's heart brimmed with delight. As I delve deeper into my cultivation, should there be any uncertainties, I shall consult the insights I imparted to you. I will once again retreat into slumber. Regarding your recent method of directly absorbing the spirit herb, it is misguided. This herb is known as the nourishing Dan herb. I am astonished that such a remarkable herb can thrive in this realm. It seems that the universe you inhabit is far more complex than it appears. The Holy Spirit Emperor paused for a moment before continuing. The nourishing Dan herb, as its name suggests, holds great significance for golden Dan cultivators. To think that you attempted to refine the flower of the nourishing Dan herb during your Qi refining stage. This substance ought to be processed using the alchemical techniques I just taught you. Only after transforming it into a medicinal pellet and tempering its potent spiritual energy can it be safely absorbed. Yi Chen nodded and glanced at the little white creature beside him, still consuming the spirit herb. He inquired further, Master, why does it seem unharmed? The physical constitution of demon beasts is inherently more robust than that of humans. Furthermore, this white fox has recently attained sentience and lacks any cultivation heritage, resulting in a significant waste of the spirit herb it consumes. Thus, it differs from you. Yi Chen nodded, about to speak again when the Holy Spirit Emperor interjected. Enough. My energy is too feeble to sustain this for long. Focus on your cultivation. What must you do so that you do not need to remain in slumber? Yi Chen asked. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the Holy Spirit Emperor appeared quite pleased and responded. It is premature to ponder such matters now. We shall discuss them once you have grown stronger. After this, he fell silent. Master, are you still there? Yi Chen was met only with silence. Although he had yet to behold the Holy Spirit Emperor's visage, his heart brimmed with gratitude, which was undeniable. Without the Holy Spirit Emperor, he might not have attained such formidable strength. He would likely have already embarked on the path to the underworld. Yi Chen set aside his thoughts and began to study the healing techniques bestowed upon him by the Holy Spirit Emperor. Upon reviewing the material, he finally comprehended why he had to expend all his internal energy to awaken old Master Xie. It turned out he had stumbled upon a rather clumsy method, forcibly suppressing the illness within old Master Xie's body with a large amount of spiritual energy, according to the healing techniques. If one could skillfully untangle the meridians and adeptly disperse the illness, a mere fraction of spiritual energy would suffice to achieve the same outcome. Moreover, If one could concoct the appropriate medicinal pellets, the effectiveness would be exponentially greater. Additionally, the text contained methods for cultivating the spirit and developing one's consciousness. By honing one's consciousness, one could more precisely identify the root of ailments, making treatment far more effective. The more Chen read, the more exhilarated he became, as if a new door had swung open before him. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke, and he heard his mother washing up outside. Chen picked up his phone, only to discover it had powered off due to a depleted battery. He charged the phone, and upon powering it on, a message flashed across the screen. It was from Xie Wanqing, sent the previous night, stating, "Remember to notify me when you move." Chen smiled and quickly typed a response. "Okay." He swiftly concocted some excuse and engaged in casual chatter with Li Su for a short while, until his mother called him for breakfast. Setting his phone aside, Chen exited his room, washed up, and joined his mother for 2 bowls of noodles before she gathered her belongings and prepared to head to work. As she was about to leave, Mother caught sight of Xiao Bai sprawled on the floor of Chen's room and playfully chided, "You really can eat and sleep." Just then, Chen's phone on the bed chimed with a message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Su Yi. "Little brother Yi, your driver's license is ready. Let me know when you're free, and I'll bring it to you." Chen was taken aback. Within just a day, the matter had been resolved. It truly was a blessing to have someone so efficient. Upon returning, he found Xiao Bai still deep in slumber, which left Chen somewhat perplexed. Back in the mountains, Xiao Bai had only slept for a brief period, yet this time, it seemed to be an unusually prolonged rest. Crouching down to observe, he noticed its steady breathing, which eased his worries. Before long, so he called to inform him that he had arrived at the community entrance. Chen secured the door behind him and made his way outside. Su Yi did not linger. After handing over the driver's license, he excused himself, mentioning an urgent matter to attend to, and swiftly drove away. Holding the driver's license, Chen hailed a taxi by the roadside and departed. Chapter 36. The car purchase conundrum. Previously, Chen had entertained the idea of purchasing a car for himself. Now that he had his driver's license, he decided to proceed with the purchase, having already contemplated which brand he desired. The taxi halted outside the Audi dealership, and after settling the fare, Chen entered the showroom. His choice of Audi was influenced by his childhood, when the 4-ring emblem represented luxury. In today's society, however, Audi is considered a more understated brand, lacking the extravagance it once conveyed. Upon entering the showroom, he noticed a female sales associate in her 30s seated near the entrance. As she prepared to greet a customer, her expression faltered upon seeing Chen in his school uniform, prompting her to resume her seat. Chen observed her reaction, but paid it little mind. Scanning the surroundings, he saw numerous car models on display, with sales personnel enthusiastically presenting their vehicles to prospective buyers. Chen, being somewhat of a novice in matters automotive, noticed a particular model that attracted a crowd. He approached to listen as a sales representative extolled the virtues of the Q5L midsize SUV, emphasizing its spacious interior and particularly generous legroom in the rear, ideal for family outings. After circling the display, Chen found the car visually appealing but rather mature for his taste. He continued his exploration and soon spotted a display with only a few patrons. His eyes lit up upon seeing a model he found striking. Approaching, he observed a sales associate enthusiastically presenting the vehicle to a young couple. While performance specifications were of little concern to him, Chen was captivated by the car's aesthetic. After inspecting it from various angles, he felt quite satisfied and was about to open the door to experience the interior when a sharp voice pierced the air nearby. "Stop. Who allowed you to touch that? Can you afford to pay for any damage to the paint?" Turning to the source of the voice, he saw the sales associate who had been seated at the entrance, now striding towards him, continuing, "What kind of student are you? Where are your guardians? Haven't they taught you not to touch what isn't yours?" The cutting and caustic remarks stirred a wave of indignation within Chen, who retorted, "Oh, aren't the vehicles in your showroom meant for consumers to view?" At this moment, a sales representative approached Chen, sneering at his words. "Of course, our cars are for consumers to see, but they aren't for just anyone to handle indiscriminately. If they get damaged, you wouldn't be able to afford the repairs." The salesperson who had been introducing models to a young couple nearby, upon hearing the commotion, approached and frowned, advising, "Lanjie, everyone who enters the store is a customer. Please refrain from speaking that way." Lanjie, upon hearing this, was instantly infuriated and yelled at the other salesperson, "Shut up. Sure you. Mind your own business. Just remember, if you don't sell a single car today, you won't pass your internship." Sure you, taken aback by such audacity, retorted with a pale face, "Even if I fail my internship, I still cannot stoop to your level of disdain." Just as Lanjie was about to respond, Her gaze shifted to the young couple that Shiryu had been attending to, and she approached them, saying, I apologize for my colleague's lack of expertise. Perhaps you would like to explore other models? I will be delighted to assist you. Witnessing Lan Jie's shamelessness, Shiryu's face flushed with anger. How can you act this way? The young couple, sensing the tension in the air, quickly distanced themselves. Lan Jie, noticing their retreat, taunted Shiryu. What are you going to do about it? I'm merely stating the truth. Shiryu, still fuming, insisted. I must inquire with the manager whether your behavior will be penalized by the company. Lan Jie responded with a mocking laugh. You can't even sell a car in a week. Do you think the company would punish me, a top salesperson who consistently ranks among the best, because of you? Upon the arrival of a man, Shiryu recounted the entire incident. After listening, the man remained silent, while Lan Jie interjected, Am I wrong? What if an unruly student mishandles a vehicle and we cannot cover the damages? I'm only looking out for the company. She shot a glare at Chen before turning back to Shiryu, continuing, As for you, it's even more straightforward. You failed to sell a single car for days. Many of your explanations are incorrect. Allowing you to continue would tarnish our store's reputation. Enough. Stop the bickering. The man finally interjected. Cousin, I advise you to dismiss Shiryu immediately and withhold her internship salary. Lan Jie signaled to the man with a glance. Realizing that Lan Jie's arrogance stemmed from the fact that the manager was her cousin, Shiryu exclaimed, On what grounds would you dismiss me? Even if I fail my internship, the most you could do is extend it. Besides, what authority do you have to withhold my salary? Ignoring Shiryu, Lan Jie pressed on. Do you see how she speaks to me? Aren't you going to intervene? The actions and demeanor of the two individuals were unmistakably indicative of a relationship that transcended mere cousinly ties, as even Chen could discern. After a moment's hesitation, the man turned to Shiryu and proclaimed, Due to your limited capabilities, you are not suited for the sales industry. Thus, you are dismissed. You have not been employed for 7 days and will not receive any wages. Shiryu, incensed, retorted, On what grounds? Which company regulation states that one is to be dismissed during the probationary period for failing to sell a car? Furthermore, what justification do you have for withholding my wages? The man, growing impatient, replied, Because I am the manager. Just as Shiryu was about to respond, Chen, who had been silently observing, began to applaud, exclaiming, Bravo! What a splendid performance of the villainous accusing the innocent, coupled with the audacity of the unscrupulous. Who would have thought that purchasing a vehicle could unfold such a dramatic spectacle? At this, Sister Lan erupted in indignation. You little brat, whom are you calling unscrupulous? The man, noticing the gathering crowd of onlookers, quickly admonished, I advise you to refrain from making baseless accusations. Observing the man's nervous demeanor, Chen continued, So you are aware of shame? Perhaps we should review the surveillance footage to reveal your little antics? The crowd, intrigued by Chen's words and the flustered expressions of the two, began to murmur amongst themselves. Realizing the situation had escalated, Sister Lan angrily shouted at Chen, You little brat, you've gone too far. Today, I shall make you regret it. With that, she charged toward Chen. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed as Sister Lan covered her face, stunned in place. Chen had shown restraint. He thought to himself that being a woman does not grant one carte blanche to act recklessly. Such behavior warranted reprimand. Witnessing Sister Lan receive a slap from Chen brought Shiryu an unexpected sense of relief. You dare strike me? I will kill you. Sister Lan, recovering from a shock, continued her frenzied advance toward Chen. Seeing her relentless pursuit, Chen applied slightly more force than before, delivering a firm slap that sent Sister Lan sprawling to the side. As she fell, she glared at the manager, covering her face and scolding. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm being assaulted? The man, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, shouted, Security. Where are the guards? Several security personnel, alerted by the man's cries, rushed over. Realizing the situation had escalated dangerously, Shiryu quickly whispered to Chen, Brother, I will help distract them. You should get away. Chen, surprised by her courage, felt a surge of admiration for her, though this admiration was devoid of any romantic implications. As the security guards approached, the manager pointed at Chen, declaring loudly, Arrest this boy and take him to the police station. The guards began to advance toward Chen, but at that moment, a commanding voice resounded from the crowd. Stop right there. The guards halted in their tracks. A distinguished middle-aged man emerged from the throng, his presence commanding attention. Upon recognizing the man, the manager immediately tempered his previous aggression, respectfully stating, Chairman, what brings you here? The man replied with ire, What brings me here? One might mistake this for a marketplace. What a disgraceful display. After receiving the answer, he recounted the entire process verbatim. However, what went unnoticed by the crowd was the brief flicker in the chairman's gaze upon hearing the name Yi-chun. Once the entire story was laid bare, the chairman glanced at the manager and Sister Lon, his expression impassive as he declared, "Both of you are dismissed. Go to the finance department to collect your wages." The manager, upon hearing this, immediately grew frantic and exclaimed, "Chairman, you cannot dismiss me." He then pointed at Sister Lon, continuing, "It is this woman who deceived me, relying on her good sales." Sister Lon, incensed by this accusation, retorted, "How dare you, Li Chao? Now that you've lost your job, you blame me? What did you say when you were dependent on me?" In a fit of rage, the manager raised his hand and struck Sister Lon across the face, shouting, "You wretched woman, you are the cause of this. I should strike you dead." After receiving 3 slaps, Sister Lon lunged at the manager, declaring, "I shall fight you." The chairman, furrowing his brow, turned to the security personnel and ordered, "Remove these two. They are a disgrace." Thus, the 2 entangled figures were forcibly escorted out by several security guards, yet they continued to fight outside. Customers in the store, distracted from their car shopping, rushed out to capture this dramatic moment on their phones. Observing the dispersing crowd, the chairman turned to Yi-chun with a smile and said, "Young man, would you be so kind as to join me in my office?" Surprised by the chairman's familiarity, Yi-chun nodded. As Sure Yu turned to leave, the chairman called her back, and they all proceeded to the office together. Once seated, the chairman regarded Yi-chun thoughtfully before asking, "Are you Yi-chun?" Yi-chun nodded in affirmation. "Did you not previously save a girl named Lu Zi?" The chairman inquired further. Yi-chun was taken aback, realizing that this man was related to Lu Zi. "I am Lu Zi's uncle, her biological uncle. My name is Lu Jindong." He introduced himself, extending his right hand. Yi-chun reciprocated the handshake, replying, "Pleasure to meet you. Everyone at home is aware of your heroism in saving Zi. Initially, we wanted to express our gratitude properly, but Zi insisted that you dislike formalities, hence we refrained from troubling you," Lu Jindong explained. Yi-chun nodded, recalling his irritation when Xia Wanqing handed him a bank card at the VIP lounge. "I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Here is my business card. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call me," Lu Jindong said as he produced a card and handed it to Yi-chun with both hands. Yi-chun accepted it with equal respect and placed it in his pocket. With a smile, Lu Jindong continued, "Did you come here today to purchase a car?" Yi-chun nodded, neither confirming nor denying. "Which model have you set your sights on?" "Considered a gift from your uncle Lu," Lu Jindong offered. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun quickly waved his hands, saying, "That is absolutely not acceptable. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." He then retrieved the business card and placed it on the sofa. Lu Jindong, seeing Yi-chun's reaction, picked up the card and offered it back, saying, "How about this? Choose any model you like, and I shall give you a discount." Yi-chun then continued to accept the business card, nodding and saying, "All right. However, I cannot accept too low a discount. Otherwise, I shall take my leave immediately." Lu Jindong shook his head upon hearing this, then turned to Sure Yu and remarked, "What you said earlier is correct. In business, one must not look down on others. From now on, you shall temporarily assume the role of manager." Sure Yu was taken aback, hesitating as she replied, "Chairman, I haven't completed my internship yet. I fear I may not perform adequately as a manager. Youth should embrace opportunities for learning. Besides, if you don't try, how will you know you cannot succeed?" Lu Jindong replied. He then glanced at Yi-chun and continued to Sure Yu, "Now, take Yi-chun to draft the contract. Regardless of the vehicle, apply an 8% discount across the board." He then turned to Yi-chun and inquired, "Does that sound acceptable? Surely, you must allow us, as your elders, to express our goodwill." Yi-chun forced a smile and nodded, thinking to himself that such a buyer and seller were indeed rare in this world. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Jindong, Yi-chun seized an opportunity to excuse himself and left with Sure Yu, while Lu Jindong was on the phone. "Thank you, Yi-chun," Sure Yu suddenly said as they exited the chairman's office. Yi-chun smiled and replied, "I must thank you as well. It was you who first couldn't bear to listen and came to my aid. In any case, I owe you my gratitude. Without your support, I would not have been able to complete my internship, let alone become a manager." Sure Yu responded. Yi-chun turned to look at Sure Yu and realized that without the enhancement of her professional attire, she was merely a young girl stepping into society. When she gazed at Yi-chun, her beautiful features concealed a hint of shyness and appreciation. "Let's not stand on ceremony. You have received a promotion, and I have secured a discount on my vehicle. This is a win-win situation," Yi-chun declared. Sure Yu chuckled softly, nodded in agreement, and refrained from saying more. The two arrived at the display area, where Sure Yu introduced, "Yi-chun, this model is the 2024 RS7. equipped with a 40T high-power engine. No need for an introduction. I wouldn't understand it anyway. I'll take this one, Chen said, producing his bank card and handing it to Shiryu. The suggested retail price for this vehicle is $14.688 million, but we have discounts at the dealership. I can offer you the maximum discount of $1 million, bringing the price down to $12 million after applying the 8% discount. Shiryu continued. Upon hearing the price, Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had only intended to purchase a vehicle for convenience, completely unaware of the exorbitant cost. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed about backing out or opting for a cheaper model, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go with this one." Chapter 38. Chen's fury after completing the vehicle purchase procedures. Shiryu led Chen to the car delivery hall. Gazing at the brand-new vehicle before him, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Previously, owning a car and a home were aspirations he dared not even entertain. However, everything had changed since that fateful day. As he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, Shiryu smiled and said, "Safe travels." Feeling somewhat nervous, Chen shifted the gear into drive and gently pressed the accelerator, gradually driving out. Nowadays, cars are predominantly automatic. And while Chen understood the meaning of each letter on the gear shift, he had not taken the driving test and was still somewhat unfamiliar with traffic regulations. Although he felt tense throughout the journey, he successfully arrived at his doorstep without incident. Chen felt a wave of confusion as he approached his phone. Upon unlocking it, he discovered a multitude of missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. An inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over him. And just then, his phone rang once more, this time from one of those mysterious numbers. He pressed the answer button and was met with an urgent voice on the other end. "Is this Chiyo U.S. residence? I am the foreman from Chiyo U.S. workplace. She has just been abducted." The voice continued. "It's hard to explain over the phone. You must come quickly." Chen tossed his phone onto the bed and dashed out in a frenzy, with Baihu trailing closely behind him. Unfamiliar with driving, he opted not to take a car. Fortunately, the hotel where his mother worked was not far from his home, and with his fervent sprint, he soon arrived at the destination. Entering the lobby in haste, he found a gathering of people already assembled. Among the crowd, a woman in professional attire spoke up. "As of now, we are still unclear about the situation. We have not reported it to the police because we are uncertain of their intentions." She then turned the computer monitor at the bar towards Chen and continued, "Look, this is what happened." Chen hurried over, and on the surveillance footage, he saw his mother cleaning when suddenly 4 burly men burst in. After inquiring whether she was Li Qiuyu, they wasted no time and forcibly dragged her out. The entire incident unfolded in less than a minute, revealing that his mother was indeed the target. Chen, consumed by anxiety, replayed the video over and over, contemplating whether to alert the authorities. It was then he noticed a figure in the footage that seemed familiar. His mind raced, and suddenly he recalled that this individual bore a striking resemblance to someone he had seen at Rolling Stone, standing beside the Fourth Master. While others might have forgotten such a person, Chen's memory, sharpened by spiritual clarity, remained vividly intact. Filled with rage, he turned to the hotel foreman and instructed her not to contact the police, then hurried outside with Baihu. Once at the hotel entrance, he pulled out his phone and dialed Suyi. When the call connected, Chen stated urgently, "Brother Su, I need to know the location of Li Si right now." Suyi paused for a moment, confirming, "You mean the Li Si from the Li brothers?" "Yes, I need to know where he is." Chen pressed on. Sensing his urgency, Suyi replied, 2 minutes, before abruptly hanging up. Previously, Chen had been powerless against Li Si's firearm due to his low cultivation level, and he had indeed been apprehensive about escaping unscathed. However, now that they dared to kidnap his mother, regardless of whether he had reached the 6th level of Qi refining or remained at the 2nd, he would not show mercy. As he anxiously awaited the call, he experienced the torturous stretch of 2 minutes like never before. Finally, his phone rang again, and he quickly answered. Suyi relayed a location. After hanging up, Chen was taken aback to discover it was once again Rolling Stone. It seemed the perpetrators intended for him to recognize this, drawing him into their trap. Realizing that as long as he had not arrived, his mother would remain unharmed, Chen sprinted toward Rolling Stone with renewed determination. A lone figure and a fox raced down the street with astonishing speed, leaving passers-by and vehicles alike in a state of shock. At that moment, Chen was oblivious to everything else. Finally, he halted before the entrance of the Rolling Stone bar, where the doors stood wide open. Peering inside, he could faintly discern the throngs of people in the dimly lit hall. Taking a deep breath, Chen stepped into the hall, expanding his consciousness to locate his mother, who was in one of the upstairs rooms, her breathing steady, seemingly unharmed. In a corner of the hall, Li Teng sat in a booth, his plastered right leg resting on the sofa. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, he appeared unsurprised, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, "Get him!" Instantly, the burly men surrounding him brandished steel pipes and charged toward Yi Chen. With a powerful push, Yi Chen propelled himself into the crowd like a wraith. Li Teng had anticipated that with weapons in hand, his men could subdue Yi Chen and avenge his injured leg. However, witnessing Yi Chen's lightning-fast movements caused his confidence to waver. Yet, thinking of his uncle upstairs steadied his resolve. Meanwhile, Yi Chen skillfully navigated through the throng, leaving a trail of fallen men, their cries echoing in the hall. In a matter of moments, nearly half of the dozens of brutes in the hall lay incapacitated. Li Teng's eyes narrowed in astonishment at Yi Chen's ferocity, prompting him to hastily retrieve his phone and dial a number. As the number of standing men dwindled, Yi Chen drew closer to Li Teng's booth. With the last of the brutes collapsing, Yi Chen finally stood beside Li Teng. After ending the call, Li Teng observed his comrades tumbling before Yi Chen, each defeated one by one, and the impact of the scene weighed heavily on him. However, recalling that he had a hold on Yi Chen's life gave him a semblance of confidence. "Bravo, truly impressive," Li Teng clapped. But he made a grave miscalculation by underestimating Yi Chen's current rage. Before Li Teng could finish his sentence, Yi Chen lunged forward, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it down. With a resounding crash, the nearly 2-centimeter thick wooden table splintered, blood immediately gushing from Li Teng's face, transforming him into a vision of crimson. With Yi Chen's mother already in his grasp, Li Teng could hardly believe Yi Chen dared to strike him. The sheer force of the blow nearly rendered Li Teng unconscious as he stammered, "Do you wish for your mother to die?" The mere utterance of those words ignited Yi Chen's fury further. He yanked Li Teng from the booth and aimed a kick at his plastered right leg. With a sickening crack, Li Teng's already mended leg shattered once more. "Ah!" His anguished scream reverberated throughout the rolling stone. Yet Yi Chen was far from finished. He raised his foot again, this time targeting Li Teng's uninjured left leg. As his foot connected, Li Teng's piercing wails abruptly ceased. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Chen, however, had no intention of stopping, lifting his foot once more to stomp on Li Teng's right arm. "Stop!" A voice echoed from above the staircase. Yet Yi Chen paid it no heed and continued his descent. "Ah, spare me, spare me." Li Teng, who had lost consciousness, was jolted awake by the excruciating pain in his arm. Terrified, he lay on the ground, gazing up at Yi Chen, who resembled the harbinger of death, pleading for mercy. At that moment, Li Si and his companions, who had previously berated Yi Chen from above, rushed down the stairs, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at him, exclaiming, "Today you must perish." Confronted by Li Si's menacing gaze, Yi Chen replied, "Off. It appears you are enraged by the harm inflicted upon your kin." With that, he raised his leg and delivered another kick, sending the still wailing Li Teng crashing against the sofa of a booth, rendering him unconscious once more. Witnessing Yi Chen's audacity in assaulting his nephew, Li Si drew a handgun, swiftly raising his arm and pulling the trigger in Yi Chen's direction. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, a searing bullet raced towards Yi Chen, and the onlookers momentarily relaxed. However, mere moments later, they were astonished to find Yi Chen still standing and scathed. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a bullet suspended in midair before him in the dimly lit hall, a sight that defied all logic, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief. Yi Chen reached out and grasped the searing bullet, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, he hurled it forcefully at Li Si. Thud! The bullet embedded itself deep into Li Si's arm, causing his gun to clatter to the ground. The burly men surrounding Yi Chen were now filled with trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps. "How can this be? You are not human." Li Si gasped in fear, clutching his wounded arm as he stared at Yi Chen in terror. Ignoring Li Si, Yi Chen turned his attention to the white fox quietly resting at the bar, instructing, "Xiaobai, go protect my mother." Upon hearing Yi Chen's command, Xiaobai swiftly dashed towards the second floor. Yi Chen felt emboldened to mercilessly punish Li Teng, confident that his adversaries would not dare to exchange Li Teng, even in his crippled state, for his mother. In their eyes, the worth of his mother and himself paled in comparison. Yi Chen settled onto an intact sofa, casting a glance at the still-standing Li Si, and gestured casually towards a group of burly men nearby. Indi siese astonished gaze. The men appeared to be lifted by an invisible force, soaring over 2 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chen's intent was clear, to utterly subjugate Li Si. Through the abduction of his mother, Yi Chen had come to understand that to protect his loved ones, He must instill profound fear in his enemies. Your nephew has acted recklessly, abducting an elder. I have rendered him a cripple. Are you willing to accept this? Chen inquired, fixing his gaze upon Li Si. It was then that Li Si comprehended the nature of the formidable presence he faced, trembling as he uttered, I yield. Chen's voice turned icy as he continued. You and your nephew have kidnapped my mother and plotted against me. I have incapacitated both of you. Are you willing to accept this? He locked eyes with Li Si, asserting, from this day forth, should any member of the Li family dare to provoke me again, their existence will no longer be deemed necessary. In ordinary circumstances, in such a vast city as Baocheng, who would dare to speak to Li Si in such a manner? Who possesses the ability to obliterate the Li family? Yet now, Li Si believed that this youthful figure before him indeed held that power. I shall comply with your wishes and will generously compensate your mother. I, Li Si, have been blind to your worth and have offended you. As the wound on his arm continued to bleed, Li Si's complexion grew increasingly pale. Casting a glance at Li Teng, who lay unconscious on the ground, he continued, I implore you to spare my nephew. He is the only son of my deceased elder brother and the sole heir of the Li family. Li Si gazed at Chen with pleading eyes, adding, I assure you that I will never offend you again. Please allow me to take him to the hospital. Li Si, will henceforth be at your service. Chen surveyed the motionless Li Teng and replied, do not worry. He will merely be bedridden for 6 months. And his life is not in danger. Li Si finally exhaled in relief. Sensing Xiao Bai and his mother descending the stairs, Chen rose and declared, let this matter be settled for now. Should there be a next time, I guarantee that your fate will be dire. Li Siastidi responded, there shall be no next time. He then quickly instructed his underlings to carry the unconscious Li Teng away in haste. Ye's mother slowly descended the stairs, her face pale as she scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting Chen at the foot of the stairs, she hurried towards him, embracing him and weeping, Chen, are you all right? Who have you offended? Chen patted his mother's back to comfort her, saying, Mother, I am fine. See, I am perfectly well. Ye's mother released her grip and stepped back, scrutinizing Chen from head to toe, tears flowing uncontrollably as she asked, I heard them say they would break your limbs. It frightened me to death. Mother, it is all a misunderstanding. Chen reassured her. That is good, that is good. Chen, you must promise me never to offend such people again. You are all I have, and without you, I cannot live. Chen nodded solemnly, yes. But are you all right? I am fine. They locked me in a room after capturing me. Ye's mother replied. As the mother and son prepared to leave, a car sped towards them, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the rolling stone gate. Ye's mother, startled, instinctively tightened her grip on Chen's hand. The car door swung open, and Su-Yi jumped out from the driver's seat, exclaiming, Little Yi, I was in the countryside and arrived late. Chen smiled, you are not late. Just in time to give us a ride. Chapter 40, a 3-month deadline. Very well. Please, Andy and Little Yi, hop in. Having lived for over 40 years, Su-Yi instantly recognized Chen's mother. However, both Chen and his mother felt a peculiar discomfort at being addressed as Annie. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Chen's home. After Ye's mother and Xiao Bai exited the car and entered the house, Su-Yi inquired, regarding Li Si's matter, do you require my assistance in leveraging some connections? Chen fell silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening as he coldly replied, not yet. This matter shall be set aside for now. If the Li family does not behave, I have my own ways of dealing with them. Upon witnessing the expression on Chen's face, Su-Yi could not help but shudder, inwardly cursing the Li brothers for provoking the most perilous individual they could have encountered. Well, feel free to ask for assistance whenever necessary. Do not be misled by the apparent weakness I exhibit before you. After all, I have cultivated some connections through our years of residing in this city, Su-Yi earnestly declared. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Su-Yi hastily took his leave. Chen quickly approached his mother, assisting her to a chair and observing her weary countenance with a pang of compassion. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disclose some truths to alleviate her burden. Gathering his thoughts, he began, Mother, there is something I wish to share with you. Upon hearing Chen's formal tone, his mother felt a twinge of anxiety and, with a quivering voice, inquired, What is it? Have you engaged in some improper conduct? Noticing his mother's apprehensive demeanor, Chen hurriedly reassured her, No. Do you recall the incident when I sold ginseng? His mother nodded. Recently, I utilized the medical skills I acquired to treat a prominent figure in our city. In gratitude for my services, that individual bestowed upon us a house as payment. His mother was momentarily taken aback, reaching up to touch Chen's forehead with a look of concern. Chen, do not frighten your mother. Have you suffered some sort of shock? Yi Chun, upon hearing this, looked up, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He thought, if she believes I am speaking nonsense now, what would happen if I revealed the entire truth? Surely, she would send me to a mental institution. Mother, I assure you, I speak the truth. He then sprang to his feet, dashed to his bedroom, retrieved an envelope containing the property deed and keys, and presented them to her. Look, the keys and the deed are right here. Yi Chen's mother opened the envelope, examined the deed, and finally accepted the reality of the situation. She continued to question, what kind of medical skills have you learned? How could you heal someone in such a short span of time? Suddenly, recalling something, she added hastily, you must not treat others indiscriminately. If you make a mistake, you could go to prison. The circumstances were rather fortuitous and difficult to explain. Nevertheless, he assured her, rest easy. I will not act recklessly. Moreover, that esteemed master you may have heard of is none other than Master He from Rinshin Hall in our city. You may inquire if you wish. Yi Chen understood that his mother would not genuinely confront Master He, so he invoked his name merely to ease her mind. As expected, his mother hesitated and remarked, I believe I have heard of such a master. However, Chen, we cannot accept such a valuable gift. I initially declined, but I could not maintain my refusal, and ultimately, I had no choice. Nevertheless, we still cannot accept it. We should return it to Master He. Otherwise, I shall feel unsettled, she said, pushing the deed and keys back toward him. Yi Chen shook his head, recognizing his mother's nature. She had spent a lifetime being cautious and always considering others first. If the situation were reversed, anyone else would be eager to move in. Mother, both Master He and I were present during the transaction, and he too accepted the payment. He insisted on handing me the deed, in a bid to persuade her. Yi Chen earnestly implored, Mother, furthermore, you need not continue working. I am now able to take care of you. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother immediately shook her head resolutely and declared, no, others with better circumstances than ours have not taken a break. How can I rest under these conditions? We must wait at least until you are married. No, at least until you have children. Observing his mother's steadfastness, Yi Chen sighed heavily. I do not wish for you to tire yourself every day. Now that I have grown up and can support you, please trust me. No, there will be plenty of expenses in the future. It is absolutely out of the question. Witnessing his mother's unwavering stance, Yi Chen felt a surge of compassion intertwined with anger. Raising his voice slightly, it must be done. You always consider my well-being. But why do you not think of yourself? Moreover, regarding matters like today, what would happen if anything were to befall you? You say I am all you have. Am I not all you have? This was the first time Yi Chen had ever raised his voice at his mother. She stared blankly at him, and then tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Yi Chen panicked, falling to his knees. Mom, I'm sorry. I should not have spoken to you like that. Please, punish me. Ye's mother helped him up and wiped the tears from her cheeks. I know how exhausting it is, but after so many years, I have grown accustomed to it. You will need money for college, for dating, and for marriage. The expenses are endless. While I'm still young, I must earn more to avoid borrowing from your aunts. I truly do not wish to see their condescending faces. Chen has grown up, and that brings me joy. When you raise your voice to me, I understand your intentions. What I say is not to pressure you, but to share my thoughts with you, she said gently. Yi Chen had already comprehended her sentiments. After a moment of silence, he continued, Mom, how about this? You take a break for 3 months. After 3 months, I will be heading to college. If by then you feel I cannot support myself, you may do as you wish. However, if I can provide for both of us, you shall enjoy your life peacefully. Just 3 months. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Ye's mother pondered for a moment. Though she seemed reluctant to part with those 3 months, the determination in Yi Chen's eyes compelled her to nod, albeit with a clenched jaw. I will heed your wishes. But on one condition, you must not break the law or neglect your studies. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to persuade his mother. Earlier, he had nearly succumbed to revealing his bank balance, but he ultimately restrained himself, knowing her character would only lead to worry. Chapter 41. The elder Mr. Xie recovers. After successfully convincing his mother, Yi Chen's stomach grumbled softly. Upon hearing this, his mother chuckled and stood up to prepare a meal. But Yi Chen gently urged her to sit back down, explaining that she had been startled and needed to rest. Thus, he intended to purchase some ready-made food instead. Walking through the bustling streets of the city, he recalled his mother's earlier words and inhaled deeply. In the past, their gazes were filled with disdain, trampling upon the dignity of both me and my mother. Little did they know, this humiliation would transform into the strength of my defiance. When the day arrives for me to transform the world, you shall come to realize the folly of your past arrogance. In that moment, you will be left with nothing but regret, gazing up at the brilliance shared between my mother and me, your hearts aching for the misdeeds of your. A boundless ambition fills Yi Chen's heart as he eagerly anticipates the moment he will stand atop the pinnacle of success. After purchasing a meal, he also remembers to buy some food for Xiaobai. Upon returning home, he shares a warm lunch with his mother. Though termed a lunch, the hour is already approaching evening. With so much having transpired, who is time to eat? Hey, Wanqing, I believe I have found a way to completely heal your grandfather. After the meal, Yi Chen steps into the courtyard and calls Xia Wanqing. On the other end of the line, Xia Wanqing's voice is filled with surprise. Really? Are you home now? I'll come pick you up. Shortly thereafter, Xia Wanqing arrives in her car and encourages Yi Chen to get in. Once Yi Chen is inside, the vehicle speeds away. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, the scene of Xia Wanqing opening the window and inviting him into the car is witnessed by his mother, who stands at a distance, concerned that her son might be led astray. The car swiftly arrives at the entrance of the Xia family villa, where two servants are tending to the garden. At that moment, Xia Laozu is sitting in the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing Yi Chen and Xia Wanqing alight from the vehicle, he exclaims with delight, "Little Yi, do you have a way for this old man to enjoy a drink?" Before Yi Chen can respond, Xia Wanqing teases, while others are eager to recover. "You are simply craving wine." Seeing the old man's childlike demeanor, Yi Chen smiles and replies, "Yes, old sir, if all goes well, you shall be able to indulge a bit tonight." Xia Laozu beams with joy at this news, promptly rising from his reclining chair and urging Yi Chen, "Hurry, I can hardly wait." Yi Chen and Xia Wanqing exchange amused glances, shaking their heads as they follow the old man into the villa. As they walk, Xia Laozu suddenly pauses and asks, "Where is the treatment taking place?" Yi Chen glances around, noticing the absence of others, and replies with a smile, "You just need to lie on the sofa." Upon hearing this, Xia Laozu strides to the sofa and lies down obediently, eliciting a laugh from Xia Wanqing. "What do you need me to do?" she asks, suppressing her laughter as she turns to Yi Chen. He looks towards the door and says, "Just close the door." He then sits beside Xia Laozu, instructing him to close his eyes. With both hands placed on the old man's chest, he begins to channel his inner energy into Xia Laozu's body. Simultaneously, Yi Chen activates his spiritual awareness, and in an instant, the old man's meridians appear before Yi Chen's mind like a vivid projection. Xia Wanqing gently closes the door and approaches the sofa, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen's hands, which begin to emanate a faint glow. As the spiritual energy flowed in, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He discovered that the condition of the old gentleman Xia was more complicated than he had anticipated. There were several stubborn blockages that made it exceedingly difficult for the spiritual energy to penetrate directly. It was precisely these obstinate obstructions that led to an inadequate supply of nutrients to the organs, resulting in their deterioration. Xia Wanqing watched anxiously from the side, scarcely daring to breathe. Yi Chen took a deep breath, amplifying the output of his spiritual energy while simultaneously activating his consciousness to precisely guide the energy to impact those blockages. Waves of spiritual energy surged through the old gentleman's body like sharp blades. Suddenly, the old man emitted a muffled groan, and his body trembled violently. Xia Wanqing's expression changed, and just as she was about to speak, Yi Chen silenced her with a glance. Yi Chen felt the consumption of his spiritual energy was even more rapid than before, leaving him somewhat fatigued. In his surprise, he realized it was due to the activation of his consciousness. However, gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort, marked the locations of the blockages, closed his consciousness, and persevered. Finally, a crucial blockage was cleared, and soon after, the other obstructions began to dissolve as well. The old gentleman's complexion gradually became more vibrant, and his breathing steadied. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "I feel much better than before. I am filled with vigor." Xia Wanqing asked anxiously, "Is it done?" Yi Chen stood up and smiled at Xia Wanqing, saying, as expected, "The old gentleman has recovered. If you are still concerned, you may go to the hospital for a checkup." "No need." Little Ye's words are like an imperial decree. "The checkup results are already in. I feel completely at ease. It's been ages since I've felt this good." The old gentleman interjected. Xia Wanqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, the old gentleman hurried to the phone, picked it up, and dialed a number, saying, "You rascal, come over early tonight." After a brief exchange on the other end, he retorted angrily, "What meeting? I am healed. Tonight, you will join me for a few drinks." He added, "That's final. If you're late, I will break your legs," and hung up with a decisive click. Xia Wanqing, stifling a laugh, whispered to Yi Chun. Don't be fooled by my father's usual bluster. He turns into a timid mouse in front of my grandfather. Yi Chun chuckled in response. The old gentleman then turned to Yi Chun and said, Ha ha, little Yi, you mustn't leave either. You two shall drink tonight. I can manage a bite, but I truly cannot handle liquor. Yi Chun waved his hand in protest. The old gentleman chuckled and muttered under his breath, Ha, we shall see about that. In the end, Yi Chun succumbed to the old gentleman's persuasive drinking tactics and ended up consuming 2 cups of white liquor. After dinner, the Xia family presented him with a red envelope in gratitude, which Yi Chun graciously declined. Returning home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Typically at this hour, his mother would be fast asleep. However, tonight, it seemed she had been waiting for him and had not yet rested. Upon seeing Yi Chun, whose face was flushed from drinking, she immediately sensed he had been drinking and hurriedly poured him a glass of water, reproaching him at such a young age. Why are you drinking? Yi Chun chuckled and replied, What could I do? I couldn't refuse the old gentleman's kind invitation. His mother paused, puzzled. Old gentleman? Did he not go out with a girl? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun surmised that his mother was concerned for him, having spotted Xia Wanqing arriving to pick him up. Subsequently, Yi Chun recounted the events to his mother in a succinct manner. It was only then that Ye's mother comprehended the situation, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. You're not sleeping so late because you saw me getting into a girl's car, are you? You don't think I'm on a date, do you? At the sight of his mother's expression, Yi Chun realized the misunderstanding. His mother, who had always respected his privacy, had caught a glimpse of him getting into a car and misinterpreted the situation. With a slight flush on her cheeks, she remarked, I'm just worried about you. I've been working at the hotel, and that girl's car is quite expensive. After saying this, she seemed to resolve herself and added, We're not suited for girls from affluent families. It's best to keep our distance from them. Having relied on each other for so many years, Yi Chun understood his mother well. Although she spoke in such a manner, he knew it stemmed from her fear of him getting hurt. Ye Chen Humiliated took a sip of the water his mother handed him and placed the cup on the table, saying, Mom, you're overthinking it. I'm still quite young and have no intention of seeking a girlfriend. However, he thought to himself, affluent families? Just wait and see, Mom. In the not-so-distant future, you will be part of the grandest family of all. Yes, I suppose I'm just worrying too much. You should go to bed now. If I catch another whiff of the alcohol on your breath, I might just get drunk. With her mind eased, Ye's mother waved her hand in front of her nose, urging him to sleep. Yi Chun covered his mouth and exhaled, then sniffed and chuckled. What alcohol smell? His mother rolled her eyes. You are the one who reeks of it. Of course, you can't smell it. Yi Chun chuckled again, sitting a little further away, as if to avoid offending her further, and said seriously, Mom, let us move tomorrow. My grandfather has recovered, and moving in one way on our minds anymore. Ye's mother paused for a moment before responding, You can decide. It's just that our lives are about to change abruptly, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Returning to his room, Yi Chun practiced his technique to expel the alcohol from his system, and soon, the smell dissipated entirely. This was a skill he had learned from the healing techniques imparted by his master. Once his mother had fallen asleep, Yi Chun opened the window and slipped outside, vanishing swiftly into the night. He opted not to drive, as the car was not far away, and he feared starting it would awaken his mother. At the Rolling Stone nightclub, Yi Chun stood outside, gazing at the dazzling lights and the throngs of people entering and exiting. He couldn't help but reflect on how starkly different this was from his tranquil existence. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The deafening music and flashing lights enveloped him instantly, with people in the dance floor moving wildly. Yi Chun turned his attention to the bar, noticing a group of individuals with colorful hair gathered there. As he approached the bar, one individual with green hair suddenly turned around, colliding with Yi Chun and stumbling back. Upon seeing Yi Chun's delicate appearance, the green-haired individual angrily exclaimed, Hey kid, are you blind? Where do you think you're pushing? Yi Chun furrowed his brows, looking down at the shorter figure just about to respond. A figure swiftly darted out from behind the bar, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of a green-haired individual. Exclaiming loudly, Have you lost your senses? How dare you offend young Master Yi? The figure then turned around, casting a grin towards Yi Chun, revealing the conspicuous absence of 2 front teeth, and ingratiatingly asked, Young Master Yi, what brings you to our humble establishment? The green-haired man, having fallen to the ground, was about to unleash a tirade, but was silenced by a companion who shook his head in warning. Yi Chun disregarded the green-haired man, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the individual who had previously slammed his head against the bar during his first visit. He chuckled in surprise. Are you waiting for me to cover your medical expenses with that smile? The man quickly waved his hands in protest, saying, "Not at all. This was a reward from young Master Yi. I intend to keep it as a memento." Yi Chun, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, cut to the chase. "Is Li Si here?" Before the man could respond, the green-haired group, upon hearing Yi Chun directly address the fourth master, was drenched in cold sweat. The green-haired man, recalling his earlier insults towards Yi Chun, turned pale and froze in place. Fourth master usually isn't around here. It's typically Tung who oversees this area. "If you would like to take a seat for a moment, I can contact him for you," the man offered. Yi Chun, bemused by the absurdity of the situation, nodded and glanced at the still-seated green-haired man, coolly commanding scram. The green-haired man, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, disregarded his companion and bolted out of the establishment. Yi Chun settled onto a nearby sofa while the bar attendant rushed to grab a walkie-talkie to make a report. Before long, several individuals descended from the second floor and approached Yi Chun, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi." Yi Chun looked up to see a familiar face at the forefront, Xiao Lei. "Are you in charge here now?" Yi Chun inquired. Xiao Lei replied with a smile, "Thanks to young Master Yi. Fourth Master learned of my acquaintance with you and has temporarily appointed me to oversee things in Tung Ji's absence." Yi Chun nodded and continued, "Where's Li Si now?" Xiao Lei responded, "He should be with Hu Gu. Allow me to take you there." Yi Chun stood and followed Xiao Lei to a vehicle outside, which then sped away. Once the group departed, a colorful character who had not managed to escape with the green-haired man sighed in relief and hurriedly exited. The car raced down the nighttime highway, with Xiao Lei glancing through the rearview mirror, observing Yi Chun resting with his eyes closed. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but ultimately refrained, not wanting to disturb Yi Chun. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. "Young Master Yi, we have arrived," Xiao Lei gently announced, turning his head. Yi Chun opened his eyes, exited the vehicle, and surveyed his surroundings. In stark contrast to the clamor of the bar, he found himself in front of an elegant, antiquated single-story building, adorned with azure bricks and a glazed tile roof, resembling an ancient manor. Upon closer inspection, the sign above the entrance read, "UUT House" in bold characters. Yi Chun shook his head. Who would have imagined that this was a stronghold for the underground forces of Baoshi City? "Young Master Yi, please," Xiao Lei gestured invitingly, extending his right hand. Yi Chun nodded slightly, silently circulating his cultivation method, activating his spiritual awareness, and cautiously advancing inward. He had previously contacted Fourth Master, who indicated that he could enter directly. Xiao Lei followed closely behind, conversing as they walked. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Yi Chun was greeted by none other than Li Si, unaware of young Master Ye's visit. "I beg your pardon for not welcoming you sooner due to my injuries," Li Si said, raising his injured right hand. Yi Chun, perceiving the presence of another individual within the room, merely smiled coldly at Li Si's evasive words. He summoned his internal spiritual energy and directed a pulse towards Li Si. Instantly, Li Si emitted a muffled groan, retreating several steps, his expression a mix of astonishment and terror. "Are you still aggrieved by previous matters?" Yi Chun inquired nonchalantly. Li Si suppressed the turmoil within him, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes as he replied, "I dare not. The Li family submits." Yi Chun chuckled softly, glancing at the door of the main hall. "No, you feign submission, yet the Li family has not truly yielded." With that, he struck the door of the main hall with a palm. A powerful wave of energy erupted from Yi Chun's hand, crashing into the main hall with the force of devastation, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the entrance as if a bomb had been detonated. The sheer might left both Li Si and Xiao Lei speechless in shock. Shortly thereafter, a robust figure stumbled out from the ruins of the main hall, shouting in panic, I submit, I submit. The Li family submits." Li Si, pale-faced, bowed to Yi Chun, affirming, "The Li family has completely submitted." Yi Chun smiled lightly and regarded the two members of the Li family. "Shall we discuss matters now?" Taking a deep breath, Li Si glanced at the disheveled Li who, before turning to Yi Chun, "Young Master Yi, please follow me." He then led the way to a side hall. Xiao Lei, sensing the tension, refrained from following, instead heading towards the vehicle outside, though his trembling legs betrayed his apprehension. Yi Chun entered the hall with the Li brothers and took a seat in the grand chair at the table. Meanwhile, Li Si and Li Hu stood before him, seemingly reluctant to sit. "Please, have a seat," Yi Chun said coolly. Only then did they find their seats, their expressions reflecting unease. Yi Chun observed the two for a moment before asking, "Now, aside from the two of you, who else protects the city?" Upon hearing this, the brothers exchanged glances. And Li Si spoke, "Apart from us, there are several gangs, namely the Beidong gang and the Nanha gang, as well as some minority groups from the northwest. Are these individuals a significant threat to you?" Yi Chen continued his inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hu replied, "The Beidong gang and the Nanha gang pose little threat, but those minority groups from the western region, emboldened by the nation's leniency, have become rather unruly." Li Si added, "Even if it escalates to the authorities, those individuals can simply claim to be incomprehensible and evade repercussions entirely." Yi Chen nodded, deliberately asking, "I have heard that the Li family rose to power through the favor of the Xie family." Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, the two exchanged a glance, and then Li Si, seemingly resolved, gritted his teeth and declared, "In truth, Boss Xie is no longer with us." Yi Chen, taken aback, failed to grasp the significance of his words. Most people in Bao City were well aware that the Xie family wielded immense power within the city. His earlier question had merely been a whimsical notion. Several years prior, Boss Xie had been gunned down by the Beidong gang outside the Bao City hotel. Yet the two brothers had kept the truth under wraps all these years. Otherwise, the underground forces in Bao City would not have remained so tranquil. Li Hu spoke candidly. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment. "You two have been with me for half a year. If at that time you feel that following me, Yi Chen, holds no promise, you may depart without hesitation." After a pause, he continued, "In half a month, I assure you both that I will eliminate all threats, granting you absolute authority in Bao City. I trust this condition will be acceptable to you. The stage in Bao City is too confined, too minuscule to be discerned on the grand map. You must make your choice," Yi Chen stated. With a slight pout, he added, "I am willing to dedicate my efforts to Master Yi." Yi Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Si, inquiring, "Does your nephew harbor resentment towards me?" Upon hearing Yi Chen mention Li Teng, the two brothers felt an inexplicable tension, but Yi Chen then said, "Let us go meet your nephew." The brothers exchanged another glance, clearly concerned for Li Teng's well-being. Yi Chen, noticing their demeanor, impatiently remarked, "Enough. Cease your furtive gestures. If I had other intentions, how could you two possibly obstruct me?" Li Si and his brother felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if Yi Chen wished to act, they would be powerless to stop him. "Master Yi, Tenger has acknowledged his mistakes. I implore you to show mercy." Li Si bowed, his tone laced with supplication. Yi Chen, somewhat speechless at this, feigned anger, prompting the brothers to instruct Xiao Lei to drive them to the hospital where Li Teng was receiving treatment. Having seldom faced adversity, Li Teng had been repeatedly humbled by Yi Chen, and this time was particularly severe, aside from his left hand. The other three limbs had been rendered useless by Yi Chen's actions. When Li Teng awoke in the intensive care unit and heard his formidable uncle advise him to abandon thoughts of revenge, he felt as though the world had crumbled around him, resulting in a particularly volatile temperament over the past few days. Li Si brought Yi Chen, along with the disheveled Li Hu, to the hospital, where they could hear Li Teng's furious shouts from afar. Their faces paled with concern that their spoiled nephew might utter something to provoke Yi Chen, and they hurried towards his room. Chapter 44, Winning Hearts. Li Si and his brother were the first to enter the hospital room. Inside, Li Teng lay on the bed, his face flushed with anger. The two subordinates assigned to care for him immediately greeted Li Si with deference. "Fourth Master." Li Si nodded and gestured for them to leave. They quickly exited, visibly relieved. "What is all this commotion? Look at yourself now." After the two left, Li Hu scolded angrily, his disappointment palpable. While Li Si had always indulged in Li Teng, Li Hu, despite his affection for his nephew, preferred to discipline him. The two brothers held differing views on this matter, and eventually, unable to persuade Li Si, Li Hu had ceased to concern himself with Li Teng's affairs. In a fit of rage, Li Teng, upon hearing Li Hu's words, glanced up and, seeing Li Hu's disheveled appearance, retorted without a moment's thought, "Who the hell are you? What I do is none of your business." Li Hu, enraged, rolled up his sleeves to confront Li Teng, only to be stopped by Li Si. It was then that Li Teng finally recognized that the disheveled figure before him was indeed his second uncle. Though aware of his disrespectful words, he stubbornly turned away, brooding in silence. "What? Are we not even allowed to speak to you?" Li Si remarked, observing Li Teng lying on the bed, his face flushed. Li Teng turned to Li Si, defiantly exclaiming, "Uncle Si, what did you say last time? Why am I the one lying in the hospital?" Li Si, catching sight of Yi Chen approaching, quickly signaled to Li Teng with a glance. "Oh, you should consider yourself fortunate to be lying in a hospital. If you provoke me again, I wouldn't hesitate to send you to the morgue." Yi Chen entered the room and addressed the astonished Li Teng. Seeing both of his uncles alongside Yi Chen, Li Teng, momentarily stunned, suddenly seemed to realize something and shouted maniacally, "Aha! I finally understand. All of this was orchestrated by you." You've long been intolerant of me and wish to torment me. Haven to you? Fine. From this day forth, I, Li Tong, shall sever ties with you. At this declaration, even Li Si, who had always spoiled Li Tong, was infuriated. He strode to the bedside and, with a forceful slap, struck the still shouting Li Tong, his gaze filled with disappointment. You ungrateful wretch. From childhood, you've been handed everything on a silver platter. How many troubles have you caused? And every single time, it was your uncle and I who resolved them. It is precisely because we indulged you that you have become so reckless. Drawing the ire of Mr. Yi, Li Hu, standing nearby, spoke earnestly. I now understand the entirety of the situation. Setting aside past events, you must reflect on your actions regarding Mr. Yi. Were you right or wrong? Li Tong, stung by the slap, felt his already flushed face grow even more crimson, staring in disbelief at his two uncles as he stammered. If my father were here, he would never allow me to suffer like this. Li Hu and Li Si exchanged disappointed glances and shook their heads. You are mistaken. If your father were here, you would not have become this way, arrogant and contemptuous. It is precisely because your father is no longer with us that your uncles, concerned for your well-being, have indulged and spoiled you. Yet, we never anticipated that you would turn out to be such an ungrateful creature. Even a dog, raised for years, would not bare its teeth at its master. Li Tong, whose face was initially flushed, grew increasingly pale at the words of Yi Chen. He glanced at his two uncles standing nearby, their expressions filled with disappointment, causing a tremor in his heart. You, the insatiably greedy one, forget all previous kindness the moment something does not align with your desires. One must wonder if your conscience has been devoured by a dog. Li Si and his companion remained silent, their gazes complex as they regarded Li Tong lying in bed. As Li Tong's thoughts were laid bare, a flicker of panic crossed his face. No, I haven tea. Seeing this, Yi Chen turned his attention away from the bedridden Li Tong and faced Li Si and his companion, stating, Have you seen clearly? This is the nephew you have always treated as your own. Let's depart. He took a step back, observing their reactions. Li Si and his companion opened their mouths to speak, but ultimately said nothing, letting out a long sigh before turning to leave the hospital room. Upon witnessing this, Li Tong felt an impending sense of loss wash over him, a wave of sorrow rising in his chest as he cried out, Uncle! Li Si and his companion paused, slowly turning around. Uncle, I was wrong. I realized my mistakes. Li Tong pleaded, tears in his eyes as he looked at them. I made you worry. I'm truly sorry, Uncle. I promise I will never act this way again. At this sight, Yi Chen felt a sense of amusement. Individuals like him merely needed someone to speak the truth. The harsher the reality they faced, the more likely they were to reflect on their actions. Li Hu approached the bedside, gently wiping the tears from Li Tong's face, but his own hands, stained, only smudged the tears across Li Tong's cheeks. Hearing Li Tong's apologies, Li Si felt a touch of comfort and patted Li Tong's shoulder, saying, Uncle does not blame you. Everyone makes mistakes. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen stepped forward, swiftly pulling back the sheets covering Li Tong, revealing his legs and right arm encased in plaster. With a swift motion of his hand, he deftly sliced through the hardened plaster. Li Si and his companion felt a tightening in their chests at Yi Chen's actions and hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen raised his hand, signaling them to remain silent, before turning to the visibly frightened Li Tong and said, Do not move. With both hands, he gently pressed down on Li Tong's right arm, channeling his internal energy slowly into him. Li Tong, puzzled, wiggled his fingers and found no unusual sensation. He rotated his wrist and, to his astonishment, lifted his entire right arm, exclaiming, My right hand is healed? Yi Chen smiled and proceeded to channel his energy into Li Tong's legs. Moments later, Li Tong joyfully stood, gazing at his restored legs, and turned to kneel before Yi Chen, saying, Thank you. Li Si and Li Hu also clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, We thank you, Mr. Yi, for not holding past grievances against us. Chapter 45. More rogue than a rascal. Yi Chen's purpose for visiting today was to heal Li Tong. Otherwise, even if Li Si and his companion temporarily submitted, there would always be lingering doubts in their hearts. However, he could not act directly, as there was the risk that Li Tong might turn out to be ungrateful, creating trouble for himself once healed. Yi Chen nodded, just about to speak when he noticed Li Tong, who had been kneeling, suddenly stand up. The balding doctor, witnessing this, glanced at the medical records in his hand, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and asked, Wasn't the patient suffering from a comminuted fracture? Where has the patient gone? Stepping out of the hospital? The clock had already struck midnight. Yi Chen found himself wandering alone along the dimly lit street. He had taken the first step, And although he held disdain for the dark forces represented by the Li family, every journey must commence somewhere, mustn't it? Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Where there is intrigue, there is conflict. Some actions, if left unperformed by oneself, will inevitably be undertaken by others. As long as the Li family members adhered to his command and refrained from wrongdoing, he could justify his actions. Yi Chen reassured himself. Just as Yi Chen was lost in thought, a voice broke through the stillness. "Sir, I'm merely a waitress. I cannot drink." Following the sound, Yi Chen glanced over to see a young girl standing before a barbecue stall, clutching several bottles of beer and addressing a table of patrons. "Drink when I tell you to drink. Didn't you come out just for the money?" A stout, middle-aged man, bare-chested, pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket and tossed it onto the table, continuing, "Come, have a few drinks with the brothers. This money is all yours." The girl, seemingly inexperienced in such situations, hurriedly placed the beers on the table, stepping back as her voice trembled. "I'm sorry, sir. I really cannot drink." With that, she turned to leave. What the girl did not realize was that her resistance would only embolden the group. The bare-chested man, seeing her attempt to flee, reached out with his large, pudgy hand to grasp her, leering, "Where do you think you're going? Come, have a drink with the brothers. If you do, we will let you go, all right?" The girl struggled to break free, panic surging within her as she cried, "I truly cannot drink. Please, let me go." The sight of her desperation only elicited laughter from the man and his companions, who held her firmly, showing no intention of releasing her. "Release your grip, you brute." Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chen had approached, his voice icy. The men at the table turned to regard Yi Chen, dismissing him as an insignificant youth, scoffing. "What kind of brat are you? Get lost. Do not make me repeat myself." Yi Chen insisted, his tone resolute. The group, now losing their amusement, regarded him with growing hostility. "We've given you a chance, kid. If you don't scram, we'll make sure you regret it." Yi Chen, having heard enough, swiftly seized a bamboo skewer from the table and hurled it at the man's hand that was clutching the girl. The skewer pierced the man's wrist with the precision of a dart, causing him to release her immediately, letting out a cry of pain. Clutching his bleeding wrist, he turned, fuming, "You're asking for death." The others, realizing the situation, grabbed beer bottles from the table and hurled them at Yi Chen. He deftly sidestepped the incoming projectiles, advancing towards them. Picking up several unopened bottles of beer, he swiftly struck each man on the head, one after the other. Yi Chen moved with remarkable speed, incapacitating them in an instant. "Since you enjoy drinking so much, let's ensure you indulge," he declared, glancing at the fallen men. Hearing the commotion outside, the shop owner rushed over, alarmed at the sight of the unconscious figures sprawled on the ground. He turned to Yi Chen, his voice laced with anxiety. "Why did you resort to violence?" The girl hastily recounted the events to the shopkeeper. To her surprise, the shopkeeper responded, "You chose to drink 2 cups, so what's the fuss? You're working to earn money, but that doesn't justify resorting to violence." Upon hearing this, the girl turned pale, and a mist of tears welled in her eyes. Yi Chen was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. It was the first time he witnessed a boss failing to defend their employee, even sacrificing them to appease customers. Indeed, the type of establishment reflects the clientele it attracts. With such a feeble boss, it was no wonder the customers behaved so brazenly. Yi Chen remarked. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, seethed with anger. "What business is it of yours who I am? Regardless, you laid hands on someone. Don't even think about leaving. I'm calling the police." With that, he reached for his phone. Yi Chen glanced at the girl sobbing on the ground, shook his head, and dialed Li Si. When the call connected, Li Si said, "Mr. Yi, I was just about to call you. Where are you?" "We've just finished tidying up and are at the hospital entrance." After relaying the shop's location to Li Si, Yi Chen hung up and quietly observed the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glared at Yi Chen and spat. "Called for help, have you? It won't matter who you summon." This display of arrogance made Yi Chen furious yet amused. Looking at the men regaining their composure, he remarked, "It's truly enlightening. Your employee is being bullied, and rather than taking action, you, as the owner, remain inactive. Meanwhile, a bystander witnesses this injustice, and you, the owner, seem to take offense. How curious. You stand unscathed while your employee suffers. If I let you go, I would be liable for medical expenses. Hurry up and send the person to the hospital, or I shall indeed call the police." The shopkeeper hastily rattled off his demands. At that moment, a vehicle pulled up outside the shop, and Li Si, Li Hu, Li Teng, and the driver, Xiao Lei, emerged, approaching Yi Chen. Yi Chen pointed at the bare-chested man, declaring, "This individual harassed the girl." He then gestured toward the weeping girl, continuing, "I merely gave him a lesson. Finally, he pointed at the shopkeeper, stating, and this owner took offense. It's as simple as that. Upon hearing this, Li Si and the others were enraged. I spent half my life as a rogue. Yet I never imagined encountering someone even more unscrupulous. Just as the shopkeeper was about to speak, the bare-chested man, clutching his right hand, inquired, Are you Lord Si? Li Si delivered a swift kick to the man's shoulder, cursing, Have your eyes gone blind, daring to provoke young Master Yi? The shopkeeper, fully aware of Li Si's notorious reputation, turned pale upon realizing that the infamous figure stood before him. Young Master Yi, how shall we handle these individuals? Yi Chen, disliking this display of bullying, hesitated before addressing the now pallid shopkeeper. Forget it. You are unfit to be a boss. You deal with it. I shall take my leave. He waved his hand. No need for assistance. I'll walk on my own. As Yi Chen passed by the girl, she stood up, hesitantly saying, Yi Chen? Yi Chen paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, Do you know me? I am Chen Momo from Class 2, the girl replied, her gaze lowered. In the past, Yi Chen had very little contact with most of his classmates, and he had no recollection of this Chen Momo at all. The subtle changes in the expressions of a few individuals did not escape Yi Chen's notice. He shot them a stern glance before turning to the girl and saying, All right, thank you for today. Chen Momo hurried to catch up with Yi Chen, looking at him as she spoke. Yi Chen smiled faintly. There's no need for that. With the college entrance examination approaching, why are you still doing part-time work? Upon hearing this, Chen Momo lowered her head and, after a moment of silence, replied, I may not be able to take the exam. Oh, why is that? Yi Chen inquired. A wave of sorrow welled up in Chen Momo's eyes, and tears began to fall as she slowly explained. A few days ago, my father had an accident at the construction site. My mother is in the hospital taking care of him, and our savings have been exhausted. I need to earn money urgently for my father's treatment. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Was the construction site not responsible for the accident? Initially, they took my father to the hospital and paid a sum, but you know how hospitals operate. My father's injuries are severe. Staying in the ICU costs over 20,000 a day. Chen Momo sorrowfully elucidated. The fees they paid lasted only 2 days before the hospital moved my father out of the ICU, while he was still in a critical state. When my mother and I went to the construction site to find the person in charge, we discovered that the site was already deserted. Did you report to the police? Yi Chen continued to ask. We did, but the police said they had to follow procedures, and it would take time. But my father doesn't have the luxury of waiting. Chen Momo exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of sympathy for the girl, who was roughly his age. He halted and looked at her, saying, Even if you worked tirelessly for 24 hours, it would only make a small dent in that amount. What you need to do is focus on achieving good results in your exams. That way, you can secure a better job in the future and earn more. With a choked voice, Chen Momo replied, I understand, but what can I do? Without money, my father cannot stay in the ICU. Without the ICU equipment, his life is at risk. Even a standard ward is beyond our means. I want to contribute to my father's care. I don't want to live with regret. How much do you need? No one understands the feeling of being at a dead end better than Yi Chen. Upon hearing his question, Chen Momo, devoid of any hope, despondently replied, After subtracting the 200,000 already spent at the hospital, we still need 500,000. The most crucial part is, she paused, then continued, the most crucial part is that the doctor said they cannot guarantee whether my father will wake up. As she spoke, Chen Momo squatted down, crying in despair. Observing the helpless girl before him, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Nowadays, hospitals have ceased to be sanctuaries of healing. He suddenly recalled a short video he had seen earlier, where a hospital department advertised itself as a source of abundant wealth, boasting of daily profits. Such phrases might be suitable in other contexts, but they certainly do not belong in hospitals or funeral homes, as their prosperity is intertwined with the suffering and ailments of the people. Looking at the despondent girl, Yi Chen softly said, Give me your bank account number. I will cover the medical expenses for now. The girl, who had been weeping with her head bowed, abruptly ceased her cries upon hearing Yi Chen's words. She looked up at him with disbelief, her eyes wide as she stammered. Is what you said truly the case? Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Pay the hospital fees and focus on your studies to prepare for the college entrance examination. The girl hesitated, asking, But isn't your family also in a difficult situation? Yi Chen chuckled softly, ruffling Chen Momo's hair, and replied, Leave that aside. Saving your father is of utmost importance. After a moment, Chen Momo suddenly raised her head to gaze at Yi Chen, her face flushed with embarrassment as she inquired, Are you truly willing to lend me the money? Absolutely. More genuine than gold. Chen Momo looked at Yi Chen with hope and continued, Then shall we go to the hospital right away? I worry that something might happen to my father. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Given that the hospital where Chen Momo's father was located was quite distant, and it was already past 1 in the morning, the duo waited a considerable time before finally hailing a taxi. Once they were inside, the vehicle sped towards the Shijiao Renai Hospital. Yi Chen paid the fare, and as they disembarked, Chen Momo shyly explained, "I'm sorry. I'm currently broke. Today is my first day at work, and now this has happened." Yi Chen shook his head, signaling that it was of no concern. Chen Momo said no more, hastily leading Yi Chen into the hospital. When she pushed open the door to a ward, her heart sank upon discovering her father's absence. Her complexion turned pale as she anxiously rushed to the nurse's station, asking, "Where's my father? Why is he missing?" The duty nurse, who had been soundly asleep at her station, was disturbed and irritably retorted, "What is all this noise? Don't the other patients need rest at this hour?" Still worried about her father, Chen Momo pressed on, "Nurse, where has my father gone? Wasn't he in a coma?" The nurse, now visibly annoyed, asked, "What room number? You keep mentioning your father, but who knows him?" "Room 303, Chun Gang," Chen Momo exclaimed anxiously. The nurse consulted the duty roster, rolled her eyes, and stated, "He has been taken to the emergency room on the 2nd floor. Upon hearing this, Chen Momo's face went pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she turned and sprinted towards the emergency room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 47, Moving House. Yi Chen cast a glance at the duty nurse before following Chen Momo as they rushed to the emergency room. Soon, they arrived at the door, where they spotted a woman in her 50s, forlornly slumped against the cold floor outside the emergency room, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. Seeing her, Chen Momo quickly dashed over and grasped the woman's hand, crying, "Mom, how is Dad?" The woman lifted her head, and upon seeing her tear-streaked daughter, her expression softened. And she sobbed, "Child, your father may not make it." Upon hearing this, Chen Momo collapsed into her mother's embrace, wailing uncontrollably. Yi Chen watched the two women, entwined in their sorrow, and felt a heavy weight settle upon his own heart as their grief seemed to permeate the air. Moments later, the light at the entrance of the emergency room extinguished, and a doctor emerged, pushing open the door. Chen Momo hurriedly scrambled to her feet and rushed over to grasp the doctor's hand, her voice tinged with urgency. "Doctor, how is my father?" The doctor removed his glasses and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, shaking his head as he replied, "We have done all we could." After uttering these words, he gently released Chen Momo's hand and walked away. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Chen Momo and her mother pushed open the door to the emergency room and rushed inside. Just as they did, other medical staff were exiting, and one young nurse admonished them sharply, "Get out. If the patient is to be transferred to the morgue, the emergency room is not a place for you to enter at will." Such harsh words caused Yi Chen a frown, his gaze turning cold as he directed his attention towards the nurse. Sensing his intense scrutiny, the nurse opened her mouth to respond, but quickly closed it, taken aback by the weight of his stare. At that moment, a nurse familiar with Chen Momo's father's condition whispered something to the others, prompting them to hurriedly leave. With the obstruction gone, Chen Momo, her mother, and Yi Chen finally stepped into the emergency room. Inside, the stark, cold atmosphere enveloped them, and on the central bed lay Chen Momo's father, alone and covered entirely by a blue disposable sheet. The sight plunged the mother and daughter into despair, and they stumbled forward, embracing the lifeless body and weeping bitterly. Yi Chen stood quietly to the side, wishing to offer comfort but uncertain of how to begin. Unconsciously, he activated his spiritual awareness to ascertain the cause of Chen Momo's father's death. As his consciousness entered the man's body, he suddenly felt a faint pulse from the heart. Yi Chen's brow furrowed as he examined the situation closely and spoke, "You need to get up. Your father is still alive." Startled by his words, the grieving mother and daughter quickly rose. Chen Momo wiped the tears from her face and looked at Yi Chen, her voice laced with anxiety. "What did you say?" Lying straight on the bed, Chen Momo's father still had a heart rate monitor attached to his wrist, but the display showed only straight lines. Without further ado, Yi Chen pressed his hands down on the man's abdomen. He had already determined that Chen Momo's father, Chen Gang, was suffering from internal bleeding due to a ruptured spleen, so he focused his spiritual energy on that area. The mother and daughter watched Yi Chen's actions in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what he was doing, yet they had clearly heard him say there was hope, and thus they unconditionally placed their trust in him. As time passed, Yi Chen fervently channeled his energy, confronting the most severe case he had ever attempted to save. After what felt like an eternity, the two women standing nearby suddenly heard a beep from the monitor. The sound was like a celestial melody, and, as they turned to look, They saw the previously straight lines on the heart monitor begin to fluctuate. Glancing at the bed, they noticed that their father's once pale complexion now appeared to have regained some color. Overwhelmed with joy, the mother and daughter celebrated this flicker of hope. As Chen Gang's wife was about to speak, Chen swiftly covered her mouth, gesturing towards Yi Chun, who was undergoing treatment, with a shushing motion. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chun exhaled deeply, rising to address the two, stating that his injuries had nearly healed and that only a minimally invasive procedure was required to drain the internal bleeding. Observing the cold, sterile environment of the emergency room and recalling the hospital's poor service, he added, "However, I strongly advise you to seek treatment elsewhere for the subsequent care." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the mother and daughter nodded, though their expressions remained somewhat bewildered. Yi Chun shook his head, bent down to untangle several instruments affixed to Chen Gang, and then wheeled the gurney out of the emergency room. After completing the necessary paperwork, he assisted in arranging an ambulance to transfer Chen Gang to the city center hospital. Admission proved considerably simpler. After conducting an examination, they discovered that the coma was a result of internal bleeding compressing the nerves. A bed was promptly arranged, along with a scheduled surgery time. Once everything was set, Yi Chun discreetly left the hospital after paying some fees, carrying the burden of the mother and daughter on his back. After meditating cross-legged on his bed for several cycles, the sky gradually brightened. In the early morning, after the mother and son had breakfast, the mother began to tidy up their belongings, murmuring about hiring a vehicle to transport everything to their new home. Yi Chun chuckled, "Mom, look at all these items. Which of them is suitable for the new house? The only new one is this refrigerator, and it has already been scratched by that little rascal." Xiao Bai, standing nearby, playfully nudged Yi Chun with his head, earning the affection of Yi Chen's mother. Ultimately, after Yi Chen's insistence, they decided to pack only some clothing, leaving the rest to their landlord as a token of gratitude for not raising their rent over the years. This decision simplified matters considerably, resulting in just a few large bundles of their possessions. As they stepped outside, the mother turned to glance back at the place they had called home for over a decade. Memories of their time spent there flooding her mind, evoking a sense of reluctance. Yi Chun approached the car, opened the trunk, and tossed in their belongings before calling to his mother, "Mom, get in the car." Chapter 48, The Toad on the Foot. Seeing Yi Chun open the door of a brand new car and beckon her to enter, his mother was momentarily taken aback. "Mom, hurry and get in. This is borrowed." Yi Chun pondered for a moment, deciding to keep the truth from her for now. Otherwise, she would surely worry about the car and the house. His mother finally responded with a soft acknowledgement and entered the vehicle. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Huazhou Junting Community, where the security guard, having seen Yi Chun on 2 prior occasions, promptly opened the gate for them. Once inside the community, Yi Chun found a spacious parking spot, took out the property certificate, and noted that the building number was 005, lacking a specific door number. He had never visited the property before, so he was unaware of its precise location, and since it was a gift from the Sief family, he felt it improper to inspect it beforehand. As Yi Chun ambled along, he observed the numbered houses around him until he arrived at the villa numbered 001, which belonged to Xie Wanqing's grandfather. It then dawned on him that what the Sief family had bestowed upon him was not merely a house, but a magnificent villa. Suddenly, he recalled Xie Wanqing's word from a few days prior, urging him to inform her when he moved. Hesitating for a moment, he retrieved his phone, located Xie Wanqing's number, and dialed. In no time, Xie Wanqing answered the call. "Yi Chun?" "Yes." "Wanqing, this house is far too extravagant. I had thought it was a regular residence," Yi Chun remarked, glancing at his mother in the rearview mirror as she listened to his conversation. "Does it matter to my father?" Xie Wanqing replied before inquiring further. "Are you moving? Is it really that grand?" Yi Chun rolled his eyes, realizing that for the Sief family, not only a villa, but an entire neighborhood was merely a collection of numbers. "Yes, I don't have much to do today, just tidying up for the move," Yi Chun responded. On the other end of the line, Xie Wanqing playfully chided him. "I told you last time to inform me in advance about your move. Just wait. I'll be there shortly." With that, she hung up. Yi Chun's mother, having listened intently, inquired as soon as he set his phone down, "What's the matter, Chen?" Noticing her strong reaction, Yi Chun quickly replied, "We can't leave now. The young lady from the Sief family is on her way." After exiting the vehicle, Yi Chun used his key to unlock the villa door. Gently pushing it open, he turned back to see that his mother had yet to step out of the car. He walked over, opened the passenger door, and said with a wry smile, "Come on, Mom, let us settle in here temporarily. We can move again later." His mother nodded in agreement and followed him into the villa. Upon entering, Yi Chun surveyed the interior and noticed that aside from a few everyday items, Most of the furniture and appliances were already in place. However, he realized that he had yet to find any teapots or cups. And although the house was a gift from the Xie family, it would be remiss to neglect proper etiquette. Remembering that there seemed to be a small goods market outside the community, Chen turned to his mother, ready to speak, but halted as he saw her gently caressing the luxurious sofa, glancing around with a delicate demeanor that tugged at his heartstrings. "Mom, please have a seat. I'll just step out to buy a few cups," he said softly. His mother nodded in response. Chen started the car and drove toward the community entrance. "Xianggu, is this truly the most luxurious community in our city?" Yang Hongyan asked, pointing to the golden characters spelling out Huazhou, junting on the sign with a look of yearning. Gao Xiang followed her gaze, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Of course. This is a top-tier community built by the Xie Group. It is said that even the designer was an internationally renowned figure." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongyan expressed her envy. How impressive it would be to live here. After a pause, she continued, "However, just having money isn't enough to reside here. My father promised he would look for connections to buy a unit for me to use when I get married." Hearing this, Yang Hongyan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gao Xiang, wrapping her arms around his, and playfully said, "Shouldn't it be for our wedding instead?" In Gao Xiang's eyes glimmered a hint of pride as he chuckled. "Indeed, it is reserved for our wedding." Yet deep within he thought, "Damn it, I've long since lost interest in you. Marriage with you is but a dream." As Chen halted his vehicle and prepared to enter the gates of the small commodity market, he caught sight of two familiar figures, Gao Xiang and Yang Hongyan. A frown creased Chen's brow, and a wave of distaste surged within him as he feigned ignorance and proceeded into the market. Yang Hongyan, lost in her reverie of the splendid life awaiting her at Huazhou Junting, turned her gaze to Chen and, shaking Gao Xiang's shoulder, gestured toward him, saying, "What a stroke of bad luck, running into this penniless wretch everywhere." Upon recognizing Chen, Gao Xiang, eager to assert his superiority as a wealthy individual and anticipating his imminent residence at Huazhou Junting, remarked with a mischievous grin, "Come, let's follow him." Just as Chen entered the mall, he received a call from Xie Wanqing, inquiring about his absence from the villa. Informing her of his location at the small commodity market, he noticed Gao Xiang and Yang Hongyan trailing closely behind and, with a furrowed brow, tucked his phone into his pocket, ignoring them. With the house being quite spacious, Chen selected 2 sets of tea sets. As he was deliberating over a tea bar machine, Yang Hongyan, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward to mock him. "Oh, buying so many things. Are you planning to leave them outside?" Gao Xiang seized the moment to chime in, feigning ignorance. "Why leave them outside?" The insinuation hung in the air, akin to a toad on a foot, provoking unease. Suppressing his disgust, Chen disregarded their taunts and continued to inquire about the features of the tea bar machine. "Why buy 2 sets of tea sets? Is your mother remarrying?" Gao Xiang's insult regarding Chen's mother hit a nerve. Before he could finish, Chen swiftly delivered a kick that sent him soaring through the air. Gao Xiang experienced a moment of disorientation before a sharp pain gripped his abdomen, leaving him bewildered as to how he had been propelled away. Chapter 49. Are you dating? After being sent flying by Chen, Gao Xiang suddenly recalled that this was the second time he had been on the receiving end of such treatment. "You penniless fool! How dare you lay a hand on Brother Xiang?" Yang Hongyan shrieked, rushing to Gao Xiang's side and shouting at Chen, "If you dare insult my mother again, you shall bear the consequences." Chen coldly regarded the sprawled Gao Xiang. "You seek death." Gao Xiang grimaced in pain, his expression twisted with fury as he glared at Chen, yet he refrained from further insults. Chen had little desire to engage with such a cowardly bully. "You penniless wretch, daring to strike Brother Xiang. Does Huazhou Junting know? Brother Xiang is about to take residence there." Yang Hongyan helped Gao Xiang to his feet and continued, "The residents of Huazhou Junting are all high society. When Brother Xiang makes a few connections, he could easily ensure that you and your mother cannot survive in Baosher City." Chen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile, gazing at Yang Hongyan as if she were a mere jester, and said, "Oh, ensure that I cannot survive in Baosher City?" Just then, before Yang Hongyan could respond, an individual emerged from the crowd and stood before Chen, addressing the two. "You are not worthy of residing in the houses of Huazhou Junting." The speaker was none other than the arriving Xie Wanqing. Yang Hongyan naturally remembered her, and upon hearing Xie Wanqing's words, her face turned pale, rendering her speechless. The Huazhou Junting was a property developed by the Xie family. Thus, such a statement from them was tantamount to pronouncing a death sentence for Gao Xiang. The prospect of continuing to purchase property in Huazhou Junting was utterly extinguished. Gao Xiang, filled with disdain for Yang Hongyan, forcefully shrugged off her supporting hands, struck her across the face, and exclaimed in anger, "Look at the mess you've made." With that, he clutched his abdomen and stormed away. Yang Hongyan, stunned by the slap, gazed after Gao Xiang as he departed, and cried out, "I did this all for you." She hurried after him, desperate to catch up. "Are you not in a hurry?" After the crowd dispersed, Yi Chun turned to Xia Wanqing and asked. Xia Wanqing shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Even if the esteemed Dr. Yi is busy with his housewarming, he should still make an appearance. It seems others have not intended to notify him." Yi Chun scratched his head and mumbled, "It's not a significant matter. I was merely concerned about your busyness." Moving to a new residence, the bridal chamber, and achieving high honors were all monumental events in ancient times. Xia Wanqing glared at Yi Chun as she explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun finally understood. "I am accustomed to moving. Such matters do not occupy my thoughts." Xia Wanqing, fully aware of the underlying sentiment, felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. "What? Hurry up." Xia Wanqing nudged Yi Chun and proceeded deeper into the shopping mall. Observing his mother's expression, Yi Chun walked over and introduced the two. Xia Wanqing took Ye's mother's hand and said, "I have often heard Yi Chun speak of you. It is a pleasure to meet you in person, Annie." Ye's mother glanced at Yi Chun and immediately took a liking to the girl before her, holding Xia Wanqing's hand with great affection. "Look at you being so clumsy. Let me handle it." Noticing Yi Chun's haphazard arrangement of items, Xia Wanqing approached, took the decorations from his hands, and arranged them herself. Yi Chun was surprised to see that this young lady was quite adept at such tasks, and he remarked, "I never expected that Miss Xia could do these things." Xia Wanqing shot him a playful glare and retorted, "I am not without hands or feet. Why would I be incapable of doing these? I have been managing these tasks on my own since childhood." Upon noticing Yi Chun's astonished expression, she continued, "Did you not realize that during our last meal at my grandfather's, it was my aunt and mother who cooked?" Yi Chun pondered for a moment and indeed recalled that to be the case, though he had not particularly focused on it at the time. "My family's philosophy is that one should manage their own affairs," Xia Wanqing asserted, raising her chin with pride. "Oh, Miss Xia is impressive, isn't she? I have always been." Ye's mother smiled as she watched the playful banter between the two, though a glimmer of worry lingered in her eyes. The arrangement of everyday items was straightforward, and they soon tidied up the space. Xia Wanqing suggested inviting old Master Xia over to join in the festivities, and Yi Chun agreed, as he knew that failing to extend an invitation would indeed lead to complications later on. At that moment, the elusive Xiao Bai poked its head through the door, grinning brightly upon spotting Yi Chun and scampering over. "Oh, what a beautiful dog!" exclaimed Xia Wanqing upon seeing the little white creature. Little did she know, upon hearing her words, the white fox, Xiao Bai, raised its head and gave her an incredulous glance. Xia Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, turned to Yi Chun with wide eyes, asking, "Did it just roll its eyes at me?" Yi Chun chuckled, stroking Xiao Bai's fur, and replied, "Well, you called a dog. Xiao Bai's a white fox." Xia Wanqing affectionately patted Xiao Bai's tail, her eyes gleaming with fondness. "Xiao Bai, I apologize. It was my mistake." At this, Xiao Bai flashed a grin and darted out of the room. "What if it gets lost? It doesn't teen know the way." Xia Wanqing gazed after the fleeing fox, concern etched on her face. "Don't worry. Even if you lose it, it won't lose itself," Yi Chun casually remarked. Xia Wanqing shot him a disapproving look. Yi Chun took on the role of assistant, while Yi's mother prepared the vegetarian dishes, and Xia Wanqing was responsible for some meat-based delicacies. The reason Yi's mother handled the vegetarian fare was due to the family's infrequent consumption of meat, which had left her somewhat out of practice with certain recipes. Soon, a modest yet warm spread of dishes was ready. Noticing the time, Xia Wanqing left to fetch old Master Xia. Seizing the opportunity, Yi's mother stopped Yi Chun and asked, "Are you and Miss Xia in a romantic relationship?" Understanding his mother's concerns, shaped by years of hardship that had made her cautious, Yi Chun responded, "No, we are just friends. She is merely grateful for my treatment of old Master Xia. Please don't overthink it." Seeing that his mother was about to speak again, he quickly interjected, "Mom, our guests are arriving soon." At that, Yi's mother fell silent. Moments later, the hearty laughter of old Master Xia echoed from outside. "Haha, Xiao Yi, I brought 2 bottles of fine wine. Let's share a few drinks." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chun and his mother stepped outside to greet him. Old Master Xia ambled in, carrying 2 bottles of wine, with Xia Wanqing following closely behind, holding a long wooden box. Yi Chun took the bottles from old Master Xia with a smile, saying, "Though your health permits you to drink, remember not to indulge excessively." Xia Wanqing handed the wooden box to Yi's mother, stating, "Annie, this painting is said to be Peony by Tang Bohu from the Ming Dynasty. Grandpa specifically asked me to bring it to you." Yi's mother, well aware of the painting's value, waved her hands in protest, insisting it was too precious. It's all just material possessions. Don't be so polite with my old man. Old Master Xie dismissed her concerns with a wave. Then turned to Yi Chun's mother with a smile, adding, so this is Xiao Yi's mother? I hope you won't mind my uninvited presence. Not at all. You're always welcome to join us for meals, today and in the future. Yi's mother replied with a warm smile. Let us not stand on ceremony. Come in and sit down before the food gets cold. Yi Chen interjected, breaking the cycle of pleasantries. Once seated, while Yi's mother was just getting acquainted with the Xie family, the others conversed as if they hadn't known each other for ages. After a glass of wine, Old Master Xie began praising Yi's mother for raising such a fine son, which delighted her immensely. The group gathered around the dining table, filled with laughter and joy, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Yi's mother prepared a cup of tea for both Old Master Xie and Yi Chen to help them sober up. Meanwhile, Xie Wanqing assisted her mother in clearing the dining table. Suddenly, Yi Chen's phone rang. He answered it and held it to his ear. A moment later, with a grim expression, he hung up and excused himself to Old Master Xie. Noting Yi Chen's serious demeanor, Old Master Xie encouraged him to attend to urgent matters. Observing that Xie Wanqing and her mother were still busy in the kitchen, Yi Chen stepped outside. He made his way to the revitalized martial arts hall, which he had only recently learned from Su Yi was the office of the city's martial arts association. Upon entering the modest training area, Yi Chen was greeted by a scene of disarray. A group of young men, startled by his entrance, regarded him with apprehension. Where is Su Yi? Yi Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, the tension in their expressions eased, and one of them pointed towards a door, stating, Master Su is inside. Yi Chen approached and opened the door to find Su Yi lying on a bed, accompanied by 5 stern-looking men seated on a nearby sofa, all bearing various injuries. Su Yi, upon seeing Yi Chen, managed a wry smile and remarked, Brother Yi, I've embarrassed myself before you once again, his expression tinged with pain. Before he could continue, a young man sitting in the corner interjected, I thought you summoned a significant figure, but what can a mere child do? Yi Chen cast a glance at the speaker, but chose to disregard him. Jin Zhao, do not speak carelessly. Brother Yi is not someone you can offend. Su Yi admonished sharply. Zhen Zhao, hearing Su Yi's reprimand, turned his head away in silence. Su Yi then turned back to Yi Chen, relieved to see that Yi Chen seemed unfazed, and continued, It's the master of the infamous duo, known in the underworld as the Lake Butcher, who has come under the guise of challenging our hall to seek vengeance for his disciples. Confused, Yi Chen questioned, Shouldn't he, the master of those men, be avoiding your ancient martial arts association? Why would he dare to come here so brazenly? At that moment, the eldest among the group spoke. This old fiend has claimed he will return tomorrow. We are uncertain if the experts dispatched by the upper association will arrive in time. Yi Chen regarded him closely, recognizing him as one of those who had previously accompanied the capture of the infamous brothers. Acknowledging Yi Chen's prowess, the man nodded in understanding when Yi Chen mentioned treating Su Yi and led the way out. Zhen Zhao wanted to say something, was silenced by a glare from the elder, and followed suit. Once the 4 had exited the room, Yi Chen examined Su Yi's body with his spiritual awareness and addressed him. Your leg's meridians have been shattered. You may experience some discomfort shortly. Bear with it. Su Yi nodded, his expression downcast as he replied, That old fiend has reached the pinnacle of dark energy. I was only able to strike once before he severed my veins. Brother Yi, just do your best. I am prepared for the worst. Yi Chen smiled and jested. Rest assured, if I do not consent to your becoming disabled, then you shall not. Upon finishing his words, he began to channel his spiritual energy to treat Su Yi. Due to the severed meridians in Su Yi's legs, the broken tendons had sprung apart like a snapped rubber band. As Yi Chen controlled the meridians on either side, drawing them together, Su Yi lay on the bed, trembling uncontrollably from the discomfort. Imagine the sensation of having one's tendons pulled within the body. Even someone as seasoned in martial arts, as Su Yi found it difficult to endure. Observing Su Yi's writhing form, Yi Chen slowed the pulling process. Yet the energy he expended was not simply a matter of addition. Finally, as Yi Chen had nearly depleted half of his internal energy, he succeeded in mending one of Su Yi's legs. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to treat the other leg. Fortunately, this leg was relatively less injured. Although the meridian was also severed, a faint connection remained, allowing Yi Chen to complete the repair without excessive energy expenditure. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Yi opened his eyes and moved his injured legs, seemingly free from the anticipated pain. He looked at Yi Chen in astonishment and asked, Brother Yi, have you truly healed me? Yi Chen rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "Just move a bit, and you'll find out." Supporting himself against the bed frame, Su Yi sat up, gently flexed his feet, and then slowly lowered them to the ground, discovering that the piercing pain had vanished. He joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Yi, you are indeed my lucky star." Chapter 51. I can take action. Do not rejoice too soon. For the next month or two, you must refrain from vigorous activities and consume more protein, Yi Chen advised from his side. For a martial artist, this was akin to being reborn, and Su Yi nodded eagerly, acknowledging the advice. After calming his emotions, the two exited the room. Upon seeing Su Yi emerge, the individuals waiting outside widened their eyes in disbelief. They had witnessed Su Ye's injuries firsthand. Even if he had received treatment at a hospital, it would not be a short while before he could walk again. Brother Yi is truly omnipotent, Su Yi remarked, reveling in their astonished expressions. The elderly man from earlier was Zhang Jinjia, the vice president of the city's Ancient Martial Arts Association and the cousin of Zhun Jiao. The other two were also veterans of the city association, one tall individual named Dong Jiang and a shorter, sturdier man named Su Shang. Su Shang furrowed his brow and said, "Unless the provincial association's president, a master-level expert, personally intervenes, no one can subdue that old monster from Lake 2. Vice President Zhang Jinjia sighed, stating, "The provincial president seldom comes out of retirement. It seems our city association is facing inevitable disaster. The critical issue is that the president is also absent. We're no match for that old rogue." Zhang Zhao interjected. Su Yi glanced at Yi Chen, recalling that only the city president was aware of Yi Chen's previous confrontation with the agents of Yin and Yang. The others were unaware of the truth. The president is no longer a match for that old fiend. It would only lead to further casualties, Su Yi said calmly, then hesitated before continuing, "Brother Yi, I wonder." Yi Chen understood what Su Yi intended to convey. He glanced at Su Yi and stated, "I am willing to take action, but you must agree to one condition." Upon hearing Yi Chen's consent, Zhang Jinjia and the others were unaware of Yi Chen's cultivation level, yet Zhang Jinjia remarked, "If the young brother has a way to assist our Ancient Martial Arts Association through this crisis, I will agree to any condition that is not illegal. Rest assured, the conditions will not be burdensome. I will naturally contact you when the time comes," Yi Chen responded. Upon hearing Yi Chen's agreement, Su Yi envisioned the fate of that lake's sinister figure and then inquired, "That old monster threatened to return tomorrow. How shall you arrange your time, Brother Yi?" "Fear not. I shall arrive at the break of dawn," Yi Chen declared before preparing to turn and leave. "Shall I come to escort you?" Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Since moving here, Xiao Bai had been elusive, and Yi Chen felt assured of Xiao Bai's intelligence, harboring no excessive worries. The mother and son shared a simple meal of leftovers from lunch, after which Yi Chen ascended to the upper floor to select a bedroom and commenced his training. The night passed in silence. At the crack of dawn the following day, Yi Chen drove to Jinhua Martial Arts Hall. Vice President Zhang Jinjia and the others nodded in acknowledgement as Yi Chen entered, and he settled in a corner, engrossed in short videos on his phone. However, the sounds emanating from Yi Chen's phone felt somewhat jarring in the solemn atmosphere. After sipping a bowl of soy milk, Yi Chen continued to play on his phone, entirely unaffected by the tense emotions surrounding him. Moments later, the doors of the martial arts hall swung open once more, and a septuagenarian entered, accompanied by a haughty young man. Upon entering, the youth surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Grandfather, is this the Ancient Martial Arts Association of Baocheng? It truly is a small place. Even the headquarters is so dilapidated." The elder remained silent, yet his arrogant demeanor seemed to tacitly agree with the youth's observations. Hearing the young man's comments, Zhang Jinjia's expression flickered with displeasure, but he still rose to greet them. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" "I am an elder sent by the Provincial Association. You may call me Elder Wang," the old man replied indifferently. The crowd, upon realizing that the two were experts dispatched by the Provincial Association, erupted in delight and hurriedly brought chairs for them to sit. Only Oye, seated beside Yi Chen, curled his lip, seemingly unimpressed by the two. After they took their seats, noticing the awestruck expressions of those around them, the young man observed Yi Chen, who remained engrossed in his short videos, laughter occasionally emanating from his phone, causing the two to frown. What a country bumpkin, even at such a time. Still focused on his phone, the youth scoffed, casting a glance at Yi Chen. Elder Wang turned to Zhang Jinjia, saying earnestly, "Your academy seems quite relaxed. However, those who practice martial arts must always remain vigilant. How can one allow mundane matters to cloud their mind?" Zhang Jinjia glanced at Yi Chen and quietly informed Elder Wang, "This individual is not a member of the association. He is here to offer assistance. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun, his contempt evident as he chose to remain silent. With a resounding bang, the door of the martial arts hall was forcefully kicked open from the outside. A gaunt old man strode in, clad in a Taoist robe and adorned with a ba hat, his chin sporting a tuft of goat-like beard, an unmistakable figure of a Taoist priest. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Jinjia's expression shifted to one of sternness as he leaned toward Elder Wang and whispered, "He has arrived. Today's gathering seems quite orderly. I wonder if they can withstand a beating." The old monster, Hu Tu, glanced over the assembly and chuckled ominously. Elder Wang, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes at the old monster and said, "Hu Tu, do not presume that the misdeeds you've committed have left no traces. If you depart at once and promise not to return, I shall let you go. What do you say?" In response, Hu Tu regarded him as if he were a fool and retorted, "Have you lost your senses, old man? Speaking such nonsense so early in the morning." Seeing that Hu Tu was not yielding an inch, Elder Wang coldly declared, "Since you remain obstinate, I shall take you down and reunite you with your disciples." With that, he propelled himself into the air, his right hand transforming into an eagle's claw, swiftly reaching for Hu Tu's day. A flicker of disdain passed through Hu Tu's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, fists clenched, launching a simultaneous assault on Elder Wang. In midair, Elder Wang altered his technique, morphing his claws into fists to counter Hu Tu's attack. The four fists collided, resulting in Hu Tu taking 2 steps back, while Elder Wang, the aggressor, staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing, having found himself at a disadvantage in their initial clash. Elder Wang's expression shifted as he focused his energy once more into his fists, rapidly advancing towards Hu Tu's day. Yet, no matter how fervently Elder Wang attacked, Hu Tu effortlessly neutralized every strike. As the battle intensified, Elder Wang's apprehension grew. Both were at the advanced stage of dark energy cultivation. Yet he felt as though each punch landed upon cotton, yielding no satisfaction. Just as Elder Wang was engulfed in uncertainty, Hu Tu suddenly let out a peculiar laugh, his figure flickering as he inexplicably appeared behind Elder Wang. He reached out with his bony hand, aiming to grasp Elder Wang's back. Reacting with remarkable speed, Elder Wang sidestepped and retaliated with a punch directed at Hu Tu's day. However, Hu Tu's initial grab was merely a feint. He swiftly shifted his position to Elder Wang's side and kicked toward his knee. The pain jolted Elder Wang, causing him to momentarily falter. At that moment, Hu Tu's hands transformed into claws, akin to those of a predatory bird, as he lunged for Elder Wang's throat. A chill ran down Elder Wang's spine as he hastily summoned his internal energy, forming a protective barrier around his throat. A ripping sound echoed as Hu Tu's claws tore through Elder Wang's garment, leaving several bloody scratches on his neck. With eyes wide in fury, Elder Wang unleashed a powerful surge of internal energy, executing his ultimate technique. The air around him seemed to ignite as it surged toward Hu Tu's day. Just as Elder Wang's strike was about to connect, a formidable shield of energy enveloped Hu Tu, successfully deflecting Elder Wang's attack. Witnessing this, Elder Wang gasped in horror. You are not merely at the advanced stage of dark energy. You are a master." Zhang Jinjia and his companions wore expressions of utmost dread, lacking even the courage to confront a master martial artist. Yet, Yi Chun appeared oblivious to the fray, continuing to fiddle with his mobile phone. The old monster, Hu Tu, grinned and declared, "I never claimed to be at the late stage of dark energy. Well then, it is time to conclude this." With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing before Elder Wang, seizing him by the throat and flinging him towards Zhang Jinjia and the others. They hurried to catch the thrown Elder Wang, but as they did, they felt a tremendous force emanating from him, crashing into them with brutal intensity. The group instantly spat out blood, their energy waning dramatically. "In this tiny city of Baoshou, you have managed to take down 4 of my disciples. Since defeat is upon you, prepare to face the consequences." Hu Tu strode menacingly toward Zhang Jinjia and his companions. "Now, will you surrender willingly, or shall I administer a beating before capturing you?" Yi Chun, seemingly reluctant, pocketed his phone and gazed innocently at Hu Tu's day. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Yi Chen's words. "Little brother, the situation is beyond control. You must flee." Zhang Jinjia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and urged Yi Chun, "Flee? It seems that's no longer an option. Truly, the boldness of youth knows no fear. Young man, reckless words can lead to dire consequences." The old monster, incensed by Yi Chen's insolence, turned to advance upon him. Very well. I shall assume you prefer the latter option. I will first strike you before capturing you. Yi Chen continued, seeing Yi Chen's unawareness of his peril. Hu Tu's fury ignited, and he surged forward, his hand reaching for Yi Chen. Slap! Hu Tu felt a sharp pain on his left cheek, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The spectators, including Zhang Jinjie and his companions, were astounded, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. This was a master. How could he be so nearly toppled by a single slap from Yi Chen? Dazed, Hu Tu shook his head and, with a roar of anger, charged at Yi Chen once more. Slap! Another resounding strike sent Hu Tu crashing to the ground. Yet, Yi Chen remained rooted in place, as if he had not been the one to deliver the blows. At that moment, Elder Wang and his grandson felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth, especially after their earlier disdainful remarks toward Yi Chen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Tu understood that Yi Chen was not someone he could provoke. He quickly rose to his feet, adopting a defensive stance. Today, the Baosho City Martial Arts Association has triumphed. I shall take my leave. Hu Tu bowed respectfully to Yi Chen and prepared to depart. Stop! Yi Chen commanded. At this, Hu Tu's foot froze mid-step, and he turned to reply. I am merely here to challenge. Do you intend to detain me? Yi Chen, casually scratching his ear, looked at Hu Tu and said, I care not for your intentions. Yet it seems you have forgotten my earlier words. Recalling Yi Chen's statement, Hu Tu's expression shifted, and he retorted, do not overstep your bounds. Yi Chen refrained from further idle chatter, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared before the lake butcher, raising his hand to deliver yet another slap. The lake butcher attempted to evade, only to find his body unresponsive, helplessly witnessing Yi Chen's palm descend upon him. The sharp sound echoed through the air as his right cheek swelled, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A mixture of shock and fury surged within him, yet he dared not retaliate. Zhang Jinjie and the others observed this scene, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. They could hardly fathom that Yi Chen had effortlessly subdued a master martial artist. When Sui mentioned the Grand Master, all present, including the lake butcher, gazed in disbelief at this young man who had yet to reach 20. If he were not a grandmaster, how could he strike a master with such ease? As though chastising a mere child? A grandmaster under 20. Who would believe it if not witnessed firsthand? Yi Chen shook his head, expressing uncertainty regarding his cultivation level, but assured them it was sufficient. Su Yi and the others were left speechless, while the lake butcher remained silent, ignoring the expressions around him. Yi Chen approached the lake butcher, lightly tapping him in several places before turning to Zhang Jinjie and saying, all right, remember your promise. With that, he departed from the martial arts hall. The lake butcher, feeling no immediate effects from Yi Chen's taps, was elated to see him leave. Huh, now there is no one to save you. The crowd was taken aback, realizing Yi Chen had been so careless as to leave before fully subduing the foe. Just as the lake butcher raised his hand to strike, he discovered that his inner energy seemed to betray him, stagnant within his body, utterly unresponsive. Recalling the taps Yi Chen had placed upon him, he realized that his cultivation had been sealed. He could not help but bellow in rage. What have you done to me? Chapter 53, The Great Deceiver. After Yi Chen's departure, the onlookers lamented his swift exit while steeling themselves for another fierce battle. Noticing the lake butcher's hesitation to attack, they sensed a flicker of doubt in his fury. Well, I'm feeling a bit fatigued today. I shall return tomorrow to challenge you. The lake butcher coughed, concocting an excuse to make his escape. Su Yi, seemingly struck by an idea, stealthily approached the lake butcher from behind and delivered a swift kick to his rear. The once hasty old man, intent on fleeing, was sent sprawling by Su Yi's unexpected strike. It dawned on the crowd that Yi Chen's final taps had sealed the lake butcher's powers. Realizing this, they surged forward, surrounding the old man and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The atmosphere grew lively as even some external academy members joined in, relishing the rare opportunity to strike a master martial artist. The martial arts hall echoed with the lake butcher's cries of pain and the shouts of the crowd, creating a cacophony of chaos. Yi Chen approached, guiding his mother to sit down, reassuring her, rest assured, I will not let you down during the exam. My homeroom teacher has agreed to let me review at home. Observing the concern etched in his mother's eyes, Yi Chen swiftly diverted the conversation. As for you, it seems you cannot remain idle. The house is immaculate. Can't you take a moment to rest? I simply cannot help myself. After so many years, I have grown accustomed to constant activity. Being idle makes me uneasy. Upon hearing Yi Chen's homeroom teacher's approval, Yi Mu refrained from further inquiries. Yi Chun shook his head, intending to persuade his mother once more, when he noticed the mischievous little white thief peeking at him. Upon realizing he had been spotted, the creature darted upstairs with remarkable speed. Yi Chun ascended to the second floor, where he found the little white creature sprawled on the ground. Approaching it, he gently nudged its body with his foot. The creature, which should have immediately sprung to its feet, remained utterly still. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chun recognized the familiar state of the little white creature, reminiscent of its slumber after consuming spiritual herbs. He recalled its crafty demeanor, clearly intent on hoarding the delicacy for itself. With this thought, Yi Chun carefully picked up the little white creature and placed it in his room, securing the door and windows to prevent it from escaping upon waking. He then settled down to meditate, planning to interrogate the creature thoroughly once it regained consciousness. Not until his mother called him for lunch did the little white creature stir. Yi Chun's suspicions grew stronger. After he spoke, the little white creature trembled slightly, prompting Yi Chun to chuckle and tease, "Stop pretending. You've used up all your tricks on me." The little white creature sprang to its feet, squinting and nuzzling against Yi Chun. Observing this endearing display, Yi Chun crouched and inquired, "Is there something you are hiding from me?" The little creature shook its head vigorously in response. Yi Chun felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed the little white creature's intelligence had significantly increased. Aside from its inability to speak, it bore little resemblance to an animal. It appeared that with each consumption of spiritual entities, its intellect had sharpened. Realizing this, Yi Chun became increasingly convinced that the little white creature had encountered extraordinary experiences. The creature nodded in affirmation, prompting Yi Chun to continue. "You see, trust is vital between us. When I placed that spiritual herb, did I conceal it from you?" Recalling the incident when the little white creature had stolen meat, damaging the refrigerator, Yi Chun felt a flush of embarrassment at having mistaken the creature's flattering demeanor for nervousness during its earlier theft. Noticing the little white creature struggle to respond, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to feign indifference. "Very well. Since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press the matter. Your happiness is of greater importance to me." Internally, Yi Chun chuckled. "Even if you're a fox, so what? You still fall for my tricks." The little white creature nodded solemnly, then lay down as if nothing had transpired. Yi Chun's expression stiffened, and a sense of dread washed over him as he thought, "This is it. I've miscalculated." Sighing, he lamented the complexities of human relationships. The little white creature exhibited no understanding of them. How devoid of sentiment. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Chun returned to studying the medical heritage left by his master. As dusk settled, a profound silence enveloped the room, with both human and beast exceptionally quiet. Even when Yimu called for dinner, Yi Chun declined, citing a lack of hunger as his excuse. Yi Chun was enveloped by a sensation akin to having missed out on a fortune, contemplating how to continue coaxing Xiao Bai, yet feeling an inexplicable reluctance to utter another word. As Yi Chun's mind wandered, Xiao Bai stealthily approached him, nudging his thigh with its nose. Upon noticing this, Yi Chun observed Xiao Bai gesture towards the door, beckoning him to follow outside. Taken aback, Yi Chun glanced at the night sky and suddenly realized that Xiao Bai was waiting to lead him out later in the evening. With a surge of delight, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Bai's head and rose to follow it outdoors. Under the night sky, Xiao Bai took the lead while Yi Chun closely trailed behind, pausing occasionally to allow Yi Chun to catch up. In this manner, Xiao Bai guided Yi Chun to the back mountain, where Yi Chun remained vigilant, sensing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, he was met with a disheartening absence of any spiritual fluctuations, causing him to furrow his brow, pondering whether he had misjudged Xiao Bai. As the landscape grew increasingly desolate, Xiao Bai led him to a precipice and halted. After waiting for Yi Chun to approach, Xiao Bai suddenly leapt downwards. Alarmed, Yi Chun rushed over, peering anxiously down, but found no trace of Xiao Bai. Just as he was searching for its figure, a head unexpectedly emerged from an unusual space, startling Yi Chun. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Xiao Bai, though the scene appeared surreal, as its head seemed to materialize from thin air. Then, Xiao Bai fully emerged from the void and nudged Yi Chun, urging him to follow. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon, Yi Chun tentatively stepped towards the enigmatic space. As his leg crossed the threshold, it appeared to gradually vanish without any peculiar sensation. Once his foot felt solid ground, he followed suit with his other leg. The moment Yi Chun stepped entirely inside, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. In astonishment, Yi Chun found himself not in the back mountain, but within a vast, shadowy cavern. The dimness of the cave did not trouble him, for from the instant he crossed the threshold, he sensed a rich wave of spiritual energy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the cavern was adorned with an array of oddly shaped boulders. Continuing forward, he observed that the space was brimming with stones of various sizes. Eventually, Xiaobai came to a halt, and Chen glanced at it, noticing the creature radiating a faint luminescence. Quickening his pace, he approached Xiaobai, whose gaze directed him downward. To his astonishment, he discovered a robust entity in the deep pit, resembling a colossal serpent, subtly emanating light. Spiritual vein. The term flashed in Chen's mind. He could not explain why he instinctively identified this object as a spiritual vein, albeit it differed from the descriptions he had encountered. For this vein was remarkably short, measuring no more than 20 meters in length. In the annals of inheritance, the spiritual veins are categorized into 4 types: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. Each of these veins, aside from containing varying degrees of spiritual energy, extends across the entire continent in a grand manner. However, this particular vein is an anomaly. Upon closer inspection, Chen discerned that this spiritual vein appeared to have been forcefully damaged. A tumultuous wave surged within him at this realization. What kind of formidable being possesses the power to ravage a spiritual vein to such an extent? According to the records, spiritual veins are birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth, and the strength of a vein significantly influences the cultivation and innate talents of warriors across the continent. To destroy a spiritual vein is not merely to obliterate a foundation. It signifies the annihilation of a clan. What immense hatred could drive one to commit such an act? It dawned upon Chen that he was not the sole cultivator on Earth. The seemingly mundane world during the so-called era of decline was far more intricate than he had imagined. He forcibly quelled the tumult of emotions within him and turned his gaze toward the vicinity of the spiritual vein. There he beheld several solitary spiritual grasses growing nearby. This sight did not surprise him. Had this vein not been destroyed, the richness of spiritual energy here would have been astounding. Chen shook his head and sighed, suddenly struck by another thought. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fixating on a massive stone not far away. With swift strides, he leaped onto the stone, landing securely atop it after a few agile bounds. From this elevated vantage point, Chen surveyed the area, confirming his inner thoughts. Indeed, this was a small world. A small world is a realm established by practitioners of transcendent cultivation. Historical records indicate that certain powerful families and sects of the Holy Spirit continent prefer to carve out their own domains, seeking solitude from external disturbances or for other undisclosed reasons. The scattered, oddly shaped boulders around him were remnants of the destruction wrought upon this world by the assailant. Perhaps due to a fortuitous occurrence or the passage of time, the entrance to this small world had become loose, allowing the errant little creature to stumble in unwittingly. As Chen pieced together the narrative, he extended his spiritual sense to explore the area, discovering it to be utterly deserted. Perhaps the inhabitants had collectively vacated in the face of a formidable foe. Regaining his composure, Chen ventured toward an unusual location. Upon arrival, he felt a faint warmth emanating from beneath a large stone. He lifted the stone and sought a long, narrow piece of rock to excavate beneath it. As he delved deeper, the warmth intensified, and just as Chen was on the verge of activating his spiritual shield to withstand the heat, a flicker of flame appeared before him. The flame was unremarkable, resembling that of an ordinary candle, yet its temperature was exponentially greater than that of a typical fire. It was extraordinary fire. Chen was overjoyed. He had thought it impossible to cultivate techniques, yet here he had stumbled upon such a divine artifact. Observing Bai's demeanor, Chen felt a wave of exasperation. It was indeed true that each has their own preferences, yet how could one disregard such a wondrous entity? However, this temperature was so intense that even an iron ball would melt. How could a branch possibly endure? Chen picked up the branch, and a tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. Caught off guard, he instinctively tossed the branch aside. It was thunderstrike wood. At this moment, Chen was overwhelmed with happiness, nearly fainting from joy. The prospect of a buy-one-get-one free offer was almost too much to bear. He restrained his elation, planning to refine the Yi Awa first, as this peculiar substance could not be taken with him. Chen steadied his mind, enveloping his body with spiritual energy to withstand the searing sensation brought on by the Yi oil. He settled cross-legged beside the Yi oil, forming hand seals, and began to absorb the energy within it. Fortunately, the level of the Yi oil was relatively low, otherwise it would be beyond Chen's capacity to absorb, given his mere cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement. As time passed, the Yi Oa before him seemed to diminish significantly. Yi Chen's face turned as red as a warrior adorned with a crimson visage, and even his breaths emitted hot air. Gritting his teeth, he endured the burning sensation coursing through his veins from the Yi's energy, continuing to absorb it. If the Holy Spirit Emperor were present, he would undoubtedly berate Yi Chen for his foolishness. Typically, when absorbing such spiritual entities, one would employ materials of opposing attributes to counterbalance the energy. In other words, while absorbing Ioa, one should utilize ice attribute materials to temper it, rather than absorbing it directly as Yi Chen was doing. Naturally, Yi Chen was oblivious to this knowledge. Even if he did understand, there was little he could do unless he sat inside a refrigerator that miraculously wouldn't melt. Time slipped away, and eventually, the last flicker of light from the Yi Aoa faded. Yi Chen exhaled a cloud of turbid air, feeling the lingering heat within him, and swiftly resumed his practice of the fireball technique. Extending his right hand, palm facing upward, he concentrated the intense energy within him according to the incantation from his inheritance. As he felt the temperature in his palm gradually rising, at the moment it reached its zenith, a nascent fireball materialized above his palm. Yi Chen rejoiced, thinking to himself, "It worked." Yet, just as the fireball appeared to solidify, it suddenly fizzled into a puff of white smoke and dissipated. Yi Chen's expression stiffened, disappointment washing over him. After scrutinizing the fireball technique once more, he soon seemed to grasp something. He recited the incantation again. "Spirit of flame, gather and take form. Heed my command, appear." In an instant, a fireball the size of a yuan coin emerged in his palm. Yi Chen tossed the fireball aside, and upon contact with a massive stone, it burst forth with a crackling sound, scattering in all directions. Indeed, as Yi Chen had surmised, his initial failure was due to the oversized nature of the fireball he had attempted to form. Much like inflating a balloon, one could only blow up a small balloon with the air in one's lungs. Attempting to inflate a larger one was futile. Realizing this, Yi Chen stood up, letting out a triumphant roar. He chuckled heartily, picked up the lightning-struck wood from the ground, and, noting that a considerable amount of time had passed, called out to Xiao Bai before making his way outside. Chapter 55. Xia Wanqing is kidnapped. Stepping outside, Yi Chen noticed that dawn had yet to break. He surveyed the entrance, which, although sparse of human presence, was still vulnerable to discovery. He realized he needed to devise a method to conceal the entrance. Shaking his head, he pulled out his phone only to find the back of it bulging and deformed, likely damaged by the recent intense heat. Upon returning home, Xiao Bai darted to the corner of the second floor, resuming her slumber, evidently having absorbed a considerable amount of energy earlier. Yi Chen had no intention of continuing his training. His phone was broken, so he simply lay on the bed and closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he found that daylight had fully arrived. After freshening up, he resolved to acquire a new phone. Upon arriving at the mobile store and selecting a device, he inserted his SIM card, and several messages promptly arrived. "Hello, is this Xiaoyi? This is Uncle Xia. Wanqing may have been kidnapped," Xia Jianjun exclaimed anxiously. Not waiting for Yi Chen to respond, a sudden jolt of alarm shot through Yi Chen's heart as he quickly inquired, "Uncle Xia, where are you now?" "I am at the company. Do not inform the old master about this matter. I will send a car to pick you up," Xia Jianjun instructed. "No need. I shall be there shortly," Yi Chen replied. The abduction of Xia Wanqing was likely motivated by financial gain. From Xia Jianjun's words, it seemed that the kidnappers had not yet contacted him, suggesting that Wanqing was presumably safe. This was the reason Yi Chen opted for a taxi. Before long, the taxi halted at the entrance of the Xia group. Yi Chen tossed a 100 yuan note and hurried inside. "Which floor is Uncle Xia's office on?" Yi Chen inquired as he briskly approached the reception desk. The young lady at the desk promptly stood up and asked, "Are you Mr. Yi?" "The chairman is on the 33rd floor. Please follow me." She then escorted Yi Chen to the exclusive elevator for the chairman. The elevator whisked them directly to the 33rd floor. Upon the doors opening, a person was already awaiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Chen exit the elevator, they led him to a room marked with the chairman's office plaque. Yi Chen pushed the door open and entered. After listening intently, Yi Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "How did you discover that Wanqing was kidnapped?" "This morning was the time for our weekly meeting, and Wanqing has never missed one before. When I noticed she had not arrived, I made a phone call, but there was no answer. I tried again, only to have the call abruptly disconnected. Concerned, I inquired with the property management of Wanqing's residential complex, and the security guard informed me that he had seen her leave in the morning with several individuals who were heavily wrapped up." Xia Jianjun recounted in one breath. taking a large sip from the cup on the coffee table before continuing. Firstly, the fact that they were heavily wrapped is rather peculiar. Moreover, the guard mentioned that Wan Qing's demeanor was unlike her usual self. She kept signaling to him, but unfortunately, this guard was new and unfamiliar with her. So he did not think much of it. Do you and Wan Qing not reside in the same neighborhood? Yi Chen queried, puzzled. No, including the old master. Our family does not live together, Xie Jianjun replied. Yi Chen, somewhat exasperated, asked, which neighborhood does Wan Qing live in? She resides in Tangchun, Yiping. Xie Jianjun quickly answered. Nodding, Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Please investigate who took Wan Qing from Tangchun, Yiping this morning. After ending the call, Yi Chen reassured, Uncle Xie, do not worry too much. The kidnappers are likely after money. Until they receive their ransom, Wan Qing should be safe. With a sigh, Xie Jianjun's face was etched with worry as he said, I have only one daughter, Wan Qing. No matter how much they demand, I implore them not to harm her. Turning to Yi Chen, he continued, Xiao Yi, you possess remarkable martial skills and medical expertise. If anything unfortunate were to happen to Wan Qing, you must help her. Rest assured. Uncle Xie, Wan Qing is also my friend, Yi Chen replied. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He quickly answered, and on the other end, Li Si said, Mr. Yi, we have found out. Speak swiftly. Yi Chen replied. Mr. Yi, the ones who abducted Miss Xie are members of the Western Region Gang. Yi Chen's brow furrowed. He had initially promised to assist Li Si and his brothers in clearing a few obstacles, intending for them to linger a bit longer. But he hadn't anticipated that the adversaries would be so reckless. Do you know their location? Yi Chen asked coldly. At Qingxin Street, Mr. Yi. If you decide to go, I can arrange for my men to meet you at the street corner. Xie Jianjun nodded gravely. Yi Chen descended to the ground floor, opting not to use a vehicle from the Xie Corporation. Given that they had kidnapped Xie Wan Qing, they likely had conducted a thorough investigation. If he carelessly drove a Xie Corporation vehicle there, it could alert the enemy. He hailed a taxi and, upon stating the destination, the driver uneasily replied, If it weren't for the lack of work today, I would truly prefer not to go to that place. Yi Chen was taken aback by the driver's response. That area is full of people from the Western region, who, taking advantage of the country's privileges, behave in a boorish manner. Petty thefts are commonplace. Observing Yi Chen's puzzled expression, the driver continued, Doesn't the police care? Yi Chen pressed further, with the specific words. The driver helplessly replied, I don't understand. No matter what you say, I can't comprehend. As he drove, he added, What nonsense? How could one not understand? Just insult him once, and he'll understand everything. Yi Chen frowned, realizing that their treatment was still excessively lenient. He recalled the major riots in the Western region from a few years back. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Qingxin Street, and Yi Chen exited as the taxi swiftly departed. A young man nearby glanced at his phone and then at Yi Chen, cautiously approaching to inquire, Are you Mr. Yi? Yi Chen nodded, assuming this was the person Li Si had arranged to assist him. Where's the person? Please follow me, the young man said, leading him deeper into Qingxin Street. This was Yi Chen's first visit. He noticed that the streets were lined with Western region features, and the vendors were predominantly not Han people. Mr. Yi, Miss Xie is right here, the young man pointed to a 3-story building. Yi Chen nodded, signaling for the young man to leave, and then he stepped inside. Chapter 56, The Abduction of Xie Wan Qing, Part 2. As Yi Chen entered the building, he sensed Xie Wan Qing's presence upstairs. Yi Chen was not yet capable of precisely detecting an individual's aura in a bustling area with his spiritual sense. However, at a closer distance, he could discern some details. This was why he needed Li Si's men to lead him rather than searching slowly with his spiritual sense, as that would waste time and energy. Ultimately, it was due to Yi Chen's insufficient cultivation level. In the hall, several foreign individuals stood alert, eyeing Yi Chen and in broken Mandarin asked, What do you want? Yi Chen looked at them, his first instinct being to think they resembled vendors selling rice cakes. They had scruffy faces, pale yellow eyes, wore square flower caps, and had robust physiques. I'm looking for someone, Yi Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the foreign individuals exchanged glances, slowly moving around the coffee table to approach Yi Chen, asking, Who are you looking for? Yi Chen ceased his idle chatter and swiftly approached the group, delivering precise strikes to each individual's neck. Before they could comprehend the situation, their bodies weakened and collapsed to the ground. After neutralizing these foreign adversaries, Yi Chen hastened his ascent up the staircase. Just as he reached the top, an overwhelming presence confronted him, a tall, menacing figure of a foreign man, whose aura bore a striking resemblance to Su Yi, indicating he too was a practitioner of the martial arts. Youngster, daring to cause a ruckus here? You must be tired of living, the foreign man declared in halting Mandarin. And with that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yi Chen. With a nimble sidestep, Yi Chen effortlessly evaded the assault and countered with a palm strike, sending the man crashing to the floor. The man, taken aback by Yi Chen's formidable prowess, lay there in disbelief. Suddenly, a startled cry from Xia Wanqing echoed from the upper floor. Anxious and impatient, Yi Chen disregarded the fallen adversary and dashed toward the room above. Upon entering, he found Xia Wanqing bound to a chair, surrounded by several henchmen who were attempting to tape her mouth shut. Upon seeing Yi Chen burst into the room, Xia Wanqing's heart surged with joy, yet she was hindered by the tape, emitting muffled sounds of distress. A flash of anger ignited in Yi Chen's eyes as he swiftly dispatched the henchman and freed Xia Wanqing from her restraints. Just as he prepared to tear the tape from her mouth, Xia Wanqing unexpectedly sprang to her feet and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She peeled away the tape and, clutching Yi Chen tightly, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Yi Chen, I thought I would never escape." Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by her actions, but recognizing that Xia Wanqing was a young woman who had endured a harrowing experience, he awkwardly patted her back, asking, "Are you all right?" Seemingly flustered by his question, Xia Wanqing pushed away from him. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "I'm fine." Yi Chen touched his nose, thinking to himself, "You were the one who threw yourself at me. Why push me away now?" Just as Yi Chen was about to lead Xia Wanqing to safety, the commotion of approaching footsteps interrupted them, drawing nearer to their location. Yi Chen swiftly turned, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Wanqing as he faced the door. In an instant, a group of foreign individuals stormed into the room, led by an elderly man with silver hair and piercing eyes. He scanned the scene of fallen henchmen, his gaze settling on Yi Chen, and spoke with palpable hostility in Mandarin. "You have thwarted my plans, boy. Do not expect to leave here alive." Before Yi Chen could respond, the elder raised his right hand, revealing a gleaming silver pistol. Yi Chen had already noted the weapon upon the elder's entrance, but remained unfazed. However, Xia Wanqing gasped in alarm, gripping Yi Chen's arm in an attempt to pull it behind her. Surprised by her protective instinct, Yi Chen gently patted her hand to reassure her not to be afraid. With a resounding bang, the elder pulled the trigger, and the bullet sped towards Yi Chen. Behind him, Xia Wanqing was startled by the gunshot, her face turning pale in an instant. She desperately tugged at Yi Chen's body, but no matter how hard she pulled, he remained utterly still. Just as the bullet was about to strike Yi Chen, he suddenly waved his hand. In a breathtaking instant, the bullet that was originally aimed at him veered sharply and shot towards the elder with even greater velocity. With a resounding thud, the bullet pierced through the elder's forehead and exited through the back of his head, embedding itself into the wall behind him. The entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat, leaving the onlooking foreign beings oblivious to the bullet's presence. As they witnessed the elder collapse, they rushed to support him, only to be struck with horror upon seeing the gaping wound in his forehead. "What have you done to our AKA?" one of them asked Yi Chen, panic etched on his face. Hearing the commotion, Xia Wanqing opened her eyes, gazing at the unscathed Yi Chen before her, breathing a sigh of relief, yet bewildered by the sight of the fallen elder. The experience of causing death, whether directly or indirectly, stirred an unusual feeling within Yi Chen. But now is not the time for such thoughts. The foreign beings, upon witnessing their leader's demise, began to harbor a flicker of fear towards the young man before them, their grip on the elder's body tightening, their steps subtly retreating. "Stop!" Yi Chen commanded. The group froze, terror written across their faces as they turned to him. "Who among you is in charge?" Yi Chen recalled his earlier promise to Li Si and inquired. After a moment of hesitation, one of them spoke up. "Our Akka has been killed by you. What do you intend to do now? How many of you Westerners are there?" Yi Chen pressed on. Who was behind the abduction of Wanqing, and what was the purpose? He continued to interrogate. The man glanced at the deceased elder and replied, "It was AKA's idea. The profits in Baicheng were too meager, and he suggested we expand elsewhere, hoping to make a big score before leaving." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. "I give you 3 days. All of you from the western region must vacate Baicheng, except for those engaged in legitimate business. After 3 days, you will face the consequences." The man nodded eagerly in response. The Westerners had already contemplated leaving, and with their leader's death, they had no desire to remain. So they readily agreed. Yi Chen ignored them further and grasped the dazed Xia Wanqing, leading her outside. Chapter 57. The Aura of Sovereignty. "Yi Chen, thank you." Outside the small building, Xia Wanqing suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen could no longer contain the turmoil in his stomach. He turned and retched violently. The visceral scene of blood and brains bursting forth from the elder's head nearly made him vomit on the spot. Though he had managed to suppress it at the time, he felt no remorse, for the elder's initial intent had been to kill him. In the end, the elder met his demise instead, which, to Yi Chun, was merely poetic justice. Xia Wanqing, upon catching a glimpse of Yi Chun, abruptly turned and retched on the ground. Her expression of gratitude transformed into one of ire in an instant. With hands on her hips, she scolded, "Yi Chun, I shall no longer pay you any heed." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Realizing that Xia Wanqing had misunderstood him, Yi Chun quickly wiped his mouth and hurried after her, grasping her hand. Xia Wanqing, in a fit of anger, turned to face him, but as Yi Chun attempted to explain, his stomach churned once more, compelling him to turn away and vomit again. Xia Wanqing was thoroughly incensed. Was she truly so unappealing that the sight of her made him nauseous? With a vigorous shake of her arm, she tried to break free from Yi Chen's grip, only to find that he held on tightly, no matter how hard she struggled. Once the discomfort in his stomach subsided, Yi Chun hastily wiped his mouth and implored, "Wanqing, please allow me to explain." "What more is there to explain? There are plenty who admire me. If you find me repulsive, then simply look away," Xia Wanqing retorted angrily. Yi Chun quickly clarified, "No, it was seeing the corpse that made me feel ill. Had I not seen you afterward, I might have lost my stomach entirely." In his eagerness, he blurted out words he had never before dared to speak. "If it weren't for your stunning beauty, I would feel even worse. I owe you my gratitude." At this, Xia Wanqing burst into laughter, allowing Yi Chun to hold her arm. She playfully smacked his arm, teasing, "Such sweet talk. I didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker." Yi Chen's face flushed crimson as a thought struck him. "Quickly, let your father know you are safe." He then handed her his phone. Just then, a convoy of vans rolled into view from the intersection of Qingxin Street, with the lead van halting abruptly beside Yi Chun. Seeing the commotion, Xia Wanqing's face paled, and she instinctively grasped Yi Chen's arm. He patted her hand reassuringly. The van door swung open, and Li Teng leapt out. Spotting Yi Chun, he bowed slightly and said, "Uncle Yi, where are the men from the Western Domain?" Yi Chen's expression darkened at this address. He kicked Li Teng lightly in the rear and chided, "Who the hell is your uncle? You are much older than I am." Li Teng, unfazed by the kick, chuckled, "You are of the same generation as my dear uncle. Therefore, you must also be my uncle." Yi Chen shook his head, refusing to continue the banter. "Where's your uncle?" "My uncle will arrive shortly. I heard that you came alone to the Western Domain to rescue my aunt, so I thought I should leave my brothers here first," Li Teng replied, glancing at Xia Wanqing and bowing again. At being referred to as aunt, Xia Wanqing felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet for reasons unknown. She refrained from retorting and hurriedly stepped aside to call her father. Upon hearing this, Li Teng exaggeratedly stood at attention, declaring, "Understood. Brothers, retreat." He then hopped back into the van, departing swiftly. Don't mind his nonsensical chatter. His brain is as muddled as a pig's intestines, Yi Chen remarked, disinterested in further explanation. He casually stated, "Of course, it is due to my overwhelming charisma that he was so easily swayed." Xia Wanqing rolled her eyes and playfully retorted, "Indeed, you are the embodiment of dominance, the supreme overlord." Yi Chen smiled lightly, not taking it to heart, and said earnestly, "Ultimately, we must thank Li Si, for it was he who discovered your whereabouts." Xia Wanqing nodded and gently caressed her abdomen, declaring, "Come, in order to express my gratitude to Wang Ba, I shall treat you to a meal." Yi Chen. As the two engaged in playful banter, they casually chose a restaurant, ordered several small dishes, and had scarcely settled in when they saw Xie Jianjun hurriedly enter. Upon seeing the unscathed Xia Wanqing, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Wanqing, are you all right? Did those people trouble you?" Xia Wanqing pointed to a chair nearby and replied, "Please sit down, Dad. You sent Yi Chen, who possesses the aura of Wang Ba, to rescue me. How could anything have happened?" Xie Jianjun, upon hearing this, looked at Yi Chen with a bewildered expression. Xia Wanqing chuckled and explained why she said such things about Yi Chen. Xie Jianjun, after hearing this, adopted a serious expression and reproached, "Child, how can you speak of Xiao Yi in such a manner?" The latter grinned mischievously and playfully stuck out his tongue. "Xiao Yi? What was the purpose of those people capturing Wanqing, given that the adversaries did not demand any conditions?" Xie Jianjun was concerned that there might be ulterior motives and inquired of Yi Chen. Yi Chen recounted the words of the foreigner to Xie Jianjun, who then felt greatly relieved. "Thanks to you this time, Xiao Yi, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude as your uncle, perhaps." Yi Chen quickly interrupted, "Uncle Xie, we are family and need not speak of gratitude. Whether now or in the future, let us refrain from uttering the word thank you. Who knows? One day you might assist me as well. Xie Jianjun nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. After the dishes arrived, the trio consumed a modest meal, and Yi Chen excused himself, citing prior engagements. As he walked down the street, Yi Chen retrieved his phone and dialed Su Yi, briefly outlining the events involving the Western Region gang, noting the casualties. In a lawful society, matters must adhere to regulations. On the other end, Su Yi assured him that he would handle it, and that nothing would go amiss. After ending the call, Yi Chen dialed Li Si, inquiring about his location, and hailed a cab that swiftly took him away. Once again at Li Hu's tea garden, Yi Chen entered the small courtyard, where the room previously destroyed by him had been restored. The two brothers, Li Si and his sibling, promptly emerged to greet Yi Chen. Yi Chen stated his purpose directly. Where's the Beidong gang? Li Si understood that Yi Chen was fulfilling his earlier promise to eliminate the underground forces in Bao City, nodded in agreement, and asked if Yi Chen required his assistance in gathering men. Yi Chen shook his head to indicate that it was unnecessary. Li Si then took out his phone, summoned Xiao Lei, and instructed him to escort Yi Chen to the Beidong gang's headquarters. Chapter 58. The Beidong gang. Soon enough, Xiao Lei drove to the tea garden. Observing Yi Chen seated at the head of the table, Xiao Lei felt a surge of excitement. Although he had not encountered Yi Chen frequently, each meeting had continually reshaped his understanding of Yi Chen's formidable prowess. Reflecting on their first encounter outside the school gate, we had attempted to block Yi Chen's path. Xiao Lei chuckled to himself, grateful that Yi Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a hospital bed. Young Master Yi, fourth master, Master Hu. Xiao Lei respectfully addressed the group. Young Master Yi, should anything arise, please do not hesitate to inform me. The two brothers, Li Si and Li Hu, escorted Yi Chen to the side of the vehicle. Yi Chen yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Lei started the engine and slowly drove out of the small courtyard. Upon hearing the conversation, Li Si shook his head, expressing, I cannot say for certain. Many years ago, while following the esteemed Elder Xie, I was fortunate enough to witness the prowess of ancient martial artists. Yet, perhaps due to the passage of time, it appears that Master Ye's cultivation has grown even more formidable, truly awe-inspiring. After a moment of silence, Li Hu turned to walk back into the house, remarking, alas, with age, I find myself less eager for power and territory than I once was. Since we have chosen to follow Master Yi, we shall heed his arrangements. Furthermore, we have made quite a few enemies in our youth. I do not wish to be crushed by the waves of the new generation. Li Si, hearing Li Hu's words, offered a reminder. A Xiao Li Drovi. He glanced at Yi Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. Given their destination, the stronghold of an opposing force, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Swallowing hard, he addressed Yi Chen, Master Yi. There are approximately 100 to 180 members of the Beidong gang. While their numbers are not overwhelming, each is quite ruthless. The leader of the Beidong gang, known as Tian Kai Dao, was once a force to be reckoned with, gaining notoriety wielding a kitchen knife single-handedly. Eventually, many from the Beidong flocked to his side, and he has since established a bar in the eastern part of the city, where he maintains a long-standing presence. Yi Chen merely acknowledged him with a non-committal sound, not delving further into the matter. Noticing Yi Chen's disinterest, Xiao Lei chuckled awkwardly and refrained from saying more. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt, and Xiao Lei turned to Yi Chen, announcing, Master Yi, we have arrived. Yi Chen opened his eyes, exited the vehicle, and gazed up at the bar, named Friendship 98. Xiao Lei approached Yi Chen, explaining, the bar was established in 1998, hence the name is a play on that year. Yi Chen nodded, instructing Xiao Lei to remain in the car while he made his way toward the bar's entrance. Xiao Lei understood that his presence inside would be of little help and did not insist on accompanying him. It was a similar afternoon, with the night scene yet to commence, reminiscent of his first visit to Rolling Stones. Yi Chen pushed against the large door, only to find it locked from the inside. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he detected life signs within the bar. He then lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the heavy door. With a resounding crash, the side he kicked buckled and flew outward, a display that left Xiao Lei in the car, exclaiming in astonishment at the display of might. As Yi Chen entered the bar, the sound of the shattered door startled the Beidong gang members resting in the lounge area. They hurriedly descended the stairs, and shortly after, several muscular men, bare-chested, strode into the hall. Upon seeing the destroyed door, they turned to Yi Chen, their anger palpable. You brat, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to destroy Beidong's property, you are courting death. One of them shouted, lifting a nearby chair to hurl at Yi Chen. Yi Chen deftly sidestepped the chair, grazing his clothing before smashing against the wall behind him, splintering into pieces. Undeterred by their initial failure, the muscular men seized additional chairs, howling as they charged at Yi Chen. With a chilling gaze, Yi Chen moved like a wraith among them. Each strike he delivered, rendering a man to the ground, incapacitated and unable to resist. At that moment, a tall man with a scar across his face descended slowly from the upper floor. He was none other than Tian Dabiao. Observing his fallen subordinates sprawled across the ground, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "Who are you? Daring to wreak havoc in my Beidong gang?" he inquired coldly. "It matters not who I am. You have a few options: submit, leave, or be beaten to a pulp before you leave." Yi Chen replied, addressing Tian Dabiao at the foot of the stairs. Upon hearing this, Tian Dabiao laughed in rage. "Ha, what a joke. Back in the day, I single-handedly rampaged down an entire street while you hadn't even been born yet. Though you possess some skill, you mistakenly believe you can use me as a stepping stone." He then turned and shouted up the stairs, "Lu Ming, come down and deal with him." A voice responded from the second floor, and a figure began to descend. Yi Chen felt a twinge of surprise as he noticed the aura emanating from this individual was akin to that of Su Yi, suggesting he was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, albeit with a less formidable presence. Nevertheless, the fact that such a person resided in the modest Beidong gang elevated Yi Chen's estimation of them, albeit slightly. As Lu Ming approached, he scrutinized Yi Chen. Noting the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations in him, his expression betraying disappointment. He turned to Tian Dabiao and remarked, "Uncle Tian, this is merely an ordinary person, unworthy of my efforts." Tian Dabiao responded, "Ah, so he possesses a modicum of skill. I had expected a more formidable opponent. However, I must trouble you, my dear nephew, to take action, for this brat has taken down several of my brothers." Lu Ming glanced at the scattered subordinates, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and nodded. "Very well, I shall personally incapacitate him. Consider it a punishment for disturbing my rest." With that, Lu Ming sauntered towards Yi Chen, casually throwing a punch aimed at his chest. Yi Chen observed Lu Ming's demeanor and movements with keen interest, and, as the punch approached, he did not even flinch, finding it absurd that someone could be so arrogant. As Lu Ming's fist made contact with Yi Chen's chest, he slowly retracted his hand, already counting down the seconds until Yi Chen would collapse. However, as he stood there with his hands in his pockets, waiting in vain, he was taken aback to see Yi Chen remain utterly still, devoid of the anticipated expression of pain. Instead, he was met with Yi Chen's gaze, one that suggested he was merely a fool. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had not exerted his full strength upon awakening? He tightened his fist and once more struck towards Yi Chen. Yet unlike before, Lu Ming discovered that just as his fist was about to connect with Yi Chen's body, a large hand grasped his fist firmly. Suddenly, he felt an immense force surge through him, propelling him backward until he crashed heavily onto the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, and Lu Ming let out a cry, spitting out a mouthful of blood, only to discover that his arm had been twisted into an unrecognizable shape. Tian Dabiao gazed at Lu Ming, who appeared almost divine in his suffering, and was taken aback. He hurriedly approached Lu Ming and inquired, "Dear nephew, what has happened to you?" Yi Chen, observing Lu Ming sprawled on the ground, lightly patted the fabric of Lu Ming's attire, which he had just struck against his chest, and remarked, "Was it all for show, just to scratch an itch?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming coughed up blood anew and asked, "Who are you? Why can I not sense your internal energy?" Yi Chen looked at Lu Ming as if he were a fool and replied, "With your meager cultivation, you likely haven't even reached the level of hidden strength, yet you wish to perceive another's internal energy." In truth, Yi Chen's perspective was overly simplistic, stemming from his previous encounters only with those possessing hidden strength, or even grandmasters. Consider those like Li Si and his cohorts, who have occupied Baoshishing for many years. They have seldom encountered ancient martial artists. Lu Ming's presence here today was precisely due to the scion of the Lu family from Changbai Mountain undertaking practical training, rather than ancient martial artists being as common as cabbages in the streets. With inferior skills, why resort to threats? Why speak harshly? Lu Ming looked at Yi Chen and stated. Yi Chen was taken aback. Harsh words? I speak only the truth. Tian Dabiao, will you accept my earlier proposal? I offer you another chance. What is your decision? Yi Chen disregarded Lu Ming and turned his attention to Tian Dabiao. Tian Dabiao observed Lu Ming, who resembled a war god, being struck down as if he were a mere child. He reflected on his own struggles over the years to attain his current standing and felt a deep conflict within himself. With a complex expression, he glanced at Yi Chun and asked, "What do you mean by submission?" "It means that from this day forth, you shall heed the commands of Li Si and Li Hu," Yi Chun declared. Upon hearing this, Tian Dabiao's expression darkened. For years, he and his band had battled fiercely against the local tyrants. Despite Li Si and his companions' ostensible glory, he had ultimately triumphed. Now, he was being asked to submit to those he had vanquished. This was a bitter pill to swallow. To heed his commands is not quite accurate. Li Si and his companions have already pledged allegiance to me. Should you choose to submit, you will be no different from them, Yi Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Tian Dabiao's countenance softened. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled something and asked, "Was it your Bei Dong gang that killed Lord Xia back in the day?" Tian Dabiao was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook his head. "That is not the case. Our Bei Dong gang is merely a collective term. Many cities have their own Bei Dong gang, but they do not represent a single force." Yi Chen nodded. If it had indeed been Tian Dabiao's men who had slain Lord Xia, he would have found it difficult to bring this man under his wing, for it would have disheartened Li Si and his brother. "The reason I wish for your submission is that I do not desire any other forces in Beio Shishing apart from my own. My patience is limited. If you do not express your stance soon, I will assume you have chosen the alternative," Yi Chen said impatiently. Tian Dabiao gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. I accept your terms. We Bei Dong folk value loyalty and keep our word. I hope you will do the same." Yi Chen nodded. "I will arrange for Li Si to contact you." With that, he turned and exited the bar. Xiaolei, seeing Yi Chen emerge from the bar, quickly got out of the car to open the door for him and asked, "Young Master Yi, have you resolved everything so swiftly?" Yi Chen leaned back in the rear seat, nodding as he spoke. "What I seek is not absolute control. Even if the other party currently submits superficially, I'm not concerned. In the future, I do not believe they would dare to be disloyal." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "The South River Gang." Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, you are formidable." With that, he turned the car around, heading towards the South River Gang stronghold. Unlike the Northeast Gang, the headquarters of the South River Gang is located in the agricultural market in the west of the city, which is also the largest market in the city. This market encompasses all categories of shops related to food, clothing, and daily necessities. The South River Gang was initially formed by individuals from the southern region who ventured into business. They did not engage in the typical dealings of underground forces. However, as the gang evolved, it began to include merchants from various parts of the country. Gradually, the South River Gang monopolized a significant portion of the market in the city, effectively dictating the livelihoods of the citizens, and their ranks swelled with the wealthy. Young Master Yi, the South River Gang is quite formidable. These individuals are astute and adept at exploiting legal loopholes, but they can also wield the law as a weapon. A moment's carelessness could lead to a trap, Xiaolei cautioned. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell silent for a moment before retrieving his phone to dial Su Yi. Once connected, he stated, "Brother Su, I need to make a move on the South River Gang's market. I wonder if your ancient martial arts association can manage the situation?" Su Yi hesitated briefly before responding. "Young Brother Yi, if you intend to confront them, I would recommend someone." Yi Chen inquired, "Oh, do you remember Elder Wang from the provincial capital last time? If he handles this matter, it will undoubtedly be foolproof." Yi Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I have only met him once, so I cannot expect him to assist me." "You are mistaken, young Brother Yi. After the last incident, Elder Wang's attitude has changed significantly. He has asked me several times to arrange a meeting with you to apologize for that day. However, knowing you dislike trouble, I declined on your behalf." Su Yi explained over the phone, "I suspect he is eager to assist you." Su Yi promptly agreed. After hanging up, Yi Chen recalled that Elder, despite his foul temper, he had genuinely suffered for the sake of the ancient martial arts association in the city. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi called again, "Young Brother Yi, Elder Wang has heard that you require his assistance, and he guarantees he will accomplish the task. I will forward your number to him so he can contact you. I worry that my relaying the message might lead to misunderstandings." Yi Chen nodded and ended the call. Just after hanging up, an unfamiliar number rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by an excited elder voice. "Hello, is this Senior Yi?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes, but, recognizing his current need, responded politely, "Elder Wang. You are too kind. You may simply call me Xiao Yi." Elder Wang quickly replied, "In the pursuit of knowledge, age is irrelevant. The accomplished are to be prioritized. Those who cultivate are especially mindful of this. Please, instruct me on what you need." Yi Chen chose not to dwell on this topic further, and proceeded to explain his situation. After listening, Elder Wang expressed his willingness to assist. assuring Yi Chun to proceed without hesitation. Yi Chun hung up the phone as the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Western City Agricultural Market. He and his companion stepped out and ventured into the market. Chapter 60, A Paradigm Shift. Upon entering the market, they noticed that, being afternoon, the number of patrons was rather sparse. As Yi Chun ambled through, he surveyed the surrounding shops, appearing more like a customer on a shopping expedition than someone seeking trouble. Xiao Lei trailed behind him, refraining from any inquiries as Yi Chun took his time. Suddenly, Yi Chun paused, turning his gaze toward the shop specializing in beef and lamb. He then lifted his foot and entered the establishment. Upon crossing the threshold, a pungent odor overwhelmed him, causing him to wrinkle his brow. The shop owner, who had been reclining in a chair, brightened at the sight of customers and stood up, inquiring, "What can I assist you with today?" His accent revealed him to be a local. Yi Chun cast a glance around the untidy environment and deliberately asked, "Is the lamb fresh?" "Of course. We slaughter and sell it daily, and we sell out the same day. It's all fresh," replied the proprietor. Yi Chun scrutinized the darkened meat in the display case and asked, "Is this beef or lamb?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper retrieved a large piece of meat from the freezer, placing it on the scale, and declared, "This is lamb, freshly slaughtered this morning, weighing a total of 15 pounds. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, for words flashing in his mind. Coercive selling. Indeed, the shopkeeper's subsequent actions confirmed Yi Chun's suspicions. The proprietor adeptly grabbed a black bag, tossed the meat into it, and nonchalantly stated 35 per pound, 15 pounds, totaling 525. "I'll make it an even 520 for you." Yi Chun was nearly amused to the point of indignation. While he was previously unaware of the current prices, he had just purchased food for Xiao by a couple of days ago, beef at 25 and lamb at 30. Now, this was priced at 35, and it was unclear how long the meat had been sitting. However, Yi Chun had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. This coercive selling, inferior product being passed off as quality, and arbitrary pricing, alongside the issue he initially discerned, revealed that this small meat stall was indeed a hub of dubious dealings. Yi Chun remained silent, paid the price, and quietly instructed Xiao Lei to activate the video recording on his phone before they exited the shop. Watching Yi Chun and his companion depart, the meat shop owner smirked to himself, thinking, "These two are easy to fool. Not only have I made a profit, but I've also sold off the long-stored lamb at a high price." He then reclined comfortably in his chair. After leaving the market, Yi Chun and Xiao Lei randomly selected another store, using its electronic scale to reweigh the lamb. To their astonishment, the scale displayed only 284 pounds. Yi Chun's suspicions were confirmed. The shopkeeper's scale was indeed faulty. The reason Yi Chun had paused at that particular meat stall was that he had noticed an apparatus installed at the bottom of the electronic scale. His actions were merely to establish a rationale, as entering a place like this and creating chaos was not a feasible approach. The butcher, who had just drifted into a light slumber, was startled awake by the sudden commotion. He sprang to his feet, his fury ignited upon seeing the overturned cutting board by Xiao Lei. "You two insolent brats have come to stir trouble in my shop. You shall not leave here today without compensating me," he bellowed. Xiao Lei, stepping toward the entrance, exaggerated his voice as if to ensure the outside crowd could hear him. "You unscrupulous merchant, not only do you sell us zombie meat at prices exceeding the market rate, but you also cheat on the weight. 15 pounds of meat. Yet you shortchange us by over 2 pounds. Folks, do not buy meat from this establishment." His theatrical declaration drew the attention of the few patrons outside, who began to point and murmur in disbelief. Seeing Xiao Lei's ruckus and the gathering crowd outside, the butcher's embarrassment turned to rage. He picked up the meat cleaver that had been knocked to the ground and charged at Xiao Lei. This reckless action played right into Yi Chun's hands. With a swift kick, he sent the butcher sprawling aside. Seizing the moment, Xiao Lei shouted to the onlookers, "Dear townsfolk, witness this. This man not only runs a black market, but also attempts murder." He continued, "We are merely acting in self-defense. This butcher sold us zombie meat for $35 a pound, and he shorted us. When we inquired, he brandished a knife at me without hesitation. If my brother had not intervened, I might have been lying here lifeless." He then brandished the dark piece of lamb from his bag for all to see. The crowd gasped in outrage, condemning the butcher as a fraud, insisting that no one should patronize his shop. The market's supervisor, hearing the uproar, furrowed his brows tighter. Internally, he cursed the butcher's foolishness but maintained a courteous demeanor. "Gentlemen, why not step into the market office for a moment? Rest assured, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution after a thorough investigation." Xiao Lei feigned fear, replying, "I want to go. You're all in cahoots. What if you decide to harm me once I step inside? The supervisor, sensing his apprehension, glanced at the crowd before reassuring him. That will absolutely not happen. We, the management, are not allied with them. We simply wish to understand the situation better. Just as Xiao Lei was about to continue his performance, Yi Chun interjected, very well. My brother, and I shall accompany you to the office. Hearing Yi Chen's agreement, Xiao Lei fell silent, and the two followed the market supervisor to the office. Upon entering, the supervisor reached for the lamb in Xiao Lei's possession, claiming he would take it for testing. After Yi Chun nodded in approval, Xiao Lei relinquished the dark bag. The supervisor then casually settled behind the desk, sipping tea, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his earlier urgency. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Lei inquired. Should Tiwi receive an explanation? The supervisor raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What explanation? About the zombie meat and the cheating on weights? Xiao Lei exclaimed, incredulous at the supervisor's rapid change in attitude. The supervisor maintained his act of confusion. What zombie meat and cheating? If you have no business here, please leave. We are quite busy. Oh, you scoundrel. Did you just take the lamb to destroy the evidence? Xiao Lei exclaimed furiously. The administrator immediately stood up, proclaiming with righteous indignation. You little rascal, don't slander us. How dare you come to our market and accuse us of selling zombie meat and using ghost scales? Where's your evidence? As he observed the administrator's demeanor, Yi Chun could no longer contain himself and applauded. What a spectacle! To serve as an administrator in this modest farmer's market is indeed a gross underutilization of your talents. Both of you, cease this unreasonable ruckus. If there is nothing pressing, I implore you to leave at once, or I shall summon security. The administrator responded coolly. The shamelessness of the Southern River Gang reshaped Yi Chen's understanding of the term shameless. Exhausted by the futility of words, he strode to the desk and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to the administrator, causing him to stagger. Chapter 61. Quickly, reveal your background. The administrator, taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity, regained his composure and shouted outside. Someone's causing a disturbance. Rubbing his stinging face, he glared at Yi Chun with malice, declaring, You won't leave here today. As his words fell, several security personnel rushed into the room, encircling Yi Chun. To an outsider, this scene appeared to be that of a legitimate company, with even the underlings masquerading as security, yet their actions were nothing short of disgraceful. Each security guard was robust, their eyes glinting with menace, eager to teach Yi Chun a lesson. However, Yi Chun remained unfazed. A confident smile graced his lips. Just as the guards prepared to strike, he decided against wasting further time. In a flash, he maneuvered in front of the security team, delivering a series of kicks that sent them sprawling to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Chun did not intervene, but rather urged, I advise you to call your boss directly. Otherwise, this will only escalate. The market administrator, upon hearing Yi Chun mention boss, involuntarily trembled as he turned to face him. And you dare to act so recklessly here? Xiao Lei scoffed. Looking down on the flustered administrator, with just a flick of his finger, young master, Yi could obliterate you. He was merely entertaining himself with you. Realizing that Yi Chun and his companion had come prepared, the administrator hastily deleted half the numbers he had dialed and redialed another. Once the call connected, he whispered a few words into the phone, nodded in agreement, and then hung up. After ending the call, the administrator appeared to regain his confidence as he looked toward Yi Chun and his companion, stating, Since you dare to stir trouble on our turf, are you bold enough to wait here? Yi Chun, fully aware of the administrator's intentions, turned and took a seat, responding, I shall wait to see which formidable figure you rely upon for your arrogance. Noticing that Yi Chun had bitten the bait, the administrator smirked subtly, seemingly envisioning Yi Chen's fate, and fell silent, sitting behind the desk in quiet anticipation. Thus, Yi Chen sat quietly with his eyes closed, while Xiao Lei stood silently behind him. The administrator, seated behind his desk, occasionally glanced at the two. A few security guards, whom Yi Chun had previously subdued, gradually recovered and leaned against the wall, refraining from attacking again. Soon, a series of car doors slamming echoed from outside, yet Yi Chun remained still, undisturbed. As the sounds grew louder, a throng of individuals streamed through the doorway, filling the once cramped office to its limits. Yi Chun surveyed the speaker. A man in his 30s clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and donning white jeans, exuding the air of a dandy. Upon seeing the newcomer, the administrator hurriedly emerged from behind his desk, pointing at Yi Chun and Xiao Lei, and announced, Young Master Zhang. These are the two. Before the man could respond, Yi Chun coolly regarded the one referred to as Young Master Zhang and inquired, Can you take charge? The administrator, upon hearing this, leapt to the forefront, arrogantly declaring, "This is our young master Zhang Kong. Do you think he can take charge? However, I require your leader to come personally," Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Zhang Kong, incensed by Yi Chen's apparent disregard for him, erupted into a furious tirade. "You little brat, don't you dare act tough here." Before he could finish, Zhang Kong felt an immense force strike his abdomen, and shortly thereafter, he collapsed, unconscious. Xiao Lei merely witnessed Yi Chen deliver a swift kick to Zhang Kang's midsection, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into his entourage, who fell like a line of dominoes. The market administrator, taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity to assault the young master, rushed over to lift the unconscious Zhang Kong, turning to Yi Chen and shouting, "Brothers, kill him!" In an instant, the throng of henchmen charged at Yi Chen with furious shouts. Rising from his seat, Yi Chen seized the stool beneath him and swung it at the advancing crowd, striking the foremost attackers and causing them to bleed profusely. With a sudden movement, Yi Chen darted through the throng like a specter, wielding the stool with ferocity. And wherever he went, cries of agony echoed as the henchmen fell one after another. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the administrator, while shielding Zhang Kong, frantically retrieved his phone to call for help. With Yi Chen already engaged, Xiao Lei rushed to confront the oncoming adversaries, but despite swinging his fists fervently, he failed to land a single blow, as Yi Chen had already dispatched them all. The administrator, witnessing Zhang Kang's entourage being thoroughly defeated by Yi Chen alone, turned pale with fear, stammering as Yi Chen approached, "Don't come any closer. Our gang leader will arrive soon." Seeing this coward still attempting to threaten Yi Chen, Xiao Lei, who had been seething with frustration from not being able to land a single hit, took 2 steps forward, seized the administrator by the hair, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. The administrator screamed in agony as his head became a swollen mess. Just as the administrator's face was being battered, a tall, middle-aged man entered, and upon witnessing the scene, shouted in anger, "Stop!" The person who entered was none other than Zhang Jianfeng, the leader of the South River Gang. Upon stepping into the office, he cast a dark glare at the scattered subordinates sprawled on the floor. His gaze soon fell upon the unconscious Zhang Kong, prompting him to rush over and assist him upright. Turning sharply, he fixed a furious stare on Yi Chen and declared, "I care not who you are, daring to lay a hand on my son, even with an illustrious background. You shall spend the remainder of your life atoning for your misdeeds against him." Yi Chen, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively, "I'm most curious to know how you intend for me to atone for your son." Shaking his head, he felt as though he had done nothing all day but wait for this motley crew to make their calls. Zhang Jianfeng's first call was to the chief of the West City Police Station, but after a brief wait, no one answered. Frowning, he dialed a second number, yet still, there was no response. An ominous sensation began to creep into his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he scrolled through his contacts until he found a number lacking a name. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the call button. "Beep. Hello." A fatigued voice answered on the other end. Upon hearing the call connect, Zhang Jianfeng exhaled deeply and promptly stated, "Chief Wang, it's me, Zhang Jianfeng." There was a moment of silence on the line before he could distinctly hear the other party's breathing grow increasingly labored, followed by an explosive roar. Zhang Jianfeng. "What the hell have you stirred up?" Startled by the thunderous outburst, Zhang Jianfeng instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear and cautiously inquired, "Chief Wang, is there a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? I just received a notification from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and I'm still baffled. Turns out it's you dog. Let me tell you, if I'm fine, great, but if I'm in trouble, you'll be the first to take the fall." After delivering this tirade, the call was abruptly ended with a resounding click. Listening to the busy tone emanating from his phone, Zhang Jianfeng's countenance paled, and he sank heavily to the ground. Chapter 62, Tundelbolt Technique. Yi Chen, having heard every word from the phone call, couldn't he help but commend Elder Wang's efficiency. He sauntered over to the desk, plopped down into the executive chair with an air of comfort, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "I give you half a month to disband the South River Gang, after which you shall vacate Bao City." Zhang Jianfeng, already anticipating this response, still asked defiantly, "Why?" "The South River Gang has labored for years in Bao City. We established it to avoid being bullied. Is it that Bao City cannot tolerate outsiders?" It was no wonder the South River Gang was so shameless. Their roots ran deep in such treachery, and now they had resorted to a regional argument. Yi Chen cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Jianfeng before gesturing for Xiao Lei to activate the video on his phone. The footage recorded everything that transpired, from Yi Chen and his companion purchasing meat to the events unfolding in the management office. I show you this merely to spare you from uttering more repulsive remarks. You know better than anyone what sort of scum your South River gang comprises. This is a courtesy. If you do not vacate in half a month, you will face the consequences, Yi Chen asserted. After hearing this, Zhang Jianfeng surveyed the incapacitated subordinate strewn about, but dared not utter another word. After Yi Chen and his companion exited the office, Zhang Jianfeng finally lifted his head, casting an angry glance towards the door. He then picked up the phone that lay on the ground and dialed a number. A few moments later, he spoke into the device. Hello, is this 120? Ye Xiao. Why not seize the moment and expel them directly from Bao City? Why grant them an additional half-month? Xiao Lei queried, glancing at Yi Chen through the rearview mirror. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment before responding. In truth, I would prefer if they remained obstinate. Xiao Lei was momentarily puzzled, a large question mark hovering above his head. This is our first visit here, and we encounter such a situation. The Nanha gang has been engaging in unscrupulous activities for many years. Wouldn't it be too lenient to simply allow them to depart? Yi Chen continued. Xiao Lei then experienced a moment of clarity and turned to inquire where Yi Chen intended to go next. Upon returning to his room, Yi Chen suddenly recalled matters pertaining to the small world and contacted Xie Jianjun to inquire whether the land behind the community belonged to the Xie group. The response was negative. However, Xie Jianjun indicated that should Yi Chen require it, the Xie group could intervene to acquire the land. Yi Chen nodded, accepting this arrangement. He expressed his gratitude to Xie Jianjun and prepared to end the call, only to be met with Xie Jianjun's playful admonition. You, my boy, tell uncle not to be polite. Yet here you are being courteous. Yi Chen chuckled, realizing he had forgotten his own words. As darkness enveloped the sky, the villa was devoid of Xiao Bai's presence. Yi Chen retrieved the thunderstrike wood from the cabinet and, under the cover of night, swiftly made his way towards the small world. Upon entering the cave, he found Xiao Bai sprawled beside the spiritual herbs, who, upon noticing Yi Chen, merely closed its eyes and resumed its previous position. Yi Chen was amused by Xiao Bai's posture and, clutching the thunderstrike wood, sought out a flat area to commence his cultivation. Previously, he had opted to practice the fireball technique, first due to the intense heat of the Yoa, which he could not carry away. In comparison, Yi Chen felt a greater enthusiasm towards mastering the thunder technique. He gradually absorbed the lightning attribute energy from the thunderstrike wood, feeling his meridians tingle with a delightful sensation. Drawing from his previous experience with the Yoa, he navigated the process with ease. Before long, the thunderstrike would have transformed into an ordinary piece of timber, with excitement coursing through him. Yi Chen summoned his internal spiritual energy and recited the incantation for the thunder technique. He felt his spiritual energy swiftly deplete, and then, without warning, a bolt of lightning struck silently nearby, shattering the ground into fragments. The overwhelming power ignited a fervor within Yi Chen, and upon assessing his internal energy, he realized that this single strike had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. While the technique was formidable, its energy consumption was excessive. Yi Chen approached the spiritual vein, pondering for a moment before plucking a small piece of spiritual leaf from the herbs and placing it in his mouth. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. With the dual enhancement of the spiritual vein and the spiritual leaf, Yi Chen's cultivation speed markedly increased. Time became indiscernible, and suddenly, he felt a resounding pop within his body, followed by an overwhelming sensation enveloping him. He had reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Yi Chen opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the immense energy coursing through his body. Lowering his gaze to the spiritual vein, he noticed that the originally sparse spiritual energy seemed to have dissipated even further. It seemed that this place would not sustain his cultivation for long, he mused. Casting a glance at Xiao Bai, who remained unperturbed, he chose to disregard it and walked out alone. A warm thought of Li Su crossed his mind, prompting him to take out his phone and dial Li Su's contact. As the call connected, before Li Su could speak, Yi Chen preemptively said, "Have you missed your father?" After a brief silence, Li Su's voice came through, lacking vitality. "Yi Chen, is there something you need?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the weariness in Li Su's tone. "Is something troubling you?" he inquired. "Nothing much. If that is all, I'll hang up," Li Su hastily replied. Yi Chen's unease grew, and he pressed on. "Are you at home?" "Yes, no, I'll hang up now, Yi Chen." Li Su quickly ended the call. "Uncle, I'm not right. You came here as a guest, and while residing here is acceptable, the compensation for the demolition must be shared," a woman in her 30s asserted. Following her, a slightly younger man echoed, "Exactly. You claim the house as a gift, but you wish to monopolize the demolition funds. What a joke." Sitting nearby, Li Su could no longer contain himself. and stood up, shouting, "Silence. When grandmother and grandfather were alive, did you care for them even for a day? Did you contribute a single dime for their hospital bills?" Upon hearing Li Su's words, the woman became furious, shouting back, "Mind your manners. Adults are speaking. What right do you have to interrupt?" Li Su disregarded her admonition, retorting, "Isn't it true? When grandmother was gravely ill, you all refused to help. Yet now that the demolition has arrived, you come sniffing around like dogs drawn by the scent of money. How disgusting." The woman, known as Xiao Feng, rolled her eyes and declared, "I don't care. He has still a nephew from grandmother S side. Why should you have all the benefits?" Li Su, incensed, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "You truly have no shame. I'll make you pay." He lunged toward Xiao Feng, but his father quickly intervened to restrain him. "Try to lay a finger on me, and I'll ensure you lose everything." Xiao Feng crossed her arms defiantly, turning to a young man beside her, Xiao Jun. "Record this on your phone. Let us see if he dares to touch me." Xiao Feng continued, "My attitude remains firm. Either we don't demolish, or if we do, the compensation must be divided." Li Su retorted vehemently, "Fine, if that is how you want it, we shall disagree. Rest assured, we would rather forego the demolition than allow you bloodsuckers to take advantage." Yi Chen sped towards the residential complex where Li Su resided, swiftly parking his car and making his way to Li Su's home. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback to find Li Su's mother standing outside, her expression a stormy shade of anger. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, he heard voices emanating from within the house. Listening intently for a moment, he began to grasp the situation unfolding inside. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen raised his hand to knock on the door, but Li Su's mother attempted to restrain him. With a reassuring smile, he gestured for her to remain calm. As he knocked on the door, it was opened by Li Su. "I told you, it's nothing serious, just some family matters," Li Su remarked, rolling his eyes upon seeing Yi Chen. "There's nothing more to discuss. We refuse to move. Even if we were to relocate, we do not wish to accept any compensation for demolition, not even a single room." Li Su's mother interrupted, her voice resolute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "What? You'd rather forego your own benefits than share with us? On what grounds do you justify this?" Li Su's mother, her expression steely, locked eyes with Xiao Feng and declared, "On the grounds that I have cared for my parents and that oldly has mourned for my father and mother. I have supported the elderly until their last days." Xiao Feng opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. Li Su's mother continued, "Are your parents aware of your presence here? If they knew, from this day forth, our family shall sever all ties." Hearing this, Xiao Feng retaliated, "I extended some courtesy by referring to you as aunt, but if you choose to disregard civility, then we shall meet in court. After all, this property belongs to my grandparents, and I refuse to believe the court will rule in your favor." Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, but she maintained her facade, saying, "Although my family's house is larger and in a better location, if you are willing, I could extend my kindness toward you, aunt." Li Su, perplexed by Yi Chen's intentions, opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Yi Chen. However, having known Yi Chen for many years, Li Su understood that his friend must have a plan in mind. Realizing the shift in the atmosphere, Xiao Feng called out to Yi Chen, "Who do you think you are? Your words are as meaningless as flatulence. Why should I heed your counsel?" Yi Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Li Su, who promptly replied, "Yi Chen's word is final. We shall proceed as he suggests." Li Su then signaled to his parents, who remained silent, their curiosity piqued regarding the intentions of these two young individuals. Xiao Feng seemed incredulous, questioning the plausibility of such a favorable outcome. After confirming repeatedly, she received nothing but agreement with Yi Chen's proposal, which left her jubilant as she departed. Once Xiao Feng and her companion had left, Li Su eagerly turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Were you plotting, my friend?" Li Su's parents, equally bewildered, watched Yi Chen with curiosity. With a mysterious smile, Yi Chen addressed Li Su's parents, "Uncle, aunt, given the current circumstances, if demolition were to occur, your family would surely face perpetual unrest. Should this escalate to court, there is a genuine possibility that the opposing party could receive favorable judgment." Turning back to Li Su, he continued, "Instead, why not exchange her? I sense that Xiao Jun is no easy adversary. It will be far more entertaining to let the two families engage in a feud, while you secure a grand estate for yourself." Continuing, Yi Chen retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Wang Tong, the heir of the Wang Group. As expected, the construction party was indeed the Wang Group. Yi Chen then articulated his proposal. Once both parties exchanged properties, it was certain that the demolition would not have occurred yet. Once the paperwork was completed, Lisa's family would sell the acquired house and purchase a new one of their liking. given the current surge in property prices. This maneuver would not entail any significant financial loss. Furthermore, regarding the demolished property, Chen planned to inform Wang Teng. Someone like Xiao Feng would undoubtedly oppose the current demolition plan, demanding a considerable compensation. At that point, he would request Wang Teng to allocate that corner for her, ensuring it remained untouched amid the demolition elsewhere. By then, the demolition would be futile, with utilities cut off. However, this strategy was somewhat unscrupulous and depended on whether uncle and aunt could bear to proceed with it. Upon finishing, Li Su slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn, you're clever. That is quite devious." Yi Chen chuckled and continued, "This approach is merely to keep her in check. Once she behaves, I will reach out again and compensate her at a 1-to-1 ratio, with the remainder discreetly provided to you. This way, you will avoid the hassle of disturbances, and the demolition compensation will remain substantial, though the house exchange and sale may be a bit cumbersome." After listening, Li Mu pondered for a moment, hesitantly asking, "Will this truly not backfire on Xiao Feng?" Yi Chen shook his head and replied with a smile, "And at 1T. This matter is being handled by a friend of mine." Li Fu chimed in, "Let us proceed as Xiao Yi suggests. For years, your two sisters have made our lives unbearable. It's high time they learn a lesson." Li Mu gritted her teeth and nodded. "All right, Xiao Yi, we entrust everything to you." The next day, Yi Chen had Wang Teng draft a property exchange contract. When Wang Teng personally delivered the contract to Yi Chen, he incessantly lamented that Yi Chen had not invited him for a meal, which made Yi Chen recall his previous promise to Wang Teng, leading to a moment of awkwardness. He then assured Wang Teng that he would definitely reach out after the college entrance examination, prompting Wang Teng to relent. With the contract in hand, Yi Chen proceeded to Li Su's home. After knocking on the door, Li Su answered, and it dawned on him that it was the weekend. Li Su, glancing at the contract, smirked and remarked, "A bunch of greedy fools. This time, let them take full advantage." Although Li Mu had consented to the plan the day before, the dark circles under her eyes indicated she had not slept well. She turned to Yi Chen to reconfirm, "Xiao Yi, this won't lead to any trouble, will it?" "Mom, you're too soft-hearted. They disregard our familial ties to demand money. Why should you concern yourself with them?" Lisa retorted. Li Mu hesitated before saying, "After all, we are still family." Yi Chen smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Aunt. This matter is merely to alleviate some troubles. If they keep causing disturbances, it will only vex you and Uncle, correct? In the end, she will not lose out, nor will you." As they were conversing, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Xiao Feng's voice calling, "And it's me. Open the door quickly." Lisa grinned mischievously and walked over to open the door, revealing Xiao Feng, who entered carrying 2 bags of fruit. This opportunistic behavior is truly remarkable. After all these years, nothing has ever been brought home, yet today seems to defy expectations. Lisa remarked with a smirk. Xiao Feng, unfazed, placed the fruit on the table, casually retrieved an apple from her bag, and took a bite without washing it. "Auntie, is the contract ready? I even brought the property deed." Xiao Feng inquired. Li Su pointed at the contract on the coffee table, urging, "Hurry up and sign it. Then let us be on our way." Xiao Feng's eyes lit up as she picked up the contract and examined it closely, finding no discrepancies. Turning to Li Su's father, who had remained silent, she asked, "Shall we sign, Uncle?" He nodded in agreement, and both parties inscribed their names on the contract, each retaining a copy. After signing, Xiao Feng tossed the property deed aside and looked at Li Mu, asking, "So, when shall we move?" "Anytime, but it's best to wait a couple of days, as the college entrance exams are approaching," Lisa replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng nodded and cheerfully exclaimed, "Wishing you great success and excellent results." Without further ado, she exited the room. Lisa slammed the door shut, disdainfully addressing Yi Chen. "Did you see that? She has no sense of decorum. Being related to such a person is truly unfortunate." He then picked up the half-eaten apple from the coffee table and tossed it into the trash, continuing to frown. To behave in such a disgusting manner is quite unmatched. Yi Chen, observing Li Su's contemptuous expression, chuckled. "Come on, everyone has a few relatives like that." Li Su understood Yi Chen's sentiment and smiled back, saying, "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere." "Where?" Yi Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. Li Su smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there." At the entrance of the antique trading market in Bao City, Yi Chen gazed at the sign and asked in disbelief, "Is this the good place you mentioned?" "Of course. I heard that Gao Xiang from Class 2 and Yang Hongyan from our class found a Yuan dynasty vase here, making a fortune of hundreds of thousands." Lisa replied with an enigmatic expression. Yi Chen, surprised, glanced at Li Su, reflecting on how last time they had tea parted ways. and it seemed Yang Hongyan was indeed quite attached to Gao Xiang. Nevertheless, he admired their luck. Finding such a valuable item was indeed impressive. Let us go take a look. Yi Chen nodded. As they entered the antique market, the bustling atmosphere greeted them, with stalls lined up displaying an array of ancient artifacts. Li Su, filled with excitement, glanced around eagerly, occasionally inquiring about the prices of various items. Suddenly, Yi Chen sensed a faint yet peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy nearby. He tugged at Li Su, guiding him toward that direction, and they stopped in front of an inconspicuous stall. On the table lay a weathered jade pendant, emanating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. The stall owner, a gray-haired old man, was dozing off with his eyes squinted. "How much for this jade pendant?" Yi Chen asked. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at the pendant, and replied nonchalantly, 500, no bargaining. Lisa murmured from the side, "That's quite expensive." It doesn't look that impressive. Yet Yi Chen sensed the pendant's significance and pulled out 500 yuan, handing it to the old man. Upon acquiring the jade pendant, he channeled his spiritual energy to investigate, discovering a minute space within it, seemingly concealing an ancient tome. Observing Yi Chen's expression of delight, Li Su curiously leaned in and inquired, "What's the matter? Does this shabby jade pendant hold some treasure?" Yi Chen merely smiled in silence. The two continued their stroll deeper into the street when, all of a sudden, a cacophony erupted ahead. As they pushed their way through the throng, they found a young man embroiled in a heated argument with a vendor over a piece of bronzeware. "This is nothing but a counterfeit, and you dare to sell it at such an exorbitant price," the young man shouted with indignation. The vendor, unfazed, retorted, "This has been passed down from my ancestors. How could it possibly be fake?" Intrigued, Li Su whispered to Yi Chen, "Let us see if there truly is any treasure here." Yi Chen focused his spiritual perception and, to his astonishment, detected a faint aura emanating from the bronze artifact. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, scrutinizing the bronze piece before sneering. "I know this item well. It's merely a replica, utterly worthless." The young man, emboldened by this remark, became even more adamant in his conviction, vociferously insisting that the vendor refund his money. Yi Chen, wishing to assist Li Su, quietly asked, "Do you have any money?" Li Su paused, momentarily confused, thinking Yi Chen was requesting a loan. "Who carries cash nowadays with mobile payments? I have several thousand here if you need it," he replied. "Use it to buy that piece." Yi Chen gestured toward the bronze artifact. "But isn't it a fake?" Li Chi questioned, perplexed. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "If everyone knew it was genuine, would you have a chance to snag a bargain?" "Enough chatter. I assure you profit." Nodding, Li Su approached the young man and inquired, "How much did you pay for this item?" The young man exclaimed, "For this worthless scrap, I was charged over 8,000. I can't believe I was fooled into thinking it was an heirloom." Upon hearing this, Li Su pulled out his phone to check his balance, awkwardly stating, "How about you transfer me the amount? I only have 5,000, so you'd lose less." The young man shot Li Su a glare, fuming, "Are you mocking me?" Chapter 65, Treasure Hunting. The vendor seized the moment, interjecting, "Are you unfamiliar with the rules of the antique street? Once you leave the stall, there are no returns. If everyone came back for refunds, how would we conduct business? Enough of your nonsense. Refund me at once. I only believed you because you claimed it was an heirloom." "This is deceit," the young man retorted. Yi Chen shook his head, observing the young man's gullibility, and approached Li Su, asking the young man, "How much do you wish to sell it for?" But be forewarned, selling it at the original price is impossible now, since everyone knows it's a counterfeit. The young man's countenance stiffened at Yi Chen's words. Glancing at the item in his hands, he hesitantly declared, 6,800, not a penny less. Yi Chen then transferred 3,000 to Li Su via his phone, instructing, "Purchase it." Without hesitation, Li Su accepted the 3,000 and paid the young man, taking possession of the bronzeware as he and Yi Chen made their way out. Finding a secluded spot, Li Su inquired, "Is this thing genuine?" Yi Chen nodded, accepting the bronze artifact from Li Su, stating, "Would I ever deceive you?" Silently, Yi Chen channeled his inner fire attribute spiritual energy, and as the temperature rose, the color of the bronze artifact began to shift. Li Su was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. As he reached out to touch the bronze artifact, its color changing, Yi Chen abruptly halted him with a firm, "Don't move." The temperature of the bronze continued to rise, and as it approached 200 to 300 degrees, the impurities on its surface finally vanished. Yi Chen placed the bronze piece on the ground and, observing Li Su's puzzled expression, remarked, "This item has been artificially tampered with. Its true value has been obscured by lead and tin. It seems you've struck gold." Lisa gazed intently at Yi Chun, then suddenly queried, I'm not doubting that. I'm curious about how you heated it. Yi Chun chuckled, his expression exaggerated, and said, because I possess superpowers. Humph. Lisa rolled his eyes in response. See, when I tell you the truth, you don't believe me. Yi Chun thought to himself. What exactly is this thing? Lisa asked. Yi Chun stroked his chin, adopting a solemn expression, and replied, I have no idea. Upon hearing this, Lisa widened his eyes and exclaimed, You don't know, yet you had me buy it? Yi Chun smiled and stated, While I may not know what this is, I can assure you it is genuine. Lisa shot Yi Chun a glare, asserting, if it turns out to be a fake, I will definitely not refund you that 3,000. It was likely that many others sought to find hidden treasures in the market, hoping to strike it lucky. True or false, the owner will know at a glance. Yi Chun signaled to Li Su, who understood and placed the bronze artifact in front of the shopkeeper. Such genuine items are rare in the market. If they existed, I wouldn't be running a shop, the proprietor stated, only to stop mid-sentence, donning a pair of reading glasses and scrutinizing the piece closely. Yi Chun smiled and asked, So what do you think? A flicker of surprise crossed the shopkeeper's eyes as he looked up at Yi Chun, remarking, You two are quite fortunate. You've indeed stumbled upon a treasure. This is not merely luck. It is an heirloom of my friend, Yi Chun fabricated. Li Su rolled his eyes at Yi Chun, but remained silent. The shopkeeper, unperturbed, addressed them, Please wait a moment. I will call a colleague to appraise this. He then went to the entrance and summoned an elder from the adjacent shop to further examine the bronze artifact. Yi Chun did not rush him, though Li Su appeared somewhat anxious. After a short while, the shopkeeper turned to Li Su and inquired, How much do you wish to sell this for? Li Su glanced at Yi Chun, who replied, Let the owner make an offer. If it's reasonable, I'll agree on behalf of my friend to sell it. If not, we'll seek another buyer. Lisa nodded in agreement with Yi Chun's suggestion. After a brief hushed discussion with the elder, the shopkeeper addressed Yi Chun, saying, Although this item is genuine, it is not particularly ancient. I'll offer you 450,000. How does that sound? Upon hearing the price, Yi Chun immediately noticed Li Su's heart racing beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun responded, 500,000. The shopkeeper, inspecting the artifact in his hands, pondered for a moment before conceding, All right, a small loss is acceptable. Please provide your bank account number. Trembling, Li Su retrieved his phone, located his bank account number, and presented it to the shopkeeper. Subsequently, the shop owner skillfully operated his phone, and soon after, Li Su received a notification of 500,000 arriving in his account. After bidding farewell to the shop owner, he departed from the antique market. On the way, he stared blankly at Yi Chun and asked, Am I dreaming? Yi Chun glanced at Li Su's foolish expression and replied with a smile, If it were a dream, you'd wake up soon enough, and the 500,000 would vanish. At that moment, Lisa suddenly pinched Yi Chun and inquired, Does it hurt? Get lost. Lisa chuckled, Come on, I'll transfer you some. Yi Chun rolled his eyes. Just send me 3,000. Brothers should be clear about accounts. That won't do, Lisa exclaimed anxiously. Beside the parking space of Li Su's residential complex, he gazed at the brand new car in front of him and asked, Wow, have you struck it rich? Pressing the key fob, the car lights blinked twice. Yi Chun remarked, I told you, I'm not short on money now. You keep that money for yourself. Get in the car. Li Su opened the passenger door, climbed in, and admired the interior, saying, Did you rob a bank? How did you suddenly become so extravagant? Yi Chun started the engine, turned the steering wheel, and the car slowly exited the complex. You've encountered a benefactor. Earned some money. Remember to speak to your father if you need anything. Yi Chun teased. Lisa leaned back in his seat and shot Yi Chun a glare. Even if you have money now, I'm still your true godfather. Yi Chun smiled silently. The reason for revealing these matters to Li Su was due to their strong bond. Yi Chun believed that concealing it would only lead to misunderstandings. As the car approached Huazhou Junting, Li Su was momentarily taken aback, asking, What are we doing here? Yi Chun smiled without answering, then drove the car in front of Villa number 005, parked, and exited the vehicle. Lisa hurriedly followed suit. Hearing the commotion, Yi Chun's mother emerged from the villa. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on Li Su's face, she smiled and said, Little Su is here. Come in and sit. Chapter 66, The Sports Student. Did you win a lottery or actually rob a bank? Once inside, Li Su settled onto the sofa, and while Yi Chun's mother went to fetch water, he whispered to Yi Chun. Yi Chun chuckled and recounted the incident of treating old Master Xia, prompting Li Su to exclaim with envy, You've really hit the jackpot. After a pause, glancing at Yi Chun's mother in the kitchen brewing tea, he added, But it's about time Annie enjoyed some blessings. Yi Chun looked at Li Su and smiled. Such is the nature of good brothers, not to feel jealousy when one surpasses the other. After enjoying a meal at Yi Chen's home, Li Su departed. Before leaving, he reminded Yi Chen not to forget about the college entrance examination the next day, then hopped into a taxi, waving goodbye as he drove off. Returning to his room, Yi Chen took out the jade pendant he had acquired from the antique market. The pendant was roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, featuring a bagua design at its center, with a carving of a fierce dragon adorning its outer edges. The aura emanating from the pendant, when compared to the energy within Yi Chen, appeared slightly different. Gazing at the pendant, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before a spark of realization struck him. He discovered that the purity of the energy radiating from the pendant was insufficient. It is akin to a glass of juice, yet the ethereal aura emitted by the jade pendant seems diluted, as if mixed with water. Activating his spiritual awareness, Yi Chen discerned a tome within the pendant's space, and with a mere thought, the book instantaneously materialized in his hand. However, who would be so frivolous as to conceal a blank book in such an obscure location? Even when probing with his spiritual awareness, the ancient text revealed no discernible characters. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen suddenly recalled a method he had seen on television involving blood. Thus, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the tome. As the crimson droplet landed on the ancient manuscript, it vanished without a trace, leaving no mark behind. Just as Yi Chen was taken aback by this phenomenon, a sudden explosion of information surged through his mind, akin to a divine revelation. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen meticulously assimilated the newfound knowledge, discovering that it was indeed a legacy left by a formidable cultivator from Earth. Fragments of the recorded words indicated that Earth once thrived with abundant spiritual energy and a plethora of experts. However, the cause of its subsequent decline remained a mystery. As Yi Chen delved deeper, he found not only techniques inferior to his own sacred spirit formula, but also several practical spells and medical arts more relevant to Earth. A sense of elation filled Yi Chen's heart. The spells and medical knowledge within this legacy were, for him, akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. Although the inheritance left by his master was formidable, there were aspects that Yi Chen found perplexing. In contrast, this new legacy, while not as powerful, was much more comprehensible, creating a complementary relationship that illuminated previously obscure concepts for Yi Chen. It was not until nightfall that Yi Chen awoke from his meditative state. Although the inheritance did not drastically enhance his cultivation, it would undoubtedly facilitate his journey ahead. The night passed in silence. The following day, Yi Chen donned his school uniform and made his way to the designated meeting point with Li Su. Stepping into the most pivotal moment of an ordinary student's life, the college entrance examination. He had contemplated whether to continue his education, but ultimately decided to persevere. Yi Chen felt that attending university was no longer solely about himself. It was also a goal his mother had steadfastly pursued for years, and he owed her an explanation. Upon their arrival at the school, the entrance was abuzz with activity. Parents, traffic police, volunteers, and journalists brandished cameras to capture this significant occasion. Yi Chen accepted the examination permit handed to him by Li Su, and together they proceeded into the school. At 9 in the morning, the first subject was Chinese literature. Within 20 minutes of receiving the exam paper, Yi Chen had completed his answers. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted there were still more than 2 hours until the end. Feeling somewhat exasperated, as the examination could not be submitted early, he resigned himself to resting his head on the desk in boredom. That student, the one slumped over, sit up straight and refrain from any antics, or your results will be nullified, admonished the invigilator upon observing Yi Chen's posture. Reluctantly, Yi Chen straightened his back, propping his chin on his hands, and gazed at the clock, silently wishing for time to hasten its passage. The invigilator, noticing Yi Chen's demeanor, was immediately incensed. With a stern expression, he approached Yi Chen's desk and quietly admonished, "Young man, you must rectify your attitude. At such a crucial time as this, do you truly believe you honor the years of hard work you've invested? Do you respect the parents waiting anxiously at the school gates?" Yi Chen glanced up at the invigilator and pointed toward the examination paper on his desk. "I understand the questions are challenging. They are difficult every year." The invigilator continued while observing Yi Chen's work. Upon seeing that Yi Chen's paper was already filled with answers, he exclaimed in surprise, "You've completed it?" Yi Chen nodded and returned to resting his head on the desk. This time, the invigilator refrained from further comment, shaking his head and turning his attention away from Yi Chen. Finally, the clock struck 11. Yi Chen looked up at the invigilator, who understood his intent, and remarked, "Students who have finished can now submit their papers and leave." Yi Chen sprang to his feet, handed his paper to the invigilator, and hastily exited the classroom. However, upon reaching the door, he felt a pang of regret. Outside, A throng of parents eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed on the school. Faced with such an overwhelming scene, Yi-chan gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue onward. Young man, how did this year's exam questions compare to previous years? Were they difficult? A reporter approached Yi-chan, microphone in hand. The dark lens pointed directly at him made Yi-chan's face flush with embarrassment, and he muttered, "It was all right." Before dashing away, the reporter, momentarily taken aback, addressed the camera. "It appears we've encountered a student from the athletics track. Given that he is an athlete, it is quite reasonable for him to be the first to emerge." Hearing the reporter's explanation, Yi-chen's mother, standing amidst the crowd, couldn't he help but display a look of concern. In the afternoon's second session, having learned from the previous experience, Yi-chan clenched his teeth and persevered until the final moment before submitting his paper. This time, his departure from school was devoid of the morning's awkwardness. However, the reporters at the entrance couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yi-chan. "Yi-chan, wait a moment." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yi-chan turned to see Chen Momo running toward him. "I finally caught up to you. I waited all afternoon and only found out you left early," Chen Momo exclaimed. Breathless, observing Yi-chan's expression, she continued, "My parents have been insisting on inviting you over for dinner to express their gratitude, but I didn't have your contact information. Today, I assured them I would find you, so you must oblige me this small favor. We're classmates. There's no need for such formality," Yi-chan replied. "Not at all. Besides, my parents have already prepared everything at home. If you don't come, it would be a waste," Chen Momo insisted. "Fine then," Yi-chan conceded, seeing her resolute demeanor. A smile broke across Chen Momo's face as she led him toward her home. Chen Memu's home was not far from the school. Although the age of the community was not much better than the place where Yi-chan and her son had once lived, despite the dilapidated condition of the neighborhood, it still provided adequate housing. As they entered the house, Chen Gang, bustling about, immediately noticed Yi-chan, who was following closely behind Chen Memu. He hurriedly approached and warmly exclaimed, "So this is Xiao Yi. Please, have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly." Turning towards the kitchen, he called out, "Memu's mother, please pour a glass of water for Xiao Yi." Upon hearing his voice, Chen Memu's mother quickly emerged from the kitchen. Spotting the somewhat shy Yi-chan seated on the sofa, she said at last, "We have been looking forward to your arrival. Just one last dish to finish. It will be ready soon." As she spoke, she picked up a cup and headed back to the kitchen. Their warm hospitality caused Yi-chan to blush deeply. Noticing Yi-chan's embarrassment and recalling that night when she had displayed her assertive demeanor, Chen Memu chuckled softly. "Who knew you could look so adorable when you're shy?" Yi-chan rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. However, Chen Memu's comment alleviated some of her awkwardness. Before long, a series of dishes were brought to the table, and Chen Gang and his wife invited Yi-chan to sit down. "Have you called your brother?" Chen Mu inquired of Chen Memu. "I did, but he didn't answer. Who knows where he's off gallivanting now." She then turned to Yi-chan with a grateful expression, saying, "Xiao Yi, thank you for saving me. I heard from Memu and her mother that if it weren't for you, I might never have seen them again. There is no need for such gratitude. It merely attests to Uncle Chen's fortunate destiny. Those who escape great peril are surely destined for greater blessings." Yi-chan repeated, reflecting on that day's events. Chen Mu's mood grew somber as she sincerely said to Yi-chan, "If it weren't for you that day, I truly wouldn't know how I would have carried on if old Chen had passed away. So, Xiao Yi, we are genuinely grateful to you." At this juncture, tears began to glisten in Chen Mu's eyes. Yi-chan nodded, fully understanding Chen Mu's feelings, as the fears they harbored mirrored experiences she had endured throughout her own life. "Uncle, Auntie, that is all in the past now. Uncle Chen is indeed a person of good fortune. Let us enjoy our meal before the dishes grow cold." Yi-chan deftly shifted the topic, wishing to avoid lingering on the matter. "Right, let us eat. Let us eat." Chen Mu wiped away her tears and began to serve Yi-chan, encouraging her to eat more. Chen Gang and his daughter joined in, and soon, Yi-chan's plate was piled high with an abundance of food. Despite her attempts to protest, Yi-chan found her efforts futile and resigned herself to eating. Thus, as Yi-chan consumed some, Chen Memu's family replenished her plate, and it was only when she could eat no more that they finally ceased their relentless serving. Yi-chan gazed at the nearly empty plates on the table, bemused, as she suspected she had consumed most of the meal herself, having barely seen the family partake in the feast. Just then, Chen Memu's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, she said to Chen Mu, "It's Dong Dong calling, that little rascal." Pressing the answer button, she heard a voice filled with distress. "Sister, help me quickly. They're going to break my legs." In the Southern City arcade, the machines malfunctioned, and they insisted it was my fault, demanding compensation. If I refused, they threatened to break my legs. The voice on the other end continued to wail. Just wait. Tell them that if it was indeed your fault, we will surely compensate them. Make sure they do not harm you. Your father and I will be there immediately, Chen's mother said, pulling Chen Gang toward the exit. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Realizing he had fallen into their trap, and considering the extent of his involvement, he spoke up. I will accompany you. I happen to know a few people there. Look, I initially intended to treat Xiao Yi to a quiet meal, and now I must trouble you. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Gang no longer declined, for knowing people would undoubtedly ease the situation. Chen's mother, already distressed by her son's cries, urged them anxiously. We can exchange pleasantries later. Let us hurry. The group swiftly hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Southern City Arcade. How is it that I just bought this new equipment, and while others can play without issue, it breaks under your hand? And now you dare to argue with me? Let me be clear, if you do not compensate for a new one today, you shall not take a single step out of this door. A young man with dyed yellow hair spat at the boy lying on the ground. The boy, covered in various footprints, pleaded, I've already called my parents. They will bring the money soon. Please do not hit me anymore. The young man seemed to relish this dominant position, rising to approach the boy and asking, So, do you admit that you broke it? The boy trembled in fear as the young man advanced, hastily replying, I admit it. I broke it. It was me. Only then did the young man settle onto a chair, declaring, When your parents arrive, should you attempt to retract your statement, I will ensure that each time I see you, I shall strike you. The boy, terrified, shook his head vigorously, repeatedly insisting he would not dare. At that moment, several individuals burst through the door, and upon seeing the boy on the floor, one cried out, Dong Dong, my son, how are you? Realizing help had arrived, the boy gleefully turned towards the entrance, but his expression paled upon recognizing Yi Chen in his school uniform. Child, tell your father, were they deliberately framing you? Chen Gang assisted Chen Dong Dong to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the young man with yellow hair. After the earlier threat, Chen Dong Dong dared not speak the truth, casting a fearful glance at the young man before nodding. Yes, I broke it. The yellow-haired young man, already frightened by Yi Chen's entrance, felt his mind go blank upon hearing Chen Dong Dong's admission. Fearing retribution from Yi Chen for his deceit, he hastily exclaimed, It was not him who broke it. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Afterward, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and furtively glanced at Yi Chen's impassive expression, offering a forced smile. Yi Chen had been observing the yellow-haired young man's demeanor since his arrival and found him somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. The young man's denial startled Chen Dong Dong, who feared he had concocted another scheme. With a troubled expression, he asked, Did you not say that as long as I admitted it, you would let me go? I have admitted it. What more do you want? Upon hearing that his beloved son had been subjected to such humiliation, Chen Gang was instantly consumed by rage and stepped forward to confront the young man with the yellow hair. However, as he intended to take action, several thugs emerged from the shadows. Chen's mother, witnessing the unfolding scene, hurriedly positioned herself in front of Chen Gang, exclaiming, If you strike the youth, do you intend to assault the elder as well? Is there no law left? In response to this commotion, the young man quickly shouted, Everyone, cease at once. With a grimace, he approached Yi Chen and nervously admitted, Brother, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. I was unaware that he was acquainted with you. Yi Chen inquired, Do you recognize me? The young man stammered, Last time, when you visited the Rolling Stones to see Master C, I was at the bar. At that moment, Yi Chen recalled the encounter, realizing why the young man appeared so familiar. What do you propose to resolve this situation? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. The young man glanced at the footprints on Chen Dong Dong, gritted his teeth, and declared, I am willing to offer 10,000 yuan as medical expenses to compensate this brother. Yi Chen chuckled and replied, How about I give you 20,000 yuan in exchange for the pleasure of beating you? Upon hearing this, the young man's face paled further as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, saying, This establishment is newly acquired, and all my funds were invested in equipment. I truly cannot afford to pay you 20,000. Seeing the sincerity in the young man's expression, Yi Chen turned to Chen Gang, who quietly consulted with Chen Dong Dong and, upon confirming that his son was not gravely injured, nodded in agreement. We are not extortionists, he stated, but if you dare to bully my son again, I shall ensure you end up in prison, even if it costs me everything. With that, he supported his son, and the family made their way outside. Yi Chen accepted the bundles of cash from the young man, casting a glance at his visibly relieved demeanor before following them out. Once Yi Chen departed, the young man collapsed onto the ground. A nearby thug approached and whispered, What kind of person frightened you so? I do not know, the young man replied. As another thug was about to mock him, the young man continued, Anyone associated with Master C is not someone we can afford to offend. The thug promptly fell silent. You little rascal, if you ever return to such a place, I shall break your legs, the father scolded angrily, observing his disheveled son. Chen's mother, frowning, added, if it weren't for Yi Chen today, you would have been beaten and still owed them money, you spendthrift. Chen Dongdong kept his head down, silent, occasionally casting adoring glances at Yi Chen. Noticing that Chen Dongdong seemed oblivious to the reprimands, Chen Gang sighed deeply. As he looked at the cash Yi Chen had offered, Chen Gang repeatedly declined, stating, we cannot accept this. You covered the medical expenses last time. Yi Chen pressed the money into his hands with a smile, saying, what is done is done. Take Dongdong for a checkup first. With a wave to the others, he turned and left. Yi Chen then seated himself across from his mother and asked, Mother, what troubles you? She gazed at him and queried, have you been neglecting your studies lately? Yi Chen was taken aback, puzzled by her inquiry, realizing the multitude of events that had transpired since he had stepped out during lunch. He patiently explained everything to his mother and assured her that his academic performance would not suffer, leading her to finally relent. Upon returning to his room and picking up his phone from the bed, Yi Chen discovered several missed calls. Su Yi, Li Si, and Xie Jianjun had all attempted to reach him. Noting the swift efficiency of the Xie group, Yi Chen remarked, all right, Uncle Xie, whether you sell or rent it to me is perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Xie Jianjun's smile faded, and he replied, no need for such formality. Just feel free to use it. By the way, there will be a martial arts exchange conference held at the VIP building tomorrow evening. Would you care to join us for some excitement? A martial arts exchange conference? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. It's my first time hearing of it as well. But as the host, I can certainly accommodate a few more guests. Xie Jianjun assured him. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and ended the call. Just as he hesitated, his phone rang again. It was Li Si calling. Upon answering, Li Si's voice came through. Young Master Yi, I have something to report to you. What is it? Yi Chen asked. Tomorrow evening, I receive an invitation for a martial arts exchange conference, specifically stating that the decision-makers should attend. Li Si explained. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, contemplating the true intentions behind this so-called martial arts association. After a moment of silence, he responded, you may go, but I cannot represent you at this event. Tian Dabiao also called, extending a similar invitation for the leaders of the Beidong gang to attend, expressing his concern that this might be a trap. You should simply attend as normal. I will also be there, Yi Chen stated after hanging up, perplexed about the connection between the Martial Arts Association and underground forces, particularly their insistence on the presence of decision-makers. Shaking his head, he dialed Su Yi's number. Brother Yi, I need your assistance with something. Su Yi said seriously upon answering. Yi Chen, surprised, asked, are you referring to the Martial Arts Exchange Conference? So you're already aware, Su Yi replied. Yi Chen recounted his conversations with Xie Jianjun and Li Si. After listening, Su Yi remained silent for a moment. Indeed, the situation is more complex than it appears. The so-called Martial Arts Exchange Conference is initiated by the Zhao family in the provincial capital. While a simple exchange may seem innocuous, the simultaneous invitation of business, underground forces, and the ancient Martial Arts Association complicates matters significantly. Su Yi explained. Who exactly is this Zhao family? Yi Chen questioned. To discuss the Zhao family, one must mention the president of our province's ancient martial arts association, who hails from the Zhao family and is rumored not to be among the top experts. Moreover, the largest conglomerate in the province, the Jilun Group, has ambiguous ties to the Zhao family, with whispers suggesting that it is also under their influence. Su Yi paused before continuing. Furthermore, the Shenlong Society, which dominates half of northern China, is said to have connections to the Zhao family as well. Considering the factions that have received invitations, their intentions are glaringly obvious. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Yi Chen finally understood, a cold smile creeping across his face. This is a confluence of power, wealth, and influence. However, since they have already shown their hand, let us engage them in a little sparring. Will you join us tomorrow, Brother Yi? No need, I shall be there, Yi Chen declared. After hanging up the phone, he ceased his ruminations, settled into a meditative posture, and began his cultivation. Having changed into a fresh set of clothes, Xie Jianjun's vehicle arrived right at Yi Chen's doorstep. Once inside the car, Xie Jianjun, unaware of the Zhao family's ill intentions, smiled at Yi Chen and remarked, today, our city's martial arts gathering promises to be quite lively. I've heard that a master of the arcane arts will be present to preside over the exchange conference. I never imagined that I, old Xie, would finally have the chance to witness the legendary master of the arts. Yi Chun felt a stir of curiosity and cast a puzzled glance at Xie Jianjun. Noticing Yi Chen's expression, Xie Jianjun smugly continued, "You haven't heard of it, have you? It is said that masters of the arcane possess celestial abilities, conjuring clouds with a flick of their hand and summoning rain with a mere gesture. Truly, they are like living deities." This was the first time Yi Chun had heard of arcane arts, but considering the existence of cultivators, the notion of a master of the arcane did not seem far-fetched. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the VIP building. In preparation for today's exchange conference, the venue was closed to the public. Yet the parking lot was bustling with an array of luxury cars, showcasing license plates from every region of Hebei. At that moment, Xie Wanqing had already been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Chun and Xie Jianjun disembark, she hurried over, exclaiming, "I told you I would pick you up." But Dad insisted on coming himself. Xie Jianjun chuckled, "I happened to be passing by. If you had gone to fetch young Yi, you would have had to cross half the city." Xie Wanqing flashed a playful smile. The trio entered the grand hall, where the expansive lobby had been cleared of tables, leaving only neatly arranged chairs that filled the entire space. At the far end of the hall stood a grand martial arts stage, adorned with a crimson banner that proclaimed a warm celebration of the Martial Arts Association. Despite the multitude of seats, it was evident that they would soon be occupied by a throng of attendees. Xie Jianjun led Yi Chun towards the front, and as Yi Chun probed the crowd with his spiritual sense, he was astonished to discover that numerous individuals possessed martial prowess rivaling that of Elder Wang. Simultaneously, he spotted Li Si and others seated towards the back, although they had yet to notice Yi Chun, occasionally glancing around with curiosity. Moments later, as a piercing sound emanated from the loudspeakers above, the previously cacophonous hall gradually fell silent. Thus commenced the much-anticipated North China Martial Arts Exchange Conference. A youthful maiden clad in a qipao ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and with fervent enthusiasm, she declared the opening of the exchange conference. Watching from below, Yi Chun felt as though he were attending a performance and rolled his eyes. Observing Xie Jianjun's expression, Yi Chun understood that Xie Jianjun genuinely believed it was merely a display of martial arts. He hoped that, while Xie Jianjun was currently smiling, he would not be reduced to tears later on. After the qipao-clad maiden concluded her introduction, an elderly gentleman in traditional attire stepped onto the stage, declining the microphone offered by the maiden. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, "Esteemed heroes of North China, I am Zhao Ida of the Zhao family, and I also serve as the steward of the Zhao household." As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur rippled through the audience, with some knowledgeable about the Zhao family's affairs remarking, "To be the steward of the Zhao family is indeed a remarkable achievement." The crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their acknowledgement. As the words fell, a young man in his 20s rose from the front row and stepped onto the stage, his countenance slightly haughty as he surveyed the crowd. "I am Zhao Kuan. I humbly seek your guidance." At that moment, a figure in the audience stood up and declared loudly, "Zhang Dong from Tsang City, allow me to experience the prowess of young Master Zhao." With that, Zhang Dong swiftly ascended the stage, clasped his fists in salute, and assumed a fighting stance. Zhao Kuan smirked, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his lips, and initiated the attack, his footwork light, as he aimed a punch directly at Zhang Dong's face. Zhang Dong deftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and countered with an open palm aimed at Zhao Kuan's chest. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield, captivating the audience who watched with rapt attention. Cheers erupting intermittently. "How splendid! I initially believed that Chinese martial arts were merely exaggerated tales spun by our countrymen, yet they truly surpass anything portrayed on television," exclaimed Xie Jianjun, his face alight with excitement. Yi Chun remained silent, observing the duel unfolding before him. "Yi Chun, who do you think will emerge victorious?" inquired Xie Wanqing, standing beside him. "Undoubtedly, Zhao Kuan," Yi Chun replied. "Zhao Kuan possesses a cultivation level in the mid-phase of hidden strength, yet he is toying with Zhang Dong, who is merely at the peak of visible strength. Furthermore, the Zhao family has presented a mid-phase hidden strength practitioner at the outset, which foreshadows the true nature of this exchange meeting." Indeed, it appeared that Zhao Kuan had grown weary of the contest. He suddenly halted, gathering all his strength for a decisive punch aimed at Zhang Dong's chest. The strike landed with a resounding thud, causing Zhang Dong to cough up blood. The previously raucous crowd fell into an abrupt silence at the sight of Zhao Kuan's ruthless blow. Members of the Zhang family from Tsang City immediately rose in outrage, exclaiming, "In a martial arts exchange, how dare the Zhao family employ such lethal force?" Zhao Ida swiftly stepped forward, briefly locking eyes with Zhao Kun before addressing the individuals in the audience. Quickly, assist young Master Zhang in seeking medical attention. Turning to the Zhang family, Zhao Ida smiled and said, "It is inevitable that martial arts exchanges come with some roughness. I, Zhao, apologize on behalf of the younger generation to the head of the Zhang family." Upon hearing Zhao Ida's words, the Zhang family members found it difficult to escalate the situation, reluctantly returning a gesture of respect to Zhao Ida before sitting down once more. Yi Chun frowned, sensing that neither the audience nor the Zhang family appeared to perceive Zhao Kun's true cultivation level. Otherwise, their reactions would have been quite different. With a thought, he activated his spiritual awareness to scan Zhao Kun, a look of understanding crossing his face. Yi Chun discerned that a mist-like energy emanated subtly from Zhao Kun's body, which likely obscured his true cultivation level from the others present. This energy could deceive numerous martial artists in attendance, yet it was ineffective against Yi Chen's perception. This explained why Zhang Dong dared to challenge Zhao Kun, despite their significant difference in cultivation levels. After Zhao Ida descended from the stage, Zhao Kun surveyed the audience once more and continued, "Zhao Kun of the Zhao family, I humbly invite further guidance." As his words echoed, a momentary hush fell over the crowd until a voice emerged from a corner. "Wang Hao from the Wang family of the summer resort. I wish to experience young Master Zhao's skills." Soon after, a youth of similar age to Yi Chun slowly approached the stage. Yi Chun was astonished to discover that this young man had already attained the pinnacle of Mingjing. Reflecting on the over 40-year-old Su Yi, Yi Chun shook his head. Meanwhile, Su Yi, seated among the crowd, was oblivious to the fact that he had been equated with a pig in Yi Chun's mind. On the stage, Wang Hao clasped his fists toward Zhao Kun before adopting a stance to launch an attack. Zhao Kun's lips curled into a slight smile as he effortlessly evaded Wang Hao's strike. Undeterred by his missed attempt, Wang Hao unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhao Kun like a torrential downpour. Zhao Kun remained composed, deftly dodging while wearing a hint of mockery on his face. As Wang Hao struck again, Zhao Kun suddenly countered, seemingly with casual ease, grasping Wang Hao's wrist and deftly redirecting him forward. With a swift kick, Wang Hao was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stage. Zhao Kun crossed his arms, a disdainful smile gracing his features as he remarked, "With such meager skills, how dare you challenge me on stage?" The expressions of the Wang family members present turned grim. Yet, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, rose once more, and continued his assault on Zhao Kun. This youth is clearly no match for Zhao Kun, yet he persists. "He is indeed a stubborn individual," commented Xie Jianjun, shaking his head. Xie Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her face displaying tension as she watched the two on stage. Yi Chen remained silent, having already surmised Wang Hao's intentions. Observing Wang Hao, who had been knocked down by Zhao Kun multiple times, he continued to grit his teeth and rise to confront Zhao Kun again. Zhao Kun, losing his patience, cast a cold glance at the advancing Wang Hao, seemingly preparing to deliver a decisive blow. "Here it comes." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing that Wang Hao's momentum was escalating to a peak. Suddenly, Wang Hao, who had been advancing towards Zhao Kun, halted, his aura shifting dramatically, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. He had broken through. The crowd then realized that Wang Hao had utilized this confrontation to achieve a breakthrough to the initial stage of Anjing. Wang Hao grinned broadly and, addressing the astonished Zhao Kun with a cupped fist, declared, "I concede." With that, he turned and walked off the stage. It was evident to all that Wang Hao had treated Zhao Kun as a free sparring partner. Zhao Kun, akin to someone who had pent-up frustration, felt infuriated as his opponent retreated just as he was about to unleash his wrath. His face flickered between shades of anger and disbelief as he exclaimed, "Dare to toy with me." He attempted to intercept Wang Hao as he descended from the stage, but was halted by Zhao Ida, who had just stepped onto the stage. "I have heard of the Wang family's exceptional prodigy, yet I did not anticipate such cunning as well," Zhao Ida remarked, observing Wang Hao's retreating figure with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao paused, turned back to face Zhao Ida, and flashed a bright smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly whites. "I recall that 2 years ago, Zhao Kun had already reached the realm of Anjing. How is it that after 2 years, he has regressed instead of progressed?" Upon hearing the words, Zhao Ida and Zhao Kun on stage stiffened, their mouths agape as they attempted to articulate a response. Yet, they quickly realized that the audience below had already begun to whisper among themselves, particularly the members of the Zhang family, who were now glaring at Zhao Ida as if awaiting an explanation from the Zhao clan. At that moment, a chilling laughter resonated. I initially intended to engage in some lighthearted fun with you, but it seems you were so eager to overturn the table. Very well. Let's cease this game. Chen turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a flamboyantly dressed youth emerging from behind the stands, flashing a mischievous grin as he surveyed the crowd below. Upon seeing the young man ascend the stage, Zhao Ida and Zhao Kun slightly bowed, positioning themselves at his sides. I am Zhao Yi, representing the Zhao family. Today, I have invited you all with the intention of leading us towards greater strength and prosperity. I wonder how you all feel about this? Zhao Yi remarked with a casual smile. The audience exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of Zhao Yi's words. After a brief pause, a coarse voice broke the silence. Young master of the Zhao family, what do you mean by leading us to greater strength and prosperity? Zhao Yi cast a charming smile towards the speaker. Zhang Zhao, you began navigating the world at 20, and by 30, you secured the throne of the underground forces in Tsang City, all thanks to the Zhang family support. But this is merely a small feat in Tsang City. Join my Zhao family, and together we shall conquer the entire North China region and dominate the northern underground forces. That, my friend, is true glory. Feeling a surge of indignation, Zhang Zhao retorted, I have fought for my position with my life. Why should I hand it over to you? I have no time for your games, goodbye. With that, he stood to leave. Zhao Yi merely smiled, remaining silent. However, as Zhang Zhao and his companions approached the exit and opened the door, they found two stern-faced warriors waiting outside, as if they had been anticipating their arrival. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao and his group, the two immediately launched an attack. Zhang Zhao and his associates were no match for them. Before the Zhang family could even react, they were swiftly brought down, lying on the ground, unconscious. What does your Zhao family mean by this? The head of the Zhang family glared at Zhao Yi on stage, his face a mask of fury. Zhao Yi shrugged innocently, offering a devilish smile. What does it matter to my Zhao family? I do not know those two outside. You, the head of the Zhang family, incensed by Zhao Yi's words, pointed at him, but feeling powerless due to his own lack of strength, he reluctantly sat back down. At that moment, Xie Jianjun began to sense the underlying scheme, quietly murmuring, this Zhao family has nefarious intentions for hosting this exchange conference. Chapter 71. He is reluctant. Chen remained silent. Can we now engage in a proper discussion? Zhao Yi continued to address the myriad factions below. From this day forth, let us establish the North China Business Alliance. With my long group at the helm, the underground forces shall follow the lead of my Divine Dragon Society. All ancient martial arts families must heed the commands of the North China Ancient Martial Arts Association. Xia Wanqing nervously glanced at her father, who wore a grim expression as he stared at the stage, remaining silent. However, upon witnessing Zhang Zhao's fate, the crowd chose to observe the unfolding situation, none daring to become the next target. The head of the Zhang family rose with a sudden fervor, addressing the crowd below with a powerful voice. I refuse to believe that Zhao's ambitions can extinguish us all. I stand opposed. With Zhang leading the charge, the head of the Wang family proclaimed with equal conviction, my Wang family, though modest in stature, cannot be compared to Zhao's grandeur. Thus, we too refuse to submit. The Han City Steel Group echoes this sentiment, firmly denying any allegiance to Zhao. With the opening remarks, a chorus of refusals filled the room. After all, no one was a fool. To phrase it delicately, joining the Zhao alliance merely meant surrendering one as hard work to Zhao. Clap, clap, clap. It seems formalities have failed, so let us resort to force. Zhao Yi declared, turning to a shadowy corner with utmost respect. Master Chen. From the shadows emerged an elderly man with flowing white hair. Clad in a dark yellow robe, his hair styled in a traditional bun, wisps of white beard framing his countenance, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Despite his presence being unnoticed until now, he approached the stage with a lightness that seemed almost otherworldly. Observing the astonished faces in the audience, the elder smiled with satisfaction. I am Master Chen, a master of the arcane arts. If you remain obstinate, I shall demonstrate the might of my craft. Zhao Yi announced. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, followed by hushed murmurs, yet none stepped forth to align with Zhao. Zhao Yi's expression darkened as he turned to Master Chen, respectfully requesting, I must trouble you to take action. Master Chen nodded, producing a feathered duster from behind his waist. With a gesture of his left hand, he conjured an incantation, while his right hand waved the duster. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the once bright hall, escalating into a tempest that dimmed the lights ominously. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie wind, transforming the hall into a scene of chaos. The once stalwart crowd found themselves bowing to the gale, with some faint-hearted individuals succumbing to tears, pleading to join Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Yi's expression softened with satisfaction as he acknowledged Master Chen with a nod. The elder waved the duster once more, gradually restoring calm to the hall. Noticing the distinct demeanor of Yi Chen and his companions, Master Chen whispered a few words to Zhao Yi, who cast a glance towards them. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yi Chen, but brightened upon seeing Xie Wanqing. He then addressed Xie Jianjun, saying, "I presume this is the esteemed leader of the Xie group, Uncle Xie Jianjun? And this must be Miss Xie Wanqing, if I am not mistaken." Xie Jianjun and his daughter remained silent, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Yi's approach, who continued, "Does the Xie group wish to align with my dragon group?" Upon hearing the words, Xie Jianjun's expression stiffened, and he instinctively clenched his hands tightly. Xie Wanqing anxiously observed her father. "Is the Xie group willing to join my Zhao family?" Zhao Yi asked, his smile fading as he pressed further. Xie Jianjun, his face pale, glanced at the anxious Xie Wanqing, and his demeanor softened as he prepared to speak. He was unwilling. No sooner had he uttered the words than Xie Wanqing nervously grasped Yi Chen's arm, who gently patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Li Si and Su Yi, seated at a distance, visibly relaxed. Zhao, he turned his gaze toward Yi Chen and inquired, "Who are you? The Zhao family has no record of you. Can you truly make decisions here?" "Young master, you." Xie Jianjun looked at Yi Chen with concern. Yi Chen, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yi, replied coolly, "I am capable of making decisions regarding the protection of the city." Zhao Yi laughed heartily upon hearing this, pointing at Yi Chen and exclaiming, "You? On what grounds?" He then ordered Zhao Ida and another to seize this arrogant youth. With those words, Zhao Kun leapt down from the stage, prompting those seated in the front rows to hastily move aside, fearing for their own safety. Zhao Kun, with a powerful leap, landed before Yi Chen, his fingers poised like claws, lunging toward Yi Chen's neck. Without flinching, Yi Chen raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Zhao Kun's abdomen, sending him hurtling back onto the stage with a resounding thud. Witnessing this, Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "I was wondering what kind of confidence you possessed. It turns out you merely have some skill. Before the Zhao family, your abilities are but trivial." He then shouted, "Old Master Liang." As soon as he spoke, the hall's entrance shattered with a loud bang, and a figure charged towards Yi Chen like a bolt of lightning. Old Master Liang, a robust man exuding a formidable aura, approached, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He reached Yi Chen in an instant, unleashing a powerful punch that whistled through the air with tremendous force. A master. The word flashed through the minds of the martial artists present, astonished that the Zhao family had deployed a master, while simultaneously feeling a sense of apprehension for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, focused intently, sidestepping the punch and seizing Liang's arm, tossing him aside with such force that he crashed into a nearby pillar, leaving cracks in its wake. The scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, witnessing a youth under 20 effortlessly hurl a master across the room, a visual shock that rendered them speechless. Rising, Liang brushed off non-existent dust and charged at Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen stood tall, swinging his right hand forcefully in Liang's direction. Suddenly, Liang's body veered off course, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 72. From now on, I will take charge of the city's protection. Observing the spectacle, Zhao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "So you're also a master? Remarkable. Today, not only do we have young talents like Wang Hao, but we also have such an exceptionally young master." The head of the Zhang family gazed at Yi Chen, astonished. Seated within the Wang family camp, Wang Hao was fixated on Yi Chen, his earlier pride in having broken through to the early stages of the dark energy realm crumbling in an instant. After a brief moment of contemplation, it seemed he had made a resolute decision, and his eyes once again ignited with the spirit of battle. "Old Liang, I come to assist you." Another voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd as a gray-robed elder emerged from a distant corner. Upon seeing the newcomer, Master Liang's countenance brightened, and he forcefully suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, rising to his feet, ready to launch another attack on Yi Chen. The onlookers pondered the extent of the Zhao family's mastery. Could this young man withstand the prowess of two of their masters? They were acutely aware that if Yi Chen were to falter, they too would find themselves as mere prey on the chopping block. As the gray-robed elder observed Master Liang's movements, he hastened forward to position himself behind Yi Chen. The two exchanged a glance, simultaneously channeling their internal energies. elevating their collective presence to its zenith. With a thunderous shout, the elder struck first, his palms slicing through the air toward Yi Chen's neck, while Master Liang launched a direct assault, aiming a punch at Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen remained composed, deftly sidestepping the elder's strike, and raised his hand, transforming it into a claw aimed at Master Liang. The elder was taken aback by Yi Chen's swift reaction and retreated hastily, but it was too late. Yi Chen's hand grasped Master Liang's neck with astonishing speed. The gray-robed elder's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently summoned a protective energy shield. The immense force of Yi Chen's grip sent him stumbling back several paces, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Yi Chen had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. He casually flung Master Liang aside, whose body fell to the ground like a rag doll, unable to suppress the surging blood within, and he coughed up a large quantity of blood. Well done. As the crowd witnessed Yi Chen effortlessly defeat the two masters of the Zhao family, they collectively exhaled in relief and couldn't help but rise, expressing their admiration vocally. Zhao Yi's face darkened as he glared at the two elderly figures on the ground, then turned to Chen Jinren, saying, "I implore you to eliminate this wretch." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinren stroked his long beard thoughtfully, nodded, and began to chant incantations while brandishing his feather duster in Yi Chen's direction. Yi Chen stood still, quietly observing this so-called Chen Jinren in his pretense. After a moment of anticipation from the crowd for Chen Jinren to demonstrate his mystical abilities, the elder opened his eyes and glanced toward Yi Chen, only to find him calmly observing with crossed arms. Chen Jinren's expression faltered slightly, and he hastily waved the feather duster again, looking at Yi Chen, who remained unmoved. In disbelief, Chen Jinren glanced at the feather duster in his hand and turned back to Yi Chen, asking, "Why do you not react?" Yi Chen, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, "What reaction do you expect from me? Why are you not afraid of my celestial arts?" With a derisive laugh, he scoffed, "A dilapidated artifact, conjuring trivial illusions, yet you dare to arrogantly claim the title of Zhenren." Upon hearing Yi Chen unveil his secret, Chen Jinren was filled with indignation and fury. He tucked the feather duster at his waist and reached into his robe to retrieve a spiritual talisman. With his right hand, he traced several symbols upon the paper and shouted, "Go." He then hurled the talisman toward Yi Chen. As the crowd was gripped by terror, they suddenly noticed a spectral figure emerging from the talisman thrown by the esteemed Master Chen. The apparition's countenance was grotesque, and it lunged menacingly toward Yi Chen. "A ghost!" Someone shouted in alarm. Those nearest to Yi Chen quickly reacted, scrambling to evade the looming threat. Yi Chen, momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, felt a surge of primal fear. Having been steeped in ghost stories since childhood, the sudden manifestation of such a vision was truly disconcerting. The elderly man in gray had been fixated on Yi Chen, and seizing the opportunity while Yi Chen was momentarily distracted, he swiftly moved towards Xie Wanqing, who stood behind him. Sensing the old man's intent, Yi Chen's heart ignited with fury. In an instant, he formed a rapid incantation with his fingers. And just as the old man was about to reach Xie Wanqing, a bolt of lightning materialized from thin air, striking the gray-clad elder with tremendous force, engulfing him in a wave of energy. The malevolent spirit, which had been charging towards Yi Chen, recoiled at the sight of the thunderclap and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, retreating hastily. Xie Wanqing, regaining her senses, stumbled backward, only to be tripped by a chair and fell to the ground, her expression one of sheer terror as she beheld the gray-robed elder's impending demise. Yi Chen approached Xie Wanqing, extending his hand to assist her up, then turned his gaze toward Zhao Yi and the others on the stage. Master Chen, now pale and trembling uncontrollably, could no longer withstand the weight of his fear. When he noticed Yi Chen looking in his direction, he collapsed to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground and trembling as he uttered, "I am Chen Xianming, paying my respects to the immortal teacher, Zhao Yi and the others." Having witnessed Yi Chen unleash his thunderous magic to vanquish the gray-robed elder, were both astonished and filled with dread, their gazes fixed on Yi Chen as they feared he might unleash another thunderbolt upon them. Yi Chen regarded Zhao Yi, who, stripped of his earlier bravado, averted his gaze. Feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him, Yi Chen then turned to the elderly Liang, who sat slumped nearby, and with a pointed gesture, channeled his spiritual energy into Liang's body. The elder trembled as he realized with horror that his cultivation was rapidly dissipating, leaving him utterly bereft of power. Soon, he was reduced to an ordinary man, his eyes filled with despair. For one who had cultivated, having numerous enemies meant that without power, death was the only outcome. Turning back to Zhao Yi, Yi Chen spoke decisively. Now, may I assume authority? Zhao Yi, with a forced smile, replied, yes. From this day forth, I shall be in command of the city's protection, Yi Chen declared, casting a sweeping glance around the room. Li Si rose from the crowd, making his way towards Yi Chen while those who recognized him exchanged glances, speculating about the next move of the underground leader of Baochen. Chapter 73. Willingly follow Yi Xiao. Li Si approached Yi Chen, bowing respectfully with clasped fists, and proclaimed, Li Si is willing to follow Yi Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Tian Dapio joined Li Si. Mirroring his gesture of respect, Tian Dapio is also willing to follow Yi Xiao. The head of the Zhang family from Tsang City stood up suddenly, exclaiming, the Zhang family is willing to follow Yi Xiao. The head of the Wang family also rose, declaring loudly, the Wang family of Bingshu Mountain is willing to follow Yi Xiao. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, finding no surprise in the actions of the two families. They had already offended the Zhao family. Now, seeing that they could suppress the Zhao family, aligning with him was undoubtedly their most prudent choice. Shortly thereafter, the Hanxing Steel Group generously offered to bestow 5% of their shares upon young Master Yi. As the attendees expressed their support, Zhao Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet he refrained from speaking further. Yi Chen nodded, turning to smile at Xie Jianjun and his daughter. Shall we depart? With that, he turned and exited. Witnessing Yi Chen's departure, the crowd also began to leave the hall. Zhao Yi, with a dark countenance, glared at the departing figures, glanced at the feeble elder Liang seated beside him, and barked, we're leaving. Without a second thought for elder Liang, he turned and strode out. Observing Zhao Yi and his companions leave, elder Liang managed a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness and desolation. On their way back, due to some fright, Xia Wanqing parked her vehicle in the lot and joined Yi Chen in Xie Jianjun's car. During the drive, Xie Jianjun glanced at Yi Chen in the back seat and hesitated, saying, Uncle, didn't he express his stance earlier? You're not upset with him, are you? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and replied, I'm not like the Zhao family. My aspirations do not encompass unifying northern China, so there is no need for Uncle Xie to worry. Upon hearing this, Xie Jianjun visibly relaxed. Observing Yi Chen with a murmured, it's hard to believe that the person just now is the same as the one sitting here. Yi Chen paused for a moment before responding. I merely came to join the fray today. However, things took an unexpected turn, and the Zhao family insisted on provoking me. Xie Jianjun, understanding Yi Chen's implication, nodded and said, I increasingly believe that you are a blessing sent by heaven to the Xie family. Throughout the journey, Xia Wanqing remained silent. Yi Chen was uncertain if her quietness stemmed from the terrifying fate of the elderly man in the gray robe. He certainly could not explain. Do not be afraid. I only struck him down for your sake. Such words were beyond his capacity to utter. Upon reaching the foot of Yi Chen's residence, as he exited the vehicle, Xie Jianjun prepared to leave when Xia Wanqing finally turned to Yi Chen and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded, and soon the car gradually departed. Back in his room, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was Su Yi calling. Young Master Yi, is it a convenient time now? Our president wishes to meet with you. Yi Chen replied, if we are to be so distant, perhaps it is best we do not meet. Su Yi, relieved, responded, I was merely concerned that after witnessing young Master Yi's impressive display, you might look down upon my humble skills. Nonsense. Come pick me up at the Huazhou Junting entrance. Yi Chen ordered. After hanging up, he made his way to the community entrance, where Su Yi arrived just in time. Once in the car, Su Yi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Incredible, young Master Yi. I never imagined you would be proficient in both martial and magical arts. Observing Su Yi's childish enthusiasm, Yi Chen rolled his eyes but remained silent. Unperturbed by Yi Chen's demeanor, Su Yi continued, Not only is your cultivation level astonishing, but your skills are also remarkable. Young Master Yi, would you enlighten me on your current cultivation level? A Grandmaster? Yi Chen glanced at Su Yi and replied, Just focus on driving. My cultivation is unlike yours. Su Yi appeared taken aback and inquired, Why is it different? Yi Chen suppressed the urge to punch Su Yi and remarked, Different is different. No need for so many questions. Noticing Yi Chen's impatience, Su Yi chuckled and ceased further conversation. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle halted in front of the martial arts school, and as they disembarked, Su Yi quietly said, This meeting is at the request of President Bao from the city, not because he is being difficult, but rather to avoid upsetting you by visiting directly. Yi Chen nodded and followed Su Yi into the school. Inside the hall, Zhang Xinjie, the vice president of the Bao City Martial Arts Association, along with his nephew Zhang Zhen, Dong Jiang, Su Shang, and another robust, middle-aged man awaited Yi Chen's arrival. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, the sturdy man quickly approached him, clasping his fists, and said, "Yang Zhanjuan from the Bao City Ancient Martial Arts Association. Greetings, young Master Yi." He then continued, "Due to the sensitivity of my identity, I refrained from expressing my position earlier in the VIP lounge. I hope for your understanding, young Master Yi." Yi Chen furrowed his brow and responded, "Isn't it said that the provincial president is from the Zhao family? How can they act so recklessly without oversight?" Yang Zhanjuan gestured for Su Shang to bring a chair and placed it beside Yi Chen, saying, "Alas, the Zhao family's audacity stems from their connections above. I am unsure of the specifics, but it seems that whatever the Zhao family does, the higher-ups remain blissfully unaware." Yi Chen nodded and inquired, "Then what is the purpose of your visit today, President Yang?" After a moment of silence, Yang Zhanjuan looked at Yi Chen earnestly and stated, "On behalf of the Bao City Ancient Martial Arts Association, I wish to follow you, young Master Yi, and implore you to accept us." Yi Chen was taken aback and replied, "You represent the GF. How can you simply follow me?" Yang Zhanjuan clarified, "My wording was ambiguous. What I meant is that while our association remains an association, we offer all our resources for your discretion, provided we do not betray GJ." Understanding the implication, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Yi Chen's consent, Yang Zhanjuan immediately rose and performed another bow. Su Yi, while driving, glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked, "Brother Yi, do you think it would be embarrassing for you if I become your subordinate in the future, given my current level of skill?" Yi Chen shot a sidelong glance at Su Yi, but remained silent. "Just like today, even the least skilled Zhangdong could probably take me down in a couple of moves." Su Yi continued when he received no response from Yi Chen. Noticing Yi Chen's silence, he added, "Regardless, your reputation is now established, Brother Yi. If I encounter any formidable opponents, I will invoke your name. Ideally, it would intimidate them. If it fails, then I would be the one to embarrass you." Yi Chen rolled his eyes and retorted, "Aren't you just hoping for me to help you improve your skills? How childish to beat around the bush at your age. Fine, I will find a way to help you enhance your abilities. It's rather embarrassing to still be at the mid-stage of Mingjing at over 40. Su Ye's expression stiffened. Chapter 74, about to be blacklisted. Although the situation was as such, hearing Yi Chen's words struck a chord with Su Yi. However, the assurance of Yi Chen's willingness to assist him in improving his skills somewhat alleviated his wounded spirit. After delivering Yi Chen to the entrance of the community, Su Yi leaned out of the driver's window with a broad grin, ingratiatingly reminding him, "Don't forget your promise to your old brother." Before Yi Chen could respond, he sped away in a flash. Yi Chen shook his head and made his way toward the villa. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Ye's mother prepared breakfast and called Yi Chen from his meditation. As he descended the stairs, he washed up and took a seat at the dining table to begin his meal. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen reflected on the relatives he was to encounter at his hometown, feeling an innate resistance towards them, not out of fear, but because throughout his life, he had never felt a semblance of familial affection from these relatives, sometimes even feeling closer to strangers. Noticing Yi Chen's silence, his mother continued, "I know you're not fond of those people, but your grandparents always had a soft spot for you." Indeed, despite their anger towards his father's situation and his mother, they had been relatively kind to him. "All right, I'll go," Yi Chen replied. Hearing his agreement, his mother smiled gently and resumed her meal. After breakfast, Lisa called to inform him that Xiaofeng's house had been sold and inquired about better neighborhoods for a new home. This sparked a thought in Yi Chen's mind, reminding him of his earlier commitment to dine with Wang Tong. He asked Li Su for his location and instructed him to wait at home. After hanging up, Yi Chen drove towards Li Su's place. Upon arrival, Li Su and his mother were already waiting at the community entrance. Yi Chen parked and beckoned them into the car, then headed towards the sales office of the Wang Group's development. Being a subsidiary of the Xie Group, it was only natural for Yi Chen to be considerate of Li Su's family when it came to purchasing a home. As for why they didn't approach the Xie Group directly, that went without saying. As the trio entered the sales hall, a saleswoman approached them, inquiring about their requirements before leading them to a model display to provide an introduction. After listening for a while, Yi Chen found himself growing somewhat bored, so he wandered around the model display to pass the time. Observing the scale of the Wang family's development, he was taken aback by the prices of the villas. While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly bumped into by someone, followed by a voice behind him. "Is this where you daydream? Get lost." Turning around, he saw a woman in her 40s standing behind him, rubbing her shoulder. Upon noticing Yi Chen looking at her, she frowned and snapped, "What are you staring at?" Scram. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and took a few steps aside, choosing not to engage. Seeing that Yi Chun had merely moved a few steps, the woman raised her voice. You deaf or what? When I say scram, I mean scram. Don't block my view. The commotion attracted the attention of Li Su and his mother, who turned to witness the woman berating Yi Chun. Li Su quickly approached Yi Chun's side, glaring at the woman and retorting, You old hag. Why do you speak so rudely at your age? Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing Li Su audaciously insult her, the woman was immediately consumed by rage. She pointed an accusatory finger at him and exclaimed, What business is it of yours? Who is this wild child to meddle in my affairs? At that moment, a man standing behind her stepped forward, directing his gaze at Li Su as he commanded, Apologize, brat. However, Li Su's temperament was not one to easily acquiesce, and he retorted vehemently, I curse your mother. Just as Li Mu approached to intervene, she witnessed the man charging towards Li Su. Yi Chun swiftly stepped in front of Li Su, pulling him behind him, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the assailant. The force sent the man flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for some time. Observing this, the woman initially froze in shock before erupting in a shrill scream. How dare you strike someone? Security, where are the guards? Seize this brat. In a matter of moments, several security personnel arrived, encircling Yi Chun and the others. The woman, with an air of arrogance, pointed at Yi Chun and declared, It's him. He injured my husband. Quickly, take him to the police station. The security guards exchanged glances, clearly aware that the woman was instigating trouble, yet reluctant to offend her. At that juncture, a well-dressed, middle-aged man hurriedly approached. He was the head of the Wong Group sales office. Upon seeing him, the woman's demeanor brightened, and she rushed over, grasping his arm while pointing at Yi Chun. Xiaoliang, you've arrived. This is the scoundrel who assaulted your brother-in-law. The manager surveyed the fallen man, and then turned to Yi Chun and his companions. Addressing the nearby security staff, call the police. Compensate for the medical expenses as necessary. Then throw these individuals out and blacklist them from ever purchasing properties from the Wong Group. Yi Chun chuckled softly, fixing his gaze on the manager as he inquired. Since when does the Wong Group's properties fall under your purview? I am the sales office manager, the man replied. Yi Chun produced his phone and dialed Wong Tung, whose voice soon echoed through the receiver. Brother Yi, you finally contacted me. If I hadn't heard from you soon, I would have found myself on the Wong Group's blacklist. Yi Chun replied coolly, I am at your newly opened sales office. If you're not too busy, why not come over for lunch? All right, I'll be there shortly. Wong Tung hung up. The woman, witnessing Yi Chun's confident phone call, mockingly laughed. Oh, one might think you were calling young Master Wong. Going out for a meal? TSK, you likely won't even be able to touch his shadow. Yi Chun cast a dispassionate glance at her, choosing not to engage. Li Mu interjected, At your age, why stoop so low as to quarrel with two children? The woman, incensed, retorted, You're the one who is old. Do you even know how to speak? If you can't, then keep quiet. Your wrinkles are so deep they could crush a mosquito, yet you pretend to be youthful. Lisa muttered under his breath. The guests in the hall had gathered to witness the spectacle, prompting the manager to frown and instruct the nearby guards. Why are you still standing there? Evict these three and call the police. They're disturbing the other guests. No sooner had he spoken than an angry voice rang out from outside. I'll see who dares. Chapter 75, Return to Hometown. As the crowd turned towards the entrance, they beheld Wong Tung storming into the hall, his fury palpable. He made a beeline for the person in charge, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap, exclaiming, Who granted you the authority to place my brother on the blacklist? The moment Wong Tung stepped into the hall, the responsible party's mind raced with two words. It's over. After receiving the slap, he lowered his head to shield his face, knowing that any further words would only invite a second blow. While the person in charge was familiar with Wong Tung, the woman accompanying him was not. Upon witnessing her brother being struck, she erupted in indignation. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit my cousin? He is the sales manager of the Wong Group. Do you really think you can provoke him? Wong Tung, disdainfully glancing at the woman, retorted, Not anymore. The responsible party's face drained of color at these words, and he glared at the woman through gritted teeth. You truly are my delightful sister. He opened his mouth to say something to Wong Tung, but ultimately refrained, opting instead to turn and exit. The woman, bewildered, watched him leave and finally grasped that she had antagonized someone formidable. Hurriedly, she grasped her husband's arm and fled. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to Brother Yi, Wong Tung remarked awkwardly, looking at Yi Chun. Yi Chun chuckled. It's nothing to be concerned about. Such individuals can be found everywhere. Are you here today to view properties, Brother Yi? Wong Tung inquired, attempting to steer the conversation in a different direction. Yi Chun patted Li Su on the shoulder, saying, Show my brother around. Wang Tong held Yi Chun in high regard, partly due to Yi Chun's formidable prowess, and also because Xie Jianjun had previously mentioned Yi Chun to Wang Biao, who had advised Wang Tong to take special care of him. Upon hearing Yi Chun refer to him as a brother, Wang Tong quickly extended his right hand to Li Su, grinning. Brother Yi's brother is also a brother of Wang. If you fancy any property, just let me know, and I'll give you a unit. Li Su was taken aback and quickly protested. That is far too generous. We simply wish to purchase normally. Yi Chun smiled and replied, there is no need for such generosity, Brother Wang. A modest discount would suffice. Who would dare to accept a property as a gift? Lisa finally breathed a sigh of relief, but upon reconsideration, thought that even an 80 discount would save a considerable sum. He opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Yi Chun's gaze. Wang Tong suggested they find a place to sit down. As it was Li Su's first meeting with Wang Tong, he tactfully excused himself to accompany his mother in selecting a property, leaving Yi Chun and Wang Tong to converse. The two found a quiet spot to share a light meal. Yi Chun sought to engage Wang Tong, who was eager to build rapport, recognizing that the Wang group heavily relied on the Xie group. By fostering a closer relationship with Yi Chun, they could indirectly strengthen ties with the Xie group as well. The Wang group had not received an invitation to the VIP building event, and those who were invited remained tight-lipped, fearing the Zhao family from the provincial capital. Thus, Wang Tong was unaware of the events of that day. Otherwise, how he would face Yi Chun would remain uncertain. Their conversation, though brief, was insightful. However, due to pressing matters within the group, Wang Tong soon bid farewell to Yi Chun and departed in haste. Yi Chun then called Li Su to inquire whether the property situation had been resolved. On the other end of the line, Li's mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yi Chun, for he had saved her a substantial sum of money. The next morning arrived swiftly. Ye's mother, eager and insistent, urged Yi Chun to prepare, stating that the ritual must be conducted before noon and that they would be delayed on the road. With little to pack, Yi Chun merely washed his face before stepping outside to start the car, awaiting his mother. Ironically, it was Ye's mother who summoned him early, while she herself took her time gathering supplies. However, seeing his mother busy with her preparations, Yi Chun let out a deep sigh, suppressing his impulse. In Li family village, a man named Li Hua, who was Yi Chen's uncle, was conversing with Yi Chen's second aunt, Li Chunhong. Yi Chun had often worn clothes passed down from his cousin during his childhood. How would I know? Your little sister is like a ghost. Every time I call, I cannot get through, Li Chunhong remarked. At that moment, another woman, slightly older, interjected, let us wait a little longer. If Chiyue hasn't arrived in half an hour, we'll set off without her. This was Yi Chen's eldest aunt, Li Dongmei. In Yi Chen's memory, his aunt had never shown overt hostility towards him and his mother. Yet there was no warmth either, their connection being merely one of blood. As they chatted, the sudden roar of an engine echoed from the courtyard, prompting them to step outside in confusion. To their astonishment, a sleek, glossy black car was parked in the yard, and most incredulously, Li Chiyue emerged from the vehicle. The scene before them was so extraordinary that they were momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Li Hua spoke up, Chiyue, we all understand your urgency. It's not as if we're denying you time. Why did you rent a car? Upon hearing Li Hua's words, Yi Chen's aunts, Li Dongmei and Li Chunhong, appeared to grasp the situation, just as they noticed Yi Chun exiting the driver's seat. Despite his aversion to his maternal relatives, Yi Chun could not bear to cause his mother distress. As he spotted his aunts approaching, he greeted them with a smile. Over the years, Yi Chun had undergone significant transformation, particularly after the infusion of spiritual energy, making him almost unrecognizable. It was only when he referred to them as aunt that they truly comprehended who had emerged from the driver's seat. Yi Chun himself, in that moment of stunned silence. Ye's mother remained oblivious to the surprise of her relatives, busily unloading the gifts she had brought from the car and calling for Yi Chun to assist her in bringing them indoors. It was only after Yi Chun and his mother had carried the gifts into the house that the others regained their composure, exchanging glances before hastily following them inside. Chapter 76, Excessive Oppression. Li Hua possessed a modicum of understanding regarding automobiles, especially the conspicuous four-ring emblem. He could hardly believe that Yi Chun and his mother had the means to procure such a luxury vehicle. Nor did he think it was a purchase made by Yi Chun himself. His immediate assumption was that Yi Chun, in a bid to save face, had rented the car to impress. Yi Chun, having overheard his uncle's comment, chose to disregard it and remain silent. Ye's mother placed the items on the table, ignoring Li Hua's remarks, and addressed the gathered relatives. Let us first go burn incense and paper money for your grandparents. They're all waiting for you. And now you are anxious. Yi Chen's second aunt remarked with a slight pout. Upon hearing her words, Li Hua also attempted to interject, but was interrupted by the eldest sister, Li Dongmei, who said, "Enough, let's not talk too much, let us hurry." At her words, Li Hua fell silent, and the group picked up the items meant for the ritual and proceeded outside. In rural areas, ancestral graves are typically situated within one's farmland, and Yi Chen's grandfather's field was unfortunately surrounded by the fields of other villagers, leaving no access road. Upon arriving at the site, they were horrified to discover that, apart from the graves of Yi Chun's grandparents, the surrounding farmland, which had once been lush with wheat, was now covered with concrete, and a group of workers was busily laboring. Given the current situation, once the construction was completed, it would effectively entrap the graves, making future rituals impossible and even preventing the normal cultivation of crops. Li Hua, with a dark expression, stated, "It must be Zhang Lizi from the neighboring village. A few days ago, he came to ask me to move my parents' graves and rent the land to him, claiming he wanted to establish some sort of breeding farm. I refused him then, but before leaving, he warned me not to delay. I never expected him to act in such a manner." Hearing Li Hua's words, Li Dongmei and Li Chunhong fell silent. How could one behave so tyrannically in their own community? Ye's mother exclaimed, "You don't live in the hometown, little sister, so you might not know. This Zhang Lizi is the village chief of Zhangjiazhuang. He takes advantage of his connections and bullies the villagers." Li Dongmei explained to Ye's mother. After hearing this, Ye's mother, now somewhat agitated, declared, "Since he is the village chief, it will be easier to deal with him. We will report him. I refuse to believe there is no way to hold him accountable." Upon hearing her words, Li Hua turned to Ye's mother with a scowl and retorted, "If you're so capable, go ahead and report him. Last time, villagers from Zhangjiazhuang tried to report him over a land issue and were ambushed on their way, and they are still not awake. If you want to go, then you go. I cannot afford to provoke him." At this, Yi Chen cast a disdainful glance at Li Hua. How could one be so oblivious when they are already being trampled upon? Yi Chen remained silent. It was not that he did not wish to intervene, but rather that Li Hua was the one who should take the lead. As an outsider, he felt unworthy to voice an opinion. Li Hua's words left Yi's mother incredulous as she looked at him and said, "You can utter such words? I will go, I will go. Our parents' graves are about to be encroached upon, and you are still fearful of this and that." Li Hua, feeling defiant, opened his mouth, but seeing the others move forward, he snorted and chased after them. Li Hua exclaimed in agitation, "What can I do? They have wealth and power. Our parents left us nothing in their lifetime. How can I compete with them?" Li Chunhong chimed in, "If it comes to that, we might as well move the graves. If we cannot afford to offend them, what can we do?" As they spoke, they suddenly heard a commotion outside, followed by a young man, slightly older than Yi Chun, rushing in while supporting a boy who appeared to be younger, anxiously saying, "Uncle, come quickly. Xiao Chao has been injured." The boy appeared utterly soiled, with blood trickling down his forehead and mingling with dust, rendering his entire visage a deep shade of purple. Li Hua sprang to his feet, scooping up the boy and rushing outside. Li Chunhong fell silent upon hearing this. Mother Yi turned to Li Chunhong and inquired, "Second sister, who is Zhang Kuei?" Li Dongmei interjected, "He is the son of Zhang Lizi, a bully who has gone too far. He encroached upon our ancestral grave and assaulted our sole heir, a grudge that cannot be resolved in this lifetime." As for cousin Wang Shui from the second aunt's family, despite Yi Chun having worn his hand-me-downs as a child, he harbored no fondness for him, primarily because he had once inadvertently overheard a conversation between them. "Mother, why do you give all my discarded clothes to Yi Chun? You can't wear them anymore. Throwing them away is wasteful, so giving them to him is an act of pity. But I don't want to pity him. Fine, then we shall pity him less." Years later, whenever Yi Chun recalled those words, a wave of anger surged within him, although they were truthful. Such sentiments should not have escaped the lips of a beloved aunt. "Whose vehicle is that in the yard?" Wang Shui peered through the window, surveying the courtyard. "It belongs to Chen Chun," Li Chunhong retorted, wrinkling her nose. Wang Shui, astonished, turned to Yi Chun and asked, "Did you borrow it from a friend? Do you have such wealthy acquaintances?" Yi Chun, disinclined to engage in conversation, merely managed a slight smile and replied, "It's all right," feeling uncomfortable amidst their company. Yi Chun stood and made his way to the courtyard. Outside, he gazed at the familiar yet alien surroundings, memories of childhood flickering through his mind like a slideshow. Family ties? When one is impoverished, such sentiments become irrelevant. "Hey, are you Yi Chun?" A voice called out. Yi Chun turned to see a lively girl standing at the entrance. After scrutinizing her for a moment, He smiled and exclaimed, Cousin Inua. Chapter 77. Do you think I dare not? It truly is you. After all these years, you've grown into quite the young man. Zhao Inua approached Yichun, gesturing playfully above his head, continuing with a grin. You must be over 1 meter 80, right? She stepped back a couple of paces to appraise him, exclaiming, Not bad at all. Rather handsome. You've inherited your aunt's good looks. Yichun chuckled. His eldest cousin was not only the daughter of his maternal aunt, but also the eldest among all cousins. He held a decent impression of her. As a child, when Wang Shuai bullied him, she had reprimanded him, though their interactions had since dwindled, leading to some estrangement. Zhao Inua nodded. As long as he is not seriously hurt, that's good. Just then, Wang Shuai's voice cut through the air. Not seriously hurt? After years apart, how could you be so cold-blooded? Your cousin is injured, and you say it's nothing serious. Yichun frowned, but remained silent. Why do you speak to Yichun like that? After all these years, you two reunite only to squabble, showing no brotherly affection. Zhao Inua. Wang Shuai crossed his arms nonchalantly, responding, I merely stated the truth. I did not instigate any conflict. At that moment, a commotion from outside the main gate drew attention. As Li Hua entered, leading the already bandaged Li Chao into the courtyard. Uncle, is Xiao Chao all right? Zhao Inua inwitted. Li Hua, his countenance dark, replied tersely, Fortunately, it's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. With that, he guided Li Chao towards the house. Zhao Inua and Wang Shuai entered the house, while Yichun remained outside, standing alone in the courtyard. During this time, Ye's mother approached him and informed him that he would be staying at their ancestral home for a couple of days, and that he would be spending the night at his aunt's house. Yichun nodded. Feeling bored lingering there, he decided to take his car and drive away. The vehicle meandered along the rural road, flanked by endless fields of crops, where occasionally a farmer could be seen tending to the irrigation. A gentle breeze wafted through the car window, soothing Yi Chun's agitated spirit. Finding a tranquil spot beneath a large tree, he settled down to relish the rare moment of peace. After an indeterminate period, Ye's mother called, requesting him to come over for dinner at his aunt's. He then rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and drove towards his aunt's house. Upon arrival, he ignored the others and addressed the man sitting nearby who was smoking. Aunt's husband. The man turned to Yichun and smiled. Is that you, Yichun? My, how you've grown. Find yourself a seat. Yichun nodded, while Wang Shuai cast a glance at him, rolling his eyes in response. Before long, the meal was prepared. Zhao Inua brought the dishes to the table and called out, Dad Xiao Shuai Yichun, come eat. Yichun did not hesitate and joined them. As they dined, silence enveloped the table. But once the elders had finished eating, Wang Shuai turned to Yichun and remarked, with Xiao Chao in such a predicament, shouldn't you, as his cousin, do something about it? Yichun chuckled lightly, without even glancing at Wang Shuai, and replied, It's south not my place to intervene. You are the elder cousin and should take the lead. Wang Shuai retorted, I see you're too afraid to act. Hearing their exchange, Zhao Inua frowned and interjected, Enough. The elders will handle Xiao Chao's situation. You two should not stir trouble. Yichun scoffed and teased Wang Shuai. I think it's you who is afraid. Getting riled up with me only reveals your ineptitude. Wang Shuai, incensed by this, stood up and glanced towards the elders in the room before glaring fiercely at Yichun. Afraid? Let me show you just how unafraid I am. With that, he stormed out. Zhao Inua, noticing Wang Shuai's agitation, quickly stood to stop him. But Yichun held her arm, saying, Don't worry, he won't dare go. Zhao Inua stamped her foot in frustration, casting a worried look at Wang Shuai as he exited the door. She shot Yichun a stern glance and warned, If anything happens, you'll have to explain it to Aunt. With that, she began to clear the table. Yichun chuckled softly, dismissing the concern, and sat idly scrolling through short videos. Moments later, Zhao Inua approached with an anxious expression. Yichun, come with me to the billiard hall in the south of the village. Xiao Shuai has gotten into a fight. Yichun stood up in surprise, not anticipating that Wang Shuai possessed such spirit. Seeing Yichun still in disbelief, Zhao Inua tugged at his arm and urged him outside, chiding, Why did you provoke him? He has always been this way, and now look, he is fighting. Yichun shook his head, allowing his cousin to pull him along. Upon reaching the car, he pressed the key fob, causing Zhao Inua to pause momentarily. Yet she asked no further questions. As they got into the vehicle, she directed Yichun towards the billiard hall. Yichun recalled the days of his childhood when gaming halls were all the rage in the village, followed by internet cafes, and now, billiards had become the latest trend. However, people had varying preferences. For instance, Chen still enjoyed frequenting the gaming halls. Upon arriving at their destination, Yi Chen parked the car and entered the billiard hall with Zhao Inua. At that moment, Wang Shuai, with blood streaming down his forehead, confronted several young men while wielding a cue stick. Seeing Yi Chen enter, Wang Shuai shouted angrily, "Do you see? Now tell me if I'm afraid." "That man is Zhang Lizi's nephew," Zhao Inua whispered, pointing to a tall, muscular youth across the room. Yi Chen paused, asking, "Isn't Zhang Lizi's son Li Chao? Why is he looking for his nephew?" Zhao Inua rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and replied, "His son is only about 14 or 15, around the same age as Xiao Chao. Xiao Shuai is already 20. Can he really bully a child? But his nephew is no saint either. He currently plays the role of Zhang Lizi's enforcer." Yi Chen nodded in understanding. "Wang Shuai, I haven't come looking for you yet, and you're already seeking me out. My uncle said anyone associated with the surname Li is to be dealt with harshly." He then called to the youths beside him, "Break his legs." Zhao Inua gasped in shock and quickly positioned herself in front of Wang Shuai, declaring, "If you're going to hit him, you'll have to hit me first." "Fine. Since we're all friends here, let us include this girl." With that, he raised his cue stick and aimed it at Zhao Inua. Yi Chen could not bear to watch his cousin get hurt. He swiftly grabbed a billiard ball from the table and struck the youth's arm. Simultaneously, he darted in front of the young man. The impact of the billiard ball caused the youth to instinctively drop his cue stick, which Yi Chen seized and brought down forcefully onto the youth's leg. Chapter 78, The Clash. The cue stick, which should have splintered, became extraordinarily resilient under Yi Chen's might. With a single strike, a bone-cracking sound echoed as the cue met the muscular youth's thigh. The young man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The other two youths, taken aback by Yi Chen's ferocity, retreated a few steps, too intimidated to advance further. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shuai and Zhao Inua were momentarily stunned, particularly Wang Shuai, who never anticipated Yi Chen would strike so ruthlessly, breaking the opponent's leg in a matter of moments, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Zhao Inua was the first to regain her composure, grabbing Yi Chen's arm and urging them to flee. "This is serious. Why are you two getting worked up? Now you've really done it. You've injured Zhang Lizi's nephew, and things will only escalate from here." Once outside, Zhao Inua shot them a fierce glare, climbed into the car, and looked back at Yi Chen and Wang Shuai still standing there. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in." Wang Shuai hesitated for a moment, casting a complicated glance at Yi Chen before entering the vehicle. Yi Chen scratched his nose, shook his head, took the driver's seat, and drove away swiftly. With a smile, Yi Chen said, "Sister, leave it to me." Wang Shuai, noticing Yi Chen's seemingly carefree demeanor, could not contain his anger. "Leave it to you? Do you think you can handle this? Zhang Lizi has such immense power. You think you can just walk away? In the end, it'll be us who bear the consequences." Upon hearing Wang Shuai's words, Yi Chen chose to ignore him. Zhao Inua, seated in the back, turned to Wang Shuai and scolded, "How dare you blame Yi Chen? If it weren't for your provocations and brawls, would such an incident have occurred?" Amidst their quarrel, the vehicle had already arrived at Zhao Inua's doorstep. As they disembarked, Zhao Inua hurriedly dashed inside, only to discover the house was empty. She took out her phone and called her father. After a brief exchange, her expression changed dramatically. She hung up and urgently informed Yi Chen and the others. "We must hurry to Grandpa's grave. Zhang Lizi has sent someone to assault my uncle. Where's my mother?" Yi Chen quickly inquired. Zhao Inua, running outside, replied, "She's already there." Anxiety surged within Yi Chen as he swiftly drove the three of them towards the ancestral grave. Meanwhile, at the Li family's ancestral grave, Zhang Hua sat on the ground, confronting a group of people alongside Yi Chen's aunt and mother, who were standing defiantly before them. Yi Chen's uncle pointed an accusing finger at the leader of the opposing group, exclaiming, "Aren't you afraid of retribution, Zhang Lizi?" With a mocking laugh, Zhang Lizi retorted, "Retribution? I fear nothing. Listen up, Zhao. Let me be frank. It was I who incited my son to beat up the Li family brat yesterday. Today, we confront the old man, and come tomorrow, none of you will escape." The leader of the opposing group, Zhang Lizi, bared his shoulders, exposing a corpulent torso, and arrogantly pointed at Yi Chen's uncle. Zhang Lizi, whose real name was Zhang Wei, earned the moniker Zhang Lizi due to his pockmarked face resembling that of a toad. Over time, his deceitful nature and unscrupulous dealings led him to be known simply as Lizi. Upon hearing Zhang Lizi's taunts, Li Hua furiously rose from the ground, ready to charge at him and his cohorts, but was restrained by his elder sister, Li Dongmei. "Are you truly intending to annihilate the entire Li family?" She glared at Zhang Lizi in indignation. To her surprise, Zhang Lizi erupted in laughter, glancing at his followers and boasting, You hit the nail on the head. I have countless ways to deal with the Leaf family. Infuriated by such blatant bullying, even the normally patient Yi Chen's mother could no longer contain her rage. I will call the police and see if they will take action against you, she declared, pulling out her phone and dialing the emergency number. Zhang Lizi, turning to his men, ordered, "Go smash her phone. While we fear no consequences, we should avoid unnecessary trouble." At his command, several henchmen advanced towards Yi Chen's mother. Just as Yi Chen arrived, he witnessed this alarming scene. With a surge of fury, he accelerated the vehicle towards the thugs amid the terrified cries of his companions. Before the henchmen could reach Yi Chen's mother, they spotted the car charging towards them like a beast, prompting them to scatter in panic. Relieved that no one was harmed, Zhao Yinhua and her companions exhaled deeply. Yi Chen emerged from the vehicle and coldly addressed the leader of the group, Zhang Lizi. "You should feel fortunate for my timely arrival. Otherwise, I would ensure you regret ever coming into this world." Taken aback, Zhang Lizi blinked in disbelief, clearing his ears and regarding Yi Chen with an incredulous expression. "I never imagined being threatened by a mere child after all these years. So, enlighten me on how you intend to make me regret it." As the words fell, a subordinate approached Zhang Lizi and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Zhang Lizi's expression darkened ominously as he glared at Yi Chen and his companions, inquiring, "Did you break my nephew's leg?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua and the others immediately turned their attention to the group, while Zhao Yinhua, noticing their gazes, gently nodded in affirmation. Under ordinary circumstances, injuring a member of the Zhang family would undoubtedly result in a severe reprimand. However, today, for reasons unknown, hearing that they had indeed broken Zhang Lizi's nephew's leg brought a sense of satisfaction to the group. It was merely a dog-s leg that was broken. "I wonder if it was your nephew's?" Yi Chen remarked with a smile. Zhang Lizi, unaccustomed to such humiliation, waved his hand angrily and commanded, "Break all his limbs." Observing the escalating situation, Ye's mother hurriedly stood up to shield Yi Chen, prompting him to urgently say to Zhao Yinhua, "Cousin, stop my mother." With that, he charged toward the opposing group like a tiger descending from the mountains. Witnessing this, members of the Li family, along with Wang Shuai, prepared to rush into the fray, but halted after taking only a few steps. Yi Chen darted into the crowd like a whirlwind, nimbly evading the attacks of his adversaries. Each punch he delivered felled a subordinate, rendering them as fragile as paper. In mere moments, a dozen of Zhang Lizi's men lay defeated at his feet. Without even mentioning Zhang Lizi's expression upon witnessing this scene, the Li family members were taken aback as they observed Yi Chen's prowess. Akin to a reincarnation of Bruce Lee, if not even more formidable. Especially Wang Shuai, who had only regarded Yi Chen as ruthless during their previous encounter at the billiards hall, now felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Realizing how fortunate he was that Yi Chen had ignored his earlier provocations, otherwise his slight frame would not have withstood even a couple of Yi Chen's strikes. Chapter 79, Calling for Help? Yi Chen has practiced martial arts? Li Hua stared blankly at Ye's mother and inquired. Not at all. Zhang Lizi, taken aback by Yi Chen's formidable skills, felt a mix of fear and rage as he watched his men fall. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yi Chen and declared, "You think you're quite the fighter? Today, I shall see just how capable you truly are." With that, he pulled out his phone to summon reinforcements. Yi Chen remained unfazed by the prospect of how many people Zhang Lizi might call, regardless of their number. The outcome would remain unchanged. However, the unfolding situation was utterly bewildering for Ye's mother and the others. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen dialed Li Si's number and instructed, "I will send you a location. Gather as many people as possible and arrive at the fastest speed." "Oh, calling for backup? Just hope it isn't a bunch of students. I won't show any mercy." Zhang Lizi sneered as he hung up the phone, noticing Yi Chen also making a call. Some people simply ask for trouble, needlessly provoking when they are already in a precarious situation. Yi Chen shook his head and slowly approached Zhang Lizi. Seeing Yi Chen advance towards him, Zhang Lizi felt a surge of panic. Glancing at the subordinates still sprawled on the ground, and anxiously barked, "Get up, you fools. All of you get up." Yet, no matter how he implored, whether they were unable to rise or simply too intimidated to do so, none heeded his commands. Yi Chen approached Zhang Lizi, gazing upon his grotesque visage, and delivered a resounding slap. The force of the blow caused Zhang Lizi to stagger, his head ringing, yet he defiantly cursed, "How dare you strike me?" Another slap followed, this time knocking Zhang Lizi to the ground, blood streaming from his nose due to the sheer power of the blow. "Are you not ashamed? Why not wait for your people to arrive before trying to show off?" Must you provoke me prematurely? Yi Chen looked down upon Zhang Lizi, speaking with a calm disdain. At that moment, Li Hua also approached, recalling Zhang Lizi's earlier words, and without hesitation, kicked him, exclaiming in fury, "You think you can bully others? You commanded the assault on Xiao Chao, and now you dare to attack me." Li Hua, overwhelmed with anger, continued to kick Zhang Lizi, disregarding any potential consequences. Zhang Lizi, knowing better than to retaliate or utter a word, chose silence. He understood that a few kicks from Li Hua were inconsequential. But if he were to fight back or speak harshly, Yi Chen would not hold back. Simultaneously, he silently vowed that once his allies arrived, he would ensure Yi Chen and his companions would pay dearly. After venting his anger, Li Hua was restrained by the elder sister and others. Li Chunhong, with a worried expression, approached and hesitantly suggested, "We ought to consider relocating our family's graves. We cannot afford to offend them." The situation had escalated beyond their expectations. After hearing her, the others fell silent, while Yi Chen chuckled softly, observing the pitiful state of Zhang Lizi, and remarked, "Do you truly believe that relinquishing the land will resolve this matter?" Seeing Zhang Lizi's woeful condition, they understood that the situation would not easily come to a close. Just then, Li Chunhong's eyes gleamed with intent as she declared loudly, "Yi Chen, you are the one who has caused this mess. It has nothing to do with the Li family." Upon hearing her, Ye's mother immediately retorted, "How can you say such things? Who do you think Yi Chen acted for?" Li Chunhong, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips and shouted back, "Is that not the truth? Ask village chief Zhang if it was not Yi Chen who harmed them." Even if Li Hua kicked him out of anger, it was spurred by village chief Zhang's words. Wang Shui chimed in, "Indeed. Village chief Zhang's nephew was also struck by Yi Chen. It has nothing to do with me." Ye's mother pointed at the pair, speechless with fury. "Enough. You, as the second sister, should not cast your own kin into the flames at the first sign of trouble. If you are afraid, go your way. After today, you can apologize to Zhang Lizi. We will not interfere." Li Dongmei, the elder sister, was equally exasperated by Li Chunhong's words. Zhang Lizi listened intently to their exchange, a flicker of thought crossing his mind as he pointed at Yi Chen and proclaimed loudly, "Anyone who severs ties with him will find me forgiving their past transgressions." Li Chunhong, upon hearing this, immediately responded with fervor, We mother and son, will sever ties with him. Village Chief Zhang, I will certainly come to apologize later." Turning to Li Hua, she urged, "Since Village Chief Zhang has said this, what are you waiting for? Quickly sever ties with him. After all, these years, having him or not makes no difference." Li Hua felt a flicker of excitement. Yet, upon glancing at her elder sister's family glaring at her and the bemused expressions of Yi Chen and his mother, the words that hovered on her lips remained unuttered. When her second sister made such a statement, Yi Chen's mother fell silent, regarding Li Chunhong as if she were a stranger. Yi Chen's uncle sighed and spoke up. "I am but an outsider, and it is not my place to speak. However, since you have severed ties with Yi Chen, let it be known that our family shall also cut ties with you. Otherwise, should any trouble arise in my household, I would not relish witnessing you being the first to flee." Upon hearing this, Li Chunhong leapt up, pointing at her brother-in-law, and declared, "You claim to be an outsider. What right do you have to dictate matters concerning my family?" "What he said is precisely what I meant," Li Dongmei retorted coldly. "You are utterly beyond redemption." At that moment, a fleet of vans appeared in the distance, rumbling along the dirt path through the fields, raising a cloud of dust that created a striking spectacle. The vehicles halted around the assembled crowd, and as the door swung open, 6 or 7 individuals emerged from each van, totaling over 100 people standing alongside Zhang Lizi. The Li family members watched the unfolding scene with palpable tension, while Li Chunhong and her son had already retreated several paces, creating a distance that suggested they were mere spectators. "Hey, aren't you quite the fighter? Keep going. Let us see if you can take down my 100 or so brothers." Upon the arrival of his allies, Zhang Lizi swiftly regained his bravado, addressing Yi Chen. Just as he finished speaking, the roar of engines echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see a dozen buses approaching, which soon came to a halt beside them. The doors opened, and a throng of several hundred towering individuals disembarked, each exuding an intimidating presence. Seeing this display, Li Dongmei's complexion paled. In the distance, Li Chunhong and her son felt a wave of dread wash over them. Thankful they had retreated in time, otherwise their fate would have been dire. At that juncture, Li Si strode swiftly to Yi Chen, stating, "Mr. Yi, time is of the essence. We have only managed to bring these individuals for now, but I have already informed Tian Dabiao, and he will arrive shortly." Zhang Lizi, aghast at the unfolding situation, particularly upon hearing Li Si mention reinforcements, turned pale, realizing that the day's grievances would likely remain unresolved. He regarded Yi Chun and said, "Today, you have the upper hand. We shall meet again." Just then, a figure emerged hastily from behind Zhang Lizi, hesitantly addressing Li Si. "Are you Lord Si?" Chapter 80. As long as young Master Yi is willing, he can become part of the elite at any time. Li Si turned to the stranger, noting he had no recollection of him, and asked mildly, "Oh, you recognize me?" The individual, upon hearing this, turned pale and cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Zhang Lizi, internally cursing him. "What grievance could I possibly have with you, bringing me here in such a situation?" Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. He hurriedly replied to Li Si, "I had the fortune of encountering Lord Si during my visits to Rolling Stone for drinks." He then forced a laugh. Li Si turned to Yi Chun and whispered, "Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Chun chuckled lightly, gesturing towards Zhang Lizi with a nod, and remarked, "He summoned me, declaring his intent to annihilate my entire family." Upon hearing this, Li Si's fury ignited, and he strode towards Zhang Lizi, delivering a swift kick to his face while exclaiming, "How dare you speak so arrogantly, you worthless wretch?" The kick struck Zhang Lizi squarely, leaving a prominent footprint on his already ghastly visage, causing the blood he had barely managed to stanch to surge forth once more. Witnessing Li Si's deference to Yi Chun, those summoned by Zhang Lizi were consumed by terror. They were acutely aware of Li Si's formidable reputation and now found themselves ensnared in this predicament, filled with regret. After delivering the kick, Li Si advanced towards one of the men, seizing his collar and glaring with intensity as he demanded, "Were you summoned by this fool to confront young Master Yi?" The man's face blanched in fear, and he fervently shook his head, stammering, "Fourth Master, I was deceived by him. I would never dare." Yi Chun observed this spectacle with a slight smile, his interest piqued. Li Hua and Li Dongmei, along with the others, remained silent. Though they were uncertain of Li Si's standing, they could tell from the man's palpable fear that it was no mere act. Ultimately, they were relieved that the situation had been resolved. In the distance, Li Chunhong and her son, having witnessed Li Si's assault on Zhang Lizi, approached the crowd with curiosity. Upon hearing Li Si address Yi Chun as young Master Yi, they exchanged glances, and Li Chunhong could not help but interject, "Sir, you must be mistaken. Yi Chun is no scion of a wealthy family." She pointed at Yi Chun and continued, "He is merely a child from a destitute household. I am his second aunt, and I am well aware of his circumstances." Li Si, upon hearing her words, abruptly turned to face Li Chunhong, startling her. He then advanced towards her, causing her complexion to pale as she instinctively stepped back. In a deep voice, Li Si stated, "A wealthy family? If young Master Yi so desires, he can ascend to such heights at any moment. I am perplexed as to why you, as his second aunt, would speak thus. But should I hear any more disrespectful words regarding young Master Yi from your lips, I will not hesitate to discipline you, regardless of your standing." Li Chunhong, her face ashen, opened her mouth as if to protest, but was swiftly pulled aside by Wang Shuai. Li Si approached Yi Chun, bending slightly as he inquired, "Young Master, how do you intend to deal with that man?" He gestured towards the crumpled figure of Zhang Lizi. Yi Chun paused for a moment before responding. "Break the hand that harmed a member of the Li family, and then deliver him to the police station. The misdeeds he has committed over the years are sufficient for him to languish there for a lifetime." After a brief contemplation, he pointed to the hardened concrete ground around them and added, "Furthermore, he must restore everything to its original state within 3 days. Should he disturb my grandparents' eternal rest, I shall break 2 of his legs." Ye's mother glanced at Li Si, hesitatingly asking, "And your friend?" Yi Chun smiled and replied, "Leave this matter to him. Let us depart." At the Li Dongmei household, the group sat in the living room, and Zhao Yinhua could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "Yi Chun, who exactly is this Li Si? Why are Zhang Lizi summoned aides so apprehensive of him?" Upon hearing this, Yi Mu and the others turned their gazes towards Yi Chun. "Oh, I have a friend whom I casually met in the past, and he happens to possess a bit of influence, so I called him for assistance." Yi Chun thought it prudent not to reveal Li Si's identity, as it might be sensitive for honest and straightforward individuals. "Mother, what are you talking about?" "You know I possess some medical skills, and Li Si sought my help previously. This time, he is merely repaying a favor," Yi Chun hastily explained. Zhao Yinhua, astonished, looked at Yi Chun and asked, "You can practice medicine?" "I learned a few techniques from an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner," Yi Chun replied. Zhao Yinhua's eyes brightened as she said, "Perfect. Could you take a look at my father's cervical spine?" He has been suffering from nerve compression for the past 2 years and often struggles to sleep through the night. Yi Chen's uncle, Zhao Yongsheng, was nicknamed Zhao Immortal by the villagers due to his straightforward name. Rubbing the back of his head, Zhao Yongsheng remarked, "Forget it. After years of applying plasters and seeking traditional medicine, I no longer hope for a complete cure." "Ah, that's remarkable, Yi Chen. After your adjustment, I feel as though my entire head has cleared." Zhao Yongsheng stood up, turned his head, and continued, "I feel better. Previously, it felt like there was a muscle pulling at the back of my neck when I turned, but now it's fine." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Uncle, this is merely nerve compression. The lack of proper treatment previously was due to not addressing the root cause. It should not recur, but if it does, I will provide further assistance." Zhao Yongsheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. After this brief interlude, Yi Mu closed her mouth, believing in Yi Chen's words a little more. Before long, Yi Chen's phone rang. Upon answering, Li Si stated, "Young Master Yi, the matter has been resolved. Tian Dabiao has also arrived. We shall take our leave now, and I will follow up on the subsequent developments." Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, Li Dongmei interjected, "Yi Chen, was that the Li Si from earlier?" Yi Chen nodded, and Li Dongmei continued, "Quickly invite him over for a meal. He has helped us immensely." Li Dongmei's voice was loud, and upon hearing this, Li Si quickly interjected, "We wouldn't want to intrude on your family. Your aunt is right. How can we let someone travel so far to assist us without offering them a meal? Bring him to the house." Yi Mu insisted. Faced with his mother's resolute gaze, Yi Chen had no choice but to say, "You all wait there. I will go and pick you up." Chapter 81. I am a chef by trade. With his mother having spoken, Yi Chen had no choice but to drive and fetch the two. Upon arrival, he found that Li Si and his companion had already sent their subordinates away and now stood awkwardly before Yi Chen. "Would it be inconvenient, young Master Yi?" Li Si inquired, while Tian Dabiao fidgeted nervously. "Once we are at the location, refrain from discussing anything inappropriate, understood?" Yi Chen instructed. The two quickly nodded, promising to remain tight-lipped. "Get in the car." Yi Chen gestured towards the vehicle. The two hesitated to allow Yi Chen to drive, with Tian Dabiao awkwardly pointing to a dilapidated van nearby, saying, "We both came with our brothers and left one vehicle behind." Yi Chen nodded, leading the way as he drove them to his aunt's house. Yi Chen was naturally aware of the purpose of the two's departure, yet he chose not to confront it, merely nodding before proceeding into the house. "I will be back shortly," he assured. His mother nodded, gesturing towards the vegetables strewn across the floor, instructing, "First, please prepare and wash these vegetables." "Me?" Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. Standing nearby, Zhao Yinluo rose, placing her hands on her hips, and retorted, "Who else would it be? Can't you see we're overwhelmed?" She added, "I've already called your uncle. They'll be arriving shortly. With so many guests, we need to prepare more dishes." Li Dongmei chimed in, busily kneading dough. With no other option, Yi Chen squatted down to sort through the vegetables. Before long, sounds from outside caught their attention. Just as Ye's mother and the others were about to rise to greet them, Zhao Yinluo, closer to the window, peered outside and announced, "It's your uncle's family." Following that, Li Hua entered, leading the bandaged Li Chao, followed by Yi Chen's aunt. The group was aware that today was a day of gratitude for the assistance Yi Chen had summoned, prompting his aunt to immediately lend a hand upon entering. Speaking of Yi Chen's aunt, she hailed from the neighboring Zhang family village, named Zhang Yuru, a remarkably honest individual. However, due to her close ties with Li Chunhong's family, she often treated Yi Chen with a lukewarm demeanor. Li Hua had notably softened, refraining from the sarcastic remarks he had made upon Yi Chen's family's arrival, and after sharing an awkward smile with Yi Chen, he too began to help. Another sound of car doors slamming echoed from outside, prompting Zhao Yongsheng to rush out, followed closely by Ye's mother and others. Yi Chen remained undistracted, leisurely tending to the vegetables in his hands. "Oh dear, why purchase so much for a mere family meal? You've already helped us so much. It feels excessive." Zhao Yongsheng's voice carried from the courtyard. Then, they heard Tian Dabiao say, "We are not outsiders. There is no need to discuss help. Just let us know if you require anything." Following this, a flurry of polite exchanges ensued, and soon, Li Si and another person squeezed through the door, laden with large bags. The term squeeze was apt, as they were adorned with a variety of gifts, nearly requiring them to hold boxes in their mouths to carry more. Upon entering and spotting Yi Chen crouched on the floor, sorting vegetables, they were taken aback and hastily placed their items in a corner before rushing over to Yi Chen, saying, "Young master." Upon hearing the term young master, Yi Chen shot them a stern glance, prompting Li Si to quickly amend his address. "Yi Chen, you should take a rest. This is something I excel at." He reached for the vegetables in Yi Chen's hands. Tian Dabiao, however, snatched the vegetables from Li Si, retorting angrily, "Where you skilled at? I'm a trained chef. Let me handle this." The onlookers from the Yi family were left dumbfounded. Two individuals were bickering over vegetable preparation. Witnessing their increasingly ludicrous exchange, Yi Chen interjected, "All right, if you two are too embarrassed to eat what is prepared, then work together." Ye's mother, hearing Yi Chen's words, shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "How can you speak like that?" She then took the vegetables from the two men, adding, "Don't mind his words. He is young and inexperienced. You both go drink some water, we'll manage." Upon hearing this, the two men glanced at Yi Chen, not detecting any displeasure on his face, which relieved them. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, they quickly replied, "No, no." Zhao Yinal observed the two individuals beside her, then turned her gaze towards Yi Chen, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. Ultimately, Ye's mother concluded that Yi Chen need not assist further, as it sufficed for him to attend to their esteemed guests. Li Si and his companion occupied the sofa, watching Yi Chen serve tea, caught in a dilemma of whether to stand or sit, which rendered them quite uncomfortable. Yi Chen, however, paid little heed to their unease, occasionally signaling them to relax with his eyes. Fortunately, with a crowd gathered, matters proceeded smoothly, and soon a table laden with delectable dishes was prepared. Under the insistence of the Li family, Li Si and his companion took their seats at the head of the table, further heightening their discomfort as they cast furtive glances at Yi Chen, anxious that he might harbor any displeasure. "There's no need for such formalities, just take your seats," Yi Chen remarked. Upon hearing his words, the two finally settled in more comfortably. In the end, Li Si and his companion discerned the relationships among the attendees and Yi Chen, each distributing a business card and inviting others to reach out should any matters arise. Yi Chen did not object. After this encounter, his estrangement from several families, aside from his aunts, had considerably diminished. Should any genuine difficulties arise, he would not hesitate to offer assistance. After the meal, Li Si and his companion glanced outside at the dimming twilight and, citing the long journey ahead, bid farewell to the group before departing in their vehicle. Zhao Yinal assisted Ye's mother and others in clearing the table, then settled beside Yi Chen, asking, "Yi Chen, could you take me out this evening?" Upon hearing this, Li Chao excitedly approached and chimed in, "I want to go too." Zhao Yinal turned to Li Chao, pointing at the bandage on his head, and remarked, "What do you think you're going looking like that? Are you trying to embarrass yourself?" Li Chao's expression fell as he retreated to watch television. "Where to?" Yi Chen inquired. "Well, in a couple of days, my best friend is getting married, and I don't have suitable attire. I wish to buy a couple of outfits," Zhao Yinal explained. Yi Chen nodded, took the keys, and headed outside. Once in the car, Yi Chen asked Zhao Yinal, "Where are we buying from?" "You're the driver. You decide," she replied. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen steered the car towards the city center. Chapter 82. A Pitiful Appearance. Yi Chen, you lead. On the way, Zhao Yinal's sudden proclamation left Yi Chen momentarily bewildered, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. "Those two today were not at all as you described. They seemed particularly respectful towards you, or rather, fearful," she continued. Indeed, the demeanor of Li Si and his companion had not gone unnoticed, and Yi Chen even suspected that his mother might have sensed the anomaly, though she chose not to voice it. "Huh, that's because I had a skirmish with them. You must have seen how adept I am at fighting." Yi Chen chuckled, fabricating another excuse. However, Zhao Yinal remained unconvinced. "You certainly have secrets, but then again, who doesn't?" With that, she turned her gaze forward, lapsing into silence. Yi Chen, too, refrained from speaking. After all, he could not reveal the truth. Yi Chen's hometown was not far from Bao City, and with it being nighttime and the roads relatively clear, they reached their destination in less than an hour. As two individuals entered the mall, they gazed at the exquisitely decorated storefronts. Zhao Yinal shot a glare at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "You promised to take me shopping for clothes, and you brought me to such an upscale place. Are you trying to bankrupt me?" In truth, Zhao Yinal had mistakenly blamed Yi Chen. It was his first visit to this establishment as well. Even after gaining his inheritance, he had yet to indulge in personal refinement, and being unfamiliar with such locales, he thought it only fitting to take her to a more distinguished venue upon her request. Yi Chen chuckled, "No worries, it's on me." "Dear cousin." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinal looked at Yi Chen in astonishment, as if meeting him for the first time, and asked, "Did I hear you correctly? You intend to buy me clothes?" Yi Chen paused, bewildered, and responded, "What's wrong? Isn't it normal for a brother to buy clothes for his sister?" "Indeed, you're quite the gentleman." Zhao Yinal dismissed the notion lightly, smiling and revealing two charming dimples. In truth, Zhao Yinhuo was quite beautiful with large, expressive eyes and a prominent nose. It was merely the labor she often performed for her family that had slightly tanned her skin. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be considered a stunning beauty. The pair arrived at a boutique, where Yi Chun stopped his cousin, pointing at a dress on a plastic mannequin. "Cousin, you should try on this one. Your figure resembles that of the model." Zhao Yinhuo glanced in the direction of his finger, then shook her head, declaring, "No, this style does not suit me. You should try it. I think it would look great on you." Yi Chun insisted, pulling Zhao Yinhuo inside. He turned to a nearby attendant, who was engrossed in her phone, and asked, "Excuse me, could you please fetch that dress for us?" The attendant, momentarily tearing her gaze from her phone, appraised the two and, noticing their ordinary attire, displayed a hint of disdain. "I'm sorry, we don't allow trying on clothes." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at their clothing before realizing the reason behind her refusal. He reiterated, "I said, bring that dress down. You want to try it on?" The attendant's demeanor grew noticeably impatient as she replied, "Are you unable to comprehend? I told you cannot try it on. What if you dirty such pristine garments?" Seeing his cousin's disheartened expression and the attendant's condescending attitude ignited a flame of anger within Yi Chun. "I'll give you one more chance. Will you bring it or not?" Zhao Yinhuo tugged at Yi Chun's arm, whispering, "Let us leave. They want tea, let us try it here. We should go to another store." However, the attendant, overhearing their conversation, began to raise her voice indignantly. "No matter how many times you ask, you still won't be allowed to try it on. Have you looked in the mirror? With your shabby appearance, how dare you come to a luxury store? I suspect you're just here to show off." The sudden outburst attracted the attention of nearby staff and customers. And rather than retreating, the attendant continued, "Everyone, judge for yourselves. Look at how these two are dressed, arriving at our Versace boutique and demanding to try on clothes. What if they dirty our merchandise?" The onlookers began to murmur and point fingers at Yi Chun and Zhao Yinhuo. Zhao Yinhuo had never experienced such a situation. She felt a wave of indignation rising within her, threatening to burst into tears. Yi Chun, with a stoic expression, retrieved his phone and dialed Xia Wanqing. "Hello, Yi Chun." She answered. Yi Chun, suppressing his inner fury, inquired, "Is the Baqian commercial building in the city center owned by your family?" Upon hearing the unusual tone in Yi Chun's voice, Xia Wanqing promptly replied, "The Xia family holds shares in all 3 Baqian commercial buildings in the city." The nearby sales clerk, overhearing Yi Chun's words, scoffed exaggeratedly. "Oh, so the Baqian commercial building is yours? One might think you were calling our chairman, looking quite pathetic. Trying to show off." Xia Wanqing, on the other end of the line, clearly heard the clerk's remarks and, filled with anger, demanded, "Yi Chun, where are you located in the building?" Yi Chun glanced at the sign by the entrance and replied, "Versace." "All right, please wait there for a moment," Xia Wanqing instructed before hanging up. Seeing Yi Chun put away his phone, the clerk was not about to let them off easily. She sidled a few steps closer and scrutinized them, continuing, "So, is our boss really coming soon?" Yi Chun, fighting the urge to slap her, nodded and coldly remarked, "You are correct. They shall arrive shortly." "Ha ha, you're climbing the ladder I provided. If you can summon our boss here, I shall gift you this dress priced at 21,800. The clerk burst into laughter, nearly bringing tears to her eyes, wiping them as she addressed Yi Chun. Upon hearing the price of the dress, Zhao Yinhuo's complexion paled, and she hastily tugged at Yi Chun's arm, whispering, "Yi Chun, let us leave quickly. Even if the boss arrives, we cannot afford it." Yi Chun chuckled, gesturing toward the clerk who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, and said, "Do not worry. We want TB footing the bill. Did she not say she would gift it to you?" However, Zhao Yinhuo, in a state of panic, insisted. Yi Chun interrupted her, stating firmly, "There is no however. Today, she must give you that dress." The onlookers had already begun to perceive Yi Chun as someone attempting to deceive a young girl, occasionally pointing and whispering about him. Yi Chun remained unfazed, but Zhao Yinhuo, feeling utterly embarrassed, wished to bury her head in the ground. Her face flushed as she stared at the floor. The clerk, having overheard their conversation, scoffed disdainfully, "Clearly, you've never seen the world. Can you tell I'm merely toying with you?" Yi Chun cast a sidelong glance at her, smiled, and checked the time on his phone, saying nothing. Suddenly, the crowd heard the sound of hurried footsteps, and a young man in a tailored suit rushed into the store. Spotting Yi Chun and Zhao Yinhuo, he quickly approached, panting, and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi?" In that instant, the clerk's face drained of color. Upon witnessing the young man's respectful demeanor towards Yi Chun, she collapsed onto the floor in shock. People often exhibit preconceived notions. When the clerk had disparaged Yi Chun earlier, the onlookers had scoffed at him. But upon seeing the clerk's pitiable state, They turned to mock her for her poor judgment. Yi Chun, with a cold expression, nodded in acknowledgement. The young man wiped his face, uncertain whether the beads of sweat were a result of fatigue or anxiety. He bent slightly and declared, "I am the owner of this establishment. I'm already aware of the situation, and I shall provide Mr. Yi with a satisfactory resolution." After speaking, he turned to the staff member seated on the floor, exclaiming in anger, "I hired you to serve, not to offend esteemed guests." The staff member, confronted by her furious employer, hesitated in silence, her heart filled with regret over the earlier incident. "From now on, you are dismissed," the young man shouted. Enraged by this, he opened his mouth to retort, but Yi Chun interjected calmly, "Wait a moment." The young man turned to Yi Chun, responding respectfully, "Mr. Yi, please go ahead." Yi Chun then reiterated the staff member's earlier words, prompting the young man to quickly say, "Mr. Yi, choose any garment you desire. It shall not cost you a penny." Yi Chun smiled and, looking at the once arrogant staff member, remarked, "That is not acceptable. Your colleague made a grand promise in front of everyone, and it would be ungracious to disregard her commitment." The staff member, who had been sitting on the floor, promptly stood up, approaching Yi Chun with excitement. "I apologize. I realize my mistake." "No, you're not at fault. You have already covered the cost of such expensive attire, and I thank you." Yi Chun had no intention of letting her off lightly. Had the store not belonged to the CF family, while he could afford it, the impact of this incident on his cousin would be considerable. At that moment, Xia Wanqing hurried over to Yi Chun, intending to speak. But upon noticing Zhao Yinua standing nearby, she paused, quickly recovering to say, "I apologize, Yi Chun, for putting you in this position." Yi Chun looked at Xia Wanqing and smiled. "It is not that I have been wronged, but it is indeed frustrating." The owner of the Versace store, seeing Xia Wanqing approach, could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. "Miss Xia, you need not concern yourself. I can handle this." Xia Wanqing replied coolly, "Mr. Yi's matters are my own. Given that your establishment employs such staff, I am contemplating whether to expel you from Bao Shishing for the sake of the Xia family's reputation." The young man, taken aback by this declaration, pleaded, "Miss Xia, please spare me. I have already assured Mr. Yi that I will ensure his satisfaction." He cast a desperate glance towards Yi Chun. This incident should not result in the unknowing owner bearing the blame, especially since he had arrived promptly and maintained a reasonable demeanor. Therefore, upon noticing the owner's expression, Yi Chun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The young man exhaled in relief and turned to the now stunned staff member, his anger boiling over as he muttered, "Why are you still here? Get out before you irritate me further." The owner's ability to run a luxury store at such a young age was not to be underestimated. The staff member, witnessing the brief exchange between Yi Chun and Xia Wanqing, was left in shock, and upon hearing the young man's reprimand, she finally understood the gravity of her misstep. Fearful, she hurriedly exited, panic etched across her face. At this moment, Zhao Yinua had already emerged from her earlier embarrassment. She observed Yi Chun summoning such a stunning beauty, who seemed to possess considerable charm, as she occasionally cast curious glances towards Xia Wanqing. Upon sensing the gaze, Xia Wanqing turned to Yi Chun and inquired with a hint of acidity in her tone, "Will you not introduce us? Who is this?" After speaking, she directed her attention towards Zhao Yinua. Before Yi Chun could respond, Zhao Yinua chimed in, "Oh, hello. I am Yi Chun's cousin. Indeed, his cousin from his aunt's side." Realizing the silliness of her words, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xia Wanqing, perhaps unaware of her own reaction, felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing that Zhao Yinua was Yi Chun's cousin. She extended her right hand and said, "Hello, I am Xia Wanqing, a friend of Yi Chun." Zhao Yinua promptly shook Xia Wanqing's hand, glanced at Yi Chun as if comprehending something, and introduced herself, "I am Zhao Yinua. Nice to meet you, Yi Chun's friend." When she emphasized the word friend, it was unclear whether it was intentional or not. Yet it caused Xia Wanqing's face to flush crimson, leaving Yi Chun momentarily stunned by their interaction. With Xia Wanqing's presence, the process of shopping for clothes became considerably smoother. Along with the white dress, they selected several other garments. At the checkout, the proprietor insisted on gifting the items to Zhao Yinua. Ultimately, after Yi Chun's insistence, he paid for the remaining clothes, asserting that they were not in such dire straits as to shop without spending, excluding the punishment of the shopkeeper for the earlier incident. As the onlookers dispersed when the staff left, the brief interlude did not consume much time. Noting that it was still relatively early, and seeing the young lady selecting clothes within the department store, all the shops tacitly extended their operating hours. Xia Wanqing and Zhao Yinua quickly engaged in lively conversation. As if they had been longtime friends, while Yi Chen followed behind them, carrying the bags. As a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refining, Yi Chen truly experienced the agony that all men endure, accompanying women on shopping excursions. Although he had never dated, he had heard of some of the enigmatic mysteries surrounding women, such as the inability to open a bottled drink yet being able to tear apart packages with ease, or feeling fatigued after a few steps, yet appearing invigorated while shopping endlessly. Eventually, after Xia Wanqing insisted on selecting 2 more outfits for Yi Chen, they concluded this arduous endeavor for him. Yi Chen firmly resolved never to accompany women on shopping trips again. Upon exiting the department store, Xia Wanqing regarded Yi Chen, who was dressed in a smart casual outfit, and nodded approvingly, stating, "I never expected that changing clothes could make you look so dashing." Zhao Yinhuo also nodded in agreement. Indeed, since undergoing the infusion of spiritual energy, Yi Chen emanated an ethereal aura, coupled with his height of 6 feet tall and a physique akin to a male model, adorned in suitable attire. He was undeniably captivating to countless young women. Chapter 84. The Zhao family's actions. All right, take care on your journey. After Xia Wanqing finished speaking, she turned to Zhao Yinhuo with a smile and said, "Whenever you have time, come play with me, and I will take you on a delightful tour." Zhao Yinhuo, feeling quite fond of Xia Wanqing, nodded eagerly. Absolutely. This shopping trip was indeed a bountiful harvest. Zhao Yinhuo gazed at the back seat, overflowing with garments, some from international luxury brands. For someone like her, who came from a modest background, this was simply unimaginable. Now, possessing all of it, she couldn't help but beam with joy. "Yi Chen, what on earth is the identity of your friend? Such extravagant items. And she managed to get them at a discount?" Zhao Yinhuo marveled. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that his naive cousin genuinely believed those luxury brands were actually discounted. It was merely a kind-hearted fib from Xia Wanqing. Otherwise, purchasing even a single designer piece might have emptied Zhao Yinhuo's modest savings. Of course, Yi Chen had kept his promise and insisted on paying the bill twice. Such matters were certainly not for his cousin to know, so he smiled and said, "Let us keep it a secret that we are the heirs of the city's wealthiest family. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinhuo's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "Are you saying she is the daughter of the billionaire?" "Indeed. Otherwise, why would the store owner be so anxious?" Yi Chen repeated. Zhao Yinhuo exclaimed, "Wow, she is so beautiful and has such an impressive father. It's truly enviable. No need to feel too envious. While you may not have a wealthy father, you have a wonderful cousin who will never forget you." Yi Chen teased. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yinhuo, with a sudden realization, asked, "Does Wanqing have a brother or an older sibling?" Yi Chen paused, realizing that despite their long acquaintance, he had never heard whether Xie Jianjun had a son. However, it was not a question he could easily ask, so he replied, "I really don't know. Perhaps she doesn't." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinhuo displayed a knowing expression and mischievously remarked, "Are you trying to win over the domineering female CEO and inherit a fortune?" Yi Chen, taken aback by Zhao Yinhuo's bold words, nearly slammed the brakes in surprise and looked at her incredulously, saying, "Do you think your brother has the potential to be a kept man?" Zhao Yinhuo assessed Yi Chen with a scrutinizing gaze and shrugged. "I hadn't noticed before. But dressed differently, you do have a certain appeal." Yi Chen shot her an annoyed glance, closing his mouth and falling silent. Seeing Yi Chen in discomfort amused Zhao Yinhuo, prompting her to continue teasing him as he remained tight-lipped. "No, I just happened to meet Yi Chen's friend, and the discounts were quite generous. So I bought a little extra," Zhao Yinhuo explained before sitting down on the sofa. She then added, "Mom, you won't believe it. Yi Chen's friend is actually the daughter of our city's wealthiest family. I think that girl quite likes Yi Chen." Upon hearing this, Yi's mother looked at Yi Chen, who quickly interjected, "Auntie, please don't listen to my cousin's nonsense. We are merely friends." Zhao Yinhuo chuckled and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead showcasing her newly purchased garments to both of them. Yi Chen sighed in relief and turned to Annie, asking, "Where will I be sleeping?" "You can sleep in the living room. Wait until we are asleep before you turn in," Zhao Yinhuo replied, slightly exasperated. Suddenly feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, Yi Chen walked into the courtyard and took it out, discovering it was a call from Su Yi. A glance at the time revealed it was already past midnight. Yi Chen pressed the answer button, and Su Yi's voice echoed, "Brother Yi, there's something I need to report to you. You must prepare in advance." "What is it?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled. "It's like this, Brother Yi. According to reliable sources, the Zhao family is secretly contacting various sects, perhaps taking action regarding the last incident." Su Yi explained. Yi Chen nodded, not particularly concerned about the Zhao family's movements. but he inquired with some curiosity, "Are there many experts among the major sects?" "I'm not entirely sure, but the president mentioned that it's not impossible for there to be grandmasters among them." Su Yi replied. After hanging up, Zhao Yinhua called from inside the house. "Yi Chun, you can go to sleep now." Hearing her voice, Yi Chun looked through the window and saw his mother and aunt heading towards the inner room. He then entered the house, turned off the lights, and lay down on the sofa. However, sleep eluded him as he pondered the Zhao family's alliance with the major sections. He had never encountered any grandmasters, yet he did not let it trouble him. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past outside the window, and Yi Chun instantly became alert. He rose quietly, channeling his spiritual energy, prepared to confront the unknown danger. As he approached the window, he discovered an elderly man with a hunched figure standing in the courtyard. The old man's gaze was sinister, emanating a strange aura. Upon noticing Yi Chun, the old man turned and fled outside. Uncertain of the man's intentions, Yi Chun refrained from acting hastily and followed at a measured pace. Outside the village, the old man came to a halt, turning to face Yi Chun, his eyes flashing with disdain at the sight of someone so young. "Are you someone sent by the Zhao family?" Yi Chun asked coldly. The old man chuckled hoarsely. "Boy, if you know what is good for you, come along with me willingly, or you shall suffer the consequences." Surprised at the speed of his arrival and his ability to trace him here, Yi Chun heightened his vigilance. "Which sect do you belong to?" He continued to question. The old man snorted derisively. "It's no trouble to tell you. I am from the Shuashan sect." "Ahung mighty." Yi Chun burst into laughter, teasing the old man. "You can grunt all you want, but what are you buying? I can sell it to you." "You're courting death, boy." Ahung mighty retorted angrily. Yi Chun blinked innocently. "Really? I'm studying very well." Seeing Yi Chun continue to mock him, the old man let out a furious roar and lunged towards Yi Chun. Anticipating the move, Yi Chun swiftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. Channeling his spiritual energy, he quickly formed hand seals and struck a palm towards Ahung mighty. Caught off guard by the young man's agility, Ahung mighty raised his hand to defend, but was forced to retreat several steps from the impact. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he hastily drew a curved blade from his robe, its edge glinting ominously. He swung the blade, creating fierce gusts of wind as he aimed to slash at Yi Chun. Chapter 85. Yi Chun's Concerns. Although the old man was considerably stronger than the previous Liang surname master, he seemed not to have reached the level of a grandmaster, a realm with which Yi Chun had never directly engaged. Yi Chun deftly evaded the elder's attacks, which prompted the elder to unleash several more strikes, all of which were effortlessly dodged by Yi Chun. "Is evasion all you can do?" Aheng Maitai exclaimed in frustration. Yi Chun, firmly planting his feet, responded, "Very well. That's your claim." Resolute, he decided to hold nothing back. In a flash, he positioned himself before Aheng Maitai, seizing the latter's throat and lifting him off the ground. Aheng Maitai found his feet dangling in the air. In a moment of bewilderment, he saw Yi Chun standing before him, and before he could react, he was hoisted aloft. Panic-stricken, he attempted to channel his inner strength, only to discover that it refused to respond to his commands, remaining utterly dormant. The elder, naturally not tall, appeared even more diminutive as he flailed his legs in a state of confusion, resembling a frantic monkey. Who are you? How can your skills be so profound?" Aheng Maitai stammered, his face a mask of terror. Yi Chun unceremoniously tossed the elder to the ground and brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, remarking, "You dare to trouble me without even knowing my realm?" Sitting on the ground, Aheng Maitai scanned his surroundings, and perceiving a hint of an escape attempt, Yi Chun chuckled, saying, "I advise you against being too clever. Since I am willing to release you, I assure you, I have no fear of your escape." Remembering Yi Chun's earlier swiftness, Aheng Maitai felt utterly defeated and looked up to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing of consequence, merely a few questions," Yi Chun replied. Aheng Maitai remained silent, prompting Yi Chun to continue. "First, how did you know I was here? Second, how many from your sect have come?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun looked at the elder and said, "You may leave." "What?" Aheng Maitai was taken aback by Yi Chun's unexpected leniency. "I said you may leave. I am not one to engage in indiscriminate killing, and besides, I harbor no deep-seated animosity towards you or your snow mountain." However, Yi Chun paused momentarily, adding, "Should there be a next time?" Having witnessed Yi Chun's prowess, the elder no longer dared to confront him. Though he ranked among the top 5 in his sect, he had been captured without a chance to retaliate. Such an opponent was one even the Snow Mountain would prefer not to offend. Keeping the elder here could lead to repercussions from his faction, and Yi Chun could not take that risk. He could not afford to leave his mother with unresolved matters. It was better to extend a courtesy and let the elder go. Yi Chen nodded and made his way back to the village, while a Hang Mai Tai clasped his fists in a gesture of respect before vanishing from sight. Upon returning to his aunt's home, Yi Chen opened the door only to be startled by a figure lurking behind it. Once he recognized Zhao Yinhua, he shot her an annoyed glance and muttered, "What are you doing here, playing ghost in the middle of the night? What have you been up to?" Zhao Yinhua asked mysteriously. Yi Chen retorted, "I went to the restroom. Should I report that to you?" "Humph." Zhao Yinhua scoffed, turning away to head towards her bedroom. The young girl, having some impression of Yi Chen, said, "Wait a moment," before proceeding to the office area. Yi Chen nodded and walked to the door of the office from their previous meeting. He knocked gently, and soon heard Wang Hongjuan's voice from within. "Come in." Upon entering, Yi Chen saw Wang Hongjun rise enthusiastically, exclaiming, "I just heard someone was looking for me, and I truly didn't expect it to be you, my brother. Forgive my lack of hospitality." Yi Chen smiled, dismissing the formalities, for he had sensed a subtle distance since their first interaction when he added Wang's WeChat. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, he bypassed the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Boss Wang, I am here to inquire about some mild medicinal herbs. Do you have any available?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hongjuan's demeanor shifted as he put aside his cordial smile. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "We do have some, but as you know, my shop only carries genuine products, and regarding the prices," Yi Chen interjected, "there's no need to discuss prices." Wang Hongjuan's eyes brightened at this interruption. He stood up from behind his desk, gesturing for Yi Chen to follow him as he led the way out. Wang Hongjun brought Yi Chen to a room resembling a storage space. As soon as Yi Chen stepped inside, he was enveloped by the distinct aroma of aged, traditional Chinese medicine. Recognizing it as what he needed, Yi Chen turned to Wang Hongjun and inquired, "What is the total price for all of these?" Wang Hongjun, still in the darkened room, was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's question. "You mean for everything?" he asked incredulously. Yi Chen nodded, pointing to a designated counter meant to preserve the efficacy of the herbs. "Yes, for all of it. How much will it be?" Chapter 86, Performing Arts. Wang Hongjun paused, noticing that Yi Chen was not jesting. He signaled to a slightly plump girl standing nearby, who promptly handed him a ledger. After perusing it for a moment, he hesitated. "Brother, while these items may not be as costly as the ginseng you previously brought, they are still quite valuable. There's no need for further niceties." "Boss Wang, let's settle this as it should be," Yi Chen interjected. Wang Hongjun remained silent for a moment, biting his lip before stating, 2 million. Although their market value exceeds that, since you, Brother Yi, are here, I cannot charge you the original price. Yi Chen had only interacted with Wang Hongjun a few times. Despite having a favorable impression initially, the subtle distance he felt upon adding Wang on WeChat had caused him to reassess his feelings, leading him to mentally cross out the positive impression he once held. Upon hearing the quoted price, Yi Chen nodded and replied, "Very well, please have these items wrapped up for me, according to your stated price." As a businessman, Wang Hongjun naturally took note of Yi Chen's consistent address of him as Boss Wang. However, he paid it little mind, for to him, Yi Chen was merely a customer who had previously purchased expensive medicinal materials from his store, and he had not yet reached the point of complete trust. Upon hearing Yi Chen's request, he joyfully instructed the staff to carefully package all the medicinal herbs in vacuum-sealed bags. However, reflecting on his demeanor during the two encounters with Yi Chen, Wang Hongjun was filled with regret. The motivation behind purchasing these herbs was rooted in Yi Chen's earlier promise to sue Yi to assist in enhancing his martial prowess. The gentle herbs were precisely the choice Yi Chen had gleaned from the Jade Pendant's legacy, known to harmonize the vast spiritual energy contained within the spiritual herbs. The art of alchemy, as recorded in the Jade Pendant's teachings, reveals that the energy cultivated by practitioners differs fundamentally from that of ordinary martial artists. The spiritual energy that practitioners harness is beyond the reach of typical cultivators. To absorb the spiritual essence necessary for their development, practitioners must employ supplementary herbs that create a mutually beneficial balance. This necessity was the very reason Yi Chen made his way to the herb shop. If the two energies were to interfere with one another, an alternative method must be employed, namely alchemy. The essence of alchemy is rather straightforward. It parallels the traditional practices of Chinese medicine in blending herbs, albeit at a more sophisticated level. Despite acquiring these herbs from the Baichao Hall, it remained uncertain whether they would indeed serve Yi Chen's purposes, as many of their names had evolved significantly over the years. While Yi Chen was momentarily engrossed in these thoughts, a delicate young girl stumbled out from a short distance ahead, fortuitously collapsing right in front of his vehicle. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen's initial reaction was to suspect an attempt at deceit. Frowning, he approached the car, only to find the pallid girl sprawled on the ground. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he gently prodded her shoe with his foot and remarked, "Hey, I did not hit you. Get up quickly." The girl stirred slightly, opened her eyes, revealing a hint of regret, and weakly uttered, "I'm so hungry," before her head fell to the side as she lost consciousness. Chen chuckled to himself, helping the girl into the back seat, before turning the car around and driving in another direction. The vehicle halted at the entrance of Rolling Stone, and Chen stepped out to assist the girl from the car. By this time, an observant young subordinate had approached Chen, eagerly scurrying to his side. Upon seeing the unconscious girl being helped out of the vehicle, a knowing expression flickered in the subordinate's eyes. He smiled knowingly at Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, please follow me." Chen paid no heed to the subordinate's expression and, supporting the girl, followed him upstairs to the resting area. Upon entering the room, Chen unceremoniously placed the girl onto the bed, indifferent to whether it caused her discomfort. He then settled onto the sofa, casting a teasing glance at the girl for a moment before pulling out his phone to scroll through short videos. The rough handling left the girl feeling as if her bones had been shattered, and, as she slightly opened her eyes, she caught sight of Chen watching her. Quickly, she closed her eyes again, realizing that he was seated nearby, engrossed in his phone. After waiting for a moment, it became apparent that Chen had no intention of leaving. Unable to resist his stillness, she pretended to have just awakened, blinking her eyes in a daze as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon noticing Chen seated beside her, her expression shifted, and she quickly straightened up, stammering, "Who are you?" Seeing the girl finally unable to contain herself, Chen looked at her with a half-smile and said, "Continue your charade." The girl paused, momentarily taken aback by Chen's words, but quickly adopted a look of anxiety, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Chen, recognizing the girl was still performing, lost interest in teasing her further. His expression darkened as he replied, "You are at least a peak martial artist. Yet you lie helplessly before my vehicle. Let me guess your identity." He then feigned deep thought, and after a brief moment, he looked at her and inquired, "Is it possible that your amazed sect has a talent for theatrics?" The girl, caught off guard by his words, responded with indignation, "So you realized it all along? How dare you play me for a fool? Huh, your amazed sect has gone to great lengths to stage this performance. If I did not appreciate your act, would that not be a disservice to your good intentions?" Chen scoffed lightly, with his arms crossed and a mocking smile. He declared, "You think you can intimidate me?" The girl shouted defiantly, closing the distance with a fierce punch. Chen effortlessly dodged, sidestepped, and seized her wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained gasp from her. Releasing her, he stated, "I have no interest in your amazed sect. If you have something to say, do so here." Rubbing her wrist, her eyes flickered as she replied, "I have only just managed to descend the mountain, and I truly do not know the specifics. But if you do not go, the amazed sect will not let this matter rest." Chapter 87, 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. Chen's ability to deduce the girl's affiliation with the amazed sect was largely due to Su Ye's reminder the previous day. After speaking, he stood up and walked outside. Watching Chen depart, the girl glanced at her slightly swollen wrist and pouted, saying, "What a show-off. If my brother were here, he would surely knock out your teeth for disrespecting me." The girl's name was Wang Yiran, the only daughter of the Wang family from the summer resort. Gifted with intelligence from a young age, she was taken in by the amazed sect as a lay disciple. She had come this time because she overheard the Zhao family requesting the amazed sect to deal with Chen as she was leaving the sect. Having trained for several years and holding a lofty view of herself, Wang Yiran could not help but feel indignant upon hearing the Zhao family speak of Chen's prowess, which led to the earlier encounter. Chen paid her little mind, parking his vehicle in the courtyard and retrieving 2 bags of medicinal herbs from the trunk. He then deliberately chose a small path and made his way toward the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, it was exactly as Chen had anticipated. Xiao Bai was still lying beside the significantly diminished spiritual vein, fast asleep. Chen shook his head and approached, placing the 2 bags of herbs beside him. He sat cross-legged, casually selecting a spiritual herb, tearing off a leaf, and choosing several other herbs to hold in his hand. Following the techniques passed down within his jade pendant, he began to channel the energy of his ego, attempting to refine the various materials into a medicinal pill. Chen carefully gathered the energy of the strange fire attribute in his palm. However, to his astonishment, when the fiery energy came into contact with the materials in his hand, there was a sudden pop, and the materials instantly turned to ash. Unable to withstand the energy of the strange fire, Chen was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he chose new materials, tearing off a piece of spirit leaf to continue his attempt. With utmost caution, Chen once again concentrated the energy of the strange fire in his hand, attentively observing the condition of the various materials. Yet, he was unprepared for the pop that occurred when the strange fire neared the materials, resulting in a plume of white smoke as the materials vanished without a trace. This predicament left Chen in a quandary. He decided to cease his alchemical endeavors and meticulously examine the inheritance within the jade pendant. After a brief moment, he gazed at the remaining piece of spirit leaf, feeling a pang of regret. With only 3 spirit leaves in total, if this attempt failed, it would be a substantial loss. Sighing deeply, he reached for the last piece of spirit leaf and placed it alongside the other materials, cautiously drawing forth a sliver of the strange fire's energy to concentrate in his palm. Chen observed the reaction of the materials with a furrowed brow, noticing that as the strange fire energy made contact, a faint, steam-like substance began to form on the surfaces of the materials. His heart raced, and he quickly dissipated some of the strange fire energy. Just then, the steam-like substance stabilized, and the materials began to merge slowly. With unwavering focus, Chen dared not breathe, meticulously controlling the strange fire energy and adjusting the heat with great precision. As time passed, the materials fused more tightly, hinting at the embryonic form of a pill. However, just as it was about to take shape, an unexpected disturbance occurred. Xiao Bai, suddenly awakened from slumber, rolled over and collided with Chen, causing the concentrated energy in his hand to spiral out of control, obliterating the nascent pill once more. Surprised and vexed, Chen turned to Xiao Bai, only to find its eyes glowing red, thrashing its head in apparent agony. In that moment, Chen recalled the teachings from the Holy Spirit Emperor's inheritance, which warned that excessive consumption of spiritual items could lead to madness. Xiao Bai's current state aligned perfectly with the descriptions in the teachings. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen seized the distressed Xiao Bai, placing it on his lap and pressing down on its rapidly heaving body, trying to sense the turmoil within. Taking a deep breath, Chen resolved to absorb the surging energy from Xiao Bai's body. As he activated his inner cultivation method, the tumultuous energy within Xiao Bai surged toward him like a relentless tide. A chill enveloped Chen, freezing his internal organs, and every cell resisted the cold. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dampening his clothes. Just when he felt he could hold on no longer, the strange fire within him began to operate autonomously, countering the incoming cold. In that instant, Chen experienced a fusion of ice and fire within his body, enduring excruciating pain as his body trembled uncontrollably. However, it is truly remarkable that the collision of ice and fire has given rise to a new form of energy, gentle yet powerful, nourishing Chen's meridians and indicating a potential breakthrough in his cultivation at that very moment. With Chen's assistance, Xiao Bai's restless energy gradually subsided, allowing tranquility to envelop him as he slowly closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. As for Chen, after completely absorbing the energy within Xiao Bai, he suddenly sensed a looseness in his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. He continued to circulate his techniques, and before long, he felt an explosive surge within him, as if a dam had burst, unleashing a vast current of spiritual power that swept through his entire meridian network. Qi refinement at the 8th level. Chen slowly opened his eyes, savoring the new energy coursing through him, his heart swelling with both surprise and reflection. Indeed, it is often said that when one intends to plant flowers, they may not bloom, yet when one inadvertently inserts willows, they flourish abundantly. Since reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, Chen had no intention of relying on the spiritual herbs and veins within the secret realm to elevate his cultivation. This was partly due to his master's admonition against relying entirely on external aids for advancement, and also because his previous reliance on such means had led to an unstable foundation in his cultivation. However, after the tumultuous experience with Xiao Bai, Chen distinctly felt that the shortcomings resulting from his prior dependence on external enhancements evaporated the moment he broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Lost in thought, he could not help but reach out and gently stroke Xiao Bai, pondering that had it not been for Xiao Bai's intervention, perhaps his elixir would have succeeded in its refinement, yet breaking through to the 8th level would undoubtedly not have been as effortless. Chapter 88. Testing the Elixir. Gazing at the now serene Xiao Bai, Chen resumed gathering materials. His eyes fell upon the lone, bare stem of the spiritual herb, and a pang of regret pierced his heart. Although a few more grew beside the spiritual vein, each herb is precious, and he had already wasted one without successfully refining a single elixir. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively severed the stem. While the stem lacked the rich spiritual energy found in the leaves, it was simply too wasteful to let it go unused. Moreover, waiting for the leaves to grow back could take an eternity. With the recent experience of near success fresh in his mind, Yi-Chun continued to channel the energy of the meticulously blending the various materials as before. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi-Chun exhaled a breath of stale air. Opening his eyes in astonishment at the 6 small, dark, spherical objects the size of fingernails resting in his palm. Success. Sensing the faint energy radiating from the elixirs, Yi-Chun felt a wave of elation. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Bai, who had just awakened, shaking his head as he stood up, and upon seeing Yi-Chun, broke into a grin and wobbled over. Yi-Chun carefully placed the elixirs into his pocket, affectionately ruffled Xiao Bai's head, and said, "You mustn't linger here all day. Although this energy is beneficial, it is not meant for you to absorb in such a manner. If I hadn't been here just now, who knows what might have happened to you, you rascal." Xiao Bai seemed to nuzzle against Yi-Chun's embrace in a playful manner, prompting Yi-Chun to gently support its head and continue. "From now on, you must stay close to my mother each day and ensure her safety. Do you understand?" Upon seeing Xiao Bai nod, Yi-Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rising to his feet, he commanded, "Let's go outside." Upon encountering Ye's mother, Xiao Bai eagerly pressed its large head against her. This tactic proved effective, as it elicited joyous laughter from her. However, Yi-Chun's gaze shifted to the jade box, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. He couldn't possibly carry this jade box everywhere he went. Yet, storing the elixirs in ordinary materials would lead to a loss of their potency. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yi-Chun's mind. He retrieved a jade pendant from beneath his pillow and, using his spiritual sense, examined the square space within. Grasping a few elixirs, he concentrated, and they vanished in an instant. Delving into the jade pendant space once more, he discovered that, in addition to the Tome of Inheritance, several round elixirs had materialized. Overjoyed, he slapped his forehead, recalling how he had initially overlooked the pendant's potential for storage upon acquiring it. He had thought the space was solely linked to the book, and now he couldn't help but chastise himself for his foolishness. After placing the pendant in his pocket, Yi-Chun hastily consumed a few bites of food downstairs and issued a warning to Xiao Bai before driving away. On the road, he took out his phone and dialed Su Ye's number, instructing him to wait at the entrance of the martial arts school. Once Su Ye entered the car and noticed Yi-Chun driving towards the outskirts of the city, he contemplated asking a question, but ultimately swallowed the words. The vehicle continued until it reached the abandoned factory where Yi-Chun had first arrived. As Su Ye exited the car, he scanned the surroundings with curiosity, finding nothing amiss. Turning to the enigmatic Yi-Chun, he inquired, "Brother Yi, is there something you wish to discuss here?" Yi-Chun smiled mysteriously, producing an elixir from his pocket and offering it to Su Ye. "Consume this." Su Ye regarded the offered elixir with skepticism, jesting, "Brother Yi, what is this? It won't upset my stomach, will it?" With a reassuring smile, Yi-Chun replied, "Do not worry. This is a remarkable item that will greatly benefit you." After a moment's hesitation, Su Ye accepted the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. Before long, a surge of warmth coursed through Su Ye's body, awakening a latent power within him. He began to tremble slightly, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. "Brother Yi, this sensation is extraordinary. I feel invigorated," he exclaimed with excitement. Hearing this, Yi-Chun nodded and urged him, "Quickly absorb the energy within you." Without further ado, Su Ye settled into a cross-legged position. As this was Yi-Chun's first attempt at concocting such elixirs, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. Although he was capable of refining them, he lacked a proper formula. The teachings he had received from the mysterious cultivator merely mentioned combining spiritual materials with gentle herbs for elixir creation, without specifying which spiritual materials to use or their potency. It seems that I must await the awakening of my esteemed mentor to seek further knowledge in this realm, thought Yi-Chun as he gazed at Su Ye, who sat cross-legged. Yi-Chun's desire to concoct elixirs stemmed from two primary reasons: the recent influx of troubles necessitating an enhancement of his overall strength, and the fact that since aiding the ancient martial art association, he had not received any income. The scant funds he had were expended on purchasing medicinal herbs. Presently, Yi-Chun's situation could be succinctly described in one word: impoverished. During the exchange conference organized by the Zhao family, although some groups had offered shares, the monetary benefits from such shares would only materialize upon dividend distribution. It would be unreasonable for Yi-Chun to sell the shares immediately after receiving them. Furthermore, He had yet to assume control of those shares. It appeared he would need to find time for a visit, as he could not afford to offend those wealthy patrons. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Su Ye's body, yet he showed no signs of cessation, continuing to absorb the essence. Observing this, Yi Chun felt a sense of reassurance. Evidently, the elixirs had a beneficial effect on Su Yi and others. Shortly thereafter, after several fluctuations of energy within Su Yi, he opened his eyes, leaped from the ground, clenched his fists, and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Yi, I have ascended to the dark strength realm. What's more, I'm not far from a mid-phase of dark strength. I am confident that once I fully absorb the medicinal effects, I will surely reach the mid-phase of dark strength." Ha ha! After his laughter subsided, Su Yi looked at Yi Chun with profound gratitude and said, "Brother Yi, you truly are my lucky star. This elixir is miraculous. With it, producing a master-level warrior is no longer a challenge." Yi Chun smiled and replied, "Do you think such a treasure comes easily? In terms of value, the cost of this single elixir is at least in the tens of millions." Yi Chun's assertion was not unfounded, disregarding the value of the medicinal herbs. Even a single spiritual herb would likely be valued in the hundreds of millions, and such treasures are rarely encountered. Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. So exorbitant. But his expression soon relaxed as he added, "Indeed, if this were to circulate in the ancient martial arts community, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Just one elixir has propelled me from the late phase of bright strength to the mid-phase of dark strength, a leap across 2 realms. At that point, not even tens of millions would suffice. 100 million would likely be snatched up in a frenzy." At this juncture, Su Ye's expression stiffened, and he turned to Yi Chun, saying, "Brother Yi, you wouldn't charge me such a steep price, would you? I have little money." Yi Chun chuckled and reassured him, "Fear not, this one is a gift for you, as there is no cost for the trial." "What?" Su Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Chun's expression turned serious as he continued, "I still have 5 more. Do your utmost to sell them for me, pricing them at 20 million each. We can discuss further if they do not sell." Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes gleamed with determination. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, this task is in capable hands, especially with my own experience as a living example. However, we must not rush. We need to maximize our profits." Yi Chun nodded, suddenly reminded of something, and spoke. "By the way, the representatives from the Snow Mountain sect and the Amaze sect have already arrived." "What? They arrived so swiftly?" Su Yi responded in astonishment, then turned to Yi Chun, hesitatingly asking, "What about you?" Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Chun inquired further about the Zhao family, and soon they drove into the city. As the vehicle entered, Yi Chun's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xie Wanqing. After answering, the voice of old Master Xie came through. "Young Yi, I have a matter I would like your assistance with, if it is convenient for you." "Please speak, old master." Yi Chun replied. Old Master Xie chuckled lightly and continued, "It is this. An old friend of mine from the south suffered an injury in his youth, and now those wounds torment him, preventing him from sleeping through the night. I thought I might inquire if you have any remedies. Is your friend currently in our Baocheng?" Yi Chun asked. "Indeed, my old friend comes to Kyoto around this time every year, and he always stays with me for a couple of days." Old Master Xie said with a laugh. "Very well, I shall head over shortly." Yi Chun concluded the call. Next to him, Su Yi, having overheard the conversation, slowly remarked, "This southern elder must be quite extraordinary." "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Yi Chun inquired. "Did you not hear? He visits Kyoto at this time each year, coinciding with the annual conference. Those who attend such gatherings are certainly not ordinary figures," Su Yi explained. Yi Chun, however, was not overly concerned with the man's identity. Since old Master Xie had made the request, he could not refuse. 2 young men with short hair stood vigilantly on either side, and, as Yi Chun approached, they raised their hands to block his way, asking, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Before Yi Chun could respond, old Master Xie's voice resonated from within. "Ah, is that young Yi arriving?" At that moment, a striking figure emerged from the room, Xie Wanqing. Upon spotting Yi Chun, she addressed the young men. "This is the one my grandfather invited to treat old Lu." Only then did the young men lower their arms, allowing Yi Chun to enter. Upon entering, Yi Chun observed an elderly gentleman with graying hair, full of vitality, engaged in conversation with old Master Xie. Upon noticing Yi Chun's arrival, old Master Xie introduced, "This is the gentleman I mentioned, old Lu. You may call him Lu Lao." Turning to Lu Lao, he continued, "This is Yi Chun, the one who brought him back from a brink." Lu Lao regarded Yi Chun with a flicker of curiosity, nodding slightly as he said, I appreciate your help, young Yi. Having entered, Yi Chun had already used his spiritual sense to assess Lu Lao's condition. He settled beside old Master Xie and addressed Lu Lao, Sir, does your ailment reside in the area beneath your armpit, near the ribs? Upon hearing this, Lu Lao glanced at old Master Xie, who quickly waved his hand, saying, I did not mention it. You were right beside me during the call. Yi Chun smiled and continued, Old Master did not disclose it, but regarding your condition, there is indeed a bullet lodged within your ribs beneath the armpit. Its angle is quite precarious, which is why surgery has not been performed to remove it. The risks are substantial, as it could potentially damage the lungs or sever an artery, all while being encased by rib bones. After listening to Lu Lao, Yi Chun gazed at him in astonishment and remarked, Had it not been for old Xie's recommendation, I would genuinely question your identity. Pray tell, how did you come by this knowledge? Yi Chun shook his head and replied, I am aware your status is rather distinguished, yet I assure you, I have neither the leisure nor the inclination to investigate you. If you suspect my intentions are nefarious, then we need not discuss the treatment any further. Lu Lao glanced at old Xie and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Very well. It appears I have been overly cautious. Do enlighten me on how I ought to proceed with my treatment. Chapter 89, An Apology. Upon hearing Lu Lao's words, Yi Chun felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet upon witnessing old Xie's gaze, he spoke, The method of treatment is rather straightforward. One must allow it to manifest on its own. Lu Lao's expression darkened at Yi Chun's words, and he exclaimed, Nonsense. This is nothing short of absurd. Are you recounting some mythical tale to me? Old Xie interjected, Lu, what are you doing? Regardless of the circumstances, young Yi is someone I brought here. Is it necessary for you to fly into such a rage? With a fierce glare, Lu Lao retorted, Is it not so? First, you meticulously investigate me and present my affairs with pinpoint accuracy, only to later suggest that the bullet will emerge on its own. This is sheer folly. Suppressing the urge to storm out, Yi Chun addressed the flushed Lu Lao, saying, Were it not for old Xie's intercession, I would have no desire to curry favor with you. As for my proposed method, should you wish to pursue treatment, I would be willing to assist out of respect for old Xie. However, if you choose not to seek treatment, there is no need to sully your mind with unfounded imaginings about others. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Lu Lao slammed his hand down on the coffee table, fuming. Do you dare insinuate that I harbor ill intentions? A young man outside, upon hearing Lu Lao's furious shout, rushed into the room, hands poised at his waist, as though to strike Yi Chun down at a moment's notice should Lu Lao command it. Seeing this commotion, Xie Wanqing anxiously tugged at old Xie's sleeve. The latter glanced at the composed Yi Chun, then turned to Lu Lao and, with a hint of ire in his voice, said, What are you doing? Lu, I am here for your benefit, seeking young Ye's expertise for your ailment. Do not assume that your position warrants everyone's deference. At least I will not. Nor will young Yi. If you insist on maintaining this arrogance, you needn't return. Lu Lao was taken aback to discover that Yi Chun held such esteem in old Xie's eyes, and after a brief silence, he replied, Very well. I shall wager on this. If the bullet emerges as you claim, I will offer you a public apology. However, should it not transpire as you suggest? He paused and pointed at old Xie. Let's not speak of how I shall deal with this young man, but you, old Xie, must apologize to me for your earlier remarks. Old Xie's temper flared in response, and with a stern expression, he declared, Very well. I shall await your apology. You obstinate old man. Turning to Yi Chun, he added, Young Yi, the outcome rests on you. Yi Chun nodded and addressed Lu Lao. Then let us begin by removing your shirt. After placing a nearby trash bin beside the sofa, he instructed Lu Lao to lie down on his side. With everything prepared, Yi Chun stated, There may be some discomfort. If it becomes unbearable, feel free to vocalize your pain. Lu Lao, in a fit of anger, coldly snorted. If I let out a grunt, it would be as if I were born of a dog. Yi Chun shook his head, suppressing the urge to let him suffer a bit, for he was a veteran who had bled and been wounded for the motherland. Despite his foul temper, who could blame him? After all, he was a morally upright member of the new generation. Yi Chun first sealed the nerves beneath Lu Lao's armpit with his spiritual energy, then precisely located the bullet's position with his consciousness. Subsequently, he channeled his spiritual force, transforming it into an invisible strength that gradually approached the bullet. Though Lu Lao appeared tough on the surface, he could not help but tremble slightly upon sensing that force. As Yi Chun's spiritual energy exerted pressure, the bullet began to move slowly, struggling between muscle and bone. Yet, Lu Lao lay on the sofa, eyes closed, as if nothing were amiss. Beside him, Old Master Xie and Xie Wanqing watched anxiously, not daring to breathe. Lu Lao indeed heard a thud, but he did not realize it was the sound of the bullet falling into the trash bin. He merely sensed something unusual at the wound site without feeling any pain. Noticing Yi Chen's delay in action, he urged, "Hurry up. If you can treat it, do so. If not, old Xie, you better apologize to me." "It's already done," Old Master Xie exclaimed, witnessing Yi Chen's miraculous technique for the first time, stammering as he spoke. He then began to walk out, saying, "Bring me to the hospital for a checkup." "Xiao Yi, what kind of divine method is this?" Lu Lao asked, gazing at Yi Chen in bewilderment as he departed. Yi Chen smiled and explained, "Old Master, this is a form of Qigong therapy." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xie Wanqing shot him a glance, yet remained silent. "Old man, I have truly opened my eyes. I never expected Qigong could heal in such a manner." Old Master Xie murmured. Yi Chen smiled again, waved at Xie Wanqing, and proceeded to leave. "Get lost." Lisa's voice rang out. "It's Xiaofeng. Everything is proceeding as you instructed." Xiaofeng heard that the developer intends to keep that apartment intact, so she rushed to my house early this morning, claiming she no longer wanted to change. Lisa continued, "Don't both parties have a contract?" Yi Chen inquired. "Yes, but Xiaofeng said her copy was missing. She looked for an excuse to examine my copy, then seized the contract and tore to shreds. Thankfully, I had the foresight to give her a photocopy." Lisa chuckled mischievously. "No worries. No matter how she stirs up trouble, it doesn't matter. If your uncle and aunt find it troublesome, they can stay at a hotel for a few days." Upon hearing this, Lisa remarked, "It's mainly my mother. Seeing Xiaofeng like this, her heart softens." Several times, she almost revealed the truth. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, determined to keep Annie calm. Otherwise, it would not only be troublesome, but also leave her in an awkward position. In a few days, Wang Teng would seek out Xiaofeng again, and by then, she would agree to the relocation and the remaining compensation would reach you. "Well, I'm not worried about the compensation for the demolition, as I have met that young Master Wang before. It's just that it's my first time dealing with such a significant matter. Talking to you gives me a bit of confidence," Lisa said earnestly. Yi Chen smirked. "If there's anything weighing on your mind, feel free to call your dad. I will always be your unwavering support. Get lost." Lisa let out a furious roar before abruptly hanging up the phone. Imagining Lisa's expression at that moment brought a sense of delight to Yi Chen. After lounging on his bed while scrolling through videos, he was suddenly alerted by commotion from downstairs. "Is the miracle doctor around?" "I, the old man, have come to offer my apologies." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chen made his way to the first floor hall. He saw Lu Laoi, already beckoned to sit by Ye's mother, rise with palpable excitement as he exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable. I, the old man, apologize to you. I am utterly convinced." Beside him, Xie Laoi, observing with amusement, mimicked Lu's earlier tone, teasingly saying, "Am I listening to one of your mythical tales?" He then gestured playfully towards Lu Laoi. "Old Xie, please refrain from mocking me. I must admit my ignorance." Lu Laoi replied awkwardly before turning to Yi Chen, saying, "Xiao Yi, I am a man of my word. I apologize for my previous behavior." He attempted to bow in respect. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward to support Lu Laoi, saying, "I was merely jesting with the old man. There is no need for you to apologize to someone of my generation." Lu Laoi grasped Yi Chen's hand and continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are a benefactor to my family. You have no idea how this injury has tormented me over the years. Now, I am finally liberated." Yi Chen assisted Lu Laoi to a sofa and accepted the tea offered by his mother. After pouring for everyone, he remarked, "Without the sacrifices of the older generation, there would be no prosperity for our nation today, nor the stable lives we enjoy. Assisting you is simply my duty." Upon hearing this, Lu Laoi's face brightened with gratitude as he patted Yi Chen's shoulder, saying, "Xiao Yi, it is rare to find a young person with such a heart. If you ever face difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I, Lu, shall do my utmost to assist." Xie Laoi nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Xiao Yi, your medical skills are extraordinary. If you were to open a clinic, it would surely thrive." Yi Chen smiled, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Ye's mother approached with a platter of fruit, cheerfully stating, "Please enjoy the fruit while I prepare dinner. We will dine here tonight." Lu Laoi quickly stood to object, asserting, "Madam Yi, it would be an imposition. No matter what, I insist on treating everyone to dinner as a token of gratitude for Xiao Yi healing my injury." Despite Yi Chen's attempts to decline, Lu Laoi remained resolute, and Yi Chen ultimately acquiesced. After a brief conversation, they were soon urged by Lu Laoi to head out to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng was feeling quite vexed. Initially believing she had struck a lucrative deal by signing the house exchange agreement with the Leaf family, she soon found herself in a predicament, realizing she had been overly demanding, which had led to a stalemate. Now, her property stood alone amidst a flurry of construction that surrounded the area. Frustrated, Xiaofeng cursed the developers for their ruthlessness, lamenting that they would rather expend great effort to leave her solitary house standing than acquiesce to her requests. After much persuasion, the team leader responsible for the matter finally agreed to dine together, where she hoped to negotiate a compensation plan similar to the others. Xiaofeng stood at the entrance of the restaurant, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the person in charge while meticulously organizing her thoughts, fearing that yet another mishap might occur. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered the establishment, and after a moment of contemplation, she recognized it as Yi Chen, the very individual who had initially suggested the exchange of houses. With this realization, Xiaofeng hurriedly approached, positioning herself in front of Yi Chen and exclaiming, "Ah, you've truly caused me a great deal of trouble." Yi Chen, feigning ignorance at the sudden appearance of Xiaofeng, replied, "Who are you?" With her hands on her hips, Xiaofeng retorted boldly, "Was it you who concocted that ridiculous idea, suggesting I swap houses with my aunt's family? Do you have any idea how much you've put me through?" Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Yi Chen stifled a chuckle, then feigned enlightenment, saying, "Oh, I remember now. What is the matter? You traded one house for 3, and you still feel wronged?" Xiaofeng's expression faltered, and she hesitated, recounting the events with a vague narrative, omitting her own unreasonable demands and instead portraying herself as a victim of the contractor's bullying, claiming the compensation offered was minimal. However, her faltering demeanor made it evident to anyone that she was not being truthful. "That is no concern of mine. You had a perfectly good hand and squandered it. Who can you blame?" Yi Chen remarked. Suddenly, Xia Wanqing, who had remained silent, interjected, "Please step aside. Do not obstruct us from dining." Just as Xiaofeng was about to respond, she saw a man alight from a vehicle, her expression shifting as she turned to Yi Chen and ominously declared, "You just wait," before eagerly approaching the man. As Xiaofeng departed, the group entered the restaurant, requesting a private room from the server, who then led them to the second floor. Yi Chen chuckled and recounted the entire sequence of events, including his instructions to Wang Tong. Xia Wanqing laughed after hearing Yi Chen's tale, shooting him a playful glare. "You really have a knack for mischief, but this is indeed the best approach. If one seeks to take advantage, one must be prepared to suffer the consequences." Who would have thought Xiao Yi was so adept at healing, and even more skilled at dealing with people? Ha ha ha. Lu Lao also found himself amused, bursting into hearty laughter. "Manager Zhai, you must help me. Look at my situation. I have no water or electricity at home, and the roof is surrounded by construction debris. Please, speak to your superiors and tell them to demolish my place as well. If all else fails, I'll settle for the same compensation as others. That must be acceptable." In another private room, at a spacious table, only Xiaofeng and the man were present, with Xiaofeng ingratiating herself towards him. The man was Zhai Jiangtao, the on-site manager for the Wang Group's project, and naturally, Wang Tong had briefed him about Xiaofeng's predicament. After listening, Zhai Jiangtao smirked inwardly, then replied with a conflicted expression, "Sigh. It's not that I don't want to help, but your location is quite unique, falling into a gray area. Moreover, you initially demanded so much that the group has already decided against demolishing your property. Furthermore, your house is rather old. Even if it has a large title deed, it can only last another 20 or 30 years at most before it expires." Hearing the man's words, Xiaofeng felt a surge of anxiety within her and pleaded, "Manager Zhai, you must help me find a solution. As a fragile woman, how am I to survive if things proceed in such a manner?" Manager Zhai glanced at Xiaofeng's ample figure, inwardly cursing, "You call yourself a fragile woman? If you were any weaker, you would practically be spherical." However, he feigned a troubled expression and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke, "I understand that it is not easy for you alone. That said, I will make an exception this time. I can assist you in applying, but the compensation cannot be 3-to-1. It will have to be 1-to-1. Chapter 91. How old are you this year? Xiaofeng was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at Zhai Jiangtao and asked, "Are you saying that I can only receive compensation for a house of the same size?" "Yes, because whether you're here or not, it makes no difference. I am risking a reprimand by helping you apply," Manager Zhai explained. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have signed the agreement without hesitation. Now, not only was she not gaining anything extra, but she was actually receiving significantly less than others. Xiao Feng did not suspect Zhai Jiangtao of deceiving her, for the reality was evident. The demolition had indeed occurred, leaving her with only her house, and the situation was such that it could go either way without her. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up and said, "Manager Zhai, this house was acquired by trading my own property. I originally exchanged my 120 square meter house for this one. Could you please advocate on my behalf? If I could receive a 120 square meter house, I would gladly sign." Zhai Jiangtao, well aware of the situation, furrowed his brow and sighed, "Very well. I will help you apply, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." Xiao Feng's spirits lifted at this news, and she eagerly poured him a glass of white liquor, filling one for herself as well. Raising her glass with gratitude, she said, "Thank you, Brother Zhai. I toast to you." Meanwhile, Chen and his companions were also enjoying their conversation. Under the enthusiastic insistence of old Lu, even Ye's mother, who typically abstained from alcohol, sipped a small glass, her cheeks flushing with color. Xia Wanqing, seated beside Ye's mother like a dutiful daughter-in-law, alternated between offering her tissues and pouring her tea, stirring a ripple of emotions within Chen. As for old Xia, his love for liquor was well known, and he certainly indulged himself. By the end of the meal, he and old Lu were engaging in a merry exchange of drinks. Before long, the two elderly gentlemen appeared somewhat dazed, their speech noticeably slurred. Observing this, Xia Wanqing promptly decided to conclude the gathering, assisting both gentlemen as she and Chen guided them outside. Once the two elders were settled, Xia Wanqing turned to Chen and hesitated before asking, "Shall we take a walk?" Chen did not decline. He nodded and followed her outside. As they walked side by side beneath the soft glow of the community's streetlights, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them, occasionally interrupted by the sound of chirping insects. Xia Wanqing broke the silence first, inquiring, "What are your plans for the future?" Chen was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the implications of Xia Wanqing's mention of the future. After a brief silence, he replied, "What other plans could there be? I'll wait for the results to come out, attend university for a few years, and obtain a diploma." Xia Wanqing looked at Chen in astonishment. "Do you still care about that?" Chen chuckled softly, "I may not care, but my mother does. Acquiring a graduation certificate serves as a form of accountability for the years I've spent." Xia Wanqing nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. The air grew suddenly tranquil, the silence between them becoming awkward. To break the tension, Chen clumsily asked, "How many years has it been since you graduated from university?" Xia Wanqing turned her head and shot him a look. "What do you mean, how many years? I graduated just last year." Chen awkwardly touched his nose and inquired further, "Then how old are you this year?" Xia Wanqing turned fully towards him, gazing intently, and playfully retorted, "I'm 80. How old do you think I am? Why don't you ask me my exact age?" Realizing his inquiry had been misplaced, Chen chuckled and fell silent. Seeing his reaction, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but giggle softly, revealing, "I'm 22 in terms of virtual age." Chen nodded, suddenly realizing something. He halted in his tracks, astonished. "You graduated from university last year, so you're 21 this year? How is that possible?" Xia Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Is there a problem?" Chen blurted out, "You graduated last year, so shouldn't you be 23 this year?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that I'm old? Don't you know I can start school early?" Chen scratched his head, about to explain, when suddenly he felt a surge of energy rushing towards him. He quickly pulled Xia Wanqing aside to evade it. The unexpected turn of events startled Xia Wanqing, and just as she was about to speak, Chen called out to the shadows, "Come out." A figure emerged from the darkness, revealing Wang Iran, the same woman from Ame. "Are you done yet? If you provoke me again, I want to hold back," Chen stated, glaring at her. Wang Iran let out a cold laugh and replied, "Last time you caught me off guard. This time, I want to show you any mercy." With that, she launched another attack at Chen. Having been provoked by these individuals over the past few days, Chen was now irked. As Wang Iran charged at him, he kicked her aside, fuming, "I already gave you a chance last time. Today I'm giving you another. If they're essay next time, you'll face the consequences." Wang Iran felt a rush of blood in her throat and coughed up a mouthful. Having been pampered her entire life, she glared at Chen and declared, "If you dare to harm me, the Amaze sect 1T let you off, and neither will the Wang family from the summer resort. I'll have my brother kill you." Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her threat. "So you're from the Wang family at the summer resort? Are you scared now? Let me tell you, even if you kneel and apologize, I 1T forgive you." Xia Wanqing interjected from aside. "Is she referring to that Wang family from the last martial arts conference?" Chen nodded and continued to address Wang Iran. "You'd better call your family, and ask if they dare to seek revenge for you. Yi Chen remarked. The Zhao family has summoned some members from various sects to trouble me, among which Amei is one. However, this individual seems a bit unhinged, so there is no need to pay him any mind. After a brief pause, he continued, if you find yourselves in any peril, contact me immediately or head to my residence. Xiaobai will ensure your safety. Xiaobai. Xia Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiaobai was not just any Samyet, but a spirit beast whose combat prowess rivaled that of the gray-robed elder or Liang Lao from earlier. Yi Chen elucidated. Xia Wanqing nodded, though traces of astonishment lingered in her gaze. Yi Chen glanced at his phone and saw a call from Su Yi. Chapter 92. The Association's Request. Brother Yi, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Su Yi said hesitantly from the other end of the line. Brother Su, please feel free to speak. Yi Chen responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he realized he had indeed been remiss in considering his own resources first. What price are they proposing? 10 million per pill, totaling 50 million for 5 pills, of which the association will cover half. Without hesitation, Yi Chen replied, how about this, Brother Su? Let us set the price at 5 million each. The cost of crafting these pills is substantial, and I have exhausted all my savings in their creation. Just cover my costs for now, and once I find suitable alternatives, I shall refine more for free. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, ecstatic voices erupted from Su Ye's end, including Yang Zhanjuan and others. Thank you, Mr. Yi. We are fully aware of the value of these pills. Such divine substances, if introduced into the ancient martial world, would not merely fetch 10 million. Even 1 billion would see people scramble for them. Before Yi Chen could respond, Su Yi added, Brother Yi, are you available now? Everyone is quite exhilarated. If it's convenient, could you come to the martial arts hall? Otherwise, this group might not find peace tonight. Yi Chen checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. All right, I shall come over now. After hanging up, Yi Chen drove to the martial arts hall. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a throng of eager faces. Observing their almost radiant expressions, Yi Chen remarked dryly, what age are you all? Must you behave so immaturely? Yang Zhanjuan chuckled awkwardly. It's not entirely our fault. We've been stuck at our current levels for far too long. Yi Chen shook his head and retrieved the pills from the jade pendant S space. Upon seeing them, the group's breaths became noticeably heavier. Only then did they realize. Approaching Yi Chen with eager eyes. Take them, Yi Chen exclaimed. Are you waiting for me to feed you? Rolling his eyes at their foolishness, he added, Su Yi, bring a chair over here. Su Yi promptly set a chair beside Yi Chen and turned to the others, instructing, swallow them and circulate your energy to absorb their essence. With that, they each swallowed the pills and closed their eyes to commence their energy cultivation. In an instant, the martial arts hall was filled with swirling spiritual energy, and their auras began to rise steadily. Yi Chen sat quietly, observing their progress. After a moment, Zhan Zhao suddenly began to tremble, a look of anguish crossing his face. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly approached Jin Zhao, placing his hand on the man's pulse to find the medicinal effects within his body spiraling out of control. Yi Chen infused his spiritual energy into Zhan Zhao's body, assisting him in channeling the medicinal potency, and Zhan Zhao's tremors finally ceased. Continue to absorb. Yi Chen encouraged as he observed Zhan Zhao's eyes flutter open to meet his gaze. The latter promptly closed his eyes once more, resuming his absorption. Su Yi approached perplexed and inquired, Brother Yi, what is happening with him? It appears his cultivation level is insufficient to manage the overwhelming medicinal force within him. Yi Chen elucidated. Su Yi nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, Su Xing opened his eyes, beaming with joy. After glancing at the others still engrossed in their training, he approached Yi Chen and whispered, Thank you, Mr. Yi. I have successfully broken through to the initial stage of dark strength. He then bowed deeply to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, noting that there was still a considerable amount of medicinal energy left to be absorbed within Su Sheng. Indeed, while elixirs are merely aids, the true advancement through several realms ultimately relies on the long-term accumulation within your body. Once you completely absorb the medicinal properties, you should not be far from the mid-stage of dark strength. Su Sheng nodded, choosing not to rush the absorption, and sat beside the others who were still in the process. Soon after, Dong Jiang and Zhang Jinjie awoke from their meditative states, both having simultaneously reached the mid-stage of dark strength. Feeling the immense power coursing through them, they approached Yi Chen and bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your life-giving grace. Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, his brow furrowed as he observed Yang Zhanjuan, who was grappling with a forced breakthrough. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he remarked, He is attempting to forcibly ascend in rank, but the medicinal effects are waning, leaving him in a precarious state. He risks falling into madness. Mr. Yi, do you have a way to save President Yang? Dong Jiang implored anxiously. The others, having spent considerable time alongside Yang Zhanjuan, looked at Yi Chen with apprehension, aware of the danger their leader faced. Yi Chen shook his head and moved closer to Yang Zhanjuan, glancing at the slowly absorbing Zhen Zhao, and instructed, "Let us halt for now." Zhen Zhao opened his eyes, turning to Yi Chen. The latter met Zhen Zhao's gaze and queried, "Do you wish to save your president?" Zhen Zhao glanced at the anguished Yang Zhanjuan and, without hesitation, nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I promise you, in a few days, I will provide you with another elixir." After speaking, Yi Chen channeled his spiritual energy into Zhen Zhao, supporting the substantial amount of unabsorbed elixir within him and extracting it from Zhen Zhao's body. Zhen Zhao opened his mouth and expelled the elixir. The onlookers finally grasped Yi Chen's intention. He picked up the elixir, approached Yang Zhanjuan, gently pried open his mouth, and delivered the elixir inside. Although this method was somewhat difficult to accept, it represented the best course of action to rescue Yang Zhanjuan. Better to be unpleasant than to succumb to madness. At that moment, Yang Zhanjuan was struggling with his forced breakthrough, his internal state profoundly depleted. As the elixir, partially infused with Zhen Zhao's absorbed potency, entered his mouth, it swiftly replenished his void like a nourishing rain. The medicinal energy rapidly dispersed within him, coalescing into a new, formidable strength. Yang Zhanjuan's previously contorted visage eased gradually, and his body began to stabilize as he absorbed the medicinal force steadily. Everyone watched with bated breath, not daring to utter a sound. As time passed, the aura surrounding Yang Zhanjuan intensified, subtly hinting at a potential breakthrough. At long last, he abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant glimmer flashing forth, and a formidable aura erupted from his being. Chapter 93. Has Su Su arrived? The realm of the Grand Master. Seeing the president return to normalcy and successfully break through, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yang Zhanguo rose to his feet, approached Yi Chen, and suddenly knelt down, expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Yi, for your impartation of skills and for saving my life from now on, my life belongs to you." Yi Chen regarded the grateful Yang Zhanguo, paused for a moment, and lifted him from the ground. "You are overly eager for quick success. After so many years of cultivation, you still fail to grasp such a simple principle. Do you realize how fortunate you are that the absorption of the shock was slow? Otherwise, you know all too well what the outcome could have been." Yang Zhanguo, upon hearing Yi Chen's admonition, nodded in shame, approached Zhen Zhao, and bowed deeply, causing the latter to hastily step aside, exclaiming, "President, please do not do this. If I can save you, I would not hesitate to expend all my energy. Enough with the pleasantries. Fortunately, the outcome is satisfactory. I must take my leave now." Yi Chen interjected, glancing at the clock which read 2 o'clock in the morning, interrupting Yang Zhanguo's further remarks. In the days that followed, Yi Chen enjoyed a period of tranquility. He first arranged for the secret realm to be cordoned off, preventing any inadvertent intrusions, and then took the time to concoct a few lesser potency pills, sending one to Zhen Zhao via Su Yi. The remainder of his time was primarily spent at home, engaging in cultivation and delving into the inherited teachings, from which he acquired several minor techniques. Until one day, when Li Su called to inform Yi Chen that the college entrance examination scores had been released, inquiring about his results. Only then did Yi Chen realize that more than half a month had passed since the examination. After hanging up the phone, he opened the examination score inquiry webpage, entered his candidate number, and a string of numbers appeared before him. Name, Yi Chen, candidate number, XXXXX, Chinese, 125, Mathematics, 130, Foreign Language, 130, Physics, 100, Chemistry, 98, Biology, 95, total score, 678. During the examination, Yi Chen had intentionally answered a few questions incorrectly. Otherwise, achieving the highest score would have been a mere formality. Upon seeing this score, Yi Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Just then, his phone rang again, and it was his homeroom teacher calling. "Yi Chen, you scored 678. An outstanding achievement. Do you have any thoughts on this?" The teacher exclaimed with excitement. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Teacher, I already know, but I have not yet formulated my plans. I will inform you once I have decided." "All right, feel free to call me anytime once you've made up your mind." After hanging up, he was left pondering where to pursue his studies. Nonetheless, he had a vague objective in mind: the southern part of the country, as it was relatively rich in spiritual energy, making it more conducive for his cultivation. With this thought, Yi Chen picked up his keys, started his car, and headed towards the martial arts school. On the way, he called Su Yi, only to learn that there were some tasks at the association. And aside from Su Sheng holding down the fort, the others had ventured out of town. After ending the call, he gazed at the passing vehicles, momentarily unsure of his destination. After a brief hesitation, he restarted his car and drove toward Li Hu's tea house. In the same quaint building, Li Hu, who was on the phone, spotted Yi Chen entering the courtyard. He quickly uttered a few words, ended the call, and approached Yi Chen, saying, "Young Master Yi, I was just about to call you. Is there something you need?" Yi Chen glanced at Li Hu, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Upon entering the room, Li Hu brewed a pot of tea and continued. "Do you recall the Wang family from the summer resort?" Yi Chen nodded, prompting Li Hu to elaborate. "The head of the Wang family called today, expressing a desire to visit you. It seems he has a matter in need of your assistance." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately thought of the Amei disciple, surmising that he must have contacted his family, which explained the Wang family's urgent wish to meet him. Yi Chen nodded, saying, "There's no need to pay them any heed. I'm already aware of their intentions." Li Hu acknowledged with a nod, remaining silent as he poured a cup of tea, gently placing it before Yi Chen. "By the way, what is the current situation with the Nanha gang?" Yi Chen inquired. "Young master, you might be asking the wrong person. Most matters on the street are currently handled by the fourth. However, I recall him mentioning once that the Nanha gang has been somewhat unruly," Li Hu explained. Yi Chen nodded, knowing that Jianfeng would not simply vacate Baosher City without resistance. He took out his phone and dialed Li Si, instructing him to send a few individuals to the Nanha gang's territory to gather evidence of their market sabotage. Anything would suffice, the more, the better. Observing Yi Chen in the call, Li Hu asked, "What are your intentions, young master?" "At present, I have no inclination to concern myself with the Nanha gang. Since they refuse to leave quietly, let the authorities handle them," Yi Chen clarified. Naturally, Li Hu dared not oppose Yi Chen's decision. Yet he internally disapproved of such an approach, for conflicts among underground forces seldom warranted official intervention. Seemingly sensing Li Hu's thoughts, Yi Chen took a sip of tea and elaborated, "I understand your unspoken rules. If this were a fair fight between you and them, it would indeed be inappropriate to involve the authorities. However, the Nanha gang does not merit my adherence to the code of chivalry." Li Hu nodded and refilled Yi Chen's cup. Just then, the phone rang again. Yi Chen glanced at the screen and realized it was a call from Su Su. Remembering the spirited girl, he smiled and answered the call. Su Su's playful voice came through. "Yi Chen Gij, if I hadn't called, would you have forgotten about me?" Hearing her voice, Yi Chen could vividly imagine her adorable expression and sheepishly replied, "How could I? I often inquire about you from your cousin." "Really?" Su Su asked, surprised. "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask your cousin," Yi Chen said, instantly regretting it, fearing she might actually question Xia Wanqing. "I believe you. Come pick me up. I've just arrived at Baosher City's high-speed railway station," Su Su said cheerfully. "Why did you come all of a sudden?" Yi Chen asked. "Because I'm on holiday." "What? Are you not welcoming me?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, Su Su's smile vanished, and she said with mock seriousness, "You better not be." Chapter 94. Su Ye's plea for help. Yi Chen quickly insisted otherwise. "Does your cousin know you are at Baosheng?" Yi Chen inquired. Hearing Yi Chen's barrage of questions, Su Su couldn't help but retort, "Hurry up and pick me up. Why are you asking so much?" Yi Chen fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. After disconnecting the call, he drove swiftly towards the high-speed railway station. Upon arriving, he spotted Su Su seated beside an enormous suitcase, engaged in a phone conversation. Approaching her, Su Su noticed Yi Chen and exclaimed with delight, I can't talk now. My brother Yi Chen is going to pick me up?" Without waiting for Lu Zi to respond, she abruptly ended the call. "Brother Yi Chen, did you really think of me?" Su Su rose, gazing at Yi Chen with a hint of shyness. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, "Of course, let us go. The car is outside." He then assisted her with the suitcase as they proceeded out. Once inside the vehicle, Yi Chen turned to Su Su and asked, "Where to? Should I take you to your cousins or your uncles?" In a departure from her usual playful demeanor, Su Su shyly inquired, "I heard from my mother that you live in the same neighborhood as my grandfather?" Yi Chen confirmed, "Yes, your uncle brought me there last time. Then I'll stay at my grandfather's." Su Su's face flushed, and she continued in a hushed tone, "This way, I can visit you every day." Yi Chen, not contemplating too deeply, nodded as the car gradually pulled away from the station. As they arrived beneath Mr. Xie's building, Yi Chen's phone rang again. With a sigh of resignation, he checked the caller ID and saw it was Su Yi. Upon answering, Su Yi's anxious voice came through, "Brother Yi, we're in trouble. The president is seriously injured. Please help us." "Where are you now?" Yi Chen asked. Sui quickly replied, "We're in the mountains south of Kyoto. We're not sure of the exact location. We've been ambushed by the Zhao family and are constantly evading their pursuit. Our phones are about to die." Chen frowned and said, "Send me your location immediately. I'll come right away." After hanging up, Sui promptly sent the coordinates. Chen opened the navigation app and discovered it was not far, just over 100 kilometers, though the app indicated that driving directly to the destination was impossible. He zoomed in on the map, locating a road south of Suye's coordinates, and then called back, instructing, "Keep heading south. There's a road not far from you. Once you reach it, try to hide in the vicinity until I arrive." After ending the call, Chen glanced at Su, who was glaring at him with a puffed-up expression. He rubbed his nose and gestured his phone, saying, "You heard, I have to go save someone." Su opened the car door and stepped out, stamping her foot as she huffed. "You're such a jerk, Chen. I came all this way to see you, and you want to even stay." Although she had overheard the gist of Suye's call and understood Chen had urgent matters, she still shot him an annoyed glance. Chen ruffled Su's hair, apologized, and then hopped back into the car, speeding off toward the coordinates. Dongjiang, carrying the unconscious Yang Zhanjuan, turned to Suyi and asked, "How's it going? When will Mr. Yi arrive?" Beside them, Zhang Jinjie and Zhun Zhao had also sustained injuries. Yet they still retained the ability to move. Upon hearing Dongjiang's words, they gazed eagerly at Suyi. Suyi, though uninjured, appeared somewhat disheveled. He nodded at the group and said, "Yes, Chen is on his way. Let us endure a bit longer. Once he arrives, we shall be saved." He added, "From this moment on, let us follow my lead and head south. Once we approach the highway, Yi Lao Di will be nearly here." The group nodded in agreement and began to move slowly southward in Suye's direction. Meanwhile, Chen had just exited the city limits when Li Si called again, stating, "Mr. Yi, the Wang family from the summer resort has arrived and wishes to see you. I'm too busy to deal with them right now. Have them wait." Chen replied, his irritation palpable. Recognizing the unusual tone in Chen's voice, Li Si dared not say more and promptly ended the call. "I can't go on any longer. Let's take a break," Zhun Zhao declared, plopping down on the ground. Suyi assessed the condition of his companions, particularly Dongjiang, who had been carrying the president and was now panting heavily. Given the high intensity of their exertion and their injuries, it was remarkable that they were all martial artists. Otherwise, ordinary individuals would have succumbed long ago. "Let us rest for a moment and check on the president's condition," Suyi suggested. They gently placed Yang Zhanjun on the ground, and Zhang Junjie reached out to check his pulse, his expression darkening as he remarked, "The president's injuries are too severe. His pulse is chaotic. If he doesn't receive medical attention soon." I feared Dongjiang's expression turned cold as he angrily struck a nearby tree with his fist, exclaiming, "Damn the Zhao family. Mr. Yi should never have let them go last time. Zhao, you should have been torn to shreds." Before Su Yi could respond, Zhang Jinjie admonished, "Enough. It is not your place to question Mr. Ye's decisions." Dongjiang's face stiffened as he replied, "I am not doubting Mr. Ye's choice to let them go. Rather, I believe Zhao Yi deserves his fate. After being released, he not only showed no gratitude, but also speculated that we had allied with Mr. Yi, plotting against us. How many experts does the Zhao family possess? The president has already entered the realm of masters, yet he was unable to contend with that old man." Su Yi sighed. Zhun Zhao looked at the others, hesitating before saying, "I believe that individual is not from the Zhao family. He must be a hired hand from their sect." Zhang Jinjie turned to Zhun Zhao and inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" The old man spoke with a distinct southern accent, and although our Mandarin is not perfect, a long-term resident of the North would certainly understand us. Yet, that elder seemed completely oblivious to our conversation, Zhun Zhao explained. "The Zhao family has not given up. They have gathered so many to target Mr. Yi," Dongjiang remarked. Suyi glanced at the still unconscious Yang Zhanjun and pondered. "Do you think that old man could possibly have attained the legendary Grandmaster realm?" After a brief silence, Zhun Zhao spoke up. "Regardless of whether he is a Grandmaster, that gray-robed elder was also a master, yet he was turned to ashes by Mr. Ye's lightning. Indeed, it matters not if he is a Grandmaster. He cannot possibly rival Mr. Yi." Chapter 95, The Arrival of Chen. Search thoroughly. Do not let them escape. A reward of 1 million for capturing Zhao Xiao, and 5 million for apprehending them all. A sudden voice echoed from a distance, startling a few individuals. Zhang Jinjie quickly shielded Yang Zhanzuan behind him and fled southward. The commotion caught the attention of the Zhao family members who were searching nearby, and they shouted, "They're over there. Hurry, pursue them." At that moment, a hand grasped him firmly. It was Zhang Jinjie. "Hold on, we cannot be captured." He gritted through his teeth. Meanwhile, Yi Chun drove at full speed, relieved that the area was sparsely populated. As they approached the target location, his anxiety intensified. Upon arrival, Yi Chun activated his spiritual awareness but detected no traces of the group. After a moment of hesitation, he exited the vehicle and darted northward toward the coordinates. As for Su Yi and the others, they were utterly exhausted. After a relentless sprint southward, they were finally cornered by the Zhao family members. Haha, keep running. I relish the thrill of the hunt. Zhao Ida, the Zhao family steward, approached them with a sinister grin. Su Yi smirked, panting heavily. Only dogs chase rabbits. And it seems the Zhao family has a loyal hound. Zhao Ida's expression stiffened as he advanced toward Su Yi, kicking him to the ground in anger. Impudent. You're already a prisoner, yet dare to provoke my authority. Already drained of energy, Su Yi could not withstand the force of Zhao Ida's kick and collapsed. Coughing up blood, Zhang Zhenjie hurried over to assist Su Yi, glaring at Zhao Ida. Do you not fear that Mr. Yi will seek revenge for us? Zhao Ida chuckled. Though the Yi family is formidable, do not presume my family lacks countermeasures. Moreover, should you perish here, it will be deemed a glorious sacrifice. And the Yi will remain oblivious to our involvement. Oye Gurinnud, Revalink Beludietit. I apologize, but I have already contacted Mr. Yi. Zhao Ida burst into laughter. This forest is already equipped with signal jammers set by my family. Your lies are futile. Su Yi retrieved his phone. The president of the provincial association is a member of your family. Surely, you are aware that our calls connect directly to satellites? A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Seeing Su Ye's defiance, Zhao Ida's face darkened as he waved his hand. Seize them. Leave no one behind. Just as the Zhao family members prepare to strike, a figure shot forth from the trees like lightning. It was Yi Chun, with a cold gaze and a powerful aura radiating from him. He appeared before Su Yi and the others. You Zhao family possess great audacity, Yi Chun declared icily. Zhao Ida was startled at the sight of Yi Chun, recalling his formidable prowess during the exchange meeting. His legs weakened slightly, yet he feigned composure. Yi Chun, though you are impressive, today you cannot save them. He waved his hand, and the Zhao family members encircled Yi Chun. Simultaneously, they shouted, We beseech the ancestor of Yin and Yang to subdue this scoundrel. A voice echoed ominously, Yellow-haired brat, surrender now. Yi Chun scoffed disdainfully, swiftly forming hand seals as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and the Zhao family members felt themselves ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Zhao Ida gazed at Yi Chun in terror. Today, your Zhao family must pay the price for your actions. Upon finishing his words, Yi Chun waved his hands, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that swept towards the Zhao clan. The cries of the Zhao family echoed as they collapsed one by one. Zhao Ida slumped to the ground, spitting blood, his eyes filled with dread. You dare. Just as he spoke, a frail figure lunged towards Yi Chun. Anticipating this, Yi Chun delivered a punch to the elder, and upon impact, a resounding crash reverberated as Zhao Ida's ancestor staggered back several meters. The elder muttered incomprehensible dialects before channeling energy towards Yi Chun. Unfazed, Yi Chun's spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a protective shield. The oncoming force struck the shield, producing mere ripples. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun flickered and appeared before the ancestor, delivering another punch. The elder, caught off guard by Yi Chun's swiftness, hastily raised his hands to defend, yet the force of Yi Chun's blow left him with numb arms, propelling him backward once again. After landing, a glint of ferocity flashed in the elder's eyes as he retrieved a small black bottle from his robes, uncapping it to release a noxious odor. A swarm of black insects surged forth from the bottle, lunging at Yi Chun. Frowning, Yi Chun shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames from his hand, incinerating the insects into ashes. Seeing his plan foiled, the elder's expression soured. At that moment, he was horrified to find an even larger fireball hurtling towards him. Sensing the destructive energy within the fireball, despair flickered in the elder's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he maximized his internal energy, clenched his fists, and charged at the fireball. Another thunderous crash echoed as the elder staggered back a few steps, then coughed up blood, staring at Yi Chun and inquiring, Who are you? Such power at such a young age? Yi Chun smiled, surveying the Zhao family members around him, proclaiming, None associated with the Zhao family shall escape today. At this moment, Su Yi and the others reacted, fueled with fervor upon seeing Yi Chun, and charged at the Zhao family with fervent shouts. In a gruesome display, Yi Chun's fist struck the elder's head, splattering red and white matter like a smashed watermelon. The once mighty master fell in such a wretched manner. Witnessing this, the Zhao family completely lost their will to fight and, under the pursuit of Su Yi and his companions, scattered in a desperate flight. Zhao Ida, witnessing this turn of events, flashed a look of malice and retrieved an object from his robes, crushing it fiercely. Chapter 96. Zhao Yi's Triumph. With a sudden burst, a mist-like substance emanated from Zhao Ida's hand. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen discerned that this mist was, in fact, a swarm of tiny flying insects, resembling grains of millet. Once released by Zhao Ida, the insects quickly enveloped him, and soon, a chilling scream pierced the air. The onlookers were horrified to witness Zhao Ida's flesh and blood visibly diminish at an alarming rate, as the minuscule creatures voraciously devoured him. The gruesome spectacle churned the stomachs of all present. In no time, Zhao Ida was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. Devoid of the allure of Zhao Ida's flesh, the swarm coalesced in the air and turned their attention towards Yi Chen. "Be careful, Yi," Su Yi exclaimed in a panic. As the insects approached, and recalling Zhao Ida's tragic fate, Yi Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him. He quickly formed a hand seal and hurled a fireball at the swarm. Although the fireball incinerated numerous insects, a greater multitude continued to surge towards him. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen unleashed several more fireballs, but the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Before long, the insects were upon Yi Chen. With no time to ponder, he summoned a protective energy shield to fend them off. Relieved to see the swarm unable to penetrate the shield, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, only to be startled anew. He was horrified to discover that these insects could even gnaw at his energy shield, causing his internal spiritual energy to dissipate rapidly. What manner of monstrosity is this? How could such a terrifying creature reside within Zhao Ida? Sensing the swift depletion of his spiritual energy, Yi Chen experienced an unprecedented surge of panic since acquiring his legacy. His mind raced as he frantically searched through the records of his master and the jade pendant's inheritance regarding these insects, but he found no useful information. Then, upon observing the corpses of the insects scorched by his fireball, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Yi Chen then fervently channeled his unique fire energy, forcefully infusing it into the energy shield. The moment they merged, he felt the rate of energy consumption spike dramatically. Just as Yi Chen was on the brink of despair, the anxious Su Yi and the others witnessed a flash of red light around him. Suddenly, the previously dense swarm encircling Yi Chen erupted in wisps of green smoke and fell to the ground in droves. Gazing at the pile of insect remains, the immense drain on his spiritual energy caused Yi Chen to black out momentarily, and his body swayed perilously as he nearly collapsed. Sensing his distress, a worried Su Yi rushed to his side and helped him to a seated position. "How are you, Yi?" he inquired urgently. The others quickly gathered around, their faces etched with concern. "What in the world was that?" Yi Chen asked, still shaken. The group shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. However, Dong Jiang hesitated before speaking. "This bears resemblance to a type of insect I have heard about." The others turned to Dong Jiang, intrigued and eager to know more. "What kind?" they pressed. "The devouring spirit insect," Dong Jiang replied. "Years ago, during my travels in your province, the locals spoke of such a creature, though I cannot ascertain if this is indeed the same. It is said that this item is exceedingly rare in your province," Dong Jiang explained. Yi Chen nodded, his tone grave as he remarked, "First the snowy mountains of the western regions, then a May, and now someone from your province appears. The Zhao family is courting death." Suddenly, Zhang Jinjie recalled the still unconscious Yang Zhanggu, and with a worried expression exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, please check on our esteemed president." Yi Chen glanced at Yang Zhanggu lying nearby and reassured him, "Do not worry, you will not perish. I will treat your president once I have regained some strength." Having said that, he retrieved a pill from the jade pendant space, placing it in his mouth to restore his nearly depleted spiritual energy. Upon seeing Yi Chen produce the pill, a glimmer of greed sparked in the eyes of those present, prompting Yi Chen to roll his eyes and say, "Although this item can swiftly enhance your cultivation, it is not meant for continuous consumption. Once you stabilize your current level, there will be plenty of such items for you." Understanding the truth in Yi Chen's words, they nodded, and each found a place to sit down. After a brief moment, Yi Chen opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up, and approached Yang Zhanggu. Su Yi and the others, witnessing this, gathered around him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen circulated his internal spiritual energy, crouched down, and began to mend Yang Zhanggu's shattered body. "Where is Zhao Ida?" Zhao, he asked angrily over the phone. The Zhao family member, who had escaped from Su Yi and the others, fearfully explained, Butler Zhao was surrounded by a swarm of insects. I do not know what happened afterward. However, I never expected that even the ancient master Yin Yang ancestor could not contend with you. You are truly formidable. Even if you have not been consumed by the spirit-devouring insect, having killed members of the Polar Sect will surely provoke their relentless retaliation. Ha ha ha. To dare oppose the Zhao family, this is your fate. The Polar Sect, headquartered in the region of Yun Province, is notorious for its chaotic mix of individuals due to its proximity to Myanmar. Unlike other sects, the Polar Sect is divided into inner and outer sects. The outer members are generally ordinary people who have not practiced cultivation, yet they are ruthless and cunning. Many fraudulent schemes in the northern regions of Myanmar bear the mark of the Polar Sect. Those in the inner sect, however, are practitioners of ancient martial arts, possessing considerable strength. Zhao Yi, reveling in the thought that even if Yi Chen was not consumed by the spirit-devouring insect, offending the Polar Sect would lead to dire consequences, felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had healed Yang Zhanggu's injuries, though he remained unconscious. The others nodded in agreement and rose to follow Yi Chen southward. Chapter 97. Xie Jianjun seeks help. The truck driver, pleased as he counted the 2,000 yuan in his hand, turned the vehicle towards Bao City. Yi Chen glanced at the dirt-covered Su Yi beside him and remarked with exasperation, "You've spent 2,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be a waste not to ride?" Su Yi chuckled, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Brother Yi, do you think I would ask you for the fare?" Yi Chen shook his head and entered the vehicle, with Su Yi climbing in after him, plopping down in the passenger seat, and sighing, "Ah, genuine leather seats are truly comfortable. There are still 2 spots in the back. The 3 fools could have left one to care for President Yang." Yi Chen rolled his eyes and scolded, "Some people have the decency to be aware of their foul odor, unlike you, who lacks all shame." Su Yi, unfazed, simply chuckled in response. The journey continued in silence. Upon returning to Baosher City, Yi Chen, enduring the lingering stench, hastily deposited Su Yi at the roadside, leaving the latter with a look of forlorn discontent as he departed. As soon as Yi Chen entered his home, he rushed into the bathroom, eager to cleanse himself, as if striving to wash away the unpleasant odor from the journey. After changing into fresh attire, he settled onto the sofa, ready to unwind, when suddenly, an unexpected call came from Xie Jianjun, who had been silent for quite some time. Upon answering, Xie Jianjun spoke. "Xiaoyi, do you have a moment?" "Uncle Xie, what is it?" Yi Chen inquired. "It's about the new development site in the eastern suburbs owned by the Xie family. Incidents keep occurring. Initially, a worker was injured, and as the project progressed, 2 workers lost their lives. This morning, yet another 2 workers have died, despite all our safety measures being in place. In all my years, I have never encountered such a situation," Xie Jianjun explained. After hearing Xie Jianjun's words, Yi Chen furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before responding. "I'm not well versed in these matters. Please send me the location of the construction site, and I will head over shortly." "All right, I'll wait for you there." With that, Xie Jianjun ended the call. Yi Chen then dialed Su Yi's number, which rang several times before Su Yi finally picked up. "What is up, Brother Yi?" "I'm at home, taking a shower." "Oh yeah, iklaim it. Wash quickly and thoroughly. Once you're done, get dressed and come down. I'll pick you up from downstairs." Yi Chen concluded the call and drove towards Su Ye's residence. Upon arriving at the foot of Su Yi's building, Yi Chen spotted him waiting outside. After getting into the car, Su Yi asked, "Where are we headed, Brother Yi?" Then, wrinkling his nose, he inquired, "What is that smell in the car?" Yi Chen glanced at Su Yi and replied, nonchalantly, "The scent of dog feces?" Su Yi, taken aback, stared at Yi Chen and asked, "Did your dog relieve itself in the car?" Su Yi, "All right, enough joking. Here's the situation." Yi Chen proceeded to recount Xie Jianjun's concerns, observing Su Yi's contemplative expression as he spoke. "Didn't you mention the existence of the Maoshan sect? I'm not familiar with such matters. I've only encountered a spirit once during the last exchange conference, and I'm unsure of its authenticity. Come with me to take a look, after all. You've been around for many years." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Yi's eyes sparkled with interest as he patted his chest confidently. "Leave it to me." Yi Chen nodded, opened the location Xie Jianjun had sent, and drove towards the coordinates. Before long, they arrived at the site where Xie Jianjun's vehicle was already parked. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Su Yi alight from the car, Xie Jianjun hurried over, gesturing towards the desolate construction site. "It hasn't been long since work commenced, and already 4 workers have died. The others claim it's haunted, and now they are too frightened to come to work." Yi Chen followed Xie Jianjun's gesture. observing that everything appeared normal. Yet he sensed something was amiss. Turning to Su Yi, he asked, "What do you think?" Su Yi stepped forward, boldly pushing open the gate of the construction site, and turned back with a grin. "I'm going in to take a look." Yi Chen tapped his forehead, glancing at the amusing Su Yi, a few dark lines crossing his brow. "Little Yi, who is this?" Xie Jianjun inquired, looking at Su Yi. Hearing this, Su Yi turned around, smiled, and replied, "I am Su Yi, a junior brother of Yi." Xie Jianjun was taken aback, gazing at Yi Chen with a look of confusion. "No need to mind him. He's just a fool," Yi Chen remarked. The group arrived at the construction site, where Xie Jianjun pointed to a pool of blood on the ground, saying, "This is where the incident occurred this morning." The crane hook fell, striking 2 workers who were on duty, resulting in their immediate death. Yi Chen lifted his gaze to the towering crane arm and then glanced at the hook on the ground. Xie Jianjun explained, "Such equipment is inspected before crane installation and is regularly replaced. Moreover, it has only been a few days since construction began, and the crane wasn't even in use. There wasn't a single person on it. For this to fall inexplicably is indeed quite eerie." Yi Chen nodded, closed his eyes, and expanded his consciousness outward. After a moment, he opened his eyes and asked, "Were the previous 2 accidents also in this location?" "I need to check. I'm unaware of the earlier incidents. It's quite common for a few workers to perish during construction. The crew below didn't inform me until they sensed something amiss, which is when I learned about the situation here," he said, pulling out his phone to call the project manager. After a brief conversation, Xie Jianjun hung up and said, "Little Yi, just as you mentioned, the previous 2 incidents also occurred in this location. Should we summon the project manager to the site?" Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Let's leave for now. I will call a few workers and an excavator to come tonight." Xie Jianjun nodded, inquiring, "What time tonight?" Yi Chen glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon, and contemplated for a moment before responding, "Around 10. Xie Jianjun nodded again, and the group departed one after another. "Little Yi, why are we coming at night? Did you discover something?" So he asked as they were in the car. "To save you today, I expended energy that has yet to be replenished, so I need some time to recover." Yi Chen paused, hesitating. "I did notice some peculiarities, but I am uncertain if my conjectures are correct." "What kind of peculiarities?" Su Ye's expression tightened. Yi Chen shook his head and replied, "We'll discuss it tonight." "You seem to indulge quite well." Yi Chen chuckled. Yang Zhanjuan awkwardly added, "It's only because Mr. Yi possesses remarkable medical skills. Otherwise, I would have been bedridden for months. Please find me a quiet place. I need to rest. You 2 should accompany me tonight," Yi Chen instructed. Hearing this, Yang Zhanjuan looked bewildered at Su Yi, who quickly said, "You first arrange a place for little Yi. I will explain later." Yang Zhanjuan promptly nodded and led Yi Chen to the resting area. Chapter 98. Is there a ghost? Around 9 o'clock that evening, Yi Chen opened his eyes in the resting room. After several hours of recovery, his energy had been fully restored. He opened the door and stepped outside. In the hall, Su Yi and Yang Zhanjuan were drinking tea, and upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, they immediately stood up. "Mr. Yi, may I accompany you? Perhaps I can be of assistance," Yang Zhang was suggested. Yi Chen nodded. With Yang Zhang's willingness to help, he naturally would not decline. He turned to the 2 and said, "Let's go." The 2 quickly followed Yi Chen outside, where they boarded his vehicle and headed towards the construction site in the eastern suburbs. Upon their arrival, they found Xie Jianjun already waiting at the site with workers and an excavator. Surrounding the construction area, several large floodlights illuminated the scene as brightly as day. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Xie Jianjun approached him and gestured toward the man, saying, "Young Yi, this is the project manager. Feel free to ask him any questions you may have." Yi Chen glanced at the individual, but remained silent, instead walking to the spot where the incident had occurred earlier that day. He pointed to the bloodstains and said to Xie Jianjun, "Uncle Xie, have the excavator operator dig here." After hearing this, Xie Jianjun beckoned the excavator operator and shouted, "Dig down in this area." As the machine began its work, a group of workers gathered around, watching in astonishment as the pit deepened. "Brother Yi, what do you think is down there?" Su Yi inquired curiously. Xie Jianjun also turned to Yi Chen, seemingly eager to understand the reasoning behind his instructions. Yi Chen shook his head. "I'm not entirely certain at the moment. We shall soon find out." The trust they placed in Yi Chen was unwavering, and hearing his words, they ceased their probing questions, turning their attention back to the pit, which had now reached a depth of 3 meters. At that moment, the excavator's bucket appeared to strike something solid, producing a resonant clunk. The operator halted and called out, "It seems there is something large and hard beneath." Yi Chen's expression sharpened, and he stepped forward, channeling his energy to sense what lay below. "Continue digging around it, but be cautious. Once the entire object is exposed, we will excavate it manually. Upon hearing Yi Chen's instructions, the surrounding workers frantically waved their hands, expressing their fear. We dare not go down there. Seeing their reaction, Yi Chen realized the need for reassurance and explained, "Do not worry. Nothing will go wrong with me here." At that moment, Xie Jianjun interjected, "Anyone brave enough to descend will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan." Upon hearing of the 10,000 yuan incentive, the workers' eyes lit up, exchanging glances with one another and remaining silent. Observing this, Yi Chen smiled. Indeed, the power of capital is boundless. As the soil was gradually cleared away, a substantial black iron box gradually came into view. The box measured over a meter in width and more than 2 meters in length, and despite being struck by the excavator, it remained entirely intact, a testament to its durability. "What on earth is this?" Suyi exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Chen disregarded the question and instructed a few nearby workers. "Go down and secure it with a steel cable. Use the excavator to lift it up." The workers, unfamiliar with such an unusual scenario, instinctively hesitated at Yi Chen's command. However, the thought of the 10,000 yuan bonus spurred them on. Gritting their teeth, they found a steel cable nearby and began their descent down the excavator's bucket. Before long, they had successfully bound the iron box and attached the steel cable to the bucket. "Let's lift it." Once all the workers were back on solid ground, Yi Chen signaled the excavator operator to proceed. As the bucket ascended, the steel wire entwined around the iron coffin gradually tightened, producing a discordant screech that sent a chill down the spines of those present. As the iron coffin slowly emerged from the ground, a wave of terror washed over the crowd. This was no mere iron box, but rather a black iron coffin. The workers who had descended to secure the steel wire were now pallid with fear upon realizing the grim reality. What malevolence! To craft a coffin from iron, what immense hatred must lie behind it? Yang Zhangguan lamented. Hearing his words, Yi Chen and the others turned to him with curiosity. "Oh, does President Yang possess some insight?" Yang Zhangguan continued. "Metal does not traverse the realms of yin and yang. Should a coffin be fashioned from iron, it may ensnare the soul within, hindering its passage to the afterlife. Over time, accumulated resentment could even transform into malevolent spirits. Look at those mysterious inscriptions carved around the coffin. If they have resorted to using iron for the coffin, those inscriptions are certainly no benign matter." The group glanced toward the coffin and indeed observed the enigmatic symbols etched around it. Yi Chen turned to Xie Jianjun and said, "Uncle Xie, instruct the workers to retreat." Xie nodded and gestured for the workers to exit. Suyi gazed at the chilling coffin and swallowed hard. "Yi Laodi, what shall we do next?" Yi Chen smiled and replied, "We shall open the coffin." Upon hearing Yi Chen's declaration, a flicker of dread crossed Suye's eyes, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, saying, "Yi Laodi, do not jest. Opening a coffin is the work of Taoists. What do we know of such matters?" Yi Chen playfully patted Su Ye's chest, teasingly saying, "Who was it that assured me this was all on you this afternoon?" Then Yi Chen explained, "When we arrived this afternoon, I sensed something amiss at the sight, an aura of resentment emanating from the ground. However, lacking expertise in this area, I refrained from voicing my concerns." Yang Zhangguan spoke slowly. "This coffin must be ancient. The resentment has undoubtedly intensified over time. It is a wonder that no accidents have occurred during construction here." Yi Chen turned to Xie Jianjun and inquired, "Uncle Xie, prior to developing the property, did you not consult a feng shui master?" Xie responded, "Well, such matters are typically arranged by the project manager." He then seemed to realize something, his voice rising in anger. Could that scoundrel have done this intentionally? Yi Chen shook his head. Not necessarily. He was likely just embezzling the funds. He recalled the project manager's furtive glance when Xie Jianjun had introduced him. Just as Xie Jianjun was about to speak, a sudden thud emanated from the direction of the coffin, drawing everyone's attention. "What was that sound?" Suyi asked, panic-stricken. Yi Chen, sensing the situation within the coffin, replied slowly, "What else could it be? Seeing that we have yet to release it, it is likely growing anxious." Yang Zhangguan's expression remained impassive, while Xie Jianjun turned pale. Suyi stammered, You mean there's a ghost inside? As for whether it is a ghost, that remains uncertain." Yi Chen approached the coffin and continued, "But it certainly will not be anything pleasant." Yang Zhangjuan followed Yi Chen towards the coffin, while Su Yi, gritting his teeth, trailed behind him, fear evident on his face. "Uncle Xie, do not approach." Yi Chen halted the advancing Xie Jianjun and turned to Su Yi and the others, commanding, "You two, stand behind me and do not move." With that, Yi Chen placed his hands firmly atop the coffin, the so-called heavens, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms and pushing with all his might. The grooves connecting the lid to the coffin shattered instantly, producing a piercing sound as the friction between the lid and the coffin intensified. Just as the lid was about to be fully opened, a surge of black mist erupted from within the coffin, seemingly with a predetermined target, rushing towards Yi-Chun. Anticipating this, Yi-Chun waved his right hand, sending a bolt of lightning towards the black mist. The mist swiftly altered its course, evading Yi-Chun's strike, leaving him startled. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of Xiaobai. At that moment, Yi-Chun regretted his reckless decision to open the coffin. Nevertheless, he concentrated his spiritual energy once more, launching a fireball at the black mist, only to have it narrowly escape again. As Yi-Chun sought further means to combat the mist, it charged at him once more, even faster than before. Before he could react, the black mist penetrated into his body. Mr. Yi, Brother Yi, Yang Zhanjuan and Su Yi gasped in horror at the sight. As the black mist entered him, Yi-Chun felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his body, accompanied by an unbearable throbbing pain in his head. A piercing voice echoed in his mind. Who are you? Yi-Chun inquired. My past identity is inconsequential. Henceforth, I shall become you. The voice replied mockingly. Enduring the agonizing pain in his mind, Yi-Chun persisted. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. I intend to seize your body. Though your aptitude is mediocre with your vessel, I shall swiftly regain my strength and seek vengeance upon the Zhang family. No sooner had the voice faded than Yi-Chun felt a tremendous force invade his mind, the overwhelming pressure nearly causing him to lose consciousness. His awareness began to blur under the impact of this energy. If this continued, his consciousness would surely dissipate. Yet, lacking any experience in such matters, Yi-Chun gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, striving to remain alert. With your mere cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, resistance is futile. Seizing your body is merely a matter of time. You might as well surrender it willingly. The voice continued. Yi-Chun felt an intense discomfort, as if his very soul were being forcefully expelled. No, if you seek to occupy my body, then we shall perish together. With that declaration, Yi-Chun forcibly channeled his internal spiritual energy and struck his own head with a palm. At that critical juncture, another voice resonated within his mind. A mere soul dares to seize the disciple of this emperor. Who are you? The voice exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His master had awakened. Subsequently, Su Yi and the others watched as Yi-Chun's head tilted and he collapsed, losing consciousness. In a hospital room, Yi-Chun lay upon the bed, while Su Yi and Yang Zhanguan sat nearby. Xie Jianjun gazed at the still unconscious Yi-Chun with an expression of deep remorse. The door swung open as Xie Wanqing and Su Su entered, carrying a selection of fruits. Upon seeing Xie Jianjun by the bedside, they inquired, Father, has Yi-Chun not yet awakened? Xie Jianjun turned to the two, his face etched with regret, and lamented, It is entirely my fault. What harm would it have caused to forego that piece of land? Why did I have to call Xiao Yi over? If it weren't for me, Xiao Yi wouldn't be in this state of unconsciousness. Mr. Xie, do not blame yourself. Mr. Yi is truly unparalleled. He will surely recover. Yang Zhanguan reassured, casting a glance at the bedridden Yi-Chun, firmly believing in his eventual awakening. Su Yi, though equally concerned for Yi-Chun, nodded in agreement with Yang Zhanguan's words. Both held steadfast to the belief that Yi-Chun, who had triumphed over countless battles, would not be vanquished by that dark force. At that moment, the three had only witnessed the dark energy infiltrating Yi-Chun's body, unaware of the perilous turmoil occurring within him, nor the depth of danger he faced. They had only seen him succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter, prompting their urgent rush to the hospital. Su Su approached the bedside, her heart heavy as she looked at Yi-Chun's tightly shut eyes. Yi-Chun, please wake up. You promised to take me out for a meal yesterday, and you have yet to fulfill that promise, she implored. Xie Wanqing, observing the poignant scene, felt tears welling in her eyes and quickly turned her head aside. Yi-Chun could hear every word of their conversation clearly, yet he remained trapped in the depths of unconsciousness, utterly powerless to awaken, a sensation that tormented him profoundly. Master, are you still with me? Yi-Chun mentally called out in desperation. After a brief moment, the voice of the Holy Spirit Emperor resonated in his mind. Do you now comprehend why you were utterly defenseless before that soul entity? Upon hearing his master's voice, Yi-Chun felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, though he remained perplexed. Why is that? It is because you possess the cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, yet your spiritual power has not even reached the 3rd layer. The Holy Spirit Emperor explained. Yi-Chun pondered, Spiritual power? Indeed. Have you not noticed that your range of consciousness is limited? Currently, you cannot even compare yourself to other cultivators. In essence, you must diligently practice your spiritual awareness. How can I cultivate my spiritual power? Chen inuited urgently. Realizing the truth, Chen acknowledged that aside from the absorption of spiritual herbs, he had not diligently practiced since entering the mid-stages of chi refinement. Enlightenment dawned upon him as the Holy Spirit Emperor continued. If your spiritual power matched your cultivation level, though you might still fall short against that soul entity, you would not find yourself so utterly powerless as you do today. I understand my mistakes now. Chen responded earnestly. Upon hearing his words, the Holy Spirit Emperor's tone softened as he replied, Yet, consider yourself fortunate, for you have absorbed the energy of that soul entity. Your spiritual power will see a significant enhancement. Remember to cultivate steadily and with caution henceforth. After absorbing his master's words, Chen sensed a novel energy form floating within his sea of consciousness. When shall I awaken? He asked. Your soul has been impacted. Once you fully absorb that energy and mend the wounds to your soul, you will regain consciousness. Chapter 100. Chen Awakens. Upon hearing this, Chen began to attempt absorbing the energy, but soon realized he was utterly incapable of doing so. Just as he was about to inquire of his master, he heard the Holy Spirit Emperor exclaim in exasperation, What are you doing? Are you trying to guide the soul into your meridians? Chen recoiled slightly and cautiously asked, Then how should I absorb it? Did you not diligently study the inheritance I bestowed upon you? Of course, the soul must be refined using spiritual power. The Holy Spirit Emperor replied, somewhat exasperated. With a chuckle, Chen endeavored to envelop the energy with his spiritual force. As soon as his spiritual power made contact with the energy, an overwhelming recoil surged through him, startling Chen. Steady yourself. Do not panic. The Holy Spirit Emperor urgently advised. Clenching his teeth, Chen forced an increase in output, gradually encasing the energy more securely. As his spiritual power continued to permeate, the energy began to be refined slowly, with threads of pure strength infusing into Chen's soul, bringing him an immediate sense of refreshment. In the hospital room, after Xia Jianjun had left for a corporate matter, Xia Wanqing gazed absent-mindedly at Chen, who lay on the bed. Su Su entered the room with a sorrowful expression, her eyes glistening with tears as she glanced at Su Yi and Yang Zhangguan before turning to Xia Wanqing and exclaiming, Cousin, impossible. Mr. Yi is destined for greatness. How could he possibly become a vegetative state? Yang Zhangguan immediately countered. Su Yi added, These incompetent doctors suddenly realized where they were. This is a hospital under the Xia family. Noticing Xia Wanqing's composed demeanor, he continued, Brother Yi is not an ordinary person. Common doctors certainly cannot treat him. Xia Wanqing, observing Chen on the hospital bed, finally spoke after a brief pause. You are right. They're indeed a group of inept doctors. He has done so much for our Xia family, and now, as we watch him in this state, we find ourselves powerless to assist. Just as they each grappled with their thoughts, Xia Wanqing, who had been fixated on Chen, vaguely noticed his eyelashes flutter, thinking her eyes were deceiving her. She rubbed them and approached the bedside, scrutinizing Chen's eyes closely. Seeing Xia Wanqing's unusual behavior, Yang Zhangguan also stood and walked over to observe Chen. They witnessed Chen's eyelashes flutter again, and then he opened his eyes. Chen, you are awake. Xia Wanqing exclaimed joyfully. I told you, Mr. Yi is invincible. How could he ever be in a vegetative state? Yang Zhangguan chimed in with a smile. Su Yi quickly approached as well, grinning at Chen. Brother Yi, you gave us quite a scare. Without a miraculous elixir, our fervent hearts would have been irreparably distressed. Chen rolled his eyes and was about to speak when he noticed Su Su approaching, grasping his right hand and bursting into tears. Brother Chen, you frightened me to death. Looking at the people gathered around him, Chen felt warmth in his heart. He extended his left hand, gently patting the back of Su Su's hand in comfort, saying, See, I'm perfectly fine now. Don't cry. If you do, you'll turn into a little kitten. After Chen finished speaking, Su Su did not cease her weeping. Rather, her tears flowed even more rapidly. Xia Wanqing glanced at Su Su, shook her head, and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, Su Su halted her cries and looked at Xia Wanqing in astonishment, asking, Really? Without delay, she hurried towards the restroom. The others present, naturally, overheard Xia Wanqing's words to Su Su and exchanged knowing smiles. Miss Xia truly understands women, Su Yi chuckled. Xia Wanqing looked at the others in confusion and inquired, Do you all know what I said? You mentioned that Su Su's makeup was ruined, Chen replied. Xia Wanqing remained speechless. Yi Chen stood up and stretched lazily. Yang Zhonghua inquired from behind. Mr. Yi, what exactly is that dark energy? Yi Chen paused for a moment before responding. I was careless in this matter. Initially, I believed it to be a formidable spirit, but I did not anticipate that the coffin sealed the soul of an ancient practitioner. Then how did it enter your body? Yang Zhonghua pressed further. Yi Chen approached the window and gazed out into the pitch-black night, stating, it sought to obliterate my soul and inhabit my body for rebirth. The others listened in silent alarm, and Yang Zhonghua, aghast, exclaimed, such occurrences exist? Mr. Yi, how are you now? I am fine. That soul has been eradicated. Yi Chen intended to use the term digested, but, considering its absurdity, opted for eradicated instead. How could it have caused the deaths of several workers if it was sealed within the coffin? Xia Wanqing queried. Yi Chen shook his head. I am uncertain. However, this soul's energy is exceedingly potent. It must possess some secret method to harm others. When we unearthed it earlier, it remained dormant, likely by design, striking me with a lethal blow at the first opportunity. The group then comprehended the peril Yi Chen had faced. Su pouted. Oh, you merely wanted to dismiss our worries. You promised to take me out for a delicious meal, and you have yet to fulfill that. All right, I shall treat everyone to dinner tonight. Yi Chen simidet. Upon exiting the hospital, Su, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned her head out and said to Yi Chen, Brother Yi Chen, you mustn't stand me up again. Yi Chen nodded and replied, I assure you, I will not let you down. He then reminded Xie Wanqing to drive safely, and she acknowledged him before departing. Yi Chen halted Yang Zhonghua and said, Wait a moment, Chairman Yang, I have some questions for you. Su Yi smacked his forehead, exclaiming, How could I have forgotten this? Yesterday, Brother Yi called, intending to ask you about something, but then you were injured and he fell into a coma, and I completely overlooked it. Yang Zhonghua looked at Yi Chen in confusion, who gestured towards a breakfast shop across the street, saying, Let's go there. It is the perfect opportunity to have breakfast while we talk. Chapter 101. The Enigmatic Spirit Fox. As it was still early, the breakfast shop had yet to welcome any customers. The three ordered 2 baskets of buns and some fried dough sticks, finding a table to sit down. Chairman Yang, you have traveled extensively over the years. I would like to inquire which regions of the country boast the most renowned scenic spots or historical sites. Yi Chen asked, looking towards Yang Zhonghua. Yang Zhonghua furrowed his brow upon hearing this, hesitating for a moment before responding. Mr. Yi, you have indeed inquired of the wrong person. I, old Yang, am but a simple man, and I have never paid much attention to such matters wherever I go. Yi Chen. Subsequently, Yang Zhonghua continued hesitantly. However, if you're speaking of picturesque scenery or mountainous regions, it must be the south. There's an old saying that goes, above is heaven, below are Suzhou and Hangzhou. Well, after all this questioning, it seems I have gained nothing. The reason Yi Chen posed his question was because he had long been indecisive about where to attend university. It was not that he cared about the institution's prestige, but rather that he sought a place rich in spiritual energy. Otherwise, wouldn't his time at university be wasted? Yi Chen glanced at Su Yi, who hurriedly stuffed a bun into his mouth and mumbled, Don't ask me. I know even less. Yi Chen rolled his eyes, gesturing for Yang Zhonghua to eat first, while he himself picked up a bun and began to ponder. The saying above is heaven. Below are Suzhou and Hangzhou has been widely circulated since the Tang dynasty, praising the beauty of the Jiangnan region as comparable to paradise. The simplest way to discern a place rich in spiritual energy lies in its scenery. Imagine a place of clear mountains and flowing waters compared to a desolate wasteland. Even a fool could distinguish where the spiritual energy is abundant. As he connected the call, Xie Jianjun's voice came through. Xiao Yi, I just heard Wanqing say you have awakened. How do you feel? I'm fine now, Uncle Yi. Yi Chen replied. That's good to hear. Rest well. I won't disturb you further. Remember to call me if anything comes up. Xie Jianjun advised. Oh, by the way, it's fine for the construction in the eastern suburbs to proceed as normal. The issue has been resolved. Yi Chen recalled the coffin and continued. As for that iron coffin, just handle it however you see fit. After a brief silence, Xie Jianjun replied, understood, and then ended the call. Given the current state of their relationship, exchanging pleasantries felt somewhat distant, and Xie Jianjun refrained from uttering a simple thank you. Setting down his phone, Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and hastily called out in his mind, Master, are you there? Do you still remember you have a disciple? The voice of the Holy Spirit Emperor echoed back. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, Master. Why is it that after absorbing that energy, I did not feel any difference from before? If there is no difference, then try opening your divine sense now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen activated his divine sense, and in that instant, he was astonished to discover that his previously limited range of detection had suddenly increased tenfold. What once could only envelop a small area now allowed him to perceive movements clearly from 200 meters away. Chen was filled with excitement. Master, is this the effect of absorbing that energy? He eagerly inquired. The Holy Spirit Emperor snorted coldly. While that energy may not be of the highest caliber, it is more than sufficient for a novice like you to reap great benefits. Controlling his inner excitement, Chen asked once more, Master, I am currently at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and it 1 TB long before I begin foundation establishment. What should I be mindful of at that time? Anticipating the records of the inheritance that spoke of the golden core stage, wherein one could summon the winds and rain and fly with a sword. Chen was filled with eager expectation. The Supreme Spirit Emperor casually remarked, the foundation building stage is relatively manageable. One can cultivate through natural impacts or assist with elixirs. However, do not underestimate the challenges of this phase. You are currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement, with the 9th level and completion of Qi refinement still ahead. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. When it comes to forming a core, not only is the required spiritual energy immense, but inner demons may also arise, complicating matters further. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded gravely and inquired, how should I confront these inner demons? The Supreme Spirit Emperor replied, this necessitates honing your mental fortitude. In everyday life, remain composed and calm in the face of adversity. During your breakthroughs, it will ultimately depend on your own willpower. Additionally, the external environment is crucial. Seek a place abundant in spiritual energy, tranquil and serene, to avoid disturbances. Chen nodded, but was about to ask further when the Supreme Spirit Emperor impatiently interjected. You have time for one more question. I have just awakened from slumber and found you, a fool, having your essence seized. After expending effort to regain some energy, I wasted it on eradicating that soul. So hurry up and ask. Once you're done, I shall return to my slumber. Deeply moved, Chen asked, Master, why did you not choose to seize my essence back then? The Supreme Spirit Emperor retorted, do you think I'm the sort to stoop to such levels? At that time, I was a being of Emperor rank. Why would I covet your mortal form? After this, the Supreme Spirit Emperor urged, do you have any more questions? Chen produced the inheritance from his jade pendant and was about to inquire when he noticed Xiao by pushing open his door and entering. Ah, you are quite fortunate. This little creature is indeed a rare find. Chen looked at Xiao Bai and quickly asked, Master, what do you mean? Pausing briefly, he continued, in the Holy Spirit continent, spirit beasts are categorized into 3 ranks. Savage beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Savage beasts are the lowest rank. Upon maturity, their physical bodies can withstand golden core cultivators. Spirit beasts possess greater intelligence than savage beasts and have some understanding of cultivation methods. The most formidable spirit beasts I have encountered possess combat prowess comparable to that of Earth's immortal realm. Chen was secretly astonished, but before he could express his thoughts, he heard the Supreme Spirit Emperor continue. As for divine beasts, they are born from primal chaotic energies, each being a favored child of the heavens. Upon birth, they possess the ability to shake the celestial beings, and upon maturity, they can rival beings of imperial rank. At this, Chen felt a surge of joy and pointed at Xiao Bai, asking, Master, are you saying that Xiao Bai is a divine beast? The Supreme Spirit Emperor looked at Chen's elated expression and sighed. Very well, this is your choice, even if it is foolish. I shall teach it with tears in my eyes. This is neither a savage beast nor a spirit beast, nor is it a divine beast. Rather, it is a species that transcends the 3 realms, the Qimei Linghu. Chapter 102. Call for help. Do you not enjoy bullying others? Transcending the 3 realms? Chen asked in confusion. Indeed, the Qimei Linghu can be classified as both a savage beast and a spirit beast. Its species seems capable of evolution. As for whether it can eventually ascend to the rank of divine beast, even I do not know. The Supreme Spirit Emperor sighed again and continued. In any case, nurture it well. Perhaps it will become a valuable ally for you in the future. Chen nodded, gently stroking the soft, white fur of his pet. Master, before he could finish his thought, the sage emperor interrupted, saying, enough. These matters are not for you to ponder at this moment. Your sole focus should be on your cultivation. Moreover, in the future, exercise a bit more wisdom in all your endeavors. Now, cease your incessant bothering. Upon hearing his master's admonition, Chen fell silent. Indeed, since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet he often felt invincible. Reflecting on the early days of his training, when Li Si had pointed a gun at him, or recalling his recent encounter with the soul-eating insect, which could have ended disastrously had he not obtained the attribute of Ioa, or the moment when that soul attempted to seize his body while his master remained dormant. He realized his precarious position. Just then a call connected, and he heard his cousin's voice, trembling with distress. Yi-chun, I accidentally hit someone. Can you come over? Startled, Yi-chun immediately inquired, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Stop crying and send me your location. I will be there at once. Before Zhao Inua could respond, a male voice erupted from the other end. You damn bitch. You just wrecked my brand new motorcycle. If you don't pay for a new one, I'll make you regret it. Yi-chan frowned and quickly instructed, whatever demands he makes, comply with them. The priority is to ensure your safety. Send me your location immediately. Zhao Inua agreed, and Yi-chun promptly ended the call. After receiving the location from his cousin, he hurriedly made his way outside. My cousin was in an accident. I must check on her, he declared. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun's mother quickly wiped her hands on her apron, her voice laced with concern. Is Inu all right? I'll accompany you. Yi-chun halted, recalling the man's words, and replied, There's no need for you to go. My cousin is fine, and the other party likely isn't gravely injured either. Very well. Call me if anything arises. Drive cautiously, his mother cautioned. Yi-chun waved her off and started his vehicle, hastily departing. Quickly compensate. Damn it, you filthy brat. Driving a broken Fidu with a learner-s permit. If you keep dragging this out, I swear I'll make you pay. A burly man clad in riding gear smashed his helmet against the windshield of the small Fidu car, yelling in fury. With a resounding crash, the windshield shattered, causing Zhao Inua, who sat in the driver's seat, to flinch and let out a terrified scream. Onlookers, witnessing her fright, spoke up in sympathy. Why not just report this to the police? There's no need to harass a young girl. The man turned angrily towards the voice, pointing his helmet at the speaker. What is it to you? If you keep yapping, I'll deal with you too. The bystander's face paled, and he opened his mouth to respond, but thought better of it and remained silent. Seeing that he had intimidated the onlooker, the man turned back to the trembling Zhao Ina, pointing at the fallen motorcycle on the ground, seething, I just spent over 200,000 on that yesterday. And now it's wrecked because of you. Hurry up and pay, or I assure you, smashing your glass will be the least of your worries. With that, he struck the windshield a few more times. Zhao Ina, fearful of the shards of glass from the windshield injuring her, raised her hands to shield her face. Once the man ceased his aggression, she, trembling with fear, stammered, I have already called my brother. He will be here shortly. The man, infuriated by her words, shouted, Damn it, you're just a child. Do you think your little brother can compensate for the damage to my car? Upon arriving, Yi-chun pushed through the crowd and was instantly enraged by the scene before him. Swiftly, he maneuvered behind the man, seizing his right hand that clutched the helmet. And with a forceful twist, he heard a sharp crack. The man's hand contorted into an irregular shape, causing the helmet to clatter to the ground as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The onlookers gasped in horror at this tragic spectacle. Inside the car, Zhao Inua, who had been tightly closing her eyes, opened them to see Yi-chun outside. In a rush, she flung open the door and clutched his arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi-chun gently patted her shoulder and glanced at the writhing man on the ground, inquiring, Are you all right, sister? Zhao Inua wiped her tears, her eyes still reflecting a hint of fear. She looked at the man on the ground, groaning in pain, and asked, I'm fine, Yi-chun, but will there be any consequences? With a cold smirk, Yi-chun remained silent, pointing to the battered small car and asked, Is this yours? Nodding, he approached the man, kicked him in the back, and said, Aren't you fond of bullying others? Call for help. The biker, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and retorted, You crashed into me, and now look what you've done to my hand. I'll make sure you pay dearly for this. With trembling fingers, he dialed the police. Yi-chun stepped aside and called Yang Zhanggu, instructing him to use his connections. There has been a report of an assault at the intersection. Inform the police not to come. He sought assistance from his contacts due to the growing crowd of onlookers. An official presence would only complicate matters, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary attention. Are you all right, Mr. Yi? Yang Zhanggu inquired. I'm fine, Yi-chun replied, ending the call and returning to Zhao Ina, who, visibly anxious, tugged at his sleeve. Yi-chun, I think I overheard him calling someone from club. Chapter 103. Should I address you as uncle? Yi-chun nodded, brushing her hand off his sleeve. The man, placing his phone on the ground, looked at Yi-chun with a cruel grin and said, You little brat, just wait. If I don't deal with you today, I'll change my surname. Yi-chun chuckled and retorted, with a face like a bear, I certainly wouldn't want a son as ugly as you. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Inua seemed to relax a bit and burst into laughter. The biker, noticing her mirth, turned to her in fury and spat. "You filthy slut. What are you laughing at? Don't let me find out where you're from." He fell silent, leaving the implication clear. He intended to target Zhao Inua. Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he stepped forward, raising his foot to stomp on the man's calf, resulting in a sharp crack. The man, witnessing Yi Chen's approach, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes. "What do you intend to do?" he exclaimed. Although the onlookers recognized that the motorcyclist deserved his fate, they could not help but gasp as Yi Chen's foot came down. Crouching down to observe the wailing motorcyclist, Yi Chen inquired, "What were you saying just now? Do you comprehend the consequences of your origins?" At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, and the crowd turned to see dozens of motorcycles arriving from all directions, soon blocking the intersection entirely. The motorcyclist grinned broadly at this turn of events, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I said, don't let me find out where you live. Remember to sleep lightly at night, or you might not wake up." "Ha ha!" Seeing the motorcyclist's frantic expression, Yi Chen scoffed and stood up, raising his foot to stomp on the other leg. Instantly, the man emitted another mournful cry. "You!" Just then, the group of riders approached, and the leader removed his helmet, glaring at the man on the ground. "How dare you harm someone from the Baoqing Motorcycle Club? Who do you think you are?" Yi Chen regarded the leader, cracking his knuckles as he asked, "How do you see me? Are you longing for the old days, wishing to join him on the ground?" As Li Teng began to respond, he looked up to see Yi Chen and nearly bit his own tongue, swallowing the latter part of the sentence. Terrified by Yi Chen's words, he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Mr. Yi." "Oh no, Uncle Yi, I had no idea it was you." Yi Chen looked at the obsequious Li Teng, momentarily speechless. "Shoo shoo, go away. At your age, do you have no shame? Indeed, you are the eldest brother of my uncles." "Ah, yes, I should refer to you as uncle," Li Teng replied earnestly. The motorcyclist, lying on the ground, was already terrified by Li Teng's words, desperately stifling the excruciating pain radiating from his limbs. No, from his 3 limbs, fearing he might utter a sound. "Get lost. The more you talk, the more absurd it becomes." Yi Chen kicked Li Teng aside and turned to the terrified motorcyclist, asking, "Are you affiliated with him?" Li Teng quickly waved his hands, explaining, "Not exactly. I simply enjoy riding and became a minister of the motorcycle club. This guy wanted to join today, but called to say he had something to handle, so the brothers came to stir up some excitement." After glancing at the scene, he asked, "What is this?" Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, nodding towards the Honda Fit. "My sisters." Upon hearing Li Teng's words, Zhao Inua's face flushed, and Yi Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated, pulled the belligerent Li Teng away from the motorcyclist. He took the car keys from Zhao Inua and handed them to Li Teng, saying, "All right, this is your responsibility now." After that, he took Zhao Inua and began to leave, but suddenly recalled the motorcyclist's earlier threat. Turning back, he remarked, "By the way, he mentioned wanting to retaliate against my cousin." With that, he resumed his exit. "What? You dare to threaten my aunt? Ali Xiao, I won't do it again." As Zhao Inua settled into Yi Chen's car, she gazed out of the window towards the direction of the motorcyclist and, with a worried expression, inquired, "Yi Chen, do you think anything might happen?" Yi Chen glanced at Zhao Inua and reassured her, "There is nothing to worry about. If anyone dares to bully you again, just let me know." Zhao Inua blinked her large eyes, hesitating before asking, "But will we have to compensate him a lot of money?" Observing Zhao Inua's anxious demeanor, Yi Chen chuckled, "If he doesn't compensate you, certainly 1 T. Earlier, when Yi Chen had handed the keys to Li Teng, his intentions had been abundantly clear. Someone like Li Teng, who had navigated the world from a young age, would undoubtedly understand Yi Chen's meaning. "What? How did you tell Auntie?" Zhao Inua shot Yi Chen an exasperated look. As Yi Chen drove into the neighborhood, Zhao Inua marveled at the surrounding quaint villas and asked in surprise, "Are you renting a house here?" Regaining her composure, she opened the car door and called out to Yi Chen's mother, "Annie, I'm fine." Yi Chen's mother hurried over, grasping Zhao Inua's arm and scrutinizing her from head to toe before finally relaxing. "As long as you're all right. You're the only daughter your parents have. What would they do if something happened to you? Come, let us go inside." Zhao Inua was led into the villa by Yi Chen's mother. As she surveyed the elegant interior, she asked with envy, "Auntie, is this your home?" After guiding Zhao Inua to the sofa, Yi Chen's mother pulled the fruit platter from the coffee table closer to her and said, "This is all thanks to Chen, earned from treating patients." Zhao Inua admired the villa's luxurious decor, exclaiming, "It's truly wonderful." Indeed, Zhao Inua nodded in delight. At that moment, Xiao Bai peeked over the railing from the second floor and caught Zhao Inua's eye. "Wow, what is that? Such a beautiful dog." Upon hearing Zhao Inuo refer to him as a dog, Xiao Bai quickly descended from the second floor and stared at her intently. Zhao Inuo, captivated by Xiao Bai's fluffy white fur, was about to speak when she noticed Xiao Bai roll his eyes and wrinkle his nose before scampering back upstairs. Stunned, Zhao Inuo pointed at Xiao Bai's retreating figure and turned to Yi Chun, saying, "Did he just roll his eyes at me?" Chapter 104, The Wong Family. Yi Chun, I've noticed that since our last meeting, you have become increasingly intriguing, and now even your pet possesses an air of mystery, Zhao Inuo remarked earnestly. There is nothing amiss, except for Zhang Lizi being apprehended. Everything else is normal. However, my second aunt's family has been incessantly visiting since the last time she learned of your remarkable abilities. Now, she insists on having my mother mediate to improve relations with your family. Zhao Inuo pondered for a moment before speaking. After listening, Yi Chun nodded, realizing that the elder from the Snow Mountain sect seemed to have kept his promise. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Inuo's subsequent words and recalling his second aunt's family, he felt a wave of distaste wash over him. Please inform my aunt to disregard them. Those who betray you once are likely to do so again. Zhao Inuo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Chen's mother opened her mouth, seemingly about to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she sighed and stood up, saying, "You two continue your conversation. I'll go prepare dinner." Yi Chen gazed at his mother's silhouette, shaking his head. After all, they were blood sisters, and the current state of their relationship inevitably weighed heavily on Ye's mother. Leaning against the sofa, Yi Chun fiddled with his phone, while Zhao Inuo wandered about the room, snapping photos here and there, occasionally darting outside, which elicited a smile from Yi Chun. At Li Family Village, Wang Shui lay languidly on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a post from his eldest cousin. Upon reading its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. He turned to his mother, who was watching television, and exclaimed, "Mom, Zhao Inuo has gone to her aunt's house in the city." Li Chunhong, hearing this, did not even turn her head, but replied, "So what if she has? Their families are on good terms now. It has nothing to do with us." "No." She posted about her aunt's house. "Look, they're living in a villa." Wang Shui sat up, handing his phone to Li Chunhong. Upon hearing this, Li Chunhong immediately turned to look at the phone, her expression shifting to one of shock. After a moment, as she beheld the image of Ye's mother busily working in the kitchen, she remarked with jealousy, with her impoverished fate, she actually resides in a villa. Perhaps she is merely a housekeeper. Charming Inuo. Her changing expressions betrayed her unsettled emotions. Moments later, she stood up and headed outside. "Mom, where are you going?" "I'm going to your aunt's house. You two stop playing and come eat," Ye's mother announced, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. They set aside their phones and took their places at the dining table. Yi Chen suddenly turned to Zhao Inuo and said, "Join me for lunch this afternoon." Coincidentally, Xia Wanqing will be there as well. After their last outing to the mall, Zhao Inuo had developed a fondness for Xia Wanqing. Upon hearing Yi Chen mention her name, she nodded eagerly, "Sure." Hearing this, Yi's mother looked at Yi Chun, hesitantly asking, Chun, what about you and Miss Wanqing?" Understanding his mother's implication, Yi Chen clarified, "Mom, aside from Xia Wanqing, there will be several others present." Yi's mother nodded, no longer probing further. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Li Si. He stepped aside to answer. "Mr. Yi, the Wang family is still waiting for you, correct?" Had Li Si not called, Yi Chun would have completely forgotten about the Wang family's matters. He replied, "I'll head to the tea house shortly. Have them come over." After ending the call, he turned to the two still dining and said, "I have some matters to attend to outside. At your young age, always busy and not at home. I must tell you, you must not engage in any unlawful activities," Ye's mother admonished, looking at Yi Chun earnestly. "Oh, aunt, just let him be. At his age, in ancient times, he would have already taken several wives." Zhao Inuo chuckled. Yi Chun shook his head and drove towards Li Hu Tea House. Upon arriving, as he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by Wang Lin, the head of the Wang family, along with his son Wang Hao and the two brothers, Li Si. "Mr. Yi, I have come to apologize on behalf of the Wang family," Wang Lin stated directly. Yi Chun was taken aback by Wang Lin's forthrightness regarding his purpose for visiting, raising his estimation of him somewhat. The head of the Wang family speaks too weightily. Yi Chen repeat coolly. Wang Lin turned to Yi Chun after clasping his fists and shouted into the room, "You impudent girl, come out at once." Reluctantly, Wang Yiran emerged from the room, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chun before turning away. Wang Lin, witnessing her demeanor, angrily exclaimed, "What attitude is this, you wretched girl?" Yi Chun regarded Wang Yiran with a playful expression. "Apologize now," Wang Lin demanded, his voice rising. "I refuse." Why should I apologize to him? He is not superior to me. Wang Yiran retorted. Upon hearing her words, Wang Lin was infuriated, his hand raised as if to strike her. But after a moment of hesitation, he refrained and turned to Yi Chun, saying helplessly, Mr. Yi, I apologize on her behalf. My discipline has been lacking. Yi Chun smiled gently. There is no need for such formality, Master Wang. As long as she does not cause me trouble in the future, the apology is inconsequential. I assure you, if there is a next time, I will be the first to break her legs without your intervention, Wang Lin quickly added, relieved that Yi Chun was not pursuing the matter further. Mr. Yi, let us discuss this inside, Li Hu suggested from the side. Yes, please forgive us, Mr. Yi. Let us proceed indoors, Wang Lin agreed. Once seated, Wang Lin spoke earnestly, Mr. Yi. I have received word that the Zhao family has gone to the Miao region seeking experts to deal with you. Yi Chun nodded. Recalling the yin-yang ancestor and the devouring insect, he replied, those from that region have already arrived. I have slain someone known as the yin-yang ancestor. What? Wang Lin stared incredulously at Yi Chun. Yi Chun glanced back, inquiring, do you know this person, Master Wang? Indeed. Later, I learned some insider information about this sect. It is said that the various fraud syndicates in Southeast Asia are connected to the Two Extremes sect, Wang Lin explained. Yi Chun had seen reports on such fraud groups on his phone. Surprised to discover that the recent tumultuous events surrounding electronic fraud in the country were indeed linked to the Two Extremes sect. What is the government doing about the Two Extremes sect? Li Si asked from the side. Wang Lin scoffed, do something? The government requires evidence to act. Furthermore, the actions of the Two Extremes sect abroad are backed by local authorities in Southeast Asia. How could they leave any evidence? Besides, since it only harms Chinese citizens, as long as there is profit to be made, those governments will not intervene. Yi Chun frowned, continuing to inquire, what about the Ancient Martial Arts Association? Do they not take action against the Two Extremes sect? The Ancient Martial Arts Association is filled with members of the Two Extremes sect. Moreover, their strength is formidable. There are likely many others with capabilities akin to the yin-yang ancestor within their ranks, Wang Lin elucidated. Yi Chun nodded, committing the name of the Two Extremes sect to memory. He had not expected such a nefarious sect to lurk behind the facade of this seemingly tranquil city. Wang Lin regarded Yi Chun with a hesitant expression, saying, Mr. Yi, I previously expressed my allegiance at the conference. The Wang family will follow your lead. Besides my daughter's transgression, I have another matter to discuss. Please, Master Wang, go on, Yi Chun encouraged. Wang Lin glanced at Wang Hao before continuing, Mr. Yi, I wish for Wang Hao to accompany you. After listening, Yi Chun stared at Wang Hao, momentarily taken aback. Follow me? I will be studying away from here. So what purpose would that serve? It is of no concern. Hao's age is similar to yours, and the Wang family has only recently produced a more talented junior. I wish for him to accompany you, ensuring he does not go to waste, Wang Lin elucidated. After a brief pause, he continued, may I inquire where Mr. He intends to study? I'm not entirely certain yet, but it will definitely be in the south, Yi Chun replied. When the time comes, I will find a way for how to join you at school. A young man like Mr. You should not venture to a distant place alone without someone to assist him. Right? Wang Lin added. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was filled with joy and quickly bowed with clasped hands, exclaiming, Wang Hao respectfully greets Mr. Yi. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. You may simply call me by my name or brother. There is no need for such formalities. Wang Hao nodded eagerly and, with excitement, called out, Yi Ge. After a brief exchange, Yi Chun departed with Wang Hao. Observing the luggage in the back seat, Yi Chun sighed. Realizing that Wang Lin had evidently been preparing for Wang Hao to accompany him all along. Mother, this is a friend of mine from afar, who will be attending school with me, Yi Chun stated. Upon hearing that this was a future classmate of Yi Chun, his mother ceased her inquiries and promptly invited Wang Hao to sit down. Noticing Yi Chun's mother fussing over tea and fruit, Wang Hao felt somewhat flustered. Glancing at Yi Chun, worried about displeasing him, Yi Chun chuckled softly and patted Wang Hao's shoulder, reassuring him to relax. As evening approached, Yi Chun called Su Su. After confirming that the sisters were ready, he provided them with a location and instructed them to arrive early. After hanging up, Yi Chun deliberated for a moment and decided to invite Yang Jiajuan and Su Yi. Not only had they accompanied him through the night at the hospital, but he also intended to entrust Wang Hao to the Guhua Association in Baiqing, so he called them to join for dinner. Turning to Wang Hao, Yi Chun inquired, Are you residing here or elsewhere? Wang Hao hesitated briefly before responding, I think I will stay outside. It is more liberating there. Yi Chun nodded and replied, Very well. I will find you a place. He then called Zhao Yinua and drove toward the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant entrance, Yang Jiajuan and the others were already waiting. However, Su Su pouted upon seeing so many people displaying her displeasure. When Xia Wanqing spotted Zhao Inua, she quickly took her hand and led her aside to introduce her to Su Su. Yichen nodded at Yang Zhajuan and the others, then turned to the three animatedly conversing women, saying, "Let us go inside and continue our discussion." Su Su rolled her eyes, as if you're in charge. Nevertheless, she followed closely behind the group as they entered. Yang Zhajuan remarked, "During the last exchange meeting, I witnessed Wang Hao's prowess. At such a young age, he has already reached the initial stage of dark energy. As long as the young master of the Wang family does not mind, I certainly have no objections." Wang Hao, upon hearing this, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The dinner gathered individuals from various walks of life, resulting in little meaningful conversation, leading to a swift progression through the meal. Yichen turned to Su Su, who still wore a pout, and chuckled. "Your lips seem to be reaching for the heavens. You scoundrel, Yichen. You promised to treat me to dinner, yet you bring along so many men." Su Su grumbled. Yichen gently ruffled Su Su's hair and remarked, "I never claimed I would treat you to just one meal." Su Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "Oh, right. Then you must treat me to meals tomorrow, the day after, and all the way until my school starts." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing and Zhao Inua stifled a laugh. All right. I will treat you every day. How about this? When the time comes, I'll set up an account for you, and you can just keep a tab." Yichen chuckled. Su Su's expression turned serious as she pinched Yichen's arm and exclaimed, "Do you think I can't afford my own meals? What I meant was for you to accompany me." Then, her gaze shifted to Zhao Inua. "Sister Inua, are you going to be staying at Brother Yichen's house recently?" Zhao Inua nodded, prompting Su Su to ask, "Can I come and keep you company?" "Of course, as long as the landlord, Yichen, agrees, I will be delighted," Zhao Inua replied. Su Su placed her hands on her hips, looking at Yichen with a playful reprimand. "He better agree." Yichen nodded, about to respond when his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was Li Tong calling. "Uncle Yi, the matter has been resolved. I assure you that kid won't bother Annie again," Li Ting said mischievously. Yichen rolled his eyes, exasperated by his encounters with such clowns. First Su Yi, now Li Tong. "Speak properly. No need for all this uncle and Annie nonsense." Li Ting chuckled before stating seriously, "Also, the car isn't repaired, so I took the initiative to make that kid buy a new one. I noticed you seemed to like Audis, so I had him get an Audi A4. It's quite suitable for a young lady." Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, another notification chimed on his phone. Checking the screen, he saw Yang Zhanjuan was calling again, so he told Li Teng, "All right, thank you for your help this time. I need to take this call." Connecting to Yang Zhanjuan, Yichen heard him say, "Mr. Yi, people from the martial arts school have arrived, claiming they seek revenge for the Yin Yang elder." Chapter 106. "You may leave." Xia Wanqing nodded. "It's all right. You go ahead and handle your business." Yichen entered his car and drove towards the martial arts school. "What does this mean? He just heard I was going to stay with Sister Inua and then left." Su Su murmured, watching Yichen's departing figure. Zhao Inua took Su Su's arm and smiled. "It's not what you think. Judging by Yichen's demeanor, he must genuinely have something urgent to attend to." Upon arriving at the martial arts school, Yichen pushed the door open and strode inside, immediately noticing Yang Zhanjuan and several others confronting three individuals in unusual attire. Upon hearing the commotion, the trio turned to see Yichen enter, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The central figure addressed Yang Zhanjuan and his companions, saying, "Will the one who killed our sect's grand elder arrive? You have 5 more minutes. If that person continues to hide like a coward, then be prepared to collect their remains." Yichen approached Yang Zhanjuan and the others, reassured to see they were unharmed, and turned to the speaker. "Is it not better to live well? Why rush to court death?" Upon hearing Yichen's words, the countenance of the speaker darkened. Truly, the audacity of a fledgling is unfathomable. Had this been any other time, speaking thus to an elder like myself would have rendered you a mere corpse. Yichen chuckled, casting a knowing glance at the man. "Aren't you all eager to meet me? It was I who dispatched your so-called Yin-Yang ancestor. Come, seek your vengeance." As soon as Yichen finished speaking, another among the trio interjected, "Shut your mouth." Yichen's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, leaving the man unable to react. He felt a sharp pain in his throat, and his words were silenced as he fell straight back. The other two, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, crouching down to assess the situation. Terror gripped them as they realized this young man had effortlessly slain one of their own with a mere flick of his hand. Rising, one of them pointed at Yi Chen, seething with rage. "How dare you kill a member of the Two Extremes sect? Such foul language." Am I to wait until you finish berating me? Yi Chen retorted. The man's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty as he glanced at his fallen comrade. Torn between action and hesitation, he found himself at an impasse. Speak. Is your two extremes sect resolute in opposing me alongside the Zhao family? Yi Chen inquired calmly. The man, veins bulging with fury, replied vehemently. Ever since you killed our esteemed elder, our sect has sworn eternal enmity against you. Today, having slain yet another master of our sect, prepare yourself for unending retribution from the two extremes sect. His repetition of the sect's name was an attempt to intimidate Yi Chen or perhaps to safeguard himself, but he miscalculated. Yi Chen had never regarded the two extremes sect with any seriousness. If anything had changed, it was only due to his mentor's teachings, making him more cautious than usual. Then you shall also be left behind, Yi Chen declared. Upon hearing this, one of the standing men retorted angrily. You speak boastfully. I do not know what trick you employed to kill one of ours, but I refuse to believe that a mere youth like you could turn the tide. With that, he swiftly lunged towards Yi Chen, a menacing grin on his face as he raised his palm to strike at Yi Chen's head. Observing the terror in his opponent's eyes, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, to not reciprocate is impolite. With that, he struck the man's chest, sending him flying backward, blood arcing through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Yi Chen had slain him with a single blow. Wang Hao looked on in admiration at Yi Chen's back, marveling at how effortlessly he had dispatched a master and terrified the formidable members of the two extremes sect. Once lofty masters now seemed as insignificant as mere chickens before him. Clenching his fists, he resolved to train diligently alongside Yi Chen. Oh, did you not just proclaim that you were sworn enemies with me? Yi Chen mused, eyeing the remaining man with intrigue. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly countered. And no, I was unaware of your extraordinary prowess, Mr. Yi. Had we known of your formidable strength, our sect would never have sent anyone to trouble you. Do you mean to say that if I lack the ability to protect myself, you will not spare me? The individual, realizing he had overreached, hastily retorted, It was not I who. At that moment, Yang Zhongguan interjected, Mr. Yi, allow me. Yi Chen nodded in acquiescence. In an instant, Yang Zhongguan propelled himself towards the man, launching a powerful fist aimed at his head. The man, witnessing this, wore an expression of astonishment and fury. Bellowing at Yi Chen, you are far too arrogant. He summoned the energy within him, extending a palm to counter Yang Zhongguan's strike. From his position behind, Wang Hao was taken aback to discover that the seemingly obedient Yang Zhongguan before Yi Chen was, in fact, a master in his own right. As the two forces collided, Yang Zhongguan felt an overwhelming force emanating from the man's palm, compelling him to retreat several steps before he could dissipate the energy's impact. Yi Chen restrained Yang Zhongguan, who appeared eager to advance further. The man glared at Yi Chen, stating, Since our arrival, we have harmed not a single one of your people. You have ruthlessly slain two of my sect. Although I may not be your equal, do not presume to humiliate me with such worthless adversaries. Yi Chen chuckled softly, gazing at the man and remarking, The reason you refrained from attacking initially was that you believed you had me at your mercy. Do not speak so self-righteously when you belong to such a disreputable sect. The man's countenance flickered with discomfort upon having his thoughts laid bare. Begone, Yi Chen commanded. The man, taken aback, gazed at Yi Chen in disbelief.